I just want to give you some instructions about the whole course. So you're going to find a progression bar for each lesson. There's going to be around 40 lessons. It's pretty long. You can see it by yourself. And this is a combination of like more than a year, probably a year and a half of work. I practically included all the notes and all the stuff that I learned about productivity and literally how to get exponential results. If you don't know who I am, I built an agency that scaled to 70K per month. I also sold more than 100K in products, and all of this is thanks to this information. It really helped me to elevate my bar and be somebody that was productive, that was doing stuff instead of simply be stuck. By the way, I could have sold this for like thousands of dollars, like literally $5,000 by itself, and probably even like 10 or 15,000 with one-on-one consulting. I've done none of this. All the informations are literally inside this course. The only thing that you can do if you really want to sustain yourself is like buy me a coffee. I like to drink coffee in the right time. You're gonna also learn about this, the adenosine, and a lot of other stuff. Without further ado, I will leave you to the course, and I hope it's gonna help you as much as it helped me. Welcome to Ignite the Journey. The first step for your motivation, finding your strength, exactly your goals, and develop an amazing skill that is grit. We're gonna see everything step by step. I don't want to overwhelm you with the length of the lessons. I know that sometimes courses can be heavy. I instead would like to make them as much short as possible, even though there is a lot to talk about. But the important part here that I want to give you is that everything that you're going to see through is personalized. Everything that I went through to create, to develop this whole system that I'm going to give you here for free, just for you, is to get you to understand better yourself and the direction that you want to go. It's going to give you clarity. It's going to give you focus. It's going to give you so much more results, so much more money in result of being more productive and fixing everything that is around your life, everything that is around your business. You're not gonna find any other obstacle, and you're gonna fix them. Okay. So the personalized part here is that there's going to be tests made on you. There's going to be exercises that you can do, and everything that is around that is just about you and your business. So the next time that you hear somebody saying to you, the successful person wakes up at 5, so therefore to be successful, you need to wake up at 5, forget that, okay? Everything that you're gonna see here, it's you, yourself, your biology, how you work, and everything that works for you to perform at your best, okay? So hope this was helpful. Let's start with Ignite the Journey. So just to see a kind of panoramic view of Ignite the Journey. Let me select the correct tools. We are going to find ourselves, of course, I didn't select the correct one. Here we are. So this is going to be everything that we're gonna go through regarding Ignite the Journey. Once again, it's divided into 5 parts. So the first part is going to be all about drive. So everything that is here. And then we're gonna go through strength. And then we're gonna go through goals. And then grit, okay? So in order to start with Ignite the Journey, that is the first step to get your motivation, to get you to not wanting and waiting and being pushed towards doing the stuff and towards understanding how do I need to achieve something, but you're just gonna go through it because it's kind of in your blood. You literally feel it. So that's how you're gonna feel yourself at the end of this module. You're gonna find yourself with everything planned. You know exactly what to do each day, and you don't need to be pushed. You're just gonna love doing the work and doing whatever you wanna do, okay? But the first step, before starting with Drive, that is going to be this lesson about, I wanna start actually with this little image. And this little image represents something that is very important for me, because it's the clear understanding of everything that we're gonna go through. So the first step that we're going to go through is understanding intrinsic motivators. Don't worry about the terminology. I'm going to explain it to you later. But imagine it just simply like the branches of the trees. Or, sorry, to better say, the roots of the tree. So the tree, in order to develop and create and be a tree, needs to have roots that go through the nature to the parts of the soil and enlarge. okay? And these are all made by our intrinsic motivators, such as curiosity, passion, purpose, autonomy, and mastery. We're gonna go through all of them, and you're gonna exactly understand how to create this part. The next step, if you wanna be motivated, if you wanna pursue your goal, if you wanna work with your strength and work with your grit, you need to have what? Strength. Because as the tree, as nature comes along and push through the soil, push through the difficulties, okay, needs strength, needs the power, needs the force to push towards and then create the branches and then create the fruits that are going to be our goals. In the middle of all of this, in the middle of all the process, you need absolutely grit. And as you can see, this is represented by everything that is like rain, everything that is like wind, the sun, everything that is around. Even in the starting point, the most difficult part that the tree has to do is to push the roots between the soil, between all the difficulties. Imagine also an amazing example that I have every time is imagine the asphalt in the street and the little parts of weed that try to push and crack the asphalt in order to go out. That's how much nature is powerful. I don't want to go to woo-woo stuff, but it's nature, is what we see every day. But generally, I want you to get this concept in order to understand each one of these steps is going to bring you the goal, okay? But each one of these steps needs to be collected in chronological order, because you cannot start to have an apple without having the roots, right? And you cannot have an apple, so the goal every time, if you don't have the strength. And you cannot have the apple, once again, the goal, if you do not understand how to have grit, how to develop that skill. So when the things get tough, when the things are difficult, you need to have all the pieces all together to go towards the direction that you want to go. Okay, so hope this was helpful. It's an amazing concept that I came up with. Really proud of it. Okay, so first step for Enact the Journey is going to be drive. If you're interested about some books, these are probably the nicest book that I read regarding this concept. I took a lot of concept from these books, of course. It took me years to develop all of this. And I want to start with the phrase of Michelle Obama that says, success is not about how much money you make. It's about the difference you make in people's life. Okay? And we're going to understand better why. So very, very simply, drive is all about two simple stuff. One is extrinsic motivators, and the other one is intrinsic motivators. So there are two different motivators that motivate us. Extrinsic, everything that is external drivers, rewards external of ourselves. That is the meaning of extrinsic motivators. These are different, of course, and we can see anything like around like money, there is sex, there is praise, there is fame. But the thing about extrinsic motivators is that, yes, they motivate us, but until a certain point. Because if you think about it, once you reach a certain level of comfort, and I felt that too, probably you felt it too, once you reach a certain level of comfort, not always you want to push or you want to risk so much in order to achieve something more. And an example that they made was that when they understood that a lot of employees, they weren't going to push or do more or risk more or do something more after they reached $75,000 per year. This could be changing for lots of people. For example, for you, it could be for a billionaire. It could be like, I'm still motivated by making money because I'm not at 15 billion, I'm at 2 billion, so it's too few. It all depends on the discrepancy that there is from the situation you're at and the desire that you have. But generally, biologically, you're not motivated as much, okay, that intrinsic motivators that we're going to see in a bit. Money, until it meets the needs, then it doesn't motivate you as much as the intrinsic motivators that we're going to see in a sec, okay? So this is the interesting part that you can check. So once again, it's limited after meeting our basic needs. Once you understand that you reach that point, you need something more to push and understand how to proceed towards the direction you want to go. And this is all about intrinsic motivators, and these are internal drivers. Okay, these are psychological and emotional forces. What are those? Curiosity. Okay, so the desire to learn and explore new things. Passion, intense enthusiastic and excitement for an activity. So when there is that activity that, oh my God, I just love doing that. Okay. Meaning. So if you have a meaning towards something that you do, so the pursuit of activity that align with personal values. Purpose. This is a big one. We're going to talk a lot about purpose. So it's a drive to achieve long-term significant goals. So in order to have significant goals, you need to have a purpose. And a lot of people out there, because they're copying somebody else, because they see something that is working, somebody that is making money with something, and it's a shiny object, so they throw themselves doing that thing without having the purpose, without having the value, without having the curiosity, without having the mastery on that thing. And the problem here is that if you do not have a passion, so this is all chronological, by the way. So we start with curiosity and you go all the way down towards becoming a master, towards whatever you want to do and towards anything that makes you curious and makes you the passion and getting a purpose. We're going to check them all of one by one because it's very important to understand each one of them. But we're going to do it in the next lesson. So it's very important here to get them chronologically, because if you just copy the other guy and you throw yourself doing that specific thing, you're going to find yourself that you're never, ever going to match the other guy. Because the other guy is going to always go further, because it's always going to be pushed by what he likes to do. So it doesn't need to be pushed. It doesn't need to be motivated. It doesn't need to pass through the struggle. He's going to do it anyway because he loves doing that. So the value that somebody can bring when it's pushed by intrinsic motivators rather than just money, it's so much bigger. So if you find yourself like, yeah, I love doing money. I would love to do 8, 10, 9 figures, who knows, okay? But just looking at money is never gonna meet that level. Or at least you're never gonna feel as fulfilled and happy. And guys, in the end of the day, if you're looking just at money, you're looking at money because money, you're looking at it like a result of something. You never think about making money like, oh my God, I'm going to have the desk full of money. No, you think most probably in an object. I'm going to have this specific house, this specific watch, or this specific car. Okay, you always translate it into objects, right? But we all know successful people, once they reach that specific level and they try the Lamborghini, they try the house, they tried XYZ, they're not as happy. Why? Because they miss a very important specificity of how we work, what motivates us. And what motivates us is exactly this. And once again, through this, you can make tons of money because you can produce so much more value, you can produce so much more content, value for others, because you're always going to do better than the other one that is just motivated by money. Okay, so hopefully this was helpful. In the next lesson, we're going to see everything that is about intrinsic motivators, because it's very important to understand each one of them step by step. Now that we understand precisely the difference between extrinsic motivators, so external drivers such as money, fame, praise, and on the other side, we have intrinsic motivators that are always going to help us to push and be motivated and be driven. Now, let's try to understand a little bit better each one of these. So this is going to be a slightly longer lesson. I hope you can follow me through all of it. If not, if you feel a little bit like the attention starts to go down and downscale, just simply stop, take a little bit of a pause, and then return back to the video, okay? Because this is very, very essential that you go until the end and check all of it, okay? So don't skip the lesson and try to listen to me to a normal speed also. So intrinsic motivators, we already seen curiosity, passion, we have meaning, we have purpose, and then we have the last two of autonomy and mastery. So why each one of these is important? It's because each one of these creates that first part of motivation, the first foundation block. And what is important here is that, as you can see from the image on the right side of each one of this, is that we have first a sparkle, and then it becomes a slightly bigger, okay, to arrive to a point where with purpose it's a fire, and then a bonfire with autonomy and mastery. Because once again, each one of these, it's a chronological part, okay? So we start with the first one, and then we finish with the fifth one. I'm saying fifth one because we're not going to talk so much about meaning. If you understand passion and you understand purpose, I kind of tend to put them inside these two, okay? So it becomes like the main five, all right? So it's very important to go chronologically, as I said, because each one creates a bigger sparkle, and you're going to understand in a second why. So let's start first with curiosity. So the curiosity, very simply, is the desire to learn and explore new things. So how do you find yourself into finding and exploring new things and be curious about something? So if you're not very familiar with yourself and you don't know yourself very well, you need to absolutely do this exercise. And on the other side, if you already know what you're doing and you know already why are you motivated by this specific exercise is going to help you even more to pursue towards that direction, and tells you you're going great. That is exactly what you need to continue. Or it can be an eye-opening and says to you, oh, I'm actually very interested about also this thing that I never thought about, and can really open you to new ideas. So what you need to be doing in order to understand what are you curious at, take your time and start writing 25 things you're curious about. So if you had a spare weekend, what books would you read? Okay, that is one thought that you could have. Like, what would you read? Or what would you like to have a conversation with an expert? Okay, and better to write pen and paper. There is simply just more neuro connection, simply that writing with a laptop. So just take your time, take a simple notebook such as this, and just write down what you're curious about and dwell with the curiosity part, okay? But be as specific as possible. Don't just be curious about online business, something specific, okay? Because being curious about one thing is not make us move much the needle, okay? Because if you say like, yeah, I'm interested in online business, that's it, okay? That is not going to help you do this exercise at all, and it's not going to help you to all the rest of the training, okay? Because the point here is that you need to start to play with the intersection. So once you have a list, you have multiple options, and then you can play with the intersection, because we pass from being curious to passion, and it's going to be the next step. So it's very important that you have a list, and the more neurochemicals in the system, enough to take action and pattern recognition. So every time the brain recognizes the pattern, neuron squirts a bit of dopamine. Let's have a very quick chat about what is dopamine. I actually have a full documentation here about neurochemistry, so we can just simply click on this. Let me give you a very quick background about the difference between neurochemistry and neuroelectricity. So neurochemical is just simply do more of what you want to do or do less of what you're doing, okay? So the message is sent in these two ways. And it simply acts inside the synapses. So we have our neurons, inside there is a synapses, there are receptors. So the message is exchanged with chemical, okay? One of them is dopamine. For sure you heard about dopamine. If you didn't, don't worry. It's simply a neurochemical that is part of the brain reward system. So you do an action, the dopamine squirts inside the synapses, the receptor receives it, and they simply say like, you're doing great, like you feel good, okay? So it makes you feel good. An example, daily life, if you receive a message from somebody, what you do, you have that rush of like need to be knowing who was that person, okay? That is simply a little squirt of dopamine, because there is something like a little bit novelty, because it's something new, you don't know who is it, so the curiosity sparkle, and with that also dopamine. On the other side, what happens in our brains is that we have neurochemical from a side, on the other side we have neuroelectricity, so both goes together. So electric signal is like just on one side, do more of what you're doing. So electricity practically pours into the neuron, then the next one, and then the next one, and then the next one. The more you do this thing, the more you create a connection, okay? So imagine it simply like a simple water wheel. The first neuron is being fired, and then the next one, and then the next one, and then there is practically the water flow. What is important about this is that once you understand this concept of doing the things more and more and more and more, not only the chemical helps you because it kind of reward you doing that specific action. So imagine yourself, if right now you're not very willing to do the work, you just need to understand, okay, how can I bring more dopamine? And we're going to talk about this in the future lessons. More dopamine towards my system so I can be much more motivated, use what I already have inside my body to be motivated. Once again, if you reach the message, no matter who you are still going to receive that squirt of dopamine, okay? So use in the same way you can use it for your work, but there has to be some sort of protocols in order to do this. And the main important part here is that it's going to be connected also later with curiosity. The more you practice this stuff, the more you get that connection, the more the message gets fired in the next neuron. To make an example about this, if you think about the taxi driver in London, in order to pass the exam and become a taxi driver, they need to know exactly the whole map of the whole city. So they made later on scan into the brains of these taxi drivers, and they understood that there is neuroplasticity. So practically a part of the brain, the hippocampus area, that is for the learning and memory, became bigger. Okay, because it simply created more connection. Okay, there is more neural connection. So in that case, we can see it's like they became sort of more intelligent. Okay, so the same thing we're trying to do here. The more you repeat not just this information, but the correct thing that brings you to the goal, the best, okay? Because you're just simply firing a connection between a neuron to another. And that's how repetition makes you, okay? So very simply, then there is neuroanatomy and network. We're going to talk about this later in the next whole module. So this module is just about motivation. If you want, just stop the video, check a little bit this part. It's more important for later though. Okay, so the important part here is that we have different neurochemicals, okay? And you can do the same also here. You can just simply stop the screen and just look at them. The main, most important that we're going to look at is going to be dopamine, norepinephrine. These are the two that we are going to use the most, okay? So dopamine, once again, is just simply the brain reward system. So it's important to understand that it's something that every time we do a specific action, it gives us a reward. So it's important for motivation, okay? So then I'm gonna also show you a little bit this. If you're gonna, this is a little bit technical, so I don't want to bore you with too much stuff. So once again, if you're curious, you have all the information here. You can just stop the video and just go through them. If you have any question, you can always contact. So let's proceed with our curiosity. So once again, as I was saying before here, the more we play with the intersection, the more curiosity we put, and the more neurochemical we can have, because there is more novelty, there is more stuff. We start to feel a little bit more intrigued by everything. So what we do with these 25 things that we just wrote, if you didn't write them, pause the video now, write them down. Don't continue the lesson until you wrote them down. Please, don't be like average. We are here to become extraordinary. We are here to become the momentum builders that we are changing completely our structure, okay? So search for the intersection at this point. You wrote them down, you have them in front of you. And let's say, for example, you like watchmaking, okay? And at the same time, you like online marketing and more about marketing email for watchmakers, okay? So you can start to implement the stuff that you have put down and you wrote down, and you can create a sort of like intersection between them. And that's how you create later on passion. So imagine this. Let's look a little bit closer about dopamine. Dopamine is simply a very powerful neurotransmitter. As we've seen, it's a neurochemical neurotransmitter. I can call it one way or the other. That is significantly increased focus and attention. So once again, it's going to be very extremely important to study more about dopamine. There's going to be a lot of session regarding dopamine when we're going to go through focus, flow state, deep work, and everything that is about like burnout. Also, it's very important, dopamine and many other functions, because it highlights highly concentrated mental states. So this increased focus leads to excitement and engagement. So once again, dopamine, it's created inside the brain. It gets us that excitement, increase the focus, increase the attention, and it leads us to excitement and engagement. And that is why it becomes easy to get into that flow state. If you're not familiar with flow state, I advise you to read Mihaly Csikszentmihalyi Flow State. It's a very wonderful book. There are a lot of concepts also from Mihaly Csikszentmihalyi theory or simply deep work, because it's very important that when you work well, you work with focus, and you are in the things that you're doing and not all over the places. But it's very important the use of dopamine in this case, because when we use dopamine, we are excited. If you're curious, we're working with something that we're curious about. We are curious about what we are doing. Then I can get much more into focus. Imagine a flow state is simply when you achieve the full concentration, when you merge the action and awareness. So you don't understand how much time it passed. It could pass a lot of time. It passed maybe few time. So you're finding yourself with the loss of self. So like you don't recognize who you are. You don't think consciously. You're just doing the action. Okay, that is kind of in a nutshell what is a flow state. We're gonna talk a lot about it later. But this is simply something that can help you to understand very well what I'm talking about. So dopamine also optimizes signal-to-noise ratio in the brain. So it practically reduces all the distraction and is searching for pattern recognition. Pattern recognition is simply like what happened in the past that can be very similar also now. I can apply to it and I can reach the goal, okay? And also creates feedback loop. So every time you do something, it creates this feedback loop. An example, when you're working for puzzle or playing Sudoku, small dopamine releases occur with each step forward, reinforcing progress. Because each time you put down a piece of the puzzle, there is a squirt of dopamine because it helps you to understand, oh, yeah, pattern recognition, it's the correct one, squirt of dopamine. Okay, so there is that brain reward system. So this process explains why one idea often also leads to another. So if you're in that loop of like being creative, you're thinking a lot, this is going to help you to get other ideas and more and more and more, okay? Because as dopamine continues fuels the feedback loop. Once again, it continues to do this specific thing. Additionally, dopamine induces feelings of great pleasure, so you feel good. Once again, it's the brain reward system. And cocaine, to make an example regarding drug, that is one of the most addictive drugs, works by flooding the brain with large amount of dopamine. So it highlights the neurotransmitters' role in addiction, okay? So very similar to cocaine, so you can understand how powerful can be dopamine. We have it already inside our brain. We just need to understand how to use it, and I'm gonna give you exactly the whole protocol how to use dopamine later on. It's a little bit more advanced, okay? So furthermore, dopamine enhances memory by marking experience as significant, and the good thing about this is that it kind of like label them save it for later. So the good thing about dopamine is that when you do an action and you're full and filled of dopamine, you're also gonna have much more memory and learning, okay? Because you learn so much faster when you're in focus, okay? And one of the things that they often say, when you read faster, for example, at first it looks like counterintuitive, but when you try to do that, because you're much more in focus, and it's for sure a reason also behind the neurochemicals that we're talking about, you can understand much better because you delete all the distraction that you have in your mind that is going to be called, we're going to see later, cognitive load. I'm just going to introduce some terminology here and there. Don't worry about the whole definition. More you continue, more you proceed, the more you're going to understand, and the more it's going to be illuminating, and the more dopamine at the same time you're going to have, because everything is going to feel like a puzzle, okay? So very important, dopamine, and it's important that you do this step by step as I'm showing it to you here, okay? So next step. When you have your list down, once again, 25 things, you played with the intersection, you start to understand, I'm very curious about this, but also connecting to this. Doing so, we are stacking up curiosity above curiosity. So we use biology, okay? So dopamine, feedback loop, and more to do the heavy lifting for us. So you will work harder because you're able to work harder, but you won't notice the work, okay? One of the common feeling, in fact, of flow, of like being in deep work or flow state, is doing things effortlessly. So you start to work much longer and you're not even aware of it because you're enjoying what you're doing, because you stacked up all the puzzle, all the pieces that you need, and therefore you pursue towards the direction of working much more without even being aware of it, okay? And that is awesome. Trust me, it's awesome, because I passed through in the past of working on stuff that I didn't enjoy at all. I just found myself in that situation because I thought I could be making money, but I was hating the shit out of it. Sorry for the terminology, but it's true. And probably you find yourself too in that situation of like, you need to work so much into those things of like, you're weak and you're not very good at that thing, but you need to be doing it because you're finding yourself being the founder, being the small business owner, or the coach or consultant, and you're wearing too many hats. We're going to understand exactly how to delegate later on and give that thing to somebody else so you don't lose your day, you don't lose your momentum, okay? So once again, you're not only you will work harder and effortlessly, but also smarter, okay? You're going to have an advantage of pattern recognition, attention, and better learning. Putting together all of this information that I'm going to give you step by step, you're going to go so much further than any other part of the competition that you have around you, okay? So if you have friends, invite them here now, because you, with the people that you have around, can level up in a level that you will never imagine with these informations, okay? So this was about curiosity. Next step, you're going to go to passion. Once again, I don't want to do lesson too long, so I'm going to see you in the next one. Perfect. After we've seen everything around curiosity, the next step is going to be passion. We already kind of like talk a little bit about passion with curiosity once we stack up some stuff that kind of creates passion. So passion is simply like an intense enthusiasm and excitement for an activity. So being curious about that activity, you're bringing passion because you're putting together and you're stacking up curiosity above curiosity. And at the same time, if you give meaning, so the pursuit of activity that aligns with your personal value, then you're going towards the direction that you want. Very, very important to have meaning and that the stuff that you're doing connect with your personal value, because this is going to be a very important topic for later on regarding burnout. When people are burnout, when people are heavy and overloaded by information and overwhelmed, most of the time it's not just the workload. It's not just how many hours you work. Many people think wrongly that the only reason why you are burnout is simply because you get a lot of hours, you're working a lot, so on and so forth. But it's not true. There are actually six triggers for burnout. We're going to see them much later on in the course. But one of them is very, very important that you align your work with your personal value. Because otherwise, if you start to work toward the direction, and this happens to me in the past, where I had a partner that we completely had absolutely different value. He was cheating on his girlfriend. He was doing drug. Not for me. Didn't like that. I couldn't find myself with the way how he was proceeding. And therefore, I had to close the company, okay? The company was going great. We're doing around 30K revenue a month. So it wasn't bad for a 5-6 month company. But the problem is that when the personal value doesn't align with what you're doing, very, very difficult to proceed, okay? So regarding passion, now that we have curiosity, you need to start to play with intersection. So you have your list, you created the intersections, you need to start to play with them. How do you play with them? 30 minutes a day listening a podcast. Just start small, okay? Watch videos, read article, book, or else. Once again, remember, this is going to be easy. And this is the main important thing. If you find yourself like, oh, I need to watch and listen to that 30 minutes, that means that you did the exercise completely wrong, okay? Once again, you need to think like you're watching your favorite TV series, okay? You don't need motivation to go and sit on the couch and watch that. At the same time, you don't need any kind of push. Actually, you need to push yourself to stay restricted in those 30 minutes, okay? Because you would want to do more. You would want to stay an hour, 2 hours watching, doing, or whatever, okay? Testing that thing. But give it a little bit of time on a daily basis, okay? So this will create that feedback loop of pattern recognition. You start to understand where you're going, okay? So when we are curious, we are not only forcing the brain to make new discoveries, there is no pressure and therefore less stress. So you don't find yourself of like, oh my God, I need to do that. And that creates you cortisol because you don't want to do it. So the hormone of stress. And then you feel stressed and then you feel overwhelmed. Then you procrastinate the thing. No, here, doing what you're curious about and creating this passion. You just want to pass the time doing that specific thing, okay? So this is going to maybe start to question a lot of stuff that you're doing right now. I don't want to create you too much confusion. Later on, it's going to be much more easy to understand the direction for you. But generally, this is an eye-opening moment, probably, because you start to understand, like, am I really doing the things that I want to do? And I don't want to be the one that breaks everything, but sometimes you need to question this for the long run. And it's much easier to sometimes like reframe a little bit the stuff. You don't need to change complete industry sometimes. You just need to align a little bit better with what you would like to, okay? So you could be doing the same thing, but on a different angle, okay? So once again, there is no pressure here, and this will help us create passion. What it's better to do to create passion is understand and pay attention to everything that is about history, about that specific stuff, and the technical language. This is not a must, but I think it's a bit easy to do this because history is simply narrative. So how our brain works is like always cause and effect. So it's always searching for pattern recognition once again. So once the brain practically constructs the narrative, it lights up because it loves to follow the story. It loves to follow like this happened and then that thing happened and so on and so forth. Imagine even I have this idea of like having a short content video. I know I'm a little bit digressing, but it's to make you understand. When you are very good at creating a short video content online, it's because you're always creating a little story with like problems. So for example, I took this from a very famous YouTuber, forgot her name, but practically she was saying like, if I need to say I went out, but I forgot, it was raining, but I forgot umbrella, so I returned back to home and I took the umbrella, but I noticed that it was broken, so I had to go out and find a shop very, very quickly, and I was soaked, and I went to the shop, but I didn't have the, okay, so you got the thing. So it's a story with a but, and therefore the story changes. That creates you the narrative, that creates you the idea of going and the pattern recognition, okay? So that is history of the subject. So if you go through that, it's easier to understand a little bit better about the subject. The other one is simply a technical language, because the technical language sometimes it tells you more. An example here, as you can read, human and Homo sapiens, it tells you that wise apes, so it's just an understanding a little bit more of the thing that you're looking for, okay? So history, a language of the subject, helps you conversate with others about ideas, because the next step that we're gonna do here is that we need to go public, okay? So most probably you're here, you're already, I would say public, probably you have a YouTube channel, you have an Instagram page, whatever you have, or a website, probably already public with what you do. Try to do even more, okay? Try to talk more to a stranger. Try to talk to the people around you about a new idea, a new product, a new launch, or something else, okay? Because this helps a lot to sparkle up that part of the brain that helps you to use the neurochemicals. Because go public and talk about your ideas, sparkle risk, okay? And risk gets you more focus, gets you more interaction with other. There is also oxytocin, as you can see here. Oxytocin is simply it's called also the love hormone or the love neurochemical, because it's the connection part that you create. So start easy, talk to a stranger, talk to a friend again and again, but don't read something and go public, okay? Comes up with your own ideas, something of yours. What I mean by this is that what you should be doing is not just simply, I just read something, let me just throw it to everybody else. No, read something, read again, read something else about the subject, read an antithesis about what you just read. So what I like always to do is read the thesis. Sorry for my the way how I write, and on the other side, antithesis, okay? So what I mean by this is that you get one version and then you get the other version. One is positive, one is negative about the subject. What I like about this is that you start to create your own idea. Because if you just read one person, you just think like, yeah, it looks right to me. But on the other side, if you if you listen on the other side, it gives you also a kind of like a correct thesis about his part, okay, that something is negative, okay? So you start to relate the two, and you start to understand, am I more this or am I more this other, okay? And therefore you create your own ideas, and then you can go outside in the world and just go public, talk about this, okay? So hopefully this was helpful. This is about passion. We just seen curiosity, passion, meaning. The next ones are going to be the much bigger than the most important. Everything around purpose, autonomy, and mastery. Okay, I'm super excited for this. This is going to be purpose. So the drive to achieve long-term goals and significant goals. This is very important. So we just stacked up everything that was around curiosity, and then we passed through everything that is passion. So we're starting to use our curiosity and everything that is like, I'm curious about this, but I'm curious also about this. They kind of connect together. Oh, let me start to learn more about that specific topic. Be specific and not just like a little bit all over the places, okay? Because it's very, very important to then create the next one, that is purpose. Before going to purpose, the main important thing that I want to give you here is that curiosity, passion, and meaning, these are selfish experience. Okay, what I mean by that is that if you need to burn more the fire, okay, you need to tackle purpose and you need for other people. What I mean by this is that if you want to create a bigger fire, as we can see here, these are sparkle, it starts to create a little bit of a more important fire. But if you want to really burn the fire, you need to go out there and work with other people. You need to have a team. You need to have other followers, other people that gets your idea and creates a sort of like a movement. Some people say create a cult. Of course, it's a little bit dramatic saying it like that, but you understand the concept, okay? You need to have that purpose, and we're going to talk about specifically how to work it and how to use it. But it's important to understand that you're passing from a selfish experience, such as curiosity and passion, to a more broader experience. You're putting yourself towards other, okay? So now we have passion. Purpose takes all the motivation and energy found in passion and give it more fuel, okay? Neurobiologically, purpose alters the brain. It completely changes the structure. So it decreases the activity in the amygdala, so you have less stress. The amygdala is simply a little part, nutty part inside the brain. It's in the reptile brain, so we still have this part where whenever we are facing something that is new, something that is risky, we kind of flight or flee kind of situation. That's the amygdala, okay? So it decreases the volume of the medial temporal cortex. So it alters way of the brain because it filters the incoming information, okay? And increase the volume of the right insular cortex that protects against depression and correlate with significant number of well-being measures. So very, very interesting, because having a purpose in life practically impact our long-term health. Amazing, isn't it? Because just having a purpose, just having something that you're thriving for, something that you're fighting for, it lowers practically the incidences of stroke, dementia, cardiovascular disease, okay? Because it boosts your motivation, productivity, resilience, and focus. Most probably, it's because when you have a purpose, you feel so much less the stress, you feel so much less the anxiety from others, the boredom, you have much more of a sense of life. So absolutely essential, in my opinion, to put as much as much fuel and as much gas on this fire to lighten as much as possible your purpose, okay? So we shift the focus once again from a selfish passion, so it's an internal focus, and we put it into others, so it's an external focus. So purpose guards against obsessive self-rumination, so when you start to think a lot about yourself and stuff, which is one of the root of causes of anxiety and depression, okay? So once again, we are putting ourselves in front of the world to put our idea and create that movement practically. Okay, so forces you to look outside yourself, and purpose protects you from yourself. Very, very important. Read this phrase very well. Purpose protects you from yourself, because most of the stuff that you're doing, most of the stuff that we tend to do, such as a mistake, such as a decision, quite often comes from emotions, okay? And this emotion comes just and only because we thought in a wrong way, okay? Having a purpose kind of like dictate the direction. So it's much easier to just stay with purpose, to have a much better decision. Okay, so how does it work? Purpose decrease the activity of the default mode network. So the default mode network is simply called DMN. The DMN practically is the part when you start to daydream, when you start to, as I can say here, brain network in charge of rumination. So it's mostly like when you daydream, when you are all over the places with your head, okay? And increase the activity of the executive attention network. It's another part of combination of part of the brain that is called executive attention network, which is the network that govern external focus. So I'm putting the focus on other people, okay? Because purpose attracts outside assistance, okay? We are inspiring others to our cause. Social supports provide more neurochemistry, therefore more intrinsic motivators. So we are stacking up the whole group, the whole part that is helping us to achieve the level, to achieve the direction that we want to, in order to pursue and create that roots, okay? We are creating the roots in this moment of that specific tree that we saw in the beginning, okay? And it's very important that you need to attract others to your purpose, okay? Because with that, with those people, you can have a mission, okay? So this was everything about purpose. I hope this was helpful. The last two are going to be even more important. See you in the next one. And we start with Daniel Radcliffe regarding autonomy. I chose Daniel Radcliffe simply because won an Emmy, I think this year, this year. And one of his phrases was, "I'm immensely grateful the Harry Potter films give me the money to have immense freedom career-wise." Because when you have freedom, when you have autonomy, it's a very powerful intrinsic motivator that helps you to get to the path you want, okay? Doesn't have to be forcefully money. It just simply could be autonomy in time. As we're going to see in a second, some very, very big company use autonomy to get insane result and insane stuff. Company that you use every day. So this is gonna make a bonfire, okay? Autonomy and mastery are the two pillars of all the intrinsic motivators. And once again, you achieve them just and only if you have all the other part in place. Curiosity, the meaning, the passion, and also purpose, okay? So autonomy, the desire for freedom to pursue passion and purpose. So I have the freedom to do what I do like, okay? And when pressured into action, people routinely look for shortcuts. So when you find yourself, and you can read the story of Enroll, it's very interesting because they simply went through shortcuts to get a very bad result in the end. But anyway, the problem here is this, that if you find yourself in a situation where you stack up stuff, but in a very simplistic way, and very simple, very easy, just simply because you wanted to make as much money as possible in the shortest amount possible, most probably you burn a lot of steps, okay? So you need to recognize that in order to have this autonomy, you need to not be pressured towards action, and you need to take the things with the correct timing, okay? So very, very important to have autonomy because it helps you to pursue the goal in a much easier way, much more linear, and you don't burn the steps, okay? So tapping into autonomy means that we are doing what we are doing because of interest and enjoyment, because it aligns with our core belief and values. We're not doing that specific thing because simply we saw somebody else that was doing great with it. We love what we do. We like it. There is always going to be a day no. I'm not saying that every day is perfect and we are the Teletubbies. No. What I'm trying to say here is that everything gets easier. You're going to work harder still. You're going to pass through days that are difficult, but it's much easier to pass those days when you have the full stack of intrinsic motivators on your side. And not only that, I'm going to give you also strength. I'm going to give you exactly how to pursue goals, to have everything aligned each day, and then finally grit to pass towards those difficult moments, okay? So absolutely, the full pack can give you a crazy result, but trust me, there's always going to be days where stuff are a little bit heavy, but it's just a skill. Okay, it's just a skill of like stop to doing up and down. So you're not gonna continue to do this, but we're gonna create a sort of like an up and down in this way. So it's gonna be a steady up and down curve. Okay, so in other words, the seeking system, let me have a word about the seeking system. So we have different systems. I just placed them here. Very quickly, we have a system for fear, system for anger, system for grief, care and nature, play, social, and seeking and desire. These are simply networks. So these are part of the brain that align and they work together and give us this sort of system. What I mean by seeking system is like, it's an important role practically in Drive. It's the reward system. We already talked about this. Once again, you can just simply read all of this. I kind of went through this part. And on the other side, we have the engagement, sort of like the play, social, kid. This was helpful when we were kids. We were much easier to do stuff when we were kids. We just went through them and we had a lot of neurochemical working on our side, because playing with what you like to do is an enjoyment. So you activate the parts of the brain that helps you to do that thing. Okay, so hope that was helpful to understand the next part. So I was here. So the seeking system practically likes to be charge of exactly what kinds of resources it's seeking. So we need always to understand what am I aiming at, and therefore I'm going there. Okay, so the process needs to be curiosity, then we have the passion, then we have the purpose, and this establishes interest and enjoyment via curiosity, passion, and then cements core beliefs and values via purpose. Therefore, the foundation to install autonomy. The foundation, once again, it's step by step, okay? Curiosity, passion, and then we have our own autonomy. What is the benefit, though, of autonomy, you may ask? Glad you asked. Autonomy turns us into more effective version of ourselves. If you have time, if we are doing what we like, I'm much more effective. There is nothing to deal with it, okay? It's just like that. Autonomy increases not only drive, but also you're more focused, you're more productive, you're more optimistic, you're more resilient, you're creative, you're healthy. And optimistic is a very big word, because if you ever read Learned Optimism from Martin Seligman, for example, very interesting book that I think kind of Martin Seligman created probably the specific work that then, forgot her name, created the fixed mindset and the growth mindset girl, psychologist. Because when somebody is optimistic, it's much easier to pursue towards the difficult part. So they, very quick experiment. I know I'm digressing a little bit, but it's going to help you also this. Very quick experiment. At the time, they were doing the experiment with the dogs when it was still allowed. Horrible thing, but unfortunately they were doing that. Dogs in a cage were given shock randomly, and other dogs were given shock just in a specific place, and other dogs, no shock. Okay, so no shock dog, no problem, live their life, happy and anything. The middle dog knew that if he was going to that specific place, so dog 1, we are going to put it here, dog 2, this is space, okay, and then dog 3, it's random, okay. So what was happening is that dog 2 knew that if he was going to this side of the cage, knew that he was getting the shock. So he was never going there. No problem, okay? Dog 3 instead, unfortunately, they were giving shock to this dog here, and then here, and then here. And then the dog was understanding, okay, if I stay up and I don't sit down, I don't get the shock. But then they were giving it the shock also there, and then also here, and then also here. So the dog created this sort of like helplessness symptom, okay? So whatever was happening in his life, he wasn't escaping it. He was just getting the shock. What I mean by that is that when they opened the gates for the dogs, this escaped. This understood that they just needed to jump this part in order to escape. And these others, they left it open, but they didn't escape, because they surrendered their life towards the situation of like, I'm done. Okay, so if you're in that situation, you need to understand that you can always do something. And by the way, they created also this in human, not with shock, but simply with noises. And a 6 out of 10, if I'm not mistaken, or 8 out of 10, I need to remember the research, they became helplessness. Okay, so they just let themselves stay with the noise. Okay, they didn't change anything. So the important part here is that having the autonomy, increase the optimistic part, because when you have your time to enjoy the stuff that you like to be doing and you like to have fun with them, then you're much more optimistic. And can you imagine, like, if you could just be 5% more optimistic towards the stuff that you're doing and the stuff that you're risking in your job, in your business, how much of a better result you would have from them, because you would be so much more resilient and not finding yourself in that situation of like, oh, I'm failing, oh, I'm not going well, oh, the others are so successful, and so on and so forth. No, you would be optimistic, you would push towards those barriers and pursue towards that direction. I hope that was helpful. So to finish, how much autonomy we need? Okay, so Google, very important company, I guess, transformed 15% of 3M. And if you want to get 3M is simply you for sure know about it. It's the tape. They created a Post-it, so on and so forth. An interesting part about the Post-it, it was them with the autonomy. The 3M practically created at first a 15%. The people inside 3M, they could get 15% of their time and just do project on their own and blah, blah. What they created, the Post-it in 1974, thanks to autonomy. On the other side, Google transformed practically this 15% in 20%. So people, they could just go and create their own stuff. And what they created, Google Maps, AdSense, Gmail, Google News, Google Earth, Gmail Apps. And most probably you heard of many of these, okay? Look how powerful is one of these intrinsic motivators. If you can just align your stack, your passion, your curiosity, your purpose to derive everything to your autonomy, how powerful is this? If you could just take part of your time, and if you have employees, let them take their time. And one of the things that the CEO of Patagonia was saying, let my people go surfing. Beautiful phrase. Practically he was giving the employee, no matter what they were doing, in the middle of the meeting or anything, in the middle of a project, they were stopping, go out and surf, return back. Surfing being a high flow activity is very helpful to kind of create that part where you release. So imagine you're in the problem, you get out of the problem, you don't think about the problem at all, you get the excitement, you return back, you fix the problem. Okay, so that helps a lot to get people inside the company, yourself as a founder, to reach a potential where you're so much better. You're solving problem in an easier way. You're much more creative, and that's coming just from autonomy. Okay, so just a quick overview about something that we're gonna see later. I'm just simply talking about this part. So once again, I don't want to spoiler you so much, but every time you're struggling, you have a problem, then there's going to be a release phase before you pass through flow. Okay, so next is going to be let's return back. I'm all over the places right now. Okay, so we are here. Next one is going to be, of course, mastery. Very, very interesting. See you in the next lesson. Awesome. So to conclude our intrinsic motivators study, the next one is going to be mastery. Of course, Robert Greene, awesome author. He wrote about mastery. Just take the book because it's an awesome book. It just literally tells you everything that you need to know and understand how to create and become a master about something. So it's simply the desire to get better at what we do. Okay, if we like what we do, we just continue to wanting to become better at it. Okay, why is this necessary? Because mastery helps human to stack little victory atop little victory atop little victory. Okay, so if you remember, also dopamine was doing exactly the same. There is that feedback loop that the more you do a specific thing, the more you get the reward. Okay, you do an action, you do a big action, you take risk. What our body creates, dopamine, and with dopamine creates reward. You feel good, okay? You feel more optimistic, you feel more energized, you learn more, okay? So very awesome thing to use, mastery, because when you're moving towards becoming much better at something, you're feeling great. Because once again, you have that feedback loop of victory atop victory, okay? What is the role of dopamine? Is once again, brain reward system. We already talked about this. That is encouraging us to act. So the neurochemical arrive right before taking the risk to encourage our risk taking, and therefore exploration, and innovation. Imagine the people back then that they were in the caves, they needed to go out and search for food. The only thing that pushed them and dragged them out was probably dopamine, okay, the rush and the norepinephrine to go out there and discover, okay, the innovation and exploration. So when we work towards okay, towards an important goal, we are pursuing mastery. Dopamine level spike, okay, and the feedback loop of dopamine. So we create that feedback loop that every time we then do that action, hard work, we have that rush of dopamine. So we are starting literally to step inside something very, very interesting. Sometimes working hard is not as hard as you think, because it could be a little bit more effortless than maybe you've done until now. But at the same time, it gives you that rush of dopamine. And that's why high entrepreneur, they love working. They love continuing to work and make money, being a 75, 80 years old, 90 years old, and still continue to grind every day and make money, because it's a game. It's a drug. It's a part of the reward system. The dopamine is the same of cocaine. It's a drug also for work. But personally, don't know about you, I much prefer to work than do cocaine, okay? Simply, autonomy, emotionally, practically, this series feels like a momentum. So you create that momentum. You're creating an expanding, a rippling momentum of victory. So the best of all of this is flow, okay? The best process for achieving all of this is going to be flow. There's going to be flow trigger. I'm going to talk about them very, very quickly right now, actually. So flow triggers are simply this. When you want to be triggered about something and you need to get into that flow state, there are different triggers. Don't worry, we're going to talk about them much later on. You have here, I'm not going to go through all of them, but you simply have external trigger. Let me tell you some of them. Risk, of course, very, very interesting. So when you're embracing a challenge or an uncertainty, that stimulates your focus, of course. You're becoming much, much sharper, okay? Novelty, when something is new. So imagine going outside in a cafe shop. Sometimes people read there. Why? Because it's novelty. It's a different environment, okay? And that sharpens their focus and they can read better. Of course, unless there is too much noise or too much stuff going on, okay? Others are internal. We just seen most of them. We're going to talk a lot about others, such as immediate feedback, clear goals, challenge skill ratio. Then there is also others, such as creative. When you have creativity, that's a flow trigger. Others are group flow. So if you work in a team, you can absolutely share this, because there are shared goals and share sort of like passion and participation, and that helps with flow. A bonus is like spite. So you can practically using determination to prove others wrong as a motivator. This is helpful in terms of anger sort of thing, because when you need to prove others, this is kind of a bonus because it's not really a flow trigger. They're still discovering them, by the way, but I think it's still helpful. I think it's still part of them, and I truly believe that anger can really push you to much better results. So this was the collection between the whole intrinsic motivators. Very, very interesting. I hope that was helpful. If you start to play with them, most probably, and you work towards them, you're going to have amazing results. Really, really amazing. I'm 100% sure of it. Take your time with autonomy. Take out 20, 30% of your time and just push it towards stuff that you want to be creative at. So if you're a coach, a consultant, a small business owner, or a big business owner, you just sold a company for 10 million, because I know there's going to be people in this group that also done that. Very, very important that you still take part of your time and get that creativity going on. What can you do? What can you do better? Okay. What would you like to do more? Okay. And that, who knows, maybe that specific second product is going to make you millions, okay? If not deca millions, okay? And I hope it for you, okay? So next is going to be very interesting about strengths. So I will see you in the next lesson. Hey, awesome lesson. Very, very quick, as you can see. I just want to return back to talk a little bit more about the flow triggers. We saw them last time in the last video by the end. We saw internal triggers, external triggers. Some of them you already encountered them. Others we're going to encounter them later in the course. In this lesson, I just want to talk a little bit more about why these triggers are important. So if you remember, flow, follow, focus. So flow, the state where you feel your best, you act like it's the best, like you're at your peak performance. So the state can only arise when all of our attention is directed at the present moment. If it's not, then most probably it's because you're distracted, you have too many things to think about, you're maybe overwhelmed, burnout. We're gonna see all of this stuff. So it's gonna be awesome because once you finish everything, and this course that you're having right now for free here, you're gonna find yourself completely focused, completely at the possibility to just simply be in focus and do the stuff that you need to be doing in order to achieve the result that you want to achieve. Okay, so once again, that's what all the triggers does. So if you remember last time, we just skimmed through them. So every trigger that you see here, such as passion, autonomy, we saw a lot, clear goals, the challenge skill ratio, creativity, each one of these help you to stay in focus. Okay, so drive your attention. So there are 22 for now. Now, neurobiologically, this is why drive, so everything that we saw around here, so if you remember, this is everything that we've seen, external, internal triggers, extrinsic motivator, intrinsic motivators, everything that it was around intrinsic motivator, curiosity, passion, etc. Then now, what I want to talk about very, very quickly, it's the three ways neurobiologically we can drive attention. So the three ways are the following. You can lower cognitive load. So cognitive load is simply how much kind of information do you have in your brain. The lower, of course, the more you can put attention. Then with norepinephrine or dopamine, or with both. So with dopamine and at the same time norepinephrine. These are the three ways how you can drive attention with what you're doing, okay? So the good stuff about this is that 5 intrinsic motivator, curiosity, passion, purpose, autonomy, and mastery, they're all inside here, okay? Because from an evolutionary perspective, this is no surprise. Drive helps us obtain resources, and the greatest exchange of obtaining those resources if we have a plan for chasing them. Curiosity, passion, purpose. So we need to have a goal, a direction, something that gives us curiosity, passion, and purpose, and the freedom to chase them, so autonomy, and the skill required for the chase, mastery. So as you can see, it's all stacking up and piling up towards the direction of getting attention, of getting things done, of getting into flow state, okay? So when we are curious, passionate, and purposeful, cognitive load lightens and dopamine and norepinephrine flow into our system. So the same with autonomy, but not mastery, because to obtain mastery, we need a correct challenge skill balance. And what I said here is stretch but not snap. We're gonna talk about this challenge skill balance. For now, just understand that the more the challenge is high and you don't have so much skill, that gets you kind of anxiety. Because if you think the challenge is very, very difficult, you're not very able to do it, and compared to, for example, your skill, and therefore you feel very uncomfortable. On the other side, if the skill is very high, but the challenge is not so high, then you feel bored. So we're gonna understand exactly each action that you're gonna do each day, where it stays inside a chart. Okay, it's going to be super simple to understand how to stay in that perfect focus flow state. Okay, so once again, the important part here that I want to give you is that if you're curious, passionate, and purposeful, then the cognitive load lightens. Okay, so you don't have to think about so much external part of your life, because think about it. When you're enjoying your TV series right now, probably, you don't have to think about external life. You just relax, watch your stuff, and yeah, you enjoy it, right? And the same thing goes for something that you're very curious about. You don't start to think about external stuff, so the cognitive load reduces, okay? And therefore, dopamine and norepinephrine is in your system, and the same with autonomy. And then you can follow focus, you can follow attention. Okay, if you don't have this stack up correctly, that's the reason why you cannot focus so well. Okay, so let me make you an example. I know it's a big example, but it's to drive the point home. I'm a swimmer. I started swimming when I was 7 years old. And as a result, when I go swimming, I make a choice. So that's my autonomy in place, okay? And it's aligned with my passion and purpose. So I'm stacking up the intrinsic motivators. And as a result, just entering the pool will lower my cognitive load. So I will stop to think about other stuff, okay? That produces a little bit of dopamine and also norepinephrine. And if you remember well, how can I drive attention with dopamine or norepinephrine, or maybe both, okay? In my case, I just simply have both. So while I'm not in flow yet, so entering the pool, I don't feel in flow already, okay? So I don't feel in that state of, I forget everything that is around me, I forgot who I am, I forget the time that passed, I know precisely, I'm still very conscious of what's going on. The time that passed, that the cold, the very cold water. So I'm very, very conscious in that moment, okay? Because it's not enough my attention is focused on the task. So I'm not so much focused on the task for now. I need to be doing a task to then feel the flow, okay? So I need to push myself over the top. What I will need to do is something that drives me into the challenge skills sweet spot. As I told you before, I will need something that challenges me enough with enough skill to be in the sweet spot, okay? Because that's very, very important. So, for example, I could swim faster, beat my record. I need something that drives me into the challenge skill sweet spot. So I need to push myself a little bit outside the comfort zone to reach that spot, to reach that focus, because that also gives you more focus. If you remember between the triggers, let's return back there. One of the, for example, external triggers was risk. When you put a little bit of risk, so the excitement of getting a record, getting your best time, getting close to the best position where you were last time, so on and so forth, put you a little bit in risk because you're kind of challenging yourself, okay? So at the same time, that drives attention, okay? Let's return back here to the example. So my brain at this point, so I'm in the pool, okay? I'm not still in focus completely, so I'm getting towards something because there is a passion, there is a purpose. I like swimming, but I'm not yet in flow. So my brain rewards that risk taking. So if I instead push myself, okay, and I get myself to push myself over the top, so I try to get that record, I try to do a very challenging thing, but not too much that creates me anxiety, then my brain rewards me because I'm taking that risk, I'm taking that effort, okay? And that the result is that the brain flooded me with dopamine. So suddenly I have enough neurochemistry in my system to push me into flow. So that is the reason why there are so many entrepreneurs out there that are trying to do stuff, but they're never pushing it themselves too much, and then they'll use risk because they want to stay always in the safe kind of area. The problem of staying safe too much is that you get bored, and therefore you lose the sparkle in your business. You don't want to continue. You don't want to push so much, because even if you push, you say like, yeah, like I already kind of did this. Most of the entrepreneurs, they always search for a goal that is slightly more effective. And sometimes that's not enough to get them motivated, to get them the hunger that they had maybe one time, okay? Because there is not enough neurochemistry to put them into flow, to put them into the focus area, okay? And this works for the daily life, works for entrepreneurs that made millions in the past, and right now they don't know what they want to do, because they're like afraid of taking again the risk that they took in the past. But they need to understand that most probably that little risk more is what it makes them alive. It's what makes them in the game. It's what makes them live their life, okay? And once again, we're here to live better. Flow, the originality of flow and all the theory came actually for a research of like finding happiness. But then they understood that it's not just the happiness that arrives through flow, but it's also the best achievement, because it's the best state that you can be at, that you can perform at your best and feel your best, okay? So the flow state creates another cascade of effect and feel good of neurochemistry. So once again, it's a feedback loop. If I do this enough time, my love for swimming goes up and everything happens automatically. So I'm driving myself, my neurochemical, towards a habit, towards an action that gives me a reward, towards the goal that I want to achieve, okay? Towards something that I like to do. And if I take 20% of my time and I dedicate it to my flow activities, for example, swimming, at this point of my life is running, because I want to run half a marathon, okay? And possibly a marathon in the future. Still not planned, but most probably also a marathon, okay? Maybe you're watching this video already done a marathon, who knows? So I need to be pushing myself through the challenge skill balance and trying to align curiosity, passion, purpose, repeating the dopamine with the dopamine cycle, okay? That's the cycle of becoming extraordinary. That's exactly what we're trying to do here. As an example, it's important to see how intrinsic motivators needs to be aligned one after the other. So I cannot get purpose without curiosity, and I cannot get autonomy if I'm not passionate about something, okay? Because if you lack curiosity, passion, and purpose in your life, there is not going to be a meaning, and life will be anxiety and depression. When you don't have something to aim at, and we're going to see this in the goal, your life is not very, very good, okay? So being disconnected with a purpose, it's a lack of autonomy, like being forced to work that is boring, overwhelming, there is no mastery. So that's why you see a lot of entrepreneurs or a lot of people that come through the employee job, they just choose a random stuff and they're not motivated. They're bored of what they're doing, okay? But by aligning the 5 intrinsic motivators, flow will come quicker. So to understand where to go, we need to look at goals, okay? So we now understood everything that we need to be doing in order to achieve that motivation. But to understand where we need to go, we need to understand goals. But before goals, and that's why there is strength, we need to understand what do we need to be doing each day to work with our strength, to work with what we are good at, to align the intrinsic motivators at the same time. And that's why it's all chronological. See you in the next lesson, we were going to talk about strength. Welcome to this lesson regarding strength. I want to start this phrase with a beautiful phrase from Marcus Buckingham, a very big author regarding strength. So when we know our strength, we're more likely to invest our time and energy in the areas that will have the greatest impact. And that is the phrase that kind of summoned all of this lesson, because a lot of people out there, they're continuing to work and not delegate or not delete all the stuff that they're not very good at. And that brings them to hate their day, hate their actions, and therefore continue to push towards something that they don't like. And that gives you even more anxiety, give you even more burnout effect, because you're overwhelmed towards the stuff that you're doing. And it's not a good decision, because what we're trying to do here as entrepreneurs is always push to a new level. But every time you push towards something that you don't like to do, next time, what do you think you're going to do? Continue to push, or you're going to go all the way down and change direction? And that's why a lot of people change niches, because they don't understand that they need to be working with something that they're good at. And most of the time, something that you're good at, it comes also from what we just seen. Intrinsic motivators. Okay? So, why strength? Having cultivated our 5 intrinsic motivators and align our drive, we are now equipped to achieve big, extraordinary goals. However, before we proceed, it's crucial to identify our strength, because leveraging this strength will make pursuing our goals easier and more effortless. So everybody here is gonna struggle, okay? There is nothing to do about it. We're gonna see it's a phase that we need to be passing from in order to achieve a focus state and solving problem for the business, solving problem for the clients. We need to struggle at first. And that is a part of creativity. It's a part of everything. If you're a writer, you have the struggle phase where you're frustrated. You don't know exactly how to put down the book, what to talk about exactly. You have so many information and you need to chunk them down into little chapters, so on and so forth. Okay, so that works for any kind of business. But the difference here is that if I can leverage what I'm good at, then I can pursue my goals, so the difficult things, in an easier way. Okay? So the process is going to be learning to identify our strengths, what we're best at, and learning how to get even better at them. So it's always an escalation. We are always trying to get better at what we're doing. So prominent psychologists have argued that utilizing our core strengths is one of the best way to enhance happiness, well-being, and the experience of flow. So would you prefer to just go random with your day and maybe continue what you're doing until now and do stuff that you hate and you're not good at, and it's not the thing that you may be good at, that you enjoy? Or would you prefer to understand, okay, what are my strengths exactly, so I can move towards this, I can love more my day, I can feel more happy, and if I feel more happy, most probably I do more action because I like what I do, I feel good, and I can also express better at to my client, and I can give a much better value to my clients. Which one would you prefer? Most probably the second one, right? To work with your strengths. So it's very, very important. And here we're going to understand how to do that. Before that, let's understand psychologically and neurobiologically what happens. So psychologically, identify our strength boosts feelings of autonomy and mastery. We already seen that. So it boosts the possibility to have my autonomy for myself and the mastery to become better, a master at what I do. So these are two very powerful intrinsic motivators. This in turn ramps up the confidence, the focus, the engagement, and this leads to increased learning and flow. So imagine if I can work with my strength that we're going to discover in a sec. This boosts my autonomy and also mastery. So I get even more motivated, and at the same time, I get more confidence. So if I need to talk in a video, if I need to do a YouTube video, a short or something, or some content I need to pitch, I am confident. Okay, I am focused. I have more engagement. Okay, and I lead myself towards learning more. I learn faster. I'm more in flow. Okay. Additionally, as we learn and play with our strength, we further enhance the strength, so we become even better at them. And this creates a positive feedback loop because you always have a reward. Do you remember the dopamine? So you always are kind of like risking yourself to push yourself always a level more. And this is what happens psychologically. Neurobiologically, engaging our strength enhances dopamine production. I just talk about this right now. Getting better in something we are good at release dopamine, which sharpen focus, increase motivation, and help us improve even more areas where we already excel. So as you can see, the stuff are crossing between each other. Sorry for the repetition, but as you've seen in the beginning of the course itself, we talk about repetition. Always better to create that neural connection as much as possible. So, since the concept of training our strength is relatively new in psychology, how can we identify our strength? So there are different ways. There are some free tests. There are some, as you can see here, for example, personality test. I just included it. It's not really a strength. I'm going to talk about it in a sec. Via character, this is what I advise you to do. Just simply write via character and you're going to find the simple website, and I can show you how it looks like. This is the website. You just go here and then you take the survey. Okay. The others are Clifton Strengths. This is paid. If I'm not mistaken, costs around $50. Very awesome way to understand your strengths or simply your own history. I will leave, however, the link in the description, so don't worry about this. So let's talk a little bit about personality tests. This is not super scientific. This is not going to give you incredible outcome, but it's just something very interesting to do because it kind of gives you, okay, what are you in this right moment more towards? Okay, because the personality test kind of gives you a code by the end, ES, NTG, those kind of thing, and it tells you exactly what kind of person you are. And in my case, for example, I'm a logician. It came out, so I tend to plan. And that's why you can see a Miro board probably of 5,000 diagrams, because I like to have everything kind of in a logic way. I have wisdom as a strength. So I'm playing with this stuff. I'm playing with the knowledge because I like to get knowledge. For example, this is one of my strengths. And at the same time, I'm a logician. So I'm trying to every time use tools that are on my strength, with my strengths. Okay. Hope that was helpful, giving you some of my history or some of my stuff. Okay, so this is the stuff that you can do. Once again, personality test. Let me talk a little bit more about this. It's not something that you need to focus on because it's not like super scientific compared to maybe the others, such as the Via Character from Martin Seligman, Clifton, and we're going to talk about your own history. Personality test, I just want to include it there because it's very interesting to see how just simply answering some questions, it kind of give you an idea of who you are. But the important part here is that that's not who you are, okay? That is just your starting point. In 6 months, you could absolutely change yourself and completely change the score if you do it again, okay? That's what I want to give you here. But at the other, so this is more, let's call it, like, goes a little bit up and down, but just give you an idea where you're starting from, and you can work on the other side of the spectrum if you want to become better at those. For example, if you're an introvert, try to be more an extrovert. If you're an extrovert, try to be a little bit more introvert. So you play a little bit with both, okay? The others instead are directly on your strength, okay? What you are good at and what you are more prominent at. So these instead are very important, and you're gonna keep them for yourself, okay? The other way is your own history. So how do you do that? You just find your 5 biggest wins or childhood memories or the energy. What energizes you when you're doing it? So for example, are you energized when you write an article, you write something, okay? There are some people that hate it, me for example, or there are some people that love staying hours and hours and hours of writing. Do you love doing design? I don't like it, for example. There are some people, my girlfriend is an example, love doing that, okay? Love passing hour, creating the design, so on and so forth. So you're gonna find some stuff that you're more energized from, okay? And you're gonna find more ease. So what comes natural, okay, to you. For example, reflect on your 5 biggest achievements that you're the proudest and that you have produced the largest positive impact in your life. An example could be starting your own business, a successful business, launching a small business, okay, and grew into a profitable venture, okay, demonstrating entrepreneurial skill and resilience. The important part here, I'm gonna make you an example here. For example, for me was volunteering abroad, so that's what I've done. I participate in a volunteering program in a developing country, making a significant impact in the community and gaining a profound sense of fulfillment, okay? That is, for example, was a big win for me. Learning a new language, such as English, as you may have noticed, I'm not native. Achieve fluency in a second language, with open up new cultural experience and professional opportunities, such as this, okay? So just stack up some wins and then you relate them to them, and we're gonna understand now how to do that. Break down each one of these achievements, identify the key strength and that contributes to your success. So now the important stuff here is specificity. Because instead of saying like determination, I'm determined because I did X, Y, Z, identify the precise form of determination that led to that success. So for instance, if your achievement was bolstered by a commitment to practice diligently every day, discipline, consistency, okay? That would be more of an insightful description than persistent, okay? Disciplined consistency. So you put together some stuff, be more specific about what you are good at. And then as we are doing for curiosity, you play with intersection. You play with what you're good at. You put them together. So the strength will help you with your goals, as we've seen. Then try to apply each strength once a week. So once you understand them, and you can go once again towards different kind of way. What I suggest you at least go through the Via Character if you don't want to pay the Clifton strength, or at least this or these two. So 1 and 2. This is like the minimum that you can do, and possibly also this. And this is free. This is just fun to do. So I advise you to do it. Okay. What you do once you have the result from your own history, from the Via Character, and maybe from the Clifton, you just use them. You start to play with them at least once a week in a new context that matters, such as with work, with family. For me, I actually started this specific Miro board in the beginning just for myself. Okay, it was just information that I wanted to understand, and I started this Miro board because I understood that if I'm work in a certain specific way, if my strength is that I'm more kind of planning sort of thing, I understood that writing all the time on a notebook is not gonna make my strength, okay? Because I don't like it, okay? I feel it uncomfortable. But instead, when I passed through a Miro, then I started to create this immense flowchart because I was playing with my strength. And I arrived at a point where I had so much information out there that I had to sell it, okay? Because it was very, very helpful, helped me immensely, helped my girlfriend the same. So why don't I help also other? That was simply the question, okay? And that literally was something that I made for myself, and I kept it for myself until the point that it was so big that I had to deliver, okay? So spend 2 to 3 weeks developing each strength. So try to start to take some time apart and that autonomy that we talk about to play with the strength. Over the course of the years, you will discover opportunities where multiple strengths align with your goals. So stuff are gonna connect between each other, okay? This alignment is the ultimate objective. So by leveraging your core strength to the pursuit of your life, so what is your purpose, you will significantly enhance the flow in your life, and this focused approach will propel you towards your goals more efficiently, okay? Other resources, I'll leave you Gallup here also, very interesting regarding all the strength, so you can just simply find them here also. I will leave also this link in the description. So to summarize everything, I know it was a little bit longer this video, but very, very important, work with your strength because it's gonna make your goal more effortless. You need to start to be doing something that you like during the day. It's gonna be much easier for you, but not only that, you will feel also much better. And these are the way how you find your strength. Hope this was helpful. Hey, welcome to this lesson. I'm so excited because this is going to be around the motivation area, probably one of the most powerful lessons, okay? Because this could potentially make you millions, could completely change your life. And I'm so confident saying that because I've seen the result on myself, on other people, just applying these informations. And the reason why I'm so confident is by making you a simple example. Think about being a commander, being a leader of your own little army, okay? So you have your own legion and you go out there and you need to go to war without a plan. How would that be the result? Probably very ugly, right? Because you wouldn't know what to do. You don't have something planned. You don't know exactly how to attack, how to defeat the enemy. And that's exactly the same thing that goes with business. You need to know exactly what you're going to be doing each day, have a very clear list of the direction that you're aiming at. Because otherwise you're simply a boat in the middle of the ocean, not knowing what is the direction, not knowing what is the final destination. And this exact lesson is going to give you chunk by chunk everything that you need to be doing each day from the big goal that you have in your life. And if you still don't have it, I'm going to give it to you. You're going to exactly understand how to reach that specific goal. Okay? So without further ado, let me share my screen and let's start. Before doing that, let's just see very quickly what we've seen until now. So we passed everything between, let me return back. Okay. Everything should be fine. Awesome. So we talk about drive. Then we saw everything about intrinsic motivators. Very, very important. Everything that was around the triggers in flow. Then we seen everything around strength. How important is to, first of all, work with our intrinsic motivators to understand that with curiosity, pile up with everything that is purpose, the passion, the autonomy, the mastery, that gets you in a position of getting into flow. That sparkle that creates the bonfire of everything that moves me towards the direction that I want to go. Strength help you to get to the goal effortlessly because you start to work in a manner that you're at ease, okay? You're much less struggling because you're working with something that you're good at, you like doing it, and you're pursuing to become even better at it. Now, the next lesson is all about goals, as we said, and then there's going to be a lesson about grit. Super important also this. So let's start with goal. So these are the two very interesting books that I read about goals. Of course, as you can see, There are different books about Steven Kotler and Diamantis, simply because I learned a lot through them. So goal. First, I want to start with a beautiful phrase. A goal without a plan is just a wish. So if you want to stop being a entrepreneur or somebody that maybe even made some revenue in the past, or is still making some good revenue, but not as nearly as you would want to be, okay? So if you want to be at a much higher level, then you need to have a very, very big plan. And this lesson is going to give it to you. So goals. Let's start first, before going to the direct path of goals, understand it a little bit more the technical, but a little bit more why we need a goal and why it works well to have a goal and how to chunk it down correctly for our brain. So the brain functions as a prediction engine. Remember this very clearly, because it's going to be helping you to understand a lot of the next passages for the next lessons, okay? So constantly anticipating future events. So it's calculating the energy needed to navigate each situation. So imagine like a brain, like a simple CPU of the brain, okay? So the CPU of the computer is simply the processor, okay? It needs to understand, okay, I have this amount of quantity that I can process. After that, I cannot take it, okay? I get overloaded and I cannot proceed. So the more the CPU has performance, the better it performs, of course. And the only thing that we're doing here is understand how to perform better. So it's kind of like we are trying to upgrade our own CPU, our own brain, understanding how it works. So then we can kind of like hack ourselves and understand perfectly how our biology work. So therefore I move towards the direction that I need to go, okay? So the only thing that the CPU does is like, okay, if I have, let's say, imagining it like a calorie, 10 calories that I need to burn, I need to perfectly understand beforehand, before burning these 10 calories, what does it take to burn those 10 calories? Because I don't want to burn 10 calories. I want to burn possibly 8, maybe 6, okay? So the brain, what it does all the time, if there is something that is in front of him that asks for energy, asks for calorie expenditure, and this could be time. So if you need to do a task that takes time, a task that takes energy because it's physically demanding, then the brain, the only thing that it does is try to predict the future events, okay? Because it doesn't want to spend as much energy as possible. Imagine it like the ancient brain of like 10,000 years ago. The human had to keep as much energy as possible because to prevent possible traumatic events, such as, for example, there is a predator or there is a crisis and I cannot have so much food. The winter is coming, so I need to reduce as much energy as possible. Okay, so the brain predicts in 3 ways. Information acquisition is the first, so I need to acquire information. Pattern recognition, do I have something in the past similar that happened that I can relate to it? And then goal direction, where am I aiming at? Okay, that's exactly the 3 ways how our brain works and try to predict the future events. I hope this is clear. So what we do is that we absorb information, we link it to past experience. So let me have this kind of view so you understand it better. So we absorb information, we link it to past experience, and then we filter this insight, so the first and the second, through our goals to determine our next step. So we have our goal direction. So every decision involves energy expenditure. So every time we make a decision, we go towards a direction, there is an energy expenditure. And that's why most of the time you're stuck. Because you don't want to make that decision. Because naturally the brain is saying, stop, don't spend those energy. It's much better to keep them. Okay, so it's counterintuitive and counter nature, if I can say it like that. And the brain continuously forecasts the precise amount required. Okay, so imagine yourself, you're not lazy. Okay, it's just simply how you are wired. Okay, and the only difference between maybe you right now, that you may be at a certain level of laziness, you know it better. And you want to reach a potential where you're good at what you do because you're continuing, you're consistent, you're becoming better and better every day. You just need to be good at this, okay? And understand this concept first of all. So goals. What goals is something that gives the direction a brain. It gives the brain a direction. You give a pattern, and you give information for the target, you need to reach the target. So you give exactly the brain the formula to reach that specific direction. So at that point, you're not just lost, you're not just lacking, you're not just lazy, because you specifically tell the brain where you need to go. So the brain knows exactly how much energy expenditure does it needs to reach that specific goal. Okay, so why does it matter so much having a goal? Because our consciousness is limited. Because every second the brain receives millions of bits of information. Yet the brain can only handle around 7 bits at once. And the shortest our brain takes to take a set of bits from another is 1/18 of a second. Don't worry about the technical, I'm going to explain everything in a sec. Therefore, around 126 bits of information per second. If one person is talking to me, it's 40 bits. Okay, and if 3 people start talking to me, we are running out of bits. So imagine yourself, again, our CPU, okay, this is our brain. If our brain can take only 126 bits of information, okay, imagine it like a puzzle, okay? There is just 126 pieces of puzzle, okay? And you need that to create the puzzle. If you insert one more, it doesn't take it, okay? It doesn't go inside, it doesn't pass through. Okay, it doesn't create the puzzle. It's another puzzle. It's another thing. Okay, it gets discharged. Okay, from the puzzle itself. The same thing goes for the brain. Okay, you have a limited amount of information that you can take per second. Okay, and that's it. Finito. Okay, and the same thing goes. For example, even when we see. Okay, our possibility of sight is actually much higher. So we receive so much more information through the eyes itself. But the brain can process just a limited amount of information. Millions and millions of information pass through the eyes, but just a part of it, billions actually, arise through the eyes, but just a part of some millions are received to the brain, okay? Because it needs to filter down this information. Otherwise, there is too much information to take in, okay? So the same thing goes here. If one person is talking to me, now you listening to me, and if you're focused on me, it's 40 bits of information. Okay, so you're focused on me. But if somebody next to you starts to talk to you, you start already to be a little bit too much. Okay, because you have information that it cannot be processed. Okay, so the problem is casual conversation is no big deal for the brain. Okay, it's more focused on things that scares us. Survival instinct, anything that could threaten survival gets our attention. Because imagine if I'm talking to you right now and you're focused on me, and all of a sudden next to you there is somebody screaming, you're not going to listen to me any more millisecond. Okay, you suddenly turn to the person that just screamed, and that's all of your attention. You don't get your focus on me anymore. I can continue to talk in this moment, and if somebody just screamed, your attention is completely deviated. Why? Because you have a survival instinct. That's what gets you the attention. But what else matters for survival? Because if our brain works as a survival instinct mechanism, then our goal and anything that helps us to reach them, that is the other thing. So fear and goal are the basic building blocks of our reality. So if fear is what builds you, it's exactly what you need to go towards a direction. Because imagine, every time you had a deadline, what creates here? Fear. Okay? So you need to do something, and that fear pushes you to pass from lazy to just do the thing. Okay, what you're doing here is just using biology and using yourself, how you work, with one of them, with fear. The other thing that is often not seen and not used in the correct manner is goal. Goal is very, very important, because if you understand how to chunk it down and give it in a digestible sort of way, then you're good at it. Then you can proceed and not be lazy and use, such as fear, that trigger to go and do the stuff. Okay? So the first step to create effective goals is our intrinsic needs. So the first thing that you need to do is, that's why we are going chronologically with it, is passion, purpose, autonomy, and mastery. So we position ourselves to derive maximum benefit from goal setting. If you use the intrinsic motivators well, you set yourself for success. If you didn't do the exercise well before, and you didn't understand, okay, this is exactly what triggers me, and you didn't do the cross between each other, the intersection, then you're gonna fail through all the rest of the exercises, through strength, to goals, and everything in between. So you need to pass through all of those first. Once you have them, that is the recipe to create the goal, okay? The second step, in order to achieve and have a good setting goal, it's creating a big goal. And I'm gonna explain to you now how to do that. So what's the secret to create a big goal, and what exactly is a big goal? So let's go here and start the direct path to goal, okay? So a resource that I took from Lackham and Locke, they studied for so long goals. When setting ambition goals, motivation follows. It's quite clear, okay? Because you have something very, very ambitious, and therefore you have attention and you have motivation. Achieving greatness requires extraordinary action, rooted in extraordinary goals. So each action stems from a goal, okay? And for this action to be truly impactful, the goal themselves must be extraordinary. So if you want to achieve something extraordinary and you have the focus and the motivation that follows, okay, and each action that you're going to do, it's a part of the goal, then this action needs to be impactful. Everything that if you want to reach extraordinary, you need to have extraordinary action, very simply, okay? So the goal must be extraordinary, and the action that itself, it's extraordinary. Because imagine, I see always this kind of chicken example, like a perfect recipe to understand better the goal. If by the end of everything, we want to achieve the chicken, that is, let's say, the extraordinary result of all of this process. We know that everything starts from the egg, and then from the egg something forms, and then something develops even more. The chick comes out, the chick grows, and the chick changes the color, changes the shape, and then therefore it's becoming a chicken. But you need to pass all through this cycle and understand perfectly what you need to do in order to achieve the chicken. So the chicken, look at it like your goal. Look at it like the final position, the final destination. And all through between, you have steps. And we're going to discover all of the steps and what you need to do with each one of them. So how does it translate to us? We aim for achieving it for extraordinary. So the chicken, the final result, this is the extraordinary. Okay. And we chunk down what needs to be done in order to obtain extraordinary. So each step is what you need to do to reach extraordinary. So we're going to understand each one of these steps for you to achieve your extreme goal. We're going to set it down, the extraordinary. You're going to set down exactly what you want to achieve. And then you're going to have each one of these steps. So it's much easier digestible. And I'm going to give you exactly each one of these steps now. So, for example, step 1, to achieve a massive, extraordinary goal. This is our mag. This is our chick. This is our biggest potential, okay? The duration is ongoing. So this is something that is going to stay with you throughout all of your life. This is the direction that you want to achieve. Like, this is something that you are on earth to live and, live for, okay? This is like literally your purpose in life. We've seen that before. So you have that something that you're becoming a master on it, and you have a purpose, you have a mission, and that is the direction. That is your massive, extraordinary goal. Call it MEG, okay? So the broad objective, I made an example for Alex. This is the full course. I made the example of Alex. In the course by itself, I practically chunked down everything in order to understand step by step how to create this, okay? So to revolutionize the design industry by creating innovative, user-centric design solution. This is practically for Alex, this sort of like example. He's a designer. He wants to revolutionize the design industry by creating innovative, user-centric design solution. Okay, so the evaluation criteria is that: is it impactful? Yes, it's impactful. Is it transformative? Yes, it is. It's aligned with a purpose? Yes, it is. Then you can move on. So in order to understand if your MEG is correct, it needs to hit each one of these criteria. It needs to be impactful. It needs to be transformative. So it needs to be something that you pass from A to B. Okay, and this you can take it from the biggest problem in the world, or you can just take it from something that you struggle a lot in the past and you found a difference. Okay, so in the past I was this, now I'm this, I'm much better, most probably there are going to be millions of other people in my same situation, and I can offer this and I can help them doing XYZ. Okay, so that's transformative. Is it impactful? Yes, because most of the time the two things are very connected. If it's transformative, sometimes it's also impactful. Sometimes though there is a transformation that is not as impactful, so you need also to reach the level of real impact, and it needs to be aligned with the purpose. Lots of people out there, because they just copy and say like, I created an agency or whatever it is because I saw somebody making money with agency, but if it's not aligned with the purpose, you're not going to go very far, because that's not what you like to do. That's not your mission. That's not something that sparkles you. That is not something that is attached to your intrinsic motivators. Okay? So then you revise the structure. So Alex mission, our little guy here, is ongoing. So to revolutionize the design industry globally, and his broad objective is to create innovative, user-centric design. As he strives toward the goals, he continuously evaluates his efforts based on 3 criteria: impactfulness, transformative potential, and alignment with core purpose, therefore becoming extraordinary. Okay? So everything that you do, it needs to hit the whole criteria, and it needs to be extraordinary. That is the first step to understand what is the big direction that we need to aim at. But we're not going to work on the direction itself at all. And that is the thing that it may sound a bit strange, but it's how it makes it digestible. Because let me make you an example here. The reason why most of the people by January, okay, they make the big goal for the year, okay? So there is the new year resolution, and then you make your plan to say like in 2025, 2026, let's say that this is 2025. In January, I'm going to make this, and my 2025 is going to change, etc., etc. And most of the time what happens is that they reach March and then nothing happened. And then there is June, and then they're in the middle of the year and still nothing happened. Maybe the situation even got worse. And then by the end of the year, around September to December, this is most of the result that most of the big company achieve. Why? Because we are in the end of the year, you feel the pressure, you want to perform, and that's the exact moment when company grow, okay? When the companies are able to get more revenue, get more profit, so on and so forth. So the problem here is that because here there is a deadline, we already talked about this, we use fear, okay, on ourselves to achieve the specific goal. And the problem here is because from January to December, because it's so extended, this 12 months, it doesn't work so well for us because it's too extended. You don't have a deadline that you say, okay, here is what I need to focus on. So once again, if you use fear as a trigger, this is a perfect way to achieve a result. It's by simply shortening the time that you need to achieve the specific stuff. So instead of looking from January to December, just look at a 90-day period. And this helped me a lot. So instead of looking at all those days, just look at a simple 90-day period. This becomes your year, okay? And that means that if your month become your week, and your week become your day. And that's exactly how you can achieve so much more in just a simple day. Because you try to do today, and that's the only thing you can control is today, making a week worth of work. And we're going to do this by chunking down exactly what is the big goal that we are going to aim at. And then each one of these steps I need to do in order to achieve that big goal. But we don't focus here, because if we focus here, we are lost. Brain fog, okay? It's too much information. We get overloaded. There is too much cognitive load. Because to achieve that big goal, there are so many steps that we need to do, and it's like literally looking at the whole book for a writer and say like, oh my God, I have all of this stuff that I need to do, and I don't know how to divide it into chapters. There is so much information. But when you start to divide into chapters, my 90-day chapter, my month chapter, my weekly chapter, then it's much easier to understand exactly each day what you need to do. Okay? So let's proceed. This is simply an example. I actually talk a lot about this in the resources, in the document. So for now, the only thing that I've done here is just simply create an example. You can read them on your own here. I'm just stopping on the screen a little bit. And I made just simply an example with employment because I think it's very easy. So I'm going to skim through this. Just simply, let's say that you are a company or something like that wants to create an economic development and you want to give work to people. You start with the MEG, that is the big goal that you want to achieve, and then you try to chunk it down with numbers. So your ECG, I call it like that, extraordinarily challenging goal. So it's something that takes 1 to 10 years. That is your 1 to 10 year plan. Of course, it's pretty broad, but the broad objective is, for example, in this case, to establish a design studio. Okay. In the case of getting the people, the work is like, okay, I can reach 100 to XYZ number of people employed. Okay, so then every time, is it impactful, is it transformative, is it the core purpose of what I want to do? And then you chunk it down even more. So if the total is 500, then how can I chunk it down? And then you proceed with the next one. 125, for example, people every quarter. Okay, so you just chunk down the number. Okay, so if that is the full direction, how can I create each step? And I need to create first my MEG, of course. That's your big goal. Sorry. Okay. Extremely challenging goal is the second one. And this is from 1 to 10 year. And then you create your annual. In order to achieve the annual, what do I need to do to achieve then the ECG? Very simple, right? Because you have the whole direction. You know what you need to do, and then you just chunk it down. Okay, in order to achieve that specific thing, I just need to divide it. And then from annual becomes quarter. And then from quarter becomes month. And then from month becomes week. And then from week become day. And then you have clear goals. Okay, so let's proceed here. Just read throughout this, you're gonna understand it even better. And then step 5 is month, to create sustainable employment with 42 marginal individuals monthly. Okay, so I pass from 125 to 42 and then to 10. Weekly, I know that I need to get 10 people. Seventh step, daily, I need to get 2 people per day. Okay, so let's make an example monetary, because I think it could be much easier. If your goal, I don't have a calculator with me, so let's do a random mathematic because I don't want to do a shitty figure. Let's say that you want to do 10,000, let's say a bigger number, of course, 100,000 this month. Okay, you need to understand, okay, if I want to do 100,000 per month, let's say that that's your big goal. Okay, what you need to do here in this case, just simply chunk it down. Okay, so what do I need to do, each action, to achieve this? Very simple. You need to understand, okay, in order to achieve this, I need clients and I need them to buy something. Okay, so I need to get a product. And let's say that your product is 5,000. Okay, just for the sake of it, or the exercise. Perfect. And if I need to do this, then I need to take 100,000 divided into 5,000, 20 clients. Okay, so therefore I need 20 clients a month. Okay, so in order to achieve 20 clients a month, what do I need to do? I need to get the clients interested. So you need to get some lead generation. Okay, and that lead generation tells you, okay, if I can convert, let's say 3%, 2% of the people. Okay, so I need to understand, okay, if I have 100 people down the line, okay, and then I convert 2% of them, that would be 2 people. So I need to have, 1,000 people down the line, 2%, that is 20 people. Okay, so how do I get 1,000 people interested? I need to contact, 10,000. Okay, so on and so forth. You simply are scaling down the number from what is the big goal, 100K per month, and then you chunk down with the information that you have right now, and you play with them. Okay, I need 20 clients. If 20 clients, it means that I need to contact 1,000 people. How do I contact 1,000 people? It means that I need to create a bigger number of people that I can contact. What are the tools, the instrument that let me contact 10,000 people? For example, cold email, ads, okay, so on and so forth. sometimes it becomes that simple when you chunk it down, when you know exactly what the big number is. And that is the problem that most of the people do. They just simply say, oh, 100,000 a month looks like a very good goal, it's possible, but I don't know how to achieve it, and so on and so forth. And when you have the numbers and the data literally in front of you with the conversion that you understand during the path of doing the thing, then you just need to add up or just simply slow down. That's it. And have the people around you that helps you to reach that specific goal. That's it. Okay, so daily, once again, we chunk down everything to understand, okay, every day what I need to do, because if every day, if by the end of the month I need to contact 10,000 people, I know that each day I need to contact 330 people probably, if not mistaken, 333, we know that number kind of. So 333 per day, then I need to have a tool that tells me, okay, how do I need to contact 330? I cannot do it manually, right? Or I cannot do it alone. And that gives you exactly the plan. Of course, you need to take a little bit of time to divide all of this, but you are able to do this just chunking it down, okay? So the step 8, and this is the most important, is clear goals. It's exactly what is the structure that I need to do hour by hour in order to achieve that specific thing. And you start to direct your day, okay, exactly like it's a war. If I'm the soldier here and I wanna reach a specific part of the land, I know that I need to attack this area first to then proceed with this area, and then if I take also this angle of this area, the next one is proceeding here, and then I took all of my enemy around, and then my enemy is super small and is surrounded by myself. Okay, so that's each part of practically the clear goal. I first attack here, and then I attack here, and then I attack here, then I attack here, then here, and then here. I surrender myself around the specific area that I want to achieve. And then, therefore, achieving the goal becomes much easier because you surrender yourself throughout that area and the enemy is defeated. Okay? So, once you know that, you need to know the activity, the details, and the outcome. Every time you do something, you need to know how much time is it gonna take me to do that thing. Very, very important. What I use is simply a timer, or I simply, so you can use a timer as simple as this, okay? You just, kitchen timer, okay? You just simply, I don't know if it's, no, because it's not down, okay? So this is, for example, okay, let me show it here. Okay, this is a timer, you can stop it, and then you can rotate it and understand how much more do I need to work for this, or do I want to, okay, see? Okay, so you can just simply say this, okay, this task is gonna take me 22 minutes, you just play it, and then you just see how long it takes, okay? And that helps you to understand how long is it taking to do the specific action, so when you do it again, you know exactly how to program it, okay? And the other thing is like, you proceed during the day, chunk it down each one of the step. What I suggest you to do, take 3 to 5 steps each day. So let me show you some documents, warm up. This I took it from Samovens. If you're here in school, maybe you know who he is. It's just simply the founder. Calendar, I use this so much just to give you an idea. This is kind of the calendar, how I'm putting it down. And this helped me a lot when I take my day off. I just simply don't put anything. And when I have everything chunked down in goal, each step, I know exactly what I need to do. Daily doc, I'm gonna give you also this. Very, very interesting because, I need to change the filter here. It's a wonderful doc that you can just simply have every half an hour what you need to do. Maybe if I remember, no, of course I will remember. I will put it down in the description so you have it. So I'm gonna give you access to this document. This is just for my one-on-one clients. So I'm keeping this for them because it's a very in-depth document. But for now, you can absolutely start with all of this and achieve amazing results. Now, before leaving you this lesson, I just want to give you some tips. What I mainly use is this 3 to 5 goal per week, per month, then per week, and then per day. So the only thing that I do each time I plan a month, each time I plan a week, each time I plan a day is have 3 to 5 goals. Don't overwhelm you. Remember the lesson itself. You cannot put too many information, otherwise you're going to get lost. You don't know exactly what you need to do. Instead, if you have just 3 to 5 goals per month, and then per week, and then per day, you know exactly what you need to do, okay? And you don't overwhelm yourself. And you know that you need to hit that big problem. And that's it. Just 3 to 5 goals, but with consistency, gives you an immense result. And what I use, just simply to give you an idea with my weekly planner, it is just a template that I use with my clients, is that we have our most important task, the secondary task, and every time we check each one of this, and we know exactly each action that we need to be doing each day. If you want, you can absolutely recreate something like this, okay? And then we have our to-do list, what we are grateful for, and then some notes. And that we have this for each one of our week. And it's awesome because I can just select, let's say that I'm reading, and I'm saying like read 25 pages of Atomic Habits, okay? Okay, so then I can change, and then I say, okay, I'm working from here to this. I just work and I do XYZ work. And this, I know exactly the priority. So is it a high priority? Is it a medium priority? Or is it a low priority? Okay, so this template helped me a lot to reach the goal that I wanted to achieve, because it's all a game here. It's all a game by how can I chunk down the specific goal? How can I receive the extraordinary goal? How can I reach the level of the chicken? Okay. By just simply chunking down everything that I need to do and have the consistency to create that cycle. Okay. If you have any question, we have the community, so that's awesome. Just write some comments and then I can even answer to them. Okay. See you in the next lesson, everything around grit, and it's going to help you to understand when stuff gets wrong and tough, how to pursue them. Awesome. So this is going to be the last lesson regarding motivation. I hope that for now you get a very big understanding of the direction, what you need to be doing and what you need to correct until now, that we've seen everything around drive, strength, and then goals. So you know exactly what you need to be focusing on because it's your intrinsic motivator. You're intrinsically motivated to do that specific thing. It aligns with your purpose, with your idea of having the autonomy and doing that specific thing. And then you becoming a master doing that. At the same time, you're having your strength. So you understand exactly how to trigger yourself to get yourself into a position of focus. For now, you cannot still flow effortlessly. We're going to talk about this in the next module. But for now, you understand what triggers you to get motivated and to continue to do that action multiple times. You know exactly what are your strengths and what you need to be doing every day to be happier, well-being, and to pursue towards your goal in a more effortless way. And then you specifically put down a whole goal to reach your mag, your extreme goal challenge, and everything that gets you to the direction that you want to go. You chunk it down annually, quarterly, monthly, weekly, daily, and you know exactly your clear goal. You have a perfect plan. You have your daily planner. So every day you can just simply, every half an hour, know exactly what you need to do to reach the goal for today. You know exactly how to plan for tomorrow. So you have your 3 goals for tomorrow, so on and so forth. Now, the last step for motivation is, yeah, Lorenzo, that's everything good and helped me a lot, but what happens when this stuff gets tough and gets a little bit like against me? That is exactly what you need for this lesson. Grit, okay? Fall 7 times, stand up 8. And this is grit. Of course, there is Angela Duckworth. She's the probably the first person that really talked about grit a lot, and I think it's absolutely essential to develop this skill. So grit is motivation on a grand scale, not just the determination to overcome a single challenge, but the perseverance to endure years on tough tasks. And that's where everybody gets divided, okay? There is person A and person B, and if if this person B is what you want to become and you have grit, the ability to persevere, it cancels completely all the possible achievement that somebody done in the past. If you can just persevere, you're always going to achieve so much more, okay? Not just financially, but also even in happiness. Like you're really, really happier when you persevere. Because think about it. If the brain reward system, so the dopamine, is a feedback loop, and every time you do an action, you get rewarded. Think how much you get rewarded when you persevere through something and you do something that is very high demanding, and you get a lot of energy out there, and you persevere when the stuff are tough. Okay, you get so much more reward. So imagine the feeling of dopamine when you do something like that. For sure, it happened to you in the past, and you just need to live this on a daily basis. Okay, so without the strength to weather difficult times, achieving meaningful success is unlikely. So think of it this way: intrinsic motivation and strength sets you on the path to peak performance. Okay, clear goals setting charts the path, so you know exactly the step by step, and grit is what keeps you moving forward despite the odds and the obstacles. So no matter what happens in your life right now, with this lesson, you're gonna be able to overcome it. So no matter what it comes in your direction, you're able to, move like smoke and not get caught. Okay, because you know exactly how to get motivated. You know exactly that there's gonna be arriving a distraction, but it's not what motivates you. It's not what gives you drive, and therefore you're not gonna go towards that direction. You know exactly what makes you stronger using your strength, and makes you happy working with them. You know exactly your clear goals and the path that you need to go through, and you know with this lesson you will know exactly what to do when a bump arises. Okay. So how we define it. Angela Duckworth defined grit as the intersection of passion and perseverance. So neuroscientists, on the other side, focus on the prefrontal cortex, simply this area of the brain, when discussing grit, as this area governs our higher cognitive function, including goal-directed behavior and self-regulation. Imagine like the prefrontal cortex, like the area of the brain where it gets the decision, it gets the idea, it gets the goal, it gets the question answer practically. Okay, so goal-directed behavior encompasses all the action necessary to achieve our objective. Self-regulation, on the other hand, refers to the managing our emotion and action as we strive towards these goals. Essentially, self-regulation involves both emotional control and the ability to persist through difficult tasks. And neurobiologically, these qualities together form the essence of grit. Okay? So, very simply, MFRI, so the study when they scan the brain, studies shows that individuals who struggle with grit exhibit more spontaneous resting state activity in the right dorsal medial prefrontal cortex, so it's this area, while grittier individuals shows less. This brain region is involved in self-regulation and long-term planning. So to understand why this area is like active in gritty people, it's important to explore the relationship between dopamine and persistence. So very simply, when they made the scan of the brain, there is this resting state activity, and grittier individual shows less. So it's probably the default mode network. When you start to daydream, when you start to ruminate a lot, when you're gritter, you start to develop more a gritter simply behavior. Okay, the neuroscience is what happens inside the brain, and the psychology is kind of like the metaphor of like how do you express that, and it's simply that you're simply grittier. Okay, so the dopamine is the brain rewarding system, as we know. For the activity, normally risk taking. So the brain connects the dopamine feedback loop to persistent. So every time you do an action, you get rewarded by the dopamine, and therefore it gets you to do that action more, and that's how you build perseverance. So you need to pursue that action. You need to go through that struggle phase and persevere, and that's how you get the reward, and that's how you can make more action. So it's not, if you think about until now, you most probably just did something because there was a deadline, because you were fear of not achieving a specific other thing. But now you understand that to achieve something, I just need to persevere doing that action more and more and more and more. I get more reward and I get better at doing that thing, and therefore I persevere. So how we train grit? Grit is just a skill. There are different way of training grit. We're going to see one by one, each one of them. So first one, the grit to persevere. It's like punch me in the face, but I'm still here. An example how to train this is, let's say that you do a gym exercise. You can do this with running or anything else. If your routine is 4 sets of 12 reps and you feel exhausted, aim for 13 or 14. What happens here is that you increase effort gradually, and you push yourself 5 to 15% each time. And you avoid making the large jumps, because taking small consistent steps that will lead you to significant progress over time. So instead of trying to do this, okay, every time, instead try to do this, and doing this on the short term looks so much smaller. But on the long term, the person that reach here is gonna give up. But you that you're continuing, you're going to overcome everybody else and continue to persevere, okay? And that is the difference between who pushes a lot and looks like, oh my God, he's taking such a big jump, instead you that is taking more slowly, and you're continuing, and you're going to have an immense exponential result by the end. Just simply exercising yourself with the grit to persevere. Another, cognitive grit. So this is the ability to manage your thoughts, not let emotion dictate your action, and reduce the default mode actor activity. So the idea of rumination, daydreaming, so on and so forth. And this is when faced with difficult tasks, instead of thinking, oh my God, I'm terrible at this, shift your mindset. This is exactly the kind of challenge I'm able to handle. And reframe it, not let the emotion dictate your thoughts. Think about this. A lot of people, I'm going with lead generation because I think it's a very easy example. What they do is like, or even better, sales calls. Lots of people that go through sales calls, they get, let's say, the first no, and then another no. And then at this point, they change completely the script. They change completely the way how they sell. They say, okay, sales calls, they don't work. It doesn't work with cold email or something like that, because I had a series of no's, and that gives me the result. But that gives you the result because you're working with emotions. But instead, if you would work with data, and this cognitive grit helps you a lot, getting to understand, like, I don't need to work with emotion. What the data does tell me? Data tells me that I need X amount of no or total data to reach a conclusion. So for example, most probably 5 calls, it's not enough to conclude and tell that the script doesn't work. Most probably you need 30 to 50 calls. So give enough large number to understand, okay, if I continue to do that specific thing, maybe since it's random, and the reason like I know that if it's a 50%, it's always like this. It's never going to be like that, okay? It's going to be most probably something like this. And then you have another. And then you have another, and then sometimes you have 2 like this, and then you have like this, and then some are inverted, okay? It's random. You don't know how it's gonna turn out the sequence. But if you have a large enough data, then you can talk and take direction with data and not with emotions. This is a very clear example with sales calls, because it's something that happens a lot. And the cognitive grit to just dictate, I'm terrible at this. No, wait a second. This is exactly the challenge that I'm able to face. I just need to understand that I need to work with data rather than emotions. Okay. The next one, awesome. I work this every day practically. Be your best when you're at your worst. It does tell it, it's quite clear. So it's the ability to perform at your highest level, even in the most challenging situations. So imagine you have an important presentation. Maybe you didn't sleep well and you had a tough workout and you feel exhausted. If you can deliver your presentation effectively under this condition, you can handle it anytime. Okay, so this approach helps build resilience, manage anxiety, and enhance performance under pressure. Just to make an example for me, how I use this a lot is that if outside is raining a lot, I go out and run. Why? Because if I'm able to run while it's pouring rain, I'm able to run in any kind of condition, in any kind of shape or form, okay? And that helps me to get this, be at your best when you're worst skill, to be able to do the thing when the stuff are shit, okay? And it's just a skill. Just do it many, many times and you're gonna build up the skill. Then we have grit to recover. Peak performers often resist recovery, and I was one of them, but it's crucial for achieving more. When you understand that in order to get better at something, you cannot always continue to push like this. Because if you continue to push like that, the first thing that happens is this. You get to a certain point and then you start to feel overwhelmed, exhausted, burnout, and so on and so forth. When instead, what we're gonna learn through this course is to do something like this. You push, and then you supercompensate, and then you recover. And then you supercompensate again, and then you recover. So the ability to recover when we are peak performers, and it's difficult for peak performers because they always want to perform, okay? And that, for example, was something that I'm still struggling running, okay? When I see somebody that is running faster than me, I tend to follow them along, okay, even if they're much faster. And it is a wrong thing, and I'm still trying to get better at this because, of course, I let my ego go. I became much better compared to the beginning, but it's still something that sometimes I struggle with, just simply because of this reason, okay? I don't want to recover, I just want to push. But instead, I need to understand, and you need to understand too, that most of the time, it's crucial, the recovery, and go at your pace to achieve more. And some example of recovery, you just simply can get massage, sauna, yoga, meditation, or simply staring at the wall to relax, okay? It doesn't have to be always a fancy stuff. Most of the time when I'm here working, I just stare at the wall here, nothing in front of me, and it's an awesome way to relax your mind, reduce the activity in some part of the brain, because look at the brain like a muscle. If it's constantly pushing, what would happen if you continue to do curl biceps for so long? At a certain point, the muscle, it doesn't hold anymore. The same thing goes for the brain. If you continue to push so much, then it's not going to work efficiently. And you want to work it efficiently to pursue and reach a much better level, okay? So recovery helps flush stress hormones from the body, reduce overwhelm and stress, and alter brain waves. We're going to talk about this in the next module. Incorporate more sleep, active recovery routines, mindfulness practice, and total reset sessions like vacation to optimize performance. So what I suggest you to do every 90 days, we're going to talk about this also in the future lessons, exactly when you need to chunk down your vacation, your recovery sessions, and your time off practically, okay? Now, grit to train your weaknesses. And this is funny because we talked a lot about, like, Lorenzo, but you told me that I need to work with my strength, right? So why should I train my weaknesses, okay? So there may be no intrinsic motivation to train your weaknesses, but adopting mindset of you're bad until you're good is essential. So what I want you to do here is like, you're bad and everything that you're starting from the beginning. There is no talent, there is no ability. Erickson showed it in his book Peak, I have it over there, that there is no talent, okay? You're not born with a talent. It's just simply the hours, it's the reps, it's the facing the reality of the stuff as many times as possible until you learn it. They said generally 10,000 hours. I don't truly believe in that. Sometimes you can pursue and reach a goal much faster if you want to. But it's simply this. It's like you're bad. In the beginning, you're bad until you're good. Okay, think of it like crawling, walking, and then running. Progressing gradually over time. Okay, so if you're bad talking to customer, start with small, manageable interactions. Okay, if you cannot talk directly to a salesperson for an hour directly the first time, just get a meeting of 10 minutes and get to know the person. Okay, chunk it down into small thing, just a small interaction. Okay, and then you do the big sales call. Okay, so practice daily, improving bit by bit over 6 months. 6 months is a great period of time to train a weakness. Okay, It's not fun, by the way. You probably know this, but consistent effort over time lead to significant improvement. And embrace the process and commit to steady progress. So you're gonna choose one of your weaknesses and you work with that for the next 6 months. This could be everything. For some people, it could be writing. I'm very bad at writing. Let me try to write at least 15 minutes per day. And then that becomes 30 minutes per day. And that becomes an hour per day. This works perfectly for diet, for workout. Don't start to go in the gym and push yourself for a full hour of workout. You're not able to do that. Just start 15 minutes. Just go inside the gym, take up some weights, and then start to do that 15 minutes. That 15 minutes after 1 month, 2 months, or whatever, it's gonna start to look, it's a little bit small. Like I couldn't do the exercise and I don't feel the exercise as well. Let me jump it up to 30 minutes. That's how you build, okay? You need to have patience, okay? Last one, grit to master fear. Because fear can be a powerful motivator. We talk about this. We have fear and then we have goals. We talked about how to get into goals, and fear could be even another. Fear demands a lot of attention and can drive faster progress, that's for sure. And the way how you do that, you just recall past a successful situation where you trusted the process despite initial fear. So there was something in the past that you were able to overcome just going through the fear because you were obliged maybe in that moment. If you're feeling fear right now in something, just link it back to a past experience where you succeeded and you still felt the fear. And you need just to trust the process again when facing the new challenge. So, or fear-inducing situation. So every time you're facing something, just link it to past experience. What happened last time that I felt so much fear that I almost didn't want to do the thing, but then by the end of everything, not only I felt much less fear towards that thing, but I was able to do it. I overcame that fear. So link it, okay? So don't engage with fear until you manage stress and overwhelm. This is absolutely essential. If you're a person that right now is under burnout and is under stress, the two things that you should be doing is not push yourself too much, okay? Don't work too much with grit. Take it very, very slowly. So I'm talking probably to two kind of people. One kind of person is burnout and is not able to push. And we're going to talk about this absolutely in the later modules. If you're instead somebody that has a lot of time and just need to schedule a little bit better their day and they want to push more, absolutely use this, okay? And if you're instead burnout, very, very important this, okay? So next one, and then we finish. I want to just leave you with the habit of ferocity. I think it's an awesome concept. Refers to the innate ability to instinctively lean into challenges and difficulties without hesitation. So you often see two kinds of people. The first person is the one that when faced with a challenge is always facing and saying like, no, not for me. And then there is always the other person that there is a challenge and they always run for it, okay? And this is an awesome exercise because it embodies a proactive mindset where individuals automatically push themselves beyond the comfort zone, regardless of the obstacle, okay, to achieve exceptional result. So that's how you increment every time, step by step. You just face the challenge here, 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 and here, okay? And every time you do that, you not only are becoming better at the thing, but you also change the structure of your brain. They understood that there is a little part here, so the brain, this ECC, I think it is, if I'm not mistaken, that practically gets developed in the people that have more grit, okay? Because they tend to, and this works really well for a sport athlete, that they push themselves a lot and they are able to overcome some obstacles. There is literally this part of the brain that is more developed, okay, because they're able to push towards the challenges, and every time they face a challenge, they manage it so much better. So imagine the stress, imagine the anxiety, imagine everything that goes through a challenge every time you face it. The more you face it, the easier it gets, okay? So imagine professional athlete exemplify the habit of ferocity by continuing pushing their physical and mental limits during training and competition. Despite fatigue or setback, they maintain unwavering determination to excel. The other people are entrepreneurs. Entrepreneurs successfully often display the habit of ferocity through relentless pursuit of their vision. They have their vision, they have their purpose, they absolutely want to get there. And there is, no matter what kind of challenge, no matter what kind of obstacle, they want to achieve it. Okay, so they tackle daunting challenges head on, learning from failures. So failures become easier because it's part of the whole path. I know that I want to go there, and no matter what, I'm gonna go there because I have my passion, my purpose is so big that who cares? I'm gonna have some bumps here and there, and I expect them. Creative artists, musicians, writers, artists demonstrate the habit of ferocity by immersing themselves deeply in their craft, experimenting fearlessly. So imagine like if somebody would do always the same stuff all the time and stay in the safety area and never pushing themselves into something that is more risky, they're never going to become exceptional. We talk about this in goals, right? In order to become extraordinary and have an extraordinary goal, I need to have extraordinary actions. And this comes just if you push yourself towards grit. You push yourself towards something that is difficult. So why does it work so well? Because neurobiologically, there is the prefrontal cortex. We talk about this area of the brain that activates. It involves frequent activation of the prefrontal cortex, responsible for executive function such as planning, decision making, goal pursuit. Okay, we have dopamine release, and this, by the way, enhances cognitive control and resilience. So once again, grit. We have dopamine release. So once again, we know it very well at this point. We have that feedback loop, okay? This neurotransmitter reinforces the habit of ferocity by associating effort and achievement. So every time I do an action, and therefore there is an effort, I have my reward. And therefore also motivation. Then we have flow state induction. So we get ourselves the attention because there is a risk, okay? There is something there is an effort, and therefore there is more attention. And therefore, I can get more into a flow state. Because flow state occurs when individuals are fully immersed in challenging activity that stretch their ability just enough to evoke deep engagement and satisfaction. So I get satisfaction by the thing that I'm doing. Okay? So train grit. If you have any questions, just contact. And I hope this was helpful. This concludes everything around motivation. And at this point, you're going to find yourself having the specific drive with your intrinsic motivators. You're going to have yourself exactly every strength that you need to have. You know exactly what kind of goal you need to have and how to chunk it down to specifically know each action you need to do day by day. And you know exactly the grit that you need to have in order to pursue beyond any obstacle. And that's how you create your tree. Okay, if you remember the first lesson, we've seen this image already. You created your intrinsic motivators that creates the roots of the tree. And then you created the strength to create that trunk that comes out and push towards the nature, push towards all the soil that is here. That is grit. We passed through the grits in the beginning. We passed through the grit here. And then now we are creating all the branches that creates our goal, our fruits. And at the same time, we're training grit with everything that is like the sun, there is the wind, there is the rain, okay? And all kind of obstacle that want to stop to reach the goal, okay? How awesome. Okay, so this was everything for this whole module about motivation, and I hope by now you finally have your whole situation in front of you and you know exactly what you need to do. And the next module is going to be all about flow. Don't get scared by the amount of information that is here. It's going to be very, very easy to follow each one of them. Some are technical, some are more day-to-day. You will know exactly how to achieve full concentration, how do you get through phases, and then we're going to have everything around productivity, and then boom, everything around what you need to fix: burnout, sleep, the art to say no, how to eliminate, self-sabotage, and so many other things. Okay, so I will see you in the next module, and thanks so much for watching. My deepest compliment to be here with this new chapter, Limitless Flow. So very compliment to be here. Here we're gonna talk all about flow state. So it's something that changed completely my life, because I literally passed from being scattered and being every day a multitasking person where I was just switching from one thing to another, and by the end of the day not being able to achieve what I wanted to do. So if I had problem A, B, C, I was always starting with the the cheapy one, like the easy one, and then all the time scratch everything else and keep it for tomorrow, and then procrastinate, don't do the thing. Not only that, I wasn't understanding how should I concentrate when I'm sitting on a chair, and this is very difficult for somebody that maybe before was an employee and was pushed by doing stuff. People were telling you what to do, and then passing to be an entrepreneur where you're just sitting, it's you, your computer, and sometimes you're questioning, what should I do today? How should I focus today? How can I be more concentrated on the stuff that I need to be doing? And how can I do it today instead of doing it tomorrow? So lots of content here. Just to give you an idea, what we're going to see. So first of all, what is flow? So we're going to see a little bit of history, so the evolution of flow. This, I think, it's important for the same reason why in passion I told you it's good to check the history and the narrative about it, because it's easy to remember. There's going to be a little bit of technical in this chapter, but it's going to be helpful to understand later on many other stuff. So when we're going to talk about burnout, if you know this stuff, so a little bit of technical, I know it's a bit annoying, but I needed to include them, you're going to understand much better why you fall into overwhelm or burnout, so on and so forth. Characteristic of flow, so you're going to understand exactly what it is and how you feel it, how to measure it. Other stuff around still technical, so this is the technical that I'm talking about. Neuroanatomy, neurochemistry, neurobiology, physiology, brain waves, and so on. And then flow states, very, very interesting regarding the cycle. Then we're going to have everything around achieve full concentration. So I'm going to give you the step-by-step of what you need to do to achieve full concentration. Skill balance challenge. This is going to be awesome, because when you reach this point, you're going to understand exactly every day how can you perform better than yesterday. And you're going to start to create a huge momentum using this information, and then driving flow with dopamine. Also, this I wanted to include it. We already talk a lot about dopamine, but there is still so much to talk about and how to use it. So let's start with the basic with this lesson. So what is flow? We start with this, knowing that it's a state of consciousness where we perform our best and we feel our best. So it probably happened in the past where you felt, I could do this, like you feel good, you feel like everything around you disappear, and it's just you and the task that you're doing. And it may happen while you were doing some sport, it may happen when you were doing some work. It differs a lot between people. It's just a state of consciousness that everybody around the world, no matter the race, no matter the age, they can achieve. And Mihaly Csikszentmihalyi, that is practically the guy that co-created, we're going to see it in a second, gave this flow state name because everybody was saying they felt flowy, okay? So everything was running practically smoothly, okay? So history of flow. Let's first start with the evolution. So these, of course, are just some hypotheses. So there is, for example, the hypothesis of like why flow, is in us. We can fall into a flow state. Why? Because maybe there is this hypothesis of like distance running and pain relief hypothesis. So the concept is practically this. Let me zoom it a little bit so you can see it even better. Humans are unique among species and in their ability to run long distances, and a trait believed to have provided evolutionary advantages through endurance hunting. So during such hunts, the flow state would trigger the release of potent neurochemicals, we've already seen some of them, that act as natural painkillers, enabling hunters to persist longer and thereby increase their chances of success. So imagine this, maybe with amplification we can see it better. Humans are one of those few species capable of sustaining long distance running. And this ability likely evolved to help early humans hunt by exhausting prey over long distances, a strategy known as persistent hunting. So thanks to the fact that we could fall into flow gives you neurochemical. These act like a painkiller. So imagine, for example, when you have norepinephrine. Norepinephrine, that is this neurochemical that can be both positive or negative. Positive when this sort of adrenaline, so it's like the adrenaline for the brain. That's why it's called also sometimes noradrenaline. It's positive because it gets you some sort of excitement, and at the same time gives you a little bit of painkiller. But it could be also negative, because if there is too much norepinephrine, in that case, you could potentially be under sort of anxiety. Okay, so it's in our brain, it's always using both sides. The brain doesn't understand really what is the situation. It just react. Okay, so this could be one of them. Pain relief mechanism. This is very interesting because the flow state, once again, as I just say to you, activate the release of endorphins, anandamide, and other neurochemicals that serve as natural painkillers, helping runners manage the physical stress and pain of long distance pursuits. Then evolutionary advantage. This can you see this a little bit like this? Okay, so those with a greater capacity to produce these pain relieving chemicals would have been able to long run distances, catch more prey, and consequently enjoy better nutrition and overall health. This would enhance their reproductive success, passing on these advantageous traits. So also this, like evolutionary, if I have more flow, if I can reduce more my pain when I need to run or do some sort of stuff, then I'm able to run longer, catch more prey, catch more food, and then I can have better nutrition than anybody else. I'm much more healthy, and therefore I can reproduce more and have simply more advantage compared to anybody else. So this could be one of the traits. Another is social mammals and wolf-human cooperation. So the concept very easily, the cooperation between early humans and wolves. This is ancestor of modern dogs, exemplifies how flow state facilitates advantage, social behavior, and pattern recognition, enhancing survival through teamwork. So with flow state, we can recognize better, we can have a better pattern of something that happened in the past. So if I recognize somebody in a much easier way, such as a wolf or so on and so forth, then it works well. Okay, I can teamwork, I can once again have much better outcome in surviving. Okay, so I'm gonna start to skim a little bit here. If you want to read it, awesome. Other concepts are, for example, innovative turbo boost response to scarcity. So as we know, practically human historically provided the cognitive boost noted to innovative and solve problems, particularly in response to environment challenges and resource scarcity. So if every time with flow you can be much more innovative, you can understand the solution to something, and once again you can survive better. So fall into a flow state, so a super concentration where you feel your best and you act like you are at your best practically. Therefore, you can be much more creative. We're going to see the increment in creativity and the whole possibility around this topic. Others, of course, play social bonding. This is absolutely essential for flow state. We already kind of introduced this, for example, also with oxytocin. There is a neurochemical that, once again, it's a play, love sort of neurochemical. So it's very important this, because if you wanted to be in a group, if you wanted to stay with people, you could learn and play, you can have social cohesion and an evolutionary advantage compared to other kind of groups. Okay. Others, very interesting, ritual and religious practices. Once again, also this one often induce a flow state. So the people that maybe meditate to a god or so on and so forth, and they pray, they reinforce also the cultural norms and they enhance in the community cohesion. So there's a combination of multiple factors here, and the amplification is simply here. Okay, so community cohesion, cultural transmission, and ritual and flow. Okay. There are also some community that they use the prayer a lot to fall into this sort of trance, sort of meditation. So it could connect a lot. Okay, so artistic expression and communication. This is another big one, of course, because it's very connected to one of the flow triggers, that is creativity. So artistic expression enhance communication and the dissemination of ideas. Once again, very similar to innovation. And as you can see here, art and flow, communication, and cultural evolution, because through artistic expression, multiple groups could show new ideas, how to innovate, the influence social, okay, so the other people. And then this is probably one of the main for me, that is teaching and skill transmission. Because if you fall into a flow state in teaching, and this is often happen often because you are literally deep inside the subject that you're teaching, This also enhanced the skill of transmission. I'm getting better every time I repeat this teaching. And therefore, I have more knowledge retention, and it's crucial for survival because I can transmit it to the other person, to the kid, to the next one that not only can help me, but can help the next one, and then all the society to continue and get bigger. Okay, so these are some practically evolution of flow, some hypotheses. Then we have the history of flow. So very simply, there was Nietzsche in the 1870s. It was kind of the first peak performer philosopher because at the time there was Darwin that thought about body evolution, so the fit of every animal. So if you're a fit, it means that you are in a certain criteria, you can evolve and you can become better. Nietzsche asked practically, what about the mind? So we talk about the body, but what is about the mind? And then there was William James in the 1900s, a philosopher, American, explored the idea of religious experience. So he was more like there is this altered sort of state of consciousness. So it was still a kind of religious thing. Then there was Jung and Vygotsky that they kind of started to talk a little bit more about this and integrate more a sort of like an optimal state of mind. Then Maslow, I think it was really one of the first to actually talk really about peak performance in a way of like, we see this into multiple people. So because he studied a lot of famous people such as Einstein, Roosevelt, and he saw that there is an altered consciousness state of peak performance where these people could perform very, very high. So he introduced this sort of concept of self-actualization where individuals could reach their potential. But it wasn't clear until Mihaly Csikszentmihalyi created a huge research of so many individuals, and it took for more than 30 years. And he was actually just searching for the way of happiness, like how somebody gets happy. And then it came out this flow state, but not only flow state gets you happy, but it's literally the best feeling that the best consciousness you can be. Okay, so it's where emotion and action feel effortless, fluid, and that's why it came the simple name of flow. Okay, so we're gonna see also the advantage of flow in this lesson. So studied by McKinsey and company, it came out something very interesting where he says that flow state is often cited for its finding of the significant impact flow has on productivity and performance in workplace. Just some of the resources from McKinsey is productivity boost. So the study found that employees who frequently experience flow states can be up to 500% more productive than those who don't. There is a huge enhancement in creativity and innovation, so therefore problem solving. So if you're finding yourself often of not being able to solve some stuff, it's probably because you're not in a flow state, because this can really lead to innovative solutions. So when you're in a flow state, ideas just comes along one after the other. Then there is employee satisfaction and retention, for example, for employees, because who frequently enter into a flow state are more likely to feel fulfilled, engaged. And we're going to see with burnout that most of the people are literally disengaged with what they're doing. And if the founder, so you in this case, is not able to release to the employees this sort of like idea, very, very difficult to get a very good company that perform well, okay? So very, very important to understand this and then leave it to the employees. Optimal performance flow helps individuals perform at their peak by synchronizing their skill and challenge. We're going to talk about this. Grit and persistence. So this also helps you to persevere because when you're more focused, you can push better through the challenges. Cooperation and collaboration, flow enhance teamwork and cooperation, particularly when you're in group settings. We've seen this with a lot of group triggers for flow. And empathy, ecological awareness also create this empathy and a sense of connection with others. We saw this with oxytocin very quickly. Okay, so this is one of McKinsey. And then we have well-being, spectrum of happiness. So flow contributes to overall well-being by enhancing happiness and life satisfaction. So it positions individuals on a spectrum of happiness. that is driven by deep engagement and fulfillment. So let's look at this. Engagement and satisfaction. People who frequently experience flow are often more engaged in their activities and find a greater satisfaction in life. This deep engagement leads to a form of happiness that is intrinsic and sustainable, unlike the fleeting happiness derived from external reward. So most of the time when you're not doing something that you feel your best, you act like you're literally are able to do your best, most of the time you're not satisfied of your work, of your progress, of what you're doing. And therefore you may feel bored, may feel frustrated, but if you are able to fall into flow, you have definitely an advantage compared to anybody else, because you're able to pursue towards the goal that you want to have in a much easier way and much more satisfied. Okay? Mental health, and also can act as a buffer against mental health issues like depression and anxiety. I literally just talked about this in 1 second ago. Then we have enjoyment. So regular and repeatable access to flow. This gives you a lot of enjoyment. So the enjoyment derived from flow is not just a byproduct, but a key component. So it's a loop. So flow itself is the enjoyment. Okay, falling to flow is the enjoyment itself. So regular access to flow enhances life quality and provides a source of continuous enjoyment. Intrinsic motivation, because activities that regularly induce flow are often pursued for their own sake. So you want to do that specific activity because you're falling into flow. You want to do it, okay? You love it. And that's why it's very connected to the intrinsic motivators. So driven by intrinsic motivators. Skill development. The enjoyment in flow encourages individuals to develop their skills further, leading to mastery, one of our intrinsic motivators, and greater opportunity for future flow experiences. And then the last one, frustration in today's world, a cure for distraction and frenetic pace. We're going to talk also a lot about this, how to cure rush and all about distractions. So in a world that is increasingly categorized by rapid change and constant distraction, flow provides a counterbalance, offering focus, engagement, and a sense of possibility. So what you're going to find here is that you're going to have this cognitive overload most of the time because the modern world is a fast pace. So imagine notification, new event, new tool, new marketing, so on and so forth. And this creates you a lot of cognitive load, so a lot of information. We talked about this. And flow state provides you a way to manage and mitigate this negative effect, so you don't feel overwhelmed. And then enhance focus and performance. Oops. Let's go back here to cross the two. So by fostering deep concentration and engagement, flow helps individuals navigate and excel in demanding environments, making it a valuable tool in both personal and professional context. So here is very important because when you are in a demanding environment, such as a difficult business or a competitive business, this helps you a lot to have the advantage compared to all the other people around you, because you can, once again, push much more than anybody else. Okay, so this very quickly, I skimmed through this part. As you can see, it was quick. The next one, I just want to take my time and just give you the characteristic of flow. This is very important to understand if you ever fell into this flow state, or if you can reproduce it, what do you expect to find? Okay, so see you in the next lesson. Characteristic of flow. So we're gonna see everything that matches flow. Okay, so if you fell into flow in the past, you're gonna know exactly how you felt through this characteristic. At the same time, leaving you some books here. They're not exactly all about flow, but I think there are many stuff that push yourself into flow. So Mihaly Csikszentmihalyi, 2 books, just simply Flow, the first one, and then Good Business talks a little bit more about flow and business. Then Erickson regarding peak, so the idea of more mastery, so it's more connected to mastery actually, this book. The habit of breaking the habit of being yourself. Joe Dispenza kind of touches on some points. And then Cal Newport, even though he feels himself like on the opposite idea of flow state, I think that the two are very much connected, because Mihaly Csikszentmihalyi still kind of talk about, if you put it on a business sort of way, flow by itself, is a deep work, okay? Because Cal Newport simply divided two things into deep work is a session where you're not distracted, you're just doing the task and you just do the task. And then you have shallow work, and Mihaly Csikszentmihalyi say a similar thing. The difference here is that Cal Newport, for example, says when he talks about flow, Mihaly Csikszentmihalyi is like it's flowy, everything is fine, but deep work is frustrating. It's a difficult thing. You're literally mentally exhausted after it, etc., etc., etc. So we're gonna see actually that the two things are very much connected, and I'm gonna show you later on in the lessons why the two are. Okay, so let's proceed with the characteristic of flow. So first of all, complete concentration. So for sure, if you are in flow, you are in a complete concentration with the task at hand, with what you're doing. So a characteristic of flow state where individuals are fully focused on the task at hand with no distractions. So this intense focus enhances performance and engage in the activity. So psychology definition, look at psychology like a metaphor of what happens inside the brain. So neurobiology or everything around like the brain tells you what happens inside the brain. So what are the two things that are connecting the neurons or network or part of the brain that are lighting up in that specific state. And psychology is the definition, okay? What happens if those stuff lights up, okay? So the metaphor, I see it like this. Psychology definition is the experience of being absorbed in the activity. Very, very easy in this case. So where all attention is directed towards the task, leading to enhanced performance and a sense of immersion. Neurology definition is that what happens is that you have the dorsal attention network, so supports sustained focus and attention of the task. You don't need to know exactly this terminology, just want to give it to you out there so you do your own research if you want. Prefrontal cortex is not really involved, but is involved in maintaining goal-directed behavior and focus. So there is this, we're going to talk about this transit in prefrontality. So it's practically the prefrontal cortex kind of reduced during flow. It doesn't completely turn off because it doesn't happen that, but it tends to diminish the activity. So we're going to talk about this later on. Anterior cingulate cortex, ACC is called, monitor and sustain concentration by detecting and minimizing distraction. At the same time, you're trying to, put out everything that is distracting you. So how it feels, how it works in the brain. Let me skip to this part. Otherwise it will become literally too long. So I just leave you some neurobiological process also here. If you want to stop the video, absolutely take your time and watch it. So others are merge of action and awareness. So you feel literally like the action that you're doing, it's merging with the awareness of doing that specific action. So a key characteristic of flow where action and awareness become literally one. Okay, so individual, so if you felt into flow, you're fully immersed in the activity, okay? So you're losing the sense of separation between the self, me, and the action that I'm performing. It's like I'm practically made to do this action, okay? It's an awesome feeling. So psychology definition, the experience of unity between action and consciousness, where the individual feels seamlessly connected to the task. Here there are multiple areas of part of the brain that are connected, sensomotory network. Mostly also this if you're doing a specific action such as a sport, when you need to be coordinated in the execution that you do. Default mode network, this because it kind of deactivates during the flow state because they're reducing the self-referential thoughts and distraction. So you don't start to ruminate or daydream. And it enhance the executive control network because you regulate the focus and the integration of cognitive motor processes. So how it works in the brain, once again, I'm leaving you here all the informations. Then loss of self, the characteristic of flow state where the sense of self-consciousness is diminished. So you don't continue to think about you, your life. Once again, the default mode network, the one that we just saw before, it kind of like decrease. So therefore, you don't think too much about you, about like what did you eat for lunch or any other kind of information or problem that comes up. Okay, so individuals experience a reduction in self-referential thoughts and a heightened sense of immersion in the task. So you're leading to complete absorption in the activity. So once again, this diminish because normally it's involved in self-rumination, so on and so forth, executive control and ACC, okay? So leaving you here all the informations. Now, time dilation, this is another big one because time is altered. You don't know if it passed hours. Sometimes hours pass like there are minutes, or minutes pass like there are hours, okay? Because you're deeply immersed in what you're doing. So psychology definition, time simply is altered. And once again, these are other areas, such as, for example, this striatum, that is a part of the reward system in the brain. And this is how it works in the brain, okay? So the next one is a sense of control. So you're very connected to what you're doing, merge of action and awareness, but at the same time, you feel like you literally have control in what you do. And that's why most of the athletes, let's look at, for example, Alex Honnold, Potter, because when they Potter, unfortunately, he's dead, but when they're doing that action, sometimes the risk, you feel less risk practically. And I don't know if it's all around the world in the same, but for example, in Italy, where I'm from, when you need to ride a jet, when you're doing, I don't know how is it called in English, but you know those jets that create the flag, spraying the color behind. Okay, I'm talking about those. The pilots of those jets, they can just fly for 4 years in a row and do that specific job because it's a very high risk job. And when you fall too much into flow, then the risk diminish because you have so much of a sense of control. You like become attached to the things that you're doing, and therefore risk diminish, the fear diminish. And you're doing a very high stressful thing that normally you should be feeling stress, and the ideology of like, okay, there is a huge risk, I could die potentially or create a huge damage for others. But because this diminish, it could be a potential problem, okay? Just wanna give you this digression. So characteristic of flow, individuals feels in command of their action and environment, and there is a high degrees in confidence, so increase the confidence. Once again, not very good when the confidence is too high and the risk at the same time. So you have control over one's action. There are, once again, different parts of the brain connected in this. Then we have an autotelic experience. This is just a way how people talk about this sort of like happiness, you feel fulfilled. So it's inherently satisfying, fulfilling, rather than some separable consequence. You literally feel like, I love what I do. It's intrinsically motivating, it's intrinsically rewarding and enjoyable, and I want to continue to do this. So most of the time, people that do a flow activity, they return back multiple times because they love what they do. Then immediate feedback. One of the things that you have with flow is that you do something and you receive a clear feedback, an instant feedback on your action. And that's how you can fall into flow. So there's going to be some job that unfortunately they don't have a sudden feedback, and therefore it's a bit difficult to understand, like, I did A, but I'm not sure if I'm gonna have B like a result of it. And therefore there is a little bit less that release of dopamine and less neurochemical, and it's more difficult to fall into flow because you don't have a feedback, okay? So it's a bit difficult to have a reward, okay? So receiving direct and timely responses to action, very, very important for the brain. We see this for the brain reward system and dopamine. Others are clear goals. These are essential. We're going to talk about a lot about this. So it's a precise understanding of what they want to achieve. Okay, so if I know exactly what I'm aiming at, and that's why this beautiful image on the left, because I need to have a well-defined objective, okay? I need to have a guide that enhances my concentration and motivation, because if I don't know where I'm going, what I'm doing, I'm not so much risking anything, or I mean, I could be risking a lot, but it doesn't propel me, or it doesn't excite me, it doesn't push me through a challenge for a skill or anything else, okay? And this is how it works in the brain. Now, one of the last one, if not the last one, the last one, it's balance between skills and challenge. Once again, we're gonna talk a lot about this because it's very important. Anyway, here is like where the task is perfectly matched with the individual skills level. So if your skill and your challenge match, then you don't feel bored or you don't feel anxiety. You literally feel perfectly in focus. You're feeling like your challenge is perfect for you and your skill is perfect for you. Or if not, just slightly above, that gets you into that state of like interesting, let me try, okay? But not too much to snap you, okay? To like literally kill all of your momentum. So a challenge commensurate with one ability, very, very important that you don't push yourself. Otherwise, it's a little bit too difficult to fall into flow, okay? So these were the characteristics of flow. Before leaving you, I would just want to give you also some idea of how you can measure flow. There are different scales. I'm going to leave you here some. I actually have one here for my clients. The important stuff for you here is this, is that flow is not binary, okay? Put it here. So flow is not binary, it's a spectrum. So you are passing from a micro flow. So this could be little experiences where you feel a little bit of flow, and this could be, let's say you're cleaning the dishes after cleaning something. Often this happens when you're cleaning something because you have an immediate feedback. You are merged with the action and awareness. You have the loss of self. Sometimes the time is altered. You don't know how much it passed, and you have an immediate feedback because you're cleaning, a clear goal because you're cleaning. You know what you need to do. So I'm just going through all the skill balance challenge ratio, so you know what you need to do and you can push it more, and you have the control of it and a sense of control. So these are all the characteristics of flow with a simple stuff that is cleaning. Some people hate absolutely cleaning, so that wouldn't be a micro flow stuff for you, for example. So for some people it's design, okay? It's something that they can have control of it, okay? Time is altered. They have the merge of action and awareness, a sense of controlling what they're designing, so on and so forth. Probably you're starting to get an idea, okay? Could be for sport. If you're love basket or so on and so forth, you know exactly that if you need to put the ball inside the basket, then you have a sense of control of it. You have a sense of merge and awareness. Running, sometimes this happens. Okay, so there are multiple activities that gives you a micro flow. So you kind of feel a little bit this idea of flow. But then there are some other activities where these are little intense. This can last for long. And these are activities where most of the time when you become a master at something, and you have a huge autonomy, okay? These two components put together into something that you're very good at, then you can get to a very macro flow, because you need to be good at it, okay? Because once again, we're gonna see this better, but just to give you just an idea, if this is the flow channel, this is where we want to go. This is the challenge. Sorry, this is the, skill, okay? So this is the skill and this is the challenge. What happens is this, that if the skill is high and the challenge is high, imagine Federer, like he fall into flow easily doing tennis because his skill is very high and the challenge is very high. So therefore his focus can be much higher than a simple beginner, okay? That is just learning how to hit the ball, okay? Through a wall, okay? So it's very important to acquire a lot of skills and become a master into something, because then you can fall into flow. So the gradient here, color represents the increase in intensity and engagement of flow characteristic as one moves from micro to macro flow. Okay, so this visual aids in understanding the continuous nature of flow intensity across different activities. Okay, so you're gonna always have some activities that are more micro, some activities that are more macro flow. Okay, so this is all in 2 lessons. We were able to skim through all of this, and I'm very proud of it. The next lesson is going to be, once again, a little bit technical. I may need to divide it into 2 parts since it's a little bit long. Even though I have to say, psychology, we kind of already seen it, and the rest is all about other parts of the brain. And then there is a lot of very important part here in the end about brain chemicals and so on and so forth. And then very interesting part about the flow state cycle. So see you in the next lesson. Okay, so step by step in this lesson, we're going to see everything from a general psychological effect or concept, what happened when you're in flow, to all the biological mechanism. So it's going to be a little bit long because there are multiple steps, as you've seen in the past videos. So we're going to see everything around psychology, then we're going to move to neuroanatomy, neurochemistry, neurobiology, physiology, and then brain waves. Each one of these is going to give you some information that you may use in the future for different reasons. For example, understanding a little bit better dopamine, rush, how to understand the recovery system. So when you want to perform, you also need to understand how you need to recover. Because the simple example of doing the bicep curl, you can do it for as much as you want, but at a certain point, you're gonna just, release the weight, release the dumbbells, because you cannot do more. The same thing goes for the brain. So you can push and you can accelerate as much as possible in certain period if needed, but at a certain point you also need recovery. Otherwise you just simply get overwhelmed, so on and so forth. So these information are going to be comfortable and useful for later on. Okay, so let's start very, very quickly with psychology. I'm saying quickly because we simply just kind of seen already psychology in many aspects. So for example, we've seen complete concentration, merge of action and awareness, time dilation, diminishing of self-consciousness, a sense of control, autothetic experience, universality. This is something that I want to add. I already touched on this, but it's simply something that everybody around the world, no matter the profession, no matter what they do, what kind of activity, they all can feel flow. Okay, so it's something universal. Everybody can have this sensation. It's definable characteristic, because everybody feels in flow with the same exact characteristic. And then there is a spectrum. We've seen the micro and macro. There is this flowness. I already talked about this too. It's a subjective feeling of flow. So there is this idea that the flow itself is flowy, and that's why it has been cognated in this way. Then it's fundamental to overall life and satisfaction flowness. This we seen also this a little bit in the previous lesson, because it enhances a lot productivity, creativity, innovation, and you can simply be a much better producer. Okay, so you can have a much better outcome. Imagine it in this way: if you're an entrepreneur, your outcome is simply just making more money. But what is making more money? More money means that your outcome, so making more money, it derives from solving multiple problems, possibly, unless you're in illegal also illegal businesses, they're always solving a kind of a problem. Okay, but in general, like, the result of money is simply how much value you can provide, and it's just simply an equation of, like, can you move somebody from a painful situation in a rather quick time to a normal situation, to return back to normal, or can you fulfill a desire of somebody? That is simply how you can give value. And moving towards a situation of where you can flow and you can achieve more thanks to being more creative, you can differentiate yourself more. Okay, so I think it's definitely fundamental to live in flow and understand exactly step by step how to reach this. Okay, so let's pass very quickly also to neuroanatomy, because identify the area of the brain, the regions. This is gonna just be helpful for you to understand some stuff later on. So we have, for example, prefrontal cortex, very useful. So the area simply behind your forehead. This is the location. The normal function of it is that it is responsible for execution function, normally for goal-oriented decision-making, self-monitoring, so on and so forth. The interesting part regarding flow is that we have this phenomenon that is called transient imprefrontality. I already talked to you about this, that practically the prefrontal cortex reduces its activity. So it's still kind of active, but not as much as you would think. Because if you think about it, if you have a full concentration with the task at hand, you would think my prefrontal cortex is activated. I'm goal-orienting, I'm thinking, I'm consciously thinking about the action. But in reality, you're in an automation. You're kind of in a subconscious, because you're doing that action in a flow way, okay? And that's why it's very important to reach mastery, because at first, if you're a beginner in something, it's always going to be a little bit more frustrating because you don't know it as much as somebody else, and you cannot fall into that macro flow we've seen. You may have micro flow here and there, but it's not that huge momentum, huge feeling of flow, okay? So you're going to reach it with time, and I'm going to help you later on in the lessons to reach this flow state as easy as possible and without waiting years to achieve it, okay? Then you have energy conservation, because the brain practically conserve the energy by detecting non-critical function. So practically allows you to allocate the task at hand. And then you have this subconscious processing that I already talked to you about in 2 seconds ago, okay? Then there is dorsolateral prefrontal cortex, is simply the upper part, involving working memory, cognitive flexibility, and planning. So DLPFC practically decrease, reduces self-consciousness. Then we have medial, prefrontal cortex in the middle. This is associated with self-referential thinking and the default mode network. We already talked about this, kind of reduced. ACC, this is important for monitor practically the performance, physical performance. It remains active and help maintain focus and adapt behavior based on feedback. So we know that there is instant feedback in flow, so it's very important that this is activated. Striatum, this is help mostly the athlete or whoever is doing an action and is in flow. It's simply the stability, the sense of like balance. That's normally when is activated. Insula is practically involved in interoception, so it's the awareness of the internal state. So if I increase the interoception of my body, it's increasing the sensation of what's happening inside my body, and therefore I can not just relate to it more, but I can also understand how to change something. So if I have some sort of pain, it's much easier for me to understand what it is, how can I fix it, okay? So this helps maintain internal body state that supports the immersive experience of flow. Then we have the thalamus. Imagine the thalamus like a central station, a lot of like sensory information apart the ears, receive the thalamus. So after this central station, they go and to the areas of the brain. So for example, the sight goes to the thalamus, and then it goes to the back area of the brain. So imagine that this is the brain. This is the back area of the brain. There is V1 that is useful for the first part of information. Then there is V2, V3, etc., etc. Okay, so then it's divided into multiple parts. Okay, so this was simply neuroanatomy. Then we have neurochemistry. Also, this we talk about this. Flow state involves a sophisticated interplay of various neurochemicals that facilitate the profound sense of immersion, enhance performance, and place association with these states. So we're gonna see just a couple of new. So we talked about dopamine associated with reward and pleasure, so it enhances focus, motivation. And then the effect in flow is that with dopamine, the level, practically the dopamine levels maintain concentration, drive, managing tasks, and feel more enjoyable and engaging. So if you are able to use dopamine in an effective way, and I'm going to give you a protocol for doing this later on in the lessons, it's going to help you maintain that focus, help you maintain the task at hand. So if you're doing something and you can achieve that thing with more dopamine, you're much more effective, okay? I also added a similarity with drugs because I think it's very nice, the association with it. So for example, in this case, dopamine is just very similar to cocaine. So cocaine, when inhalated or sometimes with crack, if I'm not mistaken, can be smoked. May be wrong, but the activation is simply, it releases a lot of dopamine. So the sensation is that, the euphoria, and so on and so forth. Then we have norepinephrine. We talked about this also, about the positivity and the negativity of the norepinephrine, depending on your situation. Just a reminder, if you feel, for example, anxiety, or if you feel like energized, or is simply giving you that sort of a painkiller. So it's related to arousal and alertness. It helps maintain focus, energy, the ability to react quickly, okay? The effect in flow is that higher level of norepinephrine contribute to sustain attention. So of course, you're driving more attention to what you're doing. The similarity here is methamphetamine. So practically boost norepinephrine and at the same time also dopamine, increase energy, alertness, and concentration, okay? Then we pass to anandamide. This is very used also in flow. Anandamide is the endocannabinoid that enhances mood, reduces anxiety, and promotes the sense of well-being. So the effect in flow is that it helps reducing distraction, negative emotion, and allowing a deeper immersion in the task. Very similar to THC. So it's the active component of the marijuana. It's the one that makes you a little bit like this, okay? So mimics anandamide, producing relaxation and altered perceptions, okay? But this is not making you drowsy or all the side effect of the THC, of course, okay? Serotonin. Then serotonin also, you felt it for sure. It's associated with mood regulation, satisfaction, relaxation. Increase the serotonin levels contribute to a positive mood and emotional stability, which supports sustained engagement in activity. Okay, serotonin is when you feel relaxed, you maybe after you ate a good meal, okay, And this is very similar to MDMA, ecstasy, significant increase in serotonin levels, leading to enhanced mood and emotional closeness, okay? Endorphin are natural painkillers. So these are produce a sense of like euphoria and pain relief. These are elevated endorphin, reduce, of course, the pain, the discomfort, and you can prolong more the physical states. This is very similar to opioids like morphine, heroin, mimic endorphins, providing powerful pain relief and euphoria. Then we have endorphin. Endorphins are natural painkillers that produce a sense of, this is double. So let me delete this. Okay, so there are also other neurochemicals such as oxytocin. We talk also about this. That is very interesting because it's similar to MDMA. The nice thing about oxytocin is that being the love hormones, often is talked like that, is called like that, because it literally makes you feel more connected to the next one. So this would work a lot with group flow. Okay, then we have GABA. This is just more additional. There isn't always in actually flow. It's a neurotransmitter that reduces neural activity, promoting relaxation, reducing anxiety, helps in calming the mind and reducing anxiety. And this is very similar to, for example, the effect in Valium. Okay. Awesome. So we've seen everything that was around neurochemistry. Let's talk about neurobiology very quickly. These are brain structure. We are not going to use them so much, but just to give you some background, there is the default mode network. We talked about this: rumination, self-consciousness, mind wandering, daydreaming. This is kind of that. Prefrontal cortex, we already talked about this. Dorsolateral, also this. The difference here is the following, is that, because you may ask, what is the difference then between neuroanatomy and neurobiology? Okay, so the neurobiology, the difference is that it practically involves the brain structure. So there are multiple parts, okay? Structure and function facilitate the deep engagement, enhanced performance, profound satisfaction, characteristic of flow state, okay? So these are different areas that are involved at the same time. For example, we have the neural pathway and networks. These are involved. If we have different brain regions that are involved, but we already kind of talked about them, so I'm gonna skim through them. Okay, now this is very important. Physiology. Physiology is gonna be simply the result of what's happening in the body as a result of something. Okay, so the interesting part here is that how I see physiology is that we can kind of reverse engineer, and this is very interesting, how we feel. So for example, let's say that we are running, okay? Run, what it does is that it increases the blood flow, increase oxygen, okay? Increase the heartbeat. So in this situation, let's say that you are not running, but all of a sudden you're just sitting on your computer and your body feels like this, okay? So your oxygen starts to get more elevated, your heartbeat, so on and so forth. You will start to panic, of course. So the body itself can react to something without knowing exactly what was the input. So in this case, the input is running, but sometimes you don't know what is the reaction. So the cool thing about this is that because your body doesn't know what is the input that caused this thing, but just simply react, okay? So I'm trying to run, so I'm asking for more energy, I'm asking for more blood flow, blood pump, oxygen, the heartbeat needs to, the muscle needs to be more tense, so on and so forth. So the good stuff about this is that you could potentially change your state. So for example, let's say that you're a bit in anxiety. The anxiety is very similar. You feel in a certain way because your breath starts to get shorter, okay? And the pupils change and so on and so forth. We're going to see this a lot in the area where we're going to talk about burnout. But for now, understand just this, that if my breath is shorter, then I can feel anxiety, okay? Because it's a simple sort of like connection to a possible input, okay? An input give me anxiety, something arrived and gave me anxiety. As a response, the physiology, my body, answered with a short breath. What I can do, and this is the reverse engineer that I want to give you here, is that I can start to change the way how I breathe right now and get more bigger inhalation. I can inhale for more air and then exhale for longer. Okay, so this gives me not a short breathing pattern, but I can prolongate it, and then I can change my physiology, and I can change directly how I feel then. So this is literally biology. Okay, it's not something that goes outside of the line. It's simply the body is reacting to something. So that gives me a certain neurochemical, gives me a certain physiology. I can just simply change that at my favor consciously, because I understand that that is just a reaction to my body of an input. Okay, but the input, I can change it consciously. Okay, so I hope that was clear. So this is simply how the body physical system support and enhance the experience of flow. So we have different things here. Let's go through them. So we have the autonomic nervous system, ANS, so it's divided into SNS and then PNS. We're going to talk a lot about this too, because it's going to be super important for the recovery system. So we have SNS, so sympathetic nervous system. The sympathetic nervous system prepares the body for action, fight or flight, okay? So that situation of anxiety. So once again, it's always the same reaction, okay? So it's an input, something activates the SNS, the sympathetic nervous system. What happens most of the time? Your pupils dilate, your muscle body start to tense, your breathing patterns start to get shorter because you need to start to run or do something like that, because maybe there is a predator or something in front of you, okay? So it's just simply a natural reaction. This moderate activation of the SNS during flow activity increase alertness, energy, readiness, and respond to challenge. Think about it. If you're doing an action, and in order to get that action, you need attention. And most of the time, attention can be also brought, for example, with risk. This is just one of the flow triggers. Then it means that I'm activating the SNS, so a specific state of my body, nervous system, where I, for example, once again, breathe shorter, okay? So I can derive more attention thanks to this pattern, okay? And this is automatic, like you increase the risk, you increase the challenge, you get more alert and more attention. Is it too high, the challenge? Then I have too much cortisol, I have neurochemicals that don't help me to stay into flow, okay? So it's important that I stay inside the channel. So more we proceed, the more it's going to be helpful for you to understand each one of these steps and why everything connects to each other. So it's going to be a puzzle, okay? So for now, it's a little bit difficult. You're just adding a piece after a piece. Every now and then you have a little bit rush of dopamine because you understand now, yeah, actually that connects to that thing. Or if it's not still clear, don't worry. The more we proceed, the clearer it's going to get. Then we have the parasympathetic nervous system, and this is simply the opposite, rest and digest. It's called like this because this is the nervous system that is when we are digesting. Okay, so we are relaxing, we have more serotonin, we are more relaxed. And for example, if you are digesting and all of a sudden you get scared because there is something, for example, even just a lightning outside and you get scared, the nervous system switch to the SNS, and what you start to do is you don't digest. Okay, for that seconds, that minute, you stop digesting. And that's why when you get scared or so on and so forth, you have difficulty digesting because it practically stopped the digestion in that specific moment. Okay, so hope that was helpful. Now we have vagus nerve. This is very interesting. It's one of the biggest, if not the biggest nerve that we have in our body. This is very interesting because yes, the longest nerve in autonomic nervous system, and it extends practically from the brainstem, so here in the back, through the neck and thorax, down to the abdomen. So it goes all the way down practically from there, okay? And it controls everything that is heart rate, digestion, respiratory rate. There are devices such as, for example, pulsetto, that is something that goes, it's an arch, practically goes here on the neck and has electrodes, and it stimulates the vagus nerve. You need to put a little bit of gel, you just press on it, gives you a little bit of vibration, and it kind of tends to stimulate the vagus nerve to then stimulate simply our amazing parasympathetic nervous system, okay? Now, next one, we have the cardiovascular system, HRV. This, a lot of athletes, they always tend to increase it. This is simply the variability between the heart rate, so variation between heartbeat, and the reflects the balance between SNS and practically PNS. So the wider it is, practically the better. Okay, you're more relaxed, and so on and so forth. In fact, it's associated with greater flexibility and adaptability in responding to stress, with support and sustained focus and calmness characteristic of flow. Now, I don't want you to become obsessed with this stuff. I think it's helpful to know them, but not to like, oh my God, I absolutely need to increase my HRV to feel less stress, etc., etc. There are multiple things. I'm going to give you protocol later on to achieve in literally seconds the state that you want to achieve. Okay, whether it's flow, whether it's focus simply, or whether it's relaxing and really relaxing, really creating you that sort of recovery. Okay, and it's important to understand this, because if you know exactly when to push and when to recover and when to push again, then you can continue to proceed upper and upper and upper and get to that level where you're getting always better. Instead, most of the people, what they do is that they push until a certain point, and then for months they don't do anything, and then they push again, and then they don't do anything. And that's why there is always this pattern that they never get better at what they do, and they remain the same level for like 20 years. Okay, and that's not what we want. Also, because it's not progress, it's not what we are here for. Blood flow. This is another efficient circulation of blood, ensure that oxygen and nutrients are delivered to the muscle organs while removing waste products. Optimal blood flow supports physical performance, cognitive function during flow state, and ensuring the brain and body have the resources needed for sustained activity. So very important. We're going to talk also about nutrition in this case. Now, then we have respiratory rate, breathing pattern. As I just told you, like, it's important to control the breathing because it helps regulate the oxygen, the carbon dioxide removal, and at the same time, the role in flow is that it needs to be rhythmic. Deep breathing pattern promote relaxation and concentration, reducing stress and supporting a state of flow. So if you're too stressed, you're never gonna fall into flow. At the same time, if you're frustrated, bored, so on and so forth, difficult to fall into flow. You need to find that little path, okay? Muscular and motor functions. Muscular coordination, we saw it in the striatum. So coordination and control muscle movement are efficient for executing physical tasks efficiently. The role in flow is simply you become more fluid and automatic. Once again, this would work perfectly for people like Alex Honnold, okay, or swimmers, Olympic, or in general athlete that they're doing something. Because once again, you can fall into flow doing a physical activity, you can fall into flow doing a work, or in any other kind of situation, if that is a specific thing that activate, for example, your intrinsic motivators. Muscle relaxation on the other side, we have reducing unnecessary muscle tension, conserve energy, and prevent fatigue. The role in flow, there is often a sense of effortlessness. Okay, so this is also deriving from the neurochemicals, of course, such as the endorphin, because you feel that state where you can push more and you feel less pain. Imagine, for example, when you do a marathon, after a certain point, the body literally reacts like it's normal to run in that specific moment. After you finish, you're like exhausted, but you don't feel so much the pain as much as you're supposed to be feeling, okay? So then we have an endocrine system that is simply the hormonal regulation. Hormones like cortisol, adrenaline, and endorphin play crucial roles in response of stress, energy levels, and pain management. So the balanced hormones levels here support the heightened state of awareness and performance. For example, moderate cortisol levels that enhance the focus, while endorphins reduce the pain and promote pleasure. So this was everything regarding physiology. Then we have the last one, that is brain waves. So stay with me. This is going to be interesting because you can also play music. You can do multiple stuff to kind of play with this. And it's going to be helpful also to understand the brain waves, because some brain waves, are similar, of course, to flow, some activity, and you can also play with your routine daily to activate flow more easily in some sort of situation, and we're going to see everything later on. But of course, first you need to understand what is this about. So the study of brainwaves or neural oscillation provides insight into electrical activity of the brain during flow state. Different types of brainwaves are associated with various mental state levels of cognitive activity. Flow is characterized by specific patterns of brainwave activity that reflects the unique combination of focus, relaxation, and heightened awareness. So let's see each one of them. So we have alpha, theta, gamma, beta, delta, and then just simply the one in flow. Okay, so alpha waves we have associated with relaxed and wakeful state and are often dominant when the mind is calm but alert. Okay, so increased alpha wave is observed during flow, indicating a relaxed concentration, and this allows a reduction in mental distraction and promotes a focused yet calm state of mind. And these are between 8 to 12 hertz. Then we have theta waves. Also, this is very similar. You can fall into flow most of the time between alpha and theta. So the theta waves are linked to deep relaxation, creativity, and meditative states. They're prominent during drowsiness and the early stage of sleep. So it's going to be interesting because just with this little information, you kind of can fall into flow if you're in some sort of biorhythm. Don't worry about this. We're gonna talk about all of this later on. But just to give you an input here, if you are somebody that likes to wake up early in the morning, then this is going to be perfect for you because you can fall into flow literally minutes after you wake up. So a lot of entrepreneurs that they want to work hard in the morning because that's when they are at their best. Okay, so there are some people that are working better in the morning, some people that are working better in the afternoon. If you're somebody that works well in the morning, it could be very useful, but we're gonna test it later on with a test to know exactly if you're one of them. You can literally start to work after seconds you wake up because you're in a very similar brainwave from passing from sleeping to very concentrated work. Okay, so it's going to be very interesting. Then we have gamma waves. Gammas are involved in high level cognitive function, including problem solving. So here is where the prefrontal cortex is very activated. Okay, so you're literally thinking and there is a process of information and needs to be very rapid. So peak cognitive performance practically. Then we have beta waves are associated with active thinking, problem solving. So beta waves is present during flow, but they're indicating focused mental activity without the stress and anxiety that can accompany high beta waves level. Okay. Then we have delta, are prominent during deep sleep. So this is when we find them like in a stage. If you don't know the stages, practically we have, light, then we have deep, then we have, of course, awake, and then we have REM. Okay, so these are the stages. When you're in deep sleep, then you have these delta waves. Very simply. Okay, so the brain wave pattern in flow, we have coherence and synchronization. So during flow, practically you're using multiple. That's the thing that I'm trying to say here. Since you have a kind of like a spectrum in flow, you may use more during some sort of processes compared to other. Because flow, it's kind of it's a cycle, so it's not just I don't want to see it like a compartment, but it's a general sort of view. Okay, so you're gonna have a spectrum and you're gonna divide yourself into multiple brain waves, but it's gonna be explained everything later on. Then we have, once again, transmit prefrontality, that there is this reduction in the prefrontal cortex, so the thing needs to be automated, so you reduce the self-criticism and everything else. Okay, so this was everything regarding all the areas regarding flow. So this is gonna get you a more understanding. I know it was a little bit technical, thanks to follow until now, half an hour of a lesson. I know it's not easy to digest, but I think it's very, very helpful to understand the technical, once again, to understand better what we are talking about, what is exactly the thing that we are confronting, and if I need to understand later on how can I swap from being overwhelmed to being in flow, I need to understand what's happening inside my brain, what's happening not just in the brain, but in my body, for example, physiology, to understand how can I react to this thing and how can I convert myself to being A to being B if I want to become B. Okay, so next lesson, we're going to see everything around flow cycle. Thank you so much for watching. Okay, so I'm super excited to talk to you a little bit about flow cycles. We kind of introduced a little bit this priorly before, and I want to return back to the example regarding the difference between Cal Newport and Mihaly Csikszentmihalyi. So what Cal Newport was saying in, I think it was a podcast probably, where he was talking about the fact that he was kind of like on the opposite side compared to Mihaly Csikszentmihalyi, so the guy that cognited practically the flow state, so created this immense research for like 30 years. And Cal Newport instead is a Harvard professor, if I'm not mistaken, that just understood, okay, you need to release all the distraction, just focus on what you're doing. You need to have these deep work sessions and where you're doing your highest practically work. You're not paid for moving from a task to another, meeting to another, but you're paid for your creative work, your deep work sessions. And I totally agree with that. But I don't agree with his statement of like it's completely opposite of flow, because with this lesson we're gonna understand now why I don't agree with that statement. Because flow refers to a natural progression of flow state, okay, that individuals move through before, during, and after experiencing a flow state. So understanding this cycle can help individuals intentionally cultivate conditions for flow and recover effectively afterward. So as you can see from this introduction, there's going to be different stages of flow. And because of this, I truly understand that, it truly makes me understand that, or Cal Newport didn't study as much Mihaly Csikszentmihalyi, or at least his theory, and there is nothing wrong with it. But I think the two stuff are very connected, okay? Because if you fall into deep work, yes, you can be frustrated. Sometimes to push at a different level, you really need to feel uncomfortable if you always want to push at a newer level. But at the same time, there is always going to be a moment there where you're not relaxed, but you're just pushing some percent more and you're practicing the specific thing. This could be for work. This could be, let's say you're playing an instrument and you want to become much better at playing that instrument. If you think about it, if you ever played an instrument, I played guitar in the past, it's absolutely frustrating when you're testing there, you're trying to tap on the correct strings and so on and so forth. But there is always a point where in the cycle, you are frustrated, you're not able to do that specific thing, and then you reach a moment where you are in flow state. So you still deep work, you're still like inside of a cycle where you're absolutely concentrated, you don't have distraction, you're pushing yourself, but at the same time, it's flowy, okay? And then the cycle begin again, okay? So you start to get again frustrated and so on and so forth. Okay, so that's the introduction I want to give you. Now, let's see each one of these stages. First of all, struggle phase. Okay, so sorry to be here, the bad guy, to say to you that you're gonna struggle, but this is the reality. Okay, you're always gonna need to push yourself a little bit more. So there is always going to be frustration, struggle every time you do something new. We talked about this because you don't have information in the past that you can link it to past experience. Your brain is going to feel heavy. You're going to have cognitive load. These are lots of information that you still didn't process. And it's normal that whatever new information, even the one that you're just watching right now, may feel a little bit overwhelming in the beginning. But then you just need to repeat them and digest them. And then the struggle phase is going to help you to, it's going to help later on to pass outside the struggle phase. The problem here is that a lot of people, they're continuing to stay all of their life in the struggle phase because they constantly and continuously don't understand the cycle, how it works, and how do you fall into a flow state. And they continue to stay on the same task, on the same difficulties without moving forward. Instead, life is much more than that, I think. You can enjoy life much more. You can be enjoying it through becoming a master at something, and therefore increasing your intrinsic motivators, and therefore you enjoy more what you do. Because once again, if I told you before, if you're a beginner, you can enjoy the stuff that you're doing up to a certain level. But when you start to push the level, and once again, take the example of Federer. Federer probably when, you of course reach a point where you like almost want to throw up if you probably see a racket of tennis, but he reached a point in his career for sure that he loved just doing that, winning and stuff were going well. And that is the point in life where I think you are the proudest of your achievement, because there has been a lot of struggle phase. You pass through, we're going to see it now, and then you achieve the highest level of flow that you can ever achieve in your life, okay? And what we do here, so as I'm showing you here, you can have a flow state in a specific moment, or you can have a flow state in a specific moment of life, a little bit enlarged, let's call it like that, okay? So struggle phase, this is the initial stage where the individual encounters a challenging task or problem that demands significant cognitive and emotional effort. So this is frustrating, okay? Characteristic, high effort. So you're gonna feel high effort doing the thing. And this requires intense concentration and effort to understand or solve the task at hand. Think about a business. What you do, you're solving a problem for a client. In the beginning, when you were doing that specific thing, you may been a little bit better than somebody else, but still, it was a struggling thing to do. It was still something not as easy, okay? But when you started to do that thing, you became better, you achieved a better result, and then maybe you solved other problems for other clients, so on and so forth, okay? But in the beginning, that was frustrating. You weren't able to do that. Think about like learning how to write, and then you're writing something wrong, and then the teacher says, no, you need to do the S in this way, okay? And so on and so forth. Frustration. Feelings of frustration or difficulty are common as the brain works the process and integrate new information or skill. We talked about this. So you need to create a pattern. You need to do that thing, and with repetition, it comes this thing that the neural pattern, the neural pathway, it starts to get triggered so many times, and there's going to be connection after connection because the neuron fires the next neuron, and then you create that connection, and then it's yours, okay? You become better at the thing. Activation of prefrontal cortex. This specific moment, your prefrontal cortex is exploding. Okay, of course, not literally, but you're always engaged with a conscious problem that you're trying to solve. Why, though, is important? This is a phase that is crucial for pushing the brain to engage deeply and prepare for the subsequent release into flow. You cannot skip this phase. This phase is absolutely essential. You need to pass through this, but it's going to be helping you a lot all the time in your life, because understanding that you need to struggle before passing towards something, when you expect it, not just the expectations are set, but it's going to be much easier. There is a phrase that I think is beautiful, that if you expect a bumpy road, when you encounter it for the first time, it's going to be easier at least. But when you expect a smoother road, and then at a certain point you start and then you find a bump, then you're gonna feel that bump much more, okay? So struggle, and the idea of getting a struggle, the idea that there is frustration, the idea that there is going to be something that is going to be difficult and you need to solve, is going to help you win above everybody else. Because once again, most of the business, they stay stuck into the struggle phase. Next one, release phase. The release phase involves a deliberate shift in focus, and often through a relaxation, distracting technique, allowing the brain to subconsciously process the problem. The characteristic of this, let's check them. So you let go, okay? So you're literally letting go the activity, temporarily disengaging from the intense focus on the task. Relaxation techniques, you can use different techniques. We're gonna see them also later on. Activities such as taking a walk, meditating, engaging in light physical exercise. Once again, similar to walk. And this helps you to reduce the activation of the prefrontal cortex, and it decreases the activity, allowing the subconscious mind to take over. So you're doing more of a normal routine action. Why this is important? Because this phase helps reduce the stress and creating the mental space needed for the flow state to emerge. Because think about this. You cannot fall into flow from a stressful situation such as the struggle phase, where you're full of norepinephrine, cortisol, okay, hormone of stress, because it's something that is frustrating. So you first need to release yourself from the activity to then pass to the next phase of flow. Don't worry about some questions. I'm gonna probably solve them by the end of all the cycles, letting you understand when should you be in this one, when should you pass to the other one, how much is it long, and so on and so forth. Don't concentrate on them, concentrate on this for now, okay? So flow state is the peak experience of deep immersion and optimal performance where individuals fully engaged and performing at their best. Characteristic, once again, similar to the one that we already seen in the past: complete concentration, focus on the task, merge of action awareness. It's integrating the thought and the action, time dilation. You have this perception of time that is altered, this loss of self-consciousness, so you reduce the self-awareness, the sense of control, so you're controlling literally what you're doing, the task at hand. Intrinsic enjoyment, autotelic experience, so you like what you're doing, you find it a pleasure. Neurobiology, there is the transient in prefrontality, so prefrontal cortex diminish the effect. And then neurochemical changes. These changes in increasing level of dopamine, norepinephrine, endorphin, andamine, serotonin, facilitating focus, pleasure, and creativity. So now we pass from a stage of struggle, then we release, so we get out from the problem and we fall into a flow state. And we are super concentrated on the task at hand, we squeeze all the juice we have, and then after that, we need to have a recovery phase. So the recovery phase follows the flow state where the body and the mind recuperate from the intense activity. The characteristic here, physical rest, mostly also if you are using a flow state for a physical activity, such as a sport activity. I use this, for example, when I go out and run, I fall into a flow state, even though it's painful. I kind of, at certain point, if I start to run long distances, I literally fall into a flow state. Mental rest, allowing the mind to relax through leisure activities, meditation or social interaction. Integration, the brain consolidates new learning and experience gained during the flow state. So if you remember before, neurochemicals that are released during the flow state, and one of them is for sure dopamine, it helps you to remember, it helps you to learn. So if you do an activity and you need to have memory doing that specific activity, and if you can do it in a flow state or as close as possible to a flow state, you're going to remember everything much more. And that specific experience, even if you've done maybe some mistake in the middle, you're going to absolutely connect them. And next time, it's much easier that you're not going to do them anymore, okay? Why is important? Recovery is essential for replenish energy. Once again, the bicep curl exercise. You cannot proceed it too much, otherwise you just bump down and you continue to do this up and down in your life. So you prevent burnout and preparing the individual for future flow experience. So it's absolutely important because neurobiology, the return to baseline. Okay, so neurochemical are pushed, you use all of them, and then also them, like the biceps curl, you need to rest them, okay? So you can finish the neurochemical in that specific moment, and therefore you need to rest and rebalance the brain activity. You rebalance the hormone, okay? As I have it here. So cortisol and other stress related to hormone decrease while restorative process kicks in, okay? So this is the full view of the flow cycles. So we have, first of all, struggle. And this what we use: beta brain waves, cortisol, norepinephrine, epinephrine, and then dopamine. Okay, so these are like the major that I found out that are in struggle. So what happens here? This struggle, and this is the important thing that we're gonna see also in the later chapter, productivity. So time bending mastery. It's very important because when you understand that you need to struggle, this struggle phase can lead you to hours, or it can lead you to days, it can lead you to weeks, sometimes months. And you say, oh my God, what the fuck? Month? Yes, because imagine you being a business and you have problem 1, problem 2, and problem 3. what most of the people do is that they have problem 3 that is like a level from 1 to 10, it's level 2, okay? And then problem 2 is level 4, and then problem 1 is literally level 10. It's the most difficult, it's the heaviest to solve. And what do most people do is that they keep pushing towards problem 2. The problem of this is that they continue to stay in the struggle phase continuously, because tomorrow they're going to struggle a lot, because they're going to see again the same similar problems, and they're going to always push towards this level, and then there's going to return back to be another problem level 3 with just a 2 out of 10, and so on and so forth. So instead, when you understand this, I don't know what's happening. Okay, I just had this tool. Okay, perfect. So let's return back. If you have problem 1 and you understand how to struggle and how you need to pass toward this, you need to understand also that it's the problem 1, the one that you need to solve. And the struggle phase can lead to a higher amount of days. But if you do that today, tomorrow you're going to struggle less. Because if you delete this problem, I assure you, most of the time, problem 2 and problem 3 disappear. Okay, they're not as problematic as you thought. But the problem is that if you're putting your time here, you constantly are in a struggle phase. Because yes, this is struggling, solving problem 1, but problem 2 and problem 3, in the long run, they're going to make you struggle even more. Because procrastinating something, you're going to feel like shit. You're going to not just see yourself like a delusion of like, oh, I wanted to do X, but I did Y, and right now I'm in position B, okay? And I'm not person A that does this. I'm just simply a middleman. I'm not where I want to be. I'm at this specific age. I look around me, people are achieving more, etc., etc., etc. Okay, so struggle phase, absolutely important. Just take the biggest fire and try to solve that fire there. Okay, release. Just a chat about release. When do you need to release? So release is a very interesting concept, because you could see it in a micro or in a macro. So what I mean by that is that micro, it could be seen like a simple routine daily. Okay, after 1, 2, 3 hours of work, of struggle, of maybe something that you're trying to solve, then you can take a release. Okay, and that's a micro release. Macro release, it could be something like a vacation. So you push yourself for 90 days and then you can have a vacation for a week. Okay, I'm going to talk also about this. I have a schedule that I follow, for example, of how I need to pass through this release phase. And when you do this, when you release, when you get out from the problem, and just to give you an example of a really important person, Einstein, probably you know him, was using release just going out and sailing. He wasn't a good sailor. Most of the time, you used to search online, they had to rescue him from the lake because he understood that sailing was getting him outside of the struggle phase, outside of the problem. He was going to sail, he wasn't thinking, he was just releasing, he was just relaxing, getting a little bit of alpha brain waves, nitric oxide, endorphin, serotonin, GABA. And when he was returning back to the problem, most of the time he was passing very quickly to flow, okay? To a theta brain waves, a gamma, dopamine, endorphin, anandamide, norepinephrine, and getting into that focus state where you can solve the problem. Think about it. How many times you got an idea after a huge struggling phase, then you got in the shower, you did something, 2 days passed, you're not thinking about it, and then you get the idea, and then you got into flow, okay? You go to work, you do the stuff, and everything goes so flawless, okay? After pushing to flow though, because still it's something that requires a lot of energy because you're still very concentrated. As I said to you before, a marathon person can push himself and at a certain point fall into flow while running and not feel the pain, not feel the energy expenditure. But as soon as you finish, you're tired, okay? And even if you don't understand that you're tired, you are tired. You need that recovery. And that's why a lot of people that are peak performer, they pushed a lot, they tend sometimes to not think about the recovery and just push. Let me do more hours. Let me work 12 hours a day, every day, all the year, so on and so forth. But they don't understand that at a certain point, their reduction in activity, they become more frustrated, more overwhelmed, or burnout because they consistently putting overload. And think about an athlete. What an athlete does. First of all, an athlete compared to a CEO or a high performer is taking pauses, okay? Because athletes understand perfectly how important is recovery for their body. But a lot of time, people don't think about this regarding brain, okay? So if you're somebody that takes too many recovery time, don't worry about this. But if you're a high performer that tends to work 12 hours per day, consistently pushing, recovery is essential, is part of the peak performing, okay? So if you want to continue to perform well and do well tomorrow, you need to recover. And once again, recovery is very similar to release phase. It can be for a micro recovery or a macro recovery. Okay, sometimes you need more time, sometimes you need less time, depending if you're looking at it for the day or you're looking at it for the week. Just an example. Me personally, recovery, I just simply use it the last hours of the day. It's 2 to 3 hours that I leave myself before going to sleep, where I completely don't think about anything. I want to be disconnected as much as possible from work. This, for example, is my micro recovery of the day, okay? Most of the rest of the day is more a release rather than recovery, okay? And so that's it for this lesson. I hope this was helpful too. And I'm pretty sure it was, because if you understand very well this cycle, you can understand exactly where you are, if you're in struggle, if you're in flow, if you're in recovery, and you need to return back to struggle. And I'm going to leave you also with this. Understanding where you are in the cycle is very interesting, because after you finish a vacation, you can expect that now is the moment to struggle. If you feel too much comfortable in the position where you're right now, it's perfectly the moment that you understand that the next step you need to do is struggle. Push yourself a little bit more. Okay, so if you're in a situation where you're making maybe money, you already made millions in the past, and you're not so much, because I had talked to some people that sold companies, made some millions, they have the money, they're at ease, and right now they're just trying to understand, okay, what should I do right now? Because I kind of lost my motivation, I kind of lost my flow state, and you just need to return back to struggle. Okay, so you just need to return back to something that may be a little bit frustrating, maybe a little bit more pushing, maybe a little bit more stretching, but that's going to help you to return back to the state of flow, to the state of like you're creating something and so on and so forth. You are in that well-being state. For now, don't do anything until you completed all the course, because it's very important to understand in which kind of situation you're in, because if you're a bit overwhelmed, you may need to recover more compared to push more, okay? So there are different people here that are watching this, so it's very important to locate yourself first and then proceed towards the direction or another, okay? So this concludes my lesson regarding flow state. Next one is going to be about achieve full concentration. See you in the next one. Welcome to Achieve Full Concentration. So in this module, we're going to put together all the information we took in the previous videos, plus the flow state, and give you a sort of a protocol, something scientific that you can use, very similar to the bicep curl. I always do that example because I think it's very clear. You cannot continue to work for so many hours. You need some sort of pauses, you need some sort of rhythm, you need some protocol, you need some rule also at the same time. Just to give an example, I engraved in my brain literally some rules because they're very important for me to understand if a distraction arrives, it can take me up to X amount of time to regain the focus. We're going to see all of this. So if you're somebody that is struggling a little bit to focus or just simply stay sat on the chair and achieve what they need to achieve, the goal, and maybe tend to be distracted by social media, scrolling, YouTube, and so on and so forth, this is going to help you. Okay, so multiple information here. So let's just start. So this is essential for entering and maintaining flow state. Okay, without concentration, we know it well, we cannot have a flow state. And it involves managing both internal and external factors, because that can either facilitate or hinder deep focus. Why this? Because we know it well, there are external distraction, external factor that can lead me to not fall into flow, or they can be simply internal. If you think about it, there are if I'm not mistaken, 60 to 70% of adults, they are self-inflicted distraction themselves, okay? So they're inflicting themselves distractions. They are not able to focus. Because if you think about it, we finding ourselves in a situation in the 21st century where everything is moving very quickly. You have very quick notification, very quick news. There are a lot of informations. So there is not anymore the idea like in the 80s or in the 90s where information were coming a little bit once at a time, and therefore you were looking for the person that had the best information and you wanted to have those information. Nowadays, it's full of informations, right? You go on YouTube, and you see a list of multiple people. You go on Amazon, you want a book, you have a list of books regarding that specific topic. So the point here is that you need to understand not what kind of information you need, but what kind of information you need to filtrate, okay, and reduce, so you can focus only on what matters and what is helpful for you, okay? So that's a very good tip that I want to give you here in the beginning. So first of all, we have internal triggers such as autonomy, and a refresh about autonomy refers to having control over our action and decisions, and it's critical component for achieving flow. So without one of these intrinsic motivators, autonomy, we have difficulties achieving flow. Because it's critical component for achieving flow, as individual needs to feel that they're in charge of their task. Because if you feel like something is imposed on you, such as, for example, it can happen in some employees that the boss tells them you need to do X, Y, Z, they don't want to do it, it's imposed, and therefore they're not really willing to do that, they're not so much motivated. And the example here I want to give you again, Patagonia, Google 20% time. So this company allow employees to spend a portion of their time on personal projects, fostering a sense of autonomy and boosting creativity and productivity. So always try to use, if you're a digital entrepreneur, if somebody that works online, just keep part of your time into developing project, into developing something new, okay? So the application here is that give yourself or your team the freedom to choose tasks or projects that align with their interest and strength, okay? So this is helping a lot, just having the autonomy, having that small project aside to get you into that concentration much easier, because you know that part of your time is going to be dedicated in that. Because if you don't do that, you tend to just every now and then pick up that project, start it, continue it, or pause it, and then return back to do something else. Instead, if you have a schedule, you know that there's going to be 20% of your time dedicated for an activity such as this, much easier to concentrate, okay? Another, locus of control. This refers to the extent to which individuals believe they have control over their events in their life. So a strong internal locus of control is associated with higher motivation and the ability to achieve flow. So we need to increase this internal locus of control. How do we do this? Okay, so we can break your life into meaningful categories. For example, you have work, relationships, hobbies, health. So what I use different tools that practically tells me where am I spending my time. First, I started just simply going on calendar and I map out everything. And I just had some simple script that was telling me, okay, you're spending this much, this much, this much. I have apps now. Maybe I can leave some in the descriptions. That practically it divides me my day, and it's automated, so I don't have to do anything. Every time on the computer, it directly automate everything, knows what I'm doing, and it just goes in certain categories. Other stuff I just put in them manually. If you want to start manual, it's perfect. You can just simply use the daily planner that you find in the goal lesson, and it's helpful because you're dividing everything into meaningful categories. So you know that this is when you concentrate, this is when you relax, and have separate these areas. Lots of people tend to overlap a lot of these categories, and therefore you always have your brain all over the places. What percent of this category do you control? So you need to evaluate how much control you have over each area. This, once again, it's help identify where you can exert more influence. So how much autonomy do you have over this thing? Why? Because if you want to concentrate and you don't have, for example, a a rhythm for, let's take relationship, for example. In the beginning, when I was with my girlfriend, we didn't have a sort of like a plan or a protocol or some sort of like hour that they were divided. And this gets very difficult, mostly also if both work from home, because if somebody wants a pause, comes to the other, so on and so forth. But when instead you have control, because you took control of your time and your schedule, then you can exert more control of it, and you have more internal control, okay? So you can control more this situation. Where does the lack of control affect your high flow category? So here you need to identify the areas where you lack of control and is a barrier to achieving flow. And you need to develop strategies to increase your influence in these areas, such as the example that I just made for relationship. This could work for everything. Could work even for food. If you get distracted by food, you need to prepare yourself and get a strategy, develop something that you can do just this yourself in the beginning. Then there are multiple other ways to do this. I personally use a lot of worksheets. I think they work really well, because when you need to execute on something, it's better to create this sort of like an exercise. Okay. Now, complete concentration. How do you achieve full concentration? So these are the absolute must that you need to do. First, 90 to 120 minutes concentration per task. This is very important because, as I say to you, look at the bicep, okay? If you do the bicep so much time and in a row, you cannot proceed so much. And at the same time, if you do the bicep for so few, you cannot develop the muscle, okay? So what you need to do here is start with 90 to 120 minutes. Just a clarification here. If you're somebody that is having extreme difficulties to just concentrate, start small. Start with something like 30 minutes, 45 minutes of concentration. Easily 30 minutes. You can do the 25 minutes, 5 minutes pause, and just start to add up. The add up is the most important thing though. It doesn't matter where you start. It matters that you slightly raise the bar. Like the muscle, you start with like 3, 4, 5 kilos in the beginning maybe. And if you're a woman, maybe even less, okay? Not because women are weak, but simply it's a different muscle mass. And therefore, you start small and slowly you add up the weight. Slowly you add up the minutes, okay? But it's important to add. Otherwise, there is no change and you're always going to stay in the same situation. So this is very important. It's recommended because for deep focus sessions. So in my experience, starting work immediately after waking up helps maintain the brain's natural wave state, similar to flow, making it easier to concentrate. Simply because I'm a certain biorhythm. We're going to see all of this later on. But in general, start to work when you're at your best, when you have the most energy, and that's the moment where you need to consume the energy, okay? So do the heavy tasks. So for example, for me, most of the recordings, I try to do them in the morning because it's when I have the most energy, when I can talk a little bit more freer. Sometimes I'm a little bit busy, so I need to put them a little bit in the afternoon and I start to ramble a little bit more, stagger a little bit more, etc. Okay? So task concentration versus ego orientation. This is huge, okay? Because you need to focus on the task itself rather than on how the actual outcome will reflect on you. So, for example, rather than thinking about how a completed project will boost your reputation, concentrate on doing the project well because it is inherently satisfying, because there is an autotelic experience, because you like that, okay? That reflects you and not just your reputation. Sure, your reputation is very, very important, but the point here is that a lot of people tend to decide a task just simply because it's the easier and it doesn't affect me so much, it doesn't affect my image, but sometimes affecting the image can give you, first of all, a boost, and second could give you maybe more confidence, or other reason is that when you concentrate on just like the ego part, you tend to choose also the easy thing, okay? And choosing the easy thing, it's a hard choice later because you're gonna have a hard life. Every time you choose something that is easy, later on it's gonna become hard. You remember when we talked about struggle? The same thing. When you decide to pick up a project that is easy, then you're going to have the big problem A still there. And it's going to prolong during time. You're going to feel frustrated. You're going to feel bad. So just task orientation. So what you need to do that bring you to the goal. Doesn't matter the ego. Doesn't matter if it kind of like deflect the way you think. Fuck yourself and just think about the goal. Autonomy and reframing. Now, this is a technique. If you're not naturally motivated, reframe the task. For example, I don't want to study, but this knowledge will help me achieve my goals and assist others. So the idea of reframing is something that a lot of people understand conceptually, but doing it is a complete different thing. So there is a huge gap between doing and the knowing, okay? And that is called the knowing doing gap, okay? So you know what it is this, but you don't do it. And therefore you don't know it. Because when you know something, it's because your behavior changed. So your activity changed. Otherwise you didn't learn, okay? You just got your head full of some entertaining information, okay? But doing it is a complete different thing. And when you do something such as reframing, it's very powerful because you start to use something that in your daily life before was like difficult to do, you didn't want to do it, you procrastinate with it. But when you give a reason, it's much more powerful. I think it was inside the book of Cialdini that was saying, if you give a reason of because of something, you're much more persuasive than anybody else. When they put people in line, so there were people in line for, how bad I am, right? So people were in line and somebody asked, can I print this because, etc., etc. And just giving a because I need to print, and it's obvious we're all here to print, he could skip the line much easier, okay? When you have a because, a but, something that changed the story, also you change the story you tell yourself, okay? Now, non-time zone, another must. These are all essential. So you need to designate a period where you are completely unavailable. So during this time, there is no one can call, message, interrupt you. Solitude is essential for deep focus. What I do here is just simply turn off the phone. If the phone is near you, what I was doing, I was literally leaving it outside the house, inside the car. So in order to have the phone, I literally had to dress. If outside is cold, I need to wear something. I need to open the car, take the keys, go inside, take the phone, return back inside, leave off the excessive clothes, etc., etc. So it's something very difficult, something that you don't want to do, and you just add what is friction. We're going to talk about friction a lot in the future lessons, okay? So last one, fuck off, I'm flowing sign. So what you do here is that you create a sign for your workspace that indicates that you're in a flow state and you should not be disturbed. This helps communicate to others the importance of focus time. So what you need to do here is now create a schedule, create something that all the other people that you have around, if you have kids, you need to make them understand. And I'm going to give you some tips here in gamification in the next chapter, in the next module, regarding, for example, gamification, how you can work with your kids with gamification, where you can get your time and you can get your focus time for yourself without being distracted by them. And then after they can get a reward or something, they can play more with you, they can do some more stuff, or you bring them somewhere as a reward of getting you that specific time. So there are many ways that you can play this around, but always try to gamify everything. Once again, we're going to talk about this, so maybe don't skip the steps, but generally, if you can gamify, if you can make it more fun, then all the other people around you can follow you, okay? Can follow what you want. And remember this, if there is somebody that disturbs you after you said that you needed to focus, this person doesn't love you, okay? This person is not interested in you and achieving your goals, and therefore I can absolutely say that doesn't love you, okay? So most probably it's not the right person for you. But anyway, I'm not here to give you any advice, but generally, if you have somebody that understands you, understand your goal, they understand also that a certain moment of your life needs to be in concentration, okay? And it needs to be talk to this person, okay? Because if there is no if there is no communication, they cannot invent it, okay? So it has to come from you, that says to the other person or the other situation, whatever it is, I need this time aside, otherwise I cannot achieve X. If I don't achieve X, then we are in this etc. condition. I feel more frustrated. I'm not happy as I would like to be, okay? Now, distraction management. These I use two things, end work preparation. These are rule for me, and 30 seconds rule. So let's start with end work preparation. What we do here, prepare for the next day task at the end of your workday and set clear goals and reduce distractions. When you know what you need to do tomorrow and you can do it just simply using the daily planner, that is a perfect starting point to do this. And you already know everything that you need to do tomorrow. So you know your 3 goals tomorrow, and that helps a lot to clear the mental clutter, clear all the thought, all the rumination, and you just know that you need to do those, okay? And it's much better to do it before because you are in the momentum, okay? You just finish the day, you achieve some winnings, and then you just place what you need to do tomorrow. And then tomorrow, without emotion, without second thoughts, you do what you thought you had to do. Example, before finishing work, organize your file, create a to-do list for the next day. And this practice minimizes distraction and helps you start the next day with a clear objective, okay? Now, the 30 seconds rule is very, very powerful. A 30-second distraction can take up to 15 to 20 minutes to regain full focus. This was a study that they did in the University of California, if I'm not mistaken. It takes up to 23 minutes and 15 seconds to regain focus. So the strategy here is absolutely minimize as many interruptions as possible by managing common distraction effectively. So we're going to see now a protocol how to do this for distractions. It's going to be very, very helpful. But remember this rule: for every 30 seconds distraction, you're fucked. Okay, because you're literally killing the focus, you're killing the momentum, and you're returning back to the struggle phase. So every time you're putting yourself in a situation of like, there could be distractions, you absolutely need to manage them. Because first of all, you need to understand where your time is going. And I'm going to give you here also in the next module in time bending mastery, what to do here. Because you need to first understand where my time is going. And therefore, I understand that if X amount of time is going to bullshit stuff, I need to reduce that, okay? So how to reduce distraction? We use a distraction checklist practically, very, very simply here on the flowchart. I can just show you, identify the 5 top distractions. How you can do this, example, it could be social media, email notification, noise, unplanned meetings, phone calls, whatever it is that distracts you, it is simply a category, and develop steps to eliminate them. Very simply here I put it, use apps to block social media during work hours. For example, there is Freedom. There are so many apps out there that practically block literally YouTube, block Facebook, block LinkedIn, whatever is that distracts you. For me, for example, a lot was YouTube because maybe I had to publish a video on YouTube, and then going on YouTube was making me distracted, and so on and so forth. Another beautiful extension that I want to give you is Undistracted, where you can literally block all the homepage of YouTube. You don't see anything, you don't see any video, you don't see any related videos, and that helps you also to not click anything. So there are many other things that you can do here, but I just want to give you some here. Otherwise, this video becomes too long. Schedule specific times to check emails, batch the emails. So just understand a specific time of your day where you're going on your email. Don't open the email 10, 15 times. And also here, there are some tools that helps you to some extensions. For example, 1sec, or I have this one here, for example, quick focus, where I just simply turn it on. And then it tells me you spent this much time in this app today. How much do you want to stay inside, etc., etc., etc. Okay, and so this you get specific times to do a specific action, such as admin stuff. Okay, because you still need to do them. And the same thing goes for the team. You just schedule a time for the team. And if you're not able to leave your team working, and you always need to be on Slack or every kind of app, WhatsApp, Telegram, whatever it is, Asana, I need to be there and just write to them, it means that or the team is not good, okay, because they always need you, or you are not good at delegating to the team and you're not able to take out yourself and give power to them. So that could mean that you are a CEO, or in any case a founder, that is not able to leave the manager position, because manager are the people that make the people, okay? But you, as a founder, you want to get rich, okay? You just are there for getting not just the love of what you do, but at the same time, the profit. Because otherwise, it doesn't have any sense having a business. I think you agree with that, right? So if you want to create a distance between being a manager, because depends of course where you are, but generally if you start from zero and you're just yourself, you're the manager, you're everything, you wear multiple hats, so on and so forth. If you're a step ahead, that you start to have some people, a lot of entrepreneurs, and I talked even to entrepreneurs that they have even 30 plus employees, that they're still a simple good manager, okay? Because they want the power from themselves, and that's a manager, okay? That's not somebody that can get rich, very wealthy, or at least it's not the superpower that they could be at, okay? They're not performing as much as a person that could perform if just delegate and get their time for themselves without trying to do the work of everybody, okay? Just a little digression there. Then use noise cancelling headphones, set boundaries for meetings, turn off notification, etc. Okay, so you need to develop the steps to eliminate. So identify out of the categories what is each one of this. And now you implement timing. So set a specific time each day or week to implement and review distraction management, your strategy. So what you can simply do right now, if you don't have any worksheet or anything, just simply use a notebook, okay? I always have at least a notebook on my desk, as you can see here. And what I do there is multiple things. I write once again the goal. So I have multiple places where I write the goal. I always have them there because I simply like also to scratch them by hand. But at the same time, what I do in the angle, so it's kind of divided into two parts. Later on, if I have a distraction, just write it down, okay? So if that distraction is brought to me 2 or 3 times during the week, that distraction needs to be reviewed, strategized, and deleted, okay? So that's how you need to do. You just need to look at your day. You can just use, once again, the daily planner. If you don't have any other instrument, you can just start with that. And every 30 minutes, you know where you're spending your time. You know that something came along, a call, and you spent half an hour in a call, half an hour watching YouTube, whatever you're doing, you wrote it down. And therefore, if that thing comes up 2 or 3 times in a week, that is a distraction. That is something that must go away, okay? So this is how you achieve full concentration. So the most important thing are here, that you need to have internal triggers such as autonomy. So you can work with what you like and love, and therefore you feel more motivated of achieving more concentration, and you feel more pushed to concentrate. Locus of control, internal locus of control. So you need to have control over your actions. And if you cannot have control, very, very difficult to concentrate. To achieve full concentration, you have a must list here, 90 to 100 minutes concentration per task, and just unitask, just do one thing at a time. Don't do 3 things at a time. Multitasking doesn't work. Task orientation, so focus on the task rather than on ego, autonomy and reframing. So if there is something that you're not so much willing to do, just reframe it, give it a but, give it a because, and that's going to help you during time. But start to use it, not just knowing it, okay? Non-time zone, so there are zones where nobody can disturb you, and you just simply put a fuck off, I'm flowing sign out of the door, okay? Now, distraction management, by ending this, like every time you end a work, you just select what you need to do the next day, 3 to 5 goals, so you're much less distracted the next day. Remember a 30 seconds rule, that for every 30 seconds, it's gonna get you 23 minutes and 15 seconds to regain the focus. And you need to get at the distraction checklist. So every time you get distracted, you need to understand and note down what was that distract you. What was that specific thing? And then you put in categories, you put it in a daily planner, you put it in a block notice, and every time it comes up 2 to 3 times a week, you need to strategize it and delete that specific distraction, okay? So hope that was helpful. Next one, we're gonna see skill balance challenge, extremely important. Okay, let's start with the skill balance challenge. Very excited because it's a very awesome subject, this one. So Mihaly sent me concept, practically skill balance challenge is central to achieving flow. So this is going to help you to not be in the situation of like, I want to procrastinate, I don't want to do that thing, I'm bored, I'm frustrated, to on the other side, being in anxiety, that thing is too heavy, I don't want to solve that specific problem. And it's going to help you to understand very well the rhythm. So the idea is to stretch your ability slightly beyond your current comfort zone to enhance the skill and maintain engagement without causing overwhelming stress. So once again, we're going to see it. There is a kind of a channel. We need to stay in that channel to get into focus. So the key principle here are the following: stretch, but not snap. Okay, so aim for tasks that are challenging enough to push your limits, but not so difficult that they can cause anxiety and frustration. It's going to be all clear just in a second. I mean, it should be clear already, but generally, like, stretch yourself, just go outside the comfort zone without going too much outside the comfort zone. Otherwise, you may increase too much the risk, too much the challenge, and it's too difficult for you, and you don't want to proceed it. Because think about it. Every time you try to do something incredibly difficult, then the next day you say like, oh my God, that was very difficult. I don't want to do it again, because it's too much energy. Once again, if the brain is a prediction engine, and look at the past experience, they were super energy. So they were asking me tons of energy. I don't want to do that anymore. So next time I'm pushing until here, okay? But instead, if you could push the correct amount every time, you can create that increase, okay? That is the meaning of stretch but not snap. 4% rule. This, of course, is a kind of made up rule by Kotler, but I think it's interesting to understand this concept of like, you always need to increase just slightly. Like in some stuff, anything between 1 to 5% probably it's already a big stretch. In some other, you can absolutely stretch 10 to 15%. An example is that, for example, if I'm preparing for a marathon, what I'm doing now, more or less, I'm always increasing 10% of every week of the kilometers that I run, and 10-15 I would say. So it always kind of push you a little bit more than this 4%, but generally the whole point is that you need to give that little step further, okay? So that's the why and how you can develop mastery. And think about Alex Honnold. If you don't know who he is the guy that is free soloing. Probably you saw his documentary. If you don't know who he is, just search him online. It's a very, very interesting story his and what he does. So this exemplify incremental improvement. So by improving his skills slightly each time, he achieved extraordinary levels of performance. Because once again, if he was able to climb the dome in like 4 hours, if I'm not mistaken, something that people would take days, and plus he was in free solo, like literally without any fucking rope. That is like absolutely incredible result. And he just achieved that because he incremented this thing until he became a master. He prepared like for 2 to 4 years, if I'm not mistaken, before doing that thing, climbing that specific mountain, that specific route, to understand each one of the steps that he had to take, until the point of like, okay, I became a master of this route, and I increased every time my level, and until I found the perfection. Okay, so it became like a piece of art, practically, what we've done. And similar incremental improvement is seen in chess grandmaster Magnus Carlsen, because Carlsen, at the same time, he's just simply a kid that did so many hours of chess, to the point that right now, today, if he needs to play, he literally plays like almost, he's reading a comic book, okay? If you see him playing, it's very interesting. So example, swimming. If you comfortably swim for 2 kilometers in 45 minutes, aim to swim 2.5 kilometers in an hour next time, okay? Maybe this half kilometers is a bit more, maybe becomes 2.1, but in general, just increase a little bit more. Working out, start with a set of 3 per 10, then you increase to 11, and then to 12, and then to 13, until you reach, for example, 20, okay? For example, if you wanna do some good exercise about abs, that's exactly what you need to do. You start with 3 per 10, okay, for 3 exercises, not so much. So you start small, and then what you do is you reach after a month or so doing 3 per 20, okay? In a couple of months, you reach 3 per 20, so your abs evolve, they don't snap, so the muscle doesn't like become so swollen and so painful the next day. You just increase step by step, okay? So how to tune this balance skill ratio? First of all, you need to ask yourself, where am I coasting? So identify the areas where the tasks are too easy and lack challenge. So there's going to be some challenges in your life that are a little bit too easy. You feel comfortable with them and you like to keep them like that, but you need to understand, okay, probably there I'm coasting a little bit then, so I need to push myself a little bit more. What do positive results look like? So you need to define a specific measurable outcome that indicates your progress. And you know this by using our goal, okay? So we know that we have a goal, we know that that's the direction, and it's a specific improvement. If I know that each time I'm doing that specific action that brings me to the goal, I'm increasing my challenge by 4%, 10%, 15%, okay? Where are my unconscious habits in this case? So what am I doing automatically that I don't think about it, and it's just simply a routine? And a lot of time what I say, you just need to put yourself outside the equation, okay? So if there is an equation, if there is something, put yourself outside of it and ask somebody else, how am I doing this specific thing? A team member, a family member, your wife, your husband, whatever it is, whatever he is, just try to put yourself literally outside, because then you can have a more overview of what's going on, and you understand that probably you're doing a habit or you have a belief that is out of nothing, okay? And it's not founded, it's not helping you to achieve the goal. That is the important thing. Where am I overtaxed? So what is the thing that gets me too much anxiety because the challenge is too high, and therefore I need to reduce the challenge. So if you feel a little bit like you have a lot of time and you're a little bit bored, then you need to understand, okay, this mostly. If you're a little bit more like burnout and like I'm spending too much energy, then you need to look, for example, more at this, depending always on the situation. So now, remember that you need to use your strength, and to find them, once again, you need to trust your history, so reflect on the past accomplishment, identify your strengths, so you need to understand what are my top 5 strengths, for example, and you find overlap, so you need to start to use this, because when you also use your strength, then you can pursue towards that direction much easier. And then you can use immediate feedback. So every time you do an action, whatever is the challenge and the skill that is in the middle, in a second I'm going to show you everything regarding the chart. The importance of feedback lays on, for example, flow and focus. Immediate feedback is crucial for maintaining focus and performance, so you know exactly where you're going, and it provides a real-time information. Sometimes, though, there is a delayed feedback. So in some field, for example, is not immediate. Think about radiologists. So they may not know in the long term how the outcomes go. Some people come inside the studio, they show that they have something broken, and then they go away and they don't know if they solved it. So they don't know if what they've done was helpful for the other, okay? So how to implement immediate feedback? You need to check the task focus, so concentrate on the task rather than ego. Feedback buddy, so you can hire or have a partner or somebody else, a mentor, a coach, whatever it is that helps you to identify what you're doing. And then you have a minimal feedback for flow. What I mean by this is that you need to reflect on the last 3 great flow activities. You access how often you received feedback during this activity, and you identify the types of feedback that were most effective. So like this, you know exactly how to insert the feedback inside your routine. So once again, this is very important that you need to apply this stuff, because if you're doing a job, if you're doing something, you need always to have somebody external that kind of checks the stuff, if you are, for example, in a team, you just set up the thing, and then you check what the team done, and then you increment it, you give a feedback. This works with a team, this works with yourself. If you always need to have a coach, a mentor, somebody, or a group of people. We have here the community. This is very, very helpful, for example, because we always push ourselves a little bit more. We always identify what the other is doing, and then can give you a feedback on that. And most of the time, you just can find somebody that is expert, or somebody in your same field, but maybe a completely different continent, that is doing the same exact thing and can give you feedback on something. So always try to find out there what could be that can help you get a feedback. Now, expanding the concept of skill balance challenge. Let's understand this better. We have confidence and optimism. You know what? Before starting this, let me give you also an overview of how this works. Okay. So the skill balance challenge is practically represented by two assets. Okay. We have skills here, and then we have challenge here. Okay. And then we can see this like a certain flow channel. Okay. So the difference here is the following. That you always start, I practically made this beautiful chart that now I'm going to explain in a second. So let's say here you have A1, then you have A2, then you have A3, and then you have A4. Let me explain. Let's say that A represent Andrew, okay, that is just starting to play tennis, let's say, okay? So when somebody starts to play tennis, their skill and their challenge is not very high. So most probably they find themselves in A1, okay? So what happens here is that every time somebody starts an activity, feel a little bit of flow. And this is called A1 is our microflow, okay? Because the first thing that somebody does when they do tennis is just simply, this is the racket, just try to hit the ball and to the wall, okay? So very easy to do, very possible, and it gets you a little bit of skill. So you start to understand what is my movement, how am I going with the racket, and how am I hitting the ball. And this is perfect because I have all the compartments of flow. I feel the loss of self. I feel the time dilation. I feel the merge of action and awareness. I feel that I have control over my action. I have an automatic experience. I feel happy doing this because it's kind of, I have an immediate feedback. So I know that I'm hitting the wall on the other side, so on and so forth. Okay, so these are the psychology part of flow. We've seen all the part of the brain, the network. There are some parts, for example, striatum that gives you, okay. So this is the first step. And people, when start something, they feel good, okay? And that is the reason why when you start to go inside of a niche or something, you always feel good in the beginning, okay? Because you don't know how much there is on the other side and you have some good wins, and that's where people feel the best. And that's the problem. The problem comes now that when the skill increments, okay, and you're here, so let's say that there is a lot of skill here, but the challenge is not so high, here you feel bored. Can you see it? Yes. Why there is boredom here? Because the skill is very high. You're very good at doing something, but you're not challenging yourself so much. So imagine, for example, Federer playing with Andrew in this moment. Okay, Federer would be absolutely bored. What happens most of the time after passing to A1 is going here. Okay, you're finding yourself in anxiety. Why this? Because when you start something, let's take a similar example of the business. You start in a niche, everything is going well, you're learning this new world and it's getting very interesting, you think it's very possible. Then the challenge becomes very high because maybe you need to start to do some stuff and you need to start to understand some concepts about it. Let's say that, for example, you're have an agency of lead generation. I always do this example because I think it's very easy to understand. You start that and you say, oh, cool, I just need to take appointment for other people. And that's it, very easy. But then arrives the point of like, okay, in the beginning, it looks very easy. But then I need to understand that here, I need to understand Google Ads because I want to bring people with ads. But ads also are costly. So I need to understand, cold email. And then I need to understand what kind of niche do I want to achieve it with. So is it a gym niche? Is it a restaurant? Is it, pet businesses, whatever it is, okay? So you need to understand, okay, where am I and which kind of niche I want to target to. And therefore, I need to understand the niche and have all their info, okay, information. How do they work? I need to understand perfectly what are their pain points, what are their desire, where they want to go, what they want to achieve, how many appointments can they get per month after they get schedule as much, and therefore I need to have another client, etc., etc., etc. So the challenge is increasing, but the skill not so much, because you start to have an open view of everything that comes there. But if you can find this, if you can pass through the challenge, and if you remember, it's very similar to the struggle phase. So you have full information, you don't understand what's going on, you cannot relate to past experience, and therefore you feel frustrated, and there is the struggle phase. Then you can release yourself. And with time, you continue to stay in the struggle. You release yourself, you take your time off, and then you start to get more into what is here, okay? So you get to flow. And this happens only and if you start to become very good at this thing, so you have the skill, and at the same time, there is a high challenge. So once again, you started Google Ads, there is frustration, there is a lot of challenge, and you start email, then you start the niche, then you start the info, and you start to accumulate what skills. But you need to do the thing, okay? There has to be an action. And that is the thing that a lot of people, they don't do. Because they think that they see the thing like very difficult, they struggle. What they do, they jump to do something else. And then they start from zero here in A1, okay? And they get again the micro flow, and then the challenge increase. They need to understand a lot of stuff. They return back to A1, and they continue to stay in the struggle zone. When instead the skill, the only way to do it is to pass through a lot of challenges, a lot of frustration, a lot of things that makes you struggle. There's nothing to do about that, and then you just let it go. You just need to do it. You increase the skill at that point, and that's when you can get into flow. That's when you can get into, damn, I struggle a lot. I was able to achieve a certain momentum of understanding something, and you start to feel yourself on the ground, and then you need to continue to push until the point of like, damn, I'm good at this. I can do it well. I can take a lot of appointments for other people. I can solve their problem, okay? And that's simply the skill balance challenge, okay? So I hope that was helpful. So expanding a little bit, we need to have confidence and optimism. Confidence in one's ability and optimistic outlook are crucial for embracing challenges and maintaining motivation. So assessment, rank your confidence and optimism from 1 to 10 for these different flow activities. Why did I include optimism? Because if you read, for example, Learned Optimism by Martin Seligman, it's a nice book about optimism, and it helps you to understand that some people get this concept of helplessness, okay? So when a person is pushed to something so much, so it's in a struggle sort of phase, and it's not optimistic to pass that phase, most of the time these people become helpless because they just let themselves go, okay? That is their situation, practically they become a victim of the situation. So they're inside the situation, they live for the situation that is most of the time bad, it's not good for them. But when you have optimism and you can scale yourself that optimism towards each activity of flow, then it's much easier to get to that skill balance challenge in the perfect way, okay? So I hope that was clear. Tolerance of anxiety and delayed gratification. You need to develop a tolerance for anxiety and the ability to delay gratification. These are the key to pushing through challenging tasks, because very similar to the problem A, problem B, and problem C. If every time you don't look at the problem A, but you always go to the problem C and problem B because they're instant gratifying you, because you want to have that rush of dopamine, little stuff, little victory, that is never gonna get you to the problem A, and you're always gonna feel anxiety, always gonna feel frustrated, struggle, and everything regarding that specific problem, okay? So you need to delay the gratification of these two and then go just directly to A and all that problem. So strategy, practice mindfulness and set long-term goals to improve these traits. Because when you set long-term goals, you know that the thing is gonna take weeks, okay? It's gonna take months. It's gonna take a quarter to achieve that specific thing. And sometimes it takes even a year, okay? What I've done, just what you're looking here, it took me a year, okay? It took me literally a year to just build this, okay? And then there is a whole new world on the other side, okay? Full of documents, worksheets, exercises, and so on and so forth, okay? Because it was a big problem. It was a big thing. Then we have individual and cultural values. of course, values, as we've seen in the intrinsic motivators, absolutely important because this influence the activity and the meaning. So the application here is like choose activities that align with your values to enhance the motivation and commitment. We've seen this very well in the intrinsic motivators. Mindset and achieving motivation. A growth mindset and strong achievement motivation are essential for continuous improvement. So the example here is that view challenges as opportunities for growth rather than obstacle. So I'm pretty sure that Marty Seligman, with his learned optimism that I just talked to you before, is the first step that helped Dweck to create mindset. So if you don't know about it, it's that the definition between fixed mindset and growth mindset. Fixed mindset sees the problem like they're fixed, they're always going to be like this. Growth mindset, I see the problem, I see the opportunity, so I know that I need just to pass through that problem. I don't know when it's gonna finish the problem, when I'm gonna be able to solve that problem, but I just need to continue. Okay, that's a growth mindset. That's somebody that sees an obstacle, sees a challenge, just simply that something that can be overcome. Okay. Then we have importance of activity and age. This is simply something that I want to add because it differs between a person and another. So the significance here is that one stage of life can affect the pursuit of flow. So depending on where you are, align activities with your current life goals and priorities. So for example, for somebody that is listening to me right now, maybe has, 7 kids, and for sure that his priorities are much different than mine, that I have no kid and I have no intention for now to have any kid, okay, or any animal. For some people, they have their time that needs to be scheduled in a certain manner because there is kids, there is animals, there is parents, relatives, whatever that they need to take care of. Okay, so always adjust each one of your activity depending on your stage in life and what you want to achieve. So there is never a good, wrong, bad decision. It's just depending on where is your goal. Okay, if you're moving towards your goal, no matter what you're doing the thing that is correct for you. Okay, may not be correct for me, but it may be correct for you. Okay, and vice versa. Okay, it depends always on your situation. And this concludes my lesson about skill challenge. I think it was an awesome challenge. Also challenge. It was an awesome chart. It's an awesome concept. When I first read it through the books of Emilia Csikszentmihalyi, I literally exploded my brain because I now understand when I'm bored what I need to push. I understand better the flow cycle. I understand that if I need to pass from a struggle to a more focused state, where I need to do, what do I need to do? I need to increase the challenge, reduce the skill, reduce the challenge, reduce the skill, most probably no. But yeah, always need to push yourself towards that flow channel and stay there as much as possible. And how you need to do that, just before leaving you, I just want to give you also this. If you remember, we have this flow channel and here we have boredom. And then here we have anxiety. So what we need to do all the time is try to stay here as much as possible. So every time you feel a little bit like challenge is going down and I feel a little bit more comfy, that is exactly the time where I need to push. And here is like the extreme. Here is like the moment where you start to feel a little bit uncomfortable, a little bit of burnout, a little bit of like too much weight. And then you can just simply release some stuff, delete some stuff. We're going to talk about this later on in our beautiful module out here. Okay. So yeah, there is still a lot to go through. So this was everything for Skill Balance Challenge. I'm going to see you in the next lesson regarding driving flow with dopamine. Awesome lesson, also this one. Okay, so this is going to be a long lesson, so stay with me until the end because this may potentially change completely your life and your business by itself. Dopamine, we've seen how important it is in our brain reward system. So this neurochemical that gives you a lot of confidence, power, ability to be rewarded when you're doing a specific action. You feel good, and it's very demanding for the body to reach that position, to reach the release of dopamine. Because of course you feel good, so you want more. So it's often good to release dopamine in good activity that of course are matching with your goal. Because if you're using dopamine and you're driving dopamine for the wrong stuff, then you're not reaching your goal at all. Because for example, you can reach dopamine with simply social media, okay? But that's most probably not what you want. It's not matching with your goal. So it's very important to align it with what you want. So dopamine, crucial neurotransmitter, brain reward system, plays a significant role in driving flow state. Here is how various factors such as risk, novelty, complexity, unpredictability, and inside creativity contribute to increasing dopamine level and fostering flow. So in this lesson, we're going to understand how to use each one of these in order to boost that dopamine towards the thing that we need. Okay? So by the end of everything, I'm going to give you here just simply a protocol. Now, let's see each one of them. Risk. Okay, so there are different types of risk. I'm going to leave it to you here. So we have intellectual risk. This is when you're challenging intellectual tasks, such as solving complex problems or participating in debates. So when you're talking to other people, you're debating about something, that is an intellectual risk. You're putting yourself on the line to say your opinion, to say your idea. We have physical risk. This activity that involves physical danger, such as extreme sport. Now I have to put my stuff, but I will do it later. So physical risk, this is simply you are Alex Honnold, you're putting yourself at physical risk. This enhances a lot, of course, the flow state and the drive of dopamine. How you can use this, if you're somebody that simply put yourself on the chair, you don't need to use each one of them, of course, but what you can do in terms of physical risk, I think, in my opinion, this is how I see it personally, is use sport, okay? Use sport in a way where push a little bit your body, and you put yourself in physical danger in a kind of like a subtle subtitle, because you are putting yourself in a risk in terms of like, okay, if I go out to run, I could do X, Y, Z to my body, but I try to push myself. There is a little bit more risk, there is a little bit more dopamine, and not only actually feel much better after it, because still sport, it's good for you, not just maintain the shape, so lower percent of fat, and they studied that lower percent of fat is much better than being fat and doing exercise, so easier to reduce the fat, okay? So that's very important also. Now, creative risk, on the other side, we have, this could be for an artist. So if you're somebody that does design, is an artist, I have a client, for example, that is a painter. So what I told him to do is like, if you're comfortable doing something, if you want to push yourself a little bit more, try to do also every now and then something that is a little bit outside of your canonical way of painting, okay? Social risk, so engaging in public speaking or social interaction may lead to rejection or embarrassment. When you put yourself out there and you put your face, I had clients that made millions, they were very good at doing something, but for month and month and month and month, they thought, I don't want to go on YouTube, I don't feel good, there are all these other people that say a lot of BS on the internet, and I just would like to go there and tell my point of view. But the problem is that they don't take that social risk, and therefore they would never feel rewarded, and they stay in the frustration. They stay in the frustration because they see others that are winning, others that they're doing what they love, and sometimes they're not as good as these people, okay? Because they just stay in the background, not telling their opinion, not telling their expertise. Then we have public speaking. This is simply very similar to the one before. The brain perceives public speaking as a significant risk. In fact, it's one of the biggest fear for our brain. This comes, of course, from the ancient, because if you were talking, if you're doing something, that could just simply kill you because you were the weak part of the puzzle. If you were, put in some danger the whole group. So public speaking is a significant risk for us, akin to physical threat. So if you have a tiger in front of us, or we need to go there and speak to an audience, very, very similar. The threat that you feel as our body, once again, the physiology answer to an input. It doesn't matter what kind of input it is. So this can trigger dopamine release to provide the energy and focus needed to face the challenge. So this is the reason why when you put yourself a little bit at risk, a little bit out there, you push outside the comfort zone, most of the time you're like in a trance, you're like in a focused way, and that's the flow state. You're in that specific, you have the task at hand, you understand what's going on, you completely lose the time of the loss of time. And even me doing these videos, I never been so comfortable staying on camera, I have to say. Maybe now I am, or you see me like a little bit flowy, maybe not, who knows. But generally, like, I started video making when I was 15, 16, and for so many years I couldn't stay in front of the camera. And every now and then it was good that I was going out there because I was showing that it was me doing the video, but I wasn't comfortable, okay? But that gives you a moment where you start to do this thing and you always push yourself, and still it may not be the most comfortable thing ever, but it's something that I manage with time to get more into flow. So for example, now when I talk about this, I love what I talk about, so I have all the intrinsic motivators. It's something that it's with my purpose, it's something that goes with my autonomy, something that the more I teach, the more I get mastery through it. Because when you teach something, you must know it as much as possible, okay? So it helps you to get to that stage. Now, factors influencing risk. This could be pain, money, reputation. These are heavyweight risks that can significantly impact one's life. And then we have mortal risk, engaging in activities with, for example, risk of death, such as skiing close to the trees, heightened perception of risk, and can make everyday problems seem trivial in comparison. Now, not saying to you now put yourself in mortal danger. I'm just saying that if you push yourself to the point of like being an athlete, very, very high level, Formula One drivers, etc., 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 this always push yourself to a much higher level of risk. And then when you're able to do that, you see and perceive other challenges as minor. So you're practically just raising the bar of your perception of risk, okay? And this helps you because when you can use this in multiple situations. So if, for example, I don't know, you are able to push yourself towards the risk more, it's possible that in other areas of your life, you can push yourself more towards that. Let's try to make a real example. So once again, if you're confident, Formula One, let's say, and you're able to, drive this insane car at 300, 400 kilometers per hour, whatever it is, 300, let's say, and at the same time, you're much more confident to speak out for, I don't know, a relative, your wife or something, if there is a problem, because there is still that risk of reputation, for example, with the other person, but because you raise your level, you raise your bar, you can speak more freely instead of panic and have a lot of anxiety. Of course, there is always situation by situation, but just, an example out there that came in my mind, okay? Then we have a personalization of risk. So risk is always personal and varies between individuals. For example, what Alex Honnold consider a climb might be unthinkable for others, okay? Because for him, it's like, there are videos of him like climbing a normal building. And for me, it's absolutely terrifying doing such a thing. But for him, it's absolutely normal, like just taking a coffee practically. Similarly, the number of people who can comfortably speak to live varies wildly. So if there are some people that I remember the first time I was 18, 17, probably that I had to speak out to schools because I was very a young age. I remember the mayor of the city where I was living called me and other entrepreneurs to talk about having a company at a young age. Not all of them that were young, some were extremely successful entrepreneurs, and it was very panicking, it was like very, very uncomfortable. So if I take my situation there compared to, I don't know, Gary Vee, that is like super comfortable with his gesture way, and I love Gary Vee. He's able to talk like with really free. He loves doing that, and you can tell by how he speaks. Okay. So this is regarding risk. Now let's pass through novelty, complexity, and unpredictability. I know this video is getting long, but stay with me. So building novelty and complexity, overwhelming consciousness, and activities to foster novelty and complexity. Okay, so building novelty and complexity, introducing elements of surprise, novelty into routines can increase the dopamine levels. Engaging with new and complex environments stimulates brain. Just to give you an example here, if you're always using a route to go to work, okay, just try to use another, okay? Or if you always go to the same locker in the gym, just in locker 213, you just choose the O2, okay? And you just change the locker. This helps you to practically get more dopamine. I know this may not feel like sudden sort of like reaction of like, if I do this, then what happens? I increase dopamine just changing the locker. Yes, but at the same time, you're stimulating yourself of doing something different. That can enhance a lot the dopamine, therefore learning, creation, innovation, so on and so forth. Okay, so it helps you a lot just doing an action that is not directly correlated to something to increase that level. Okay, example, this is something that I was doing. Reading neurology in a new coffee shop combines novelty. So it's a new coffee shop. I don't know. There is an unpredictability. I don't know what might happen. I don't know if somebody wants to talk to me, wants to pass nearby me. So I may feel comfortable. I don't know. Or somebody asks me for a chair, whatever it is. Okay. This can lead to a significant dopamine spike because I'm learning something that I may read already. So it's not completely new. That would be too much of a challenge, but it's something that it kind of pushed me, I'm not, of course, a neuroscientist or anything like that. It's just read stuff and I just learned stuff for my use and then for the use of others helping them. So I kind of do this in a new environment. This pushed me to connect to things and batch the stuff and get more out of it. Okay. Now, overwhelming consciousness, this engaging with concepts or environments that are vast and awe-inspiring. For example, when you look at the sky, there are the galaxy and all this kind of thing, or the Grand Canyon. This releases a lot of dopamine, foster flow. When you think about, for me, it was, for example, the galaxy, the space, or everything that is out there that is like very huge. Then it helps you to get that spike of like, oh my God. Okay. Activity to foster novelty and complexity. You can read novels. You taking somebody else's perspective and spending time in nature can all stimulate dopamine production, making it easier to focus on enter flow states. Let me give you some examples. So here, in the evening, what I like to do is reading fiction, just simply because it helps you to imagine a lot. Helps also with sleep. We're going to talk about this later on. Taking somebody else's perspective. If you remember what I told you about the equation, if you're inside of a problem, you just take somebody else's perspective. That can give you novelty, more different and complex answer. Spending time in nature, very similar to the one before. What nature gives to you is that not only it helps you to stimulate the parasympathetic nervous system, if you remember, is the relax and digest nervous system in the autonomic nervous system. And it helps you to release a little bit that dopamine production because you feel enjoyment having this view, having this landscape, and it makes it easier also to focus and enter flow state. So in fact, in the protocol that I'm going to give you later on, nature is going to be one of the things of release that helps you to then get to flow state. Okay, so it's an awesome recovery action. Now, last one, insight and creativity. So the pattern recognition, practice to enhance the pattern recognition. If you remember, brain looks information acquisition and pattern recognition is one of the big things. So what we do here in the moment recognition, so engage with environment that requires real-time pattern recognition, such as navigating terrain, editing videos, or writing. I put editing videos because I'm very used to this since I worked in videos for a long time. So to give you an example, if you never edited videos, let's say this is the timeline. These are all the clips that you have. So let's say this is clip 1, clip 2, etc., etc. Okay, these are all the other clips. The thing here is that, for example, I worked with a brand in Italy that right now has 1 million on TikTok, and I literally helped them grow from literally 0 to some million views. And what I was doing with them is interviews. Okay, so there's this guy, very, very popular. Let's say that he was saying something in this clip. I had to drag this one here and then therefore connect it to another clip. Okay, so this was becoming one block regarding that specific concept. So this is an in-moment recognition, so it helps you practically to connect stuff that may not be connected, and this is very similar to getting a pattern recognition. So I remember that there was that specific clip later on in the video that may be connected to this one, and together looks so much better than just leaving it over there, okay? Then preparation, feed pattern recognition by exercising, meditating, engaging in activities that promote divergent thinking and creativity. So this helps to gather information and enhance ability to recognize pattern. So Very similar here. Exercise, I think it's is very good because also helps you to have the interception of like understanding what's going inside the body. So for example, if I do an exercise with the once again, let's use the biceps. I had some pain in the back of the shoulder when I was a kid. I had a problem with tendons, and I always need to understand, okay, how am I putting my shoulder? Do I need to put my my back bones, scapula, I think they're called. Either I need to insert them; they don't need to be outside to do the biceps. So this helps you to get the pattern recognition between multiple muscle. That's how I see this, and it helps a lot to get that divergent thinking of like, okay, this may not be stimulated directly, but if I do the exercise wrongly, it's going to be stimulated, so on and so forth. Okay, so you see the pattern between the things. Then open sense, practice convergent thinking by focusing on specific tasks. So which helps in identify pattern and solution. So if you have too many things on the plate, very, very difficult to find the pattern and find one specific solution for one. Have open sense, just look at one thing, and then it's going to help you to give more solution. Mood management, good mood enhance creativity and broad vision, while fear and anxiety can hinder logical thinking. So boosting mood can open up to create pathways. So what you need to do is like you need to try to stay as much as possible in a good mood, optimistic mood, even though you're somehow frustrated, okay? And once again, reframing the phrase is a very good exercise. Because when you're doing something that is absolutely frustrating and you're reframing it, saying like, oh, this sucks, but it's going to help me, you know, to get to a higher level. I can raise my bar, so on and so forth. Then we have broad vision. So utilizing peripheral vision can activate the parasympathetic nervous system, helping to reduce intense focus and open up broader perspective. So let me give you a very quick note here. If I'm, these are my eyes, and I'm just looking at, let's say this is my monitor, I'm just focusing on a specific point. I'm just literally pointing there. That what happens is that my sympathetic nervous system gets activated because it's like looking almost at a tiger, okay? So like if you think about it, like when you get scared, your focus becomes literally one point, okay? And you focus literally on that specific point. When instead you have, let's say that this is your panoramic view of the mountain, and then you pass from looking at here to then scan all of this side and then look at all on the other side. Funny drawing. That helps you to practically activate the parasympathetic nervous system because your eyes are going all over the places, so they're not fixating on one point. Another great way to pattern recognition is always to consume information. So, and this also works a lot when you move towards multiple subjects. So for example, if you're somebody that like multiple subjects, I would advise to you to just read multiple things instead of like, what I mean by that is that not that you read 5 pages, then you pass to the next one, so on and so forth. It's just give yourself 25-ish pages. For me, everything around 15 to 30 pages per day. When I'm very busy, I'm fine with that. And it equals practically to half an hour-ish or a little bit more of reading time. When I have more free time, I tend to spend even sometimes 2 hours a day. Not all nonfiction, there is like half and half probably, to get more connection between stuff. What I mean by this is that the more you're reading, let's say about biology, okay, but at the same time you're reading about psychology, the two fields may not be very connected, but the way how you can use this thing is that sometimes you connect the dots with a pattern recognition, and then you can use this in your business. So for example, you see a biology way of like a microbe attacking another microbe, and that could be a beautiful way of seeing a pattern recognition in business, seeing how I need to attack a competitor. Okay, this stuff, the subjects most of the time can be really overlapped and cross between each other, and you can use a lot of this thing. And it's useful if you continue to do this pattern recognition, because you can come up with ideas much easier. Okay, the ideas, for example, with a micro and attacking the competitor, it doesn't come out of nowhere. It's an exercise that I try to put myself as often as possible. Okay, so already 20 minutes, so let's proceed with the practical steps to drive flow with dopamine. So, okay, what you need to do: add risk. Okay, so you need to identify and take manageable risk in your daily activities. Push yourself slightly beyond your comfort zone to stimulate the dopamine production. This is absolutely essential. Always try to put yourself, if you're finding uncomfortable going out there and doing some stuff, just put yourself a little bit in the uncomfortable zone. And this helps you a lot. When you did the exercise of strength, you also knew what you are not good at, and then you need to develop the grit. You can connect the two things a lot. So if you're not extremely good at something, unless it push you too much in anxiety, just slightly try to find the occasion where you can work on this, okay? And that helps you to increase the risk. This could work both with the strength and both with the weaknesses, by the way. Because also when you're good at something, you can always risk a little bit more. If you're good at a specific product, you can launch that product in a new market, and that involves the risk. So you're good at something, but you're putting yourself outside the comfort zone. Then we have novelty and complexity. So incorporate novel and complex tasks in your routine, so you can try activities, visit new places, mix up your environment regularly to keep your brain stimulated. That's what I already told you about the locker, for example. Unpredictability. So allow for unpredictability in your schedule. So if there is something that it's a little bit like outside your schedule, what I will advise you to do is to create buffer area inside your calendar, so you engage in activities where outcomes are certain to keep your brain engaged and receptive. Okay, so this can be very useful for the buffer activity. What I also do is that if you have a wife, you have somebody that tends to not be willing to work as much as you, a husband, whatever it is. And then they schedule, for example, 1 day a week to pass together. That is a perfect way to also train your unpredictability. Okay, so for example, myself, I always been somebody that I love to plan. I love to have everything scheduled. And I understand that sometimes I need to add this unpredictability. So whatever my girlfriend says, like, oh, let's try to do this, before I would say, oh, wait a second, let me check it. Now I'm trying to let myself more go. Okay, because it's useful to get that unpredictability in your schedule for the dopamine. Insight and creativity. Regularly practice activity that enhance pattern recognition and creativity. So you need to balance tasks that require focused attention with those that allow for divergent thinking and exploration. So what I use personally here is when I train my autonomy, so I always have part of my schedule that is always like, just think, just try to explore innovation. And this is where a lot of great idea comes along, because you're not thinking, and you don't need to stay like crazy focused. Sometimes you just have a walk, okay? And then at the same time, you're coming up with this innovation and great idea. So it's always good to balance the two things. Then you have mood and vision. So maintain a positive mood through practices like mindfulness and exercise. What I do every morning, I just wake up and I do mindfulness. Okay, so for 10 minutes, I just do meditation. We're going to talk a lot about this in Path to Wellness, but or such as peripheral vision technique to reduce the stress, that open up creative thinking. Because once again, if you are able to manage a little bit more the physiology of your nervous system, and you can pass from a sympathetic to a parasympathetic nervous system, just understanding your physiology, you can maintain much better a positive mode. So knowing the things helps you to do what you need to do, okay? And sometimes like knowing is not enough, you absolutely need to do them, okay? But just knowing them and understand the behind the scene of something, it helps a lot to understand how can I get myself into a positive mode, okay? And that's what we're trying to do here. Awesome. So very happy to have concluded now all of this chapter. As you can see, we passed all of this thing. So we've seen everything that was about the evolution, a little bit of history. Let me remind, the advantage of flow here we've seen, then the characteristic of flow, the micro and macro flow, and all everything about more the technical that is going to help you more and more later on understand, okay, what is the prefrontal cortex, what is the sympathetic nervous system, what is the brain waves that is going to help you with the biorhythm, etc. Then we've seen the flow cycle with the difference between struggle, release, flow, and then recovery. And then you have achieve full concentration. We've seen some rules, we've seen some stuff that it's better to follow, some must activity. Then we've seen the skill balance challenge. So you need to stay between the flow channel, not in boredom, not in anxiety. Try to stay in that channel and always understand that you will need to struggle to raise the challenge. And then at the same time, skill is going to come along with time, with a delayed feedback. Okay, so it's not immediate, it's going to be delayed, and that's why you become a master at something and you get into flow much easier. Okay, and then finally and lastly, dopamine. How to drive dopamine with flow. So we've seen everything about creativity. We've seen that we need to have more innovation, a little bit of risk, a little bit of putting yourself in uncomfortable situation, okay, to drive as much as possible that dopamine. So I think it was an awesome chapter also this. I truly hope it was helpful also for you. I'm going to see you now in the next chapter regarding time bending mastery. See you in the next one then. Welcome to Time Bending Mastery. This is going to be an awesome chapter where we extrapolate everything that we just learned through Ignite the Journey and Limitless Flow and put them together to create a routine, a system, something that you can use every day to be not just productive, but increase that output. So whatever is going to be your input, effort, you're going to have a higher output than ever before, or at least that's the hope that I have here. So there's going to be different steps, very easy steps, but at the same time, it's going to be a little bit difficult to implement them because this is going to be completely hitting probably a lot of paradigms that you have you had until now, okay? So paradigm, if you don't know what they are, simply a multitude of habits that brings you to have certain belief, and that's why you act in that way. So it's very important to disrupt some of them in the beginning to then just see step by step what you need to implement. So I'm going to give you the implementation, everything that you may follow in order to achieve more, okay? So let's start with the first lesson. Time bending mastery. So we start with a general advice that you probably hear most of the time. That is always work hard, work longer, get more, do more to get more. And I think this is kind of a lie. There is a partial truth of course in this, but in general, like the whole idea of like work hard, do more, just pass 16 hours a day doing your work, I think is flawed. Okay. Where most of the people that just advise you to do that, they have also a lot of problems because they always seize their outcome in hours and they're restricted their life in time. Okay, so they just look at the time and they just see I passed this much time and therefore I earn to be at this position, or so it's an egocentric sort of way, or at the same time they see themselves like a high worker, not from output. Okay, I'm going to give you just some tips here, not from output, but from time. So from effort, from an input. And that's not how you leverage yourself. So that's not productivity. Being productive, in my personal point of view, is how much outcome can you get from a small input. So what is your leverage compared to somebody else? Okay, and that cannot be done in time because time is finite. Okay, because if it was all about working harder, longer, and doing more to get more done, how do you explain Warren Buffett, Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg, okay? Because there is a huge disparity here with what you can achieve and hours worked, okay? Because some folks have a huge disparity between success and result, as you can see from these three guys, simply, okay? So the general advice shows you, if I can show it to you here, okay, show how the general advice shows how worked hours is not equal to accomplishment and is not equal to productivity. Once again, productivity is just simply the outcome for me. So how I see productivity is like, what is your outcome compared to your input? So this explains that success vary widely. Hours worked cannot vary widely as time is fixed. You cannot compare you cannot leverage something, or you can partially, and we're going to see how, time, because it's fixed. something that it doesn't change. Everybody has the same 24 hours. Elon Musk has the same 24 hours as you. The only difference here is leverage, is an output, is something that is different compared to the input that is putting. Okay, just to make you the simple example, think about Jeff Bezos, right? He has 1.5 million employees, if I'm not mistaken. That's one of his leverage, for example. That he has millions of people that can work for him, and therefore equals to a lot of time that he doesn't have to put. That's leverage, okay? That is a way to be leveraged compared to somebody else, okay? So this brings us to the productivity equation. That is the following: input cost versus output value. So what is the cost of the input that I need to put versus the output value, okay? What is the value that I put out? Once again, let's look at value very, very quickly. Value is just simply an equation between two possibilities, okay? Let's look at them like that. First one is from a situation of pain to a situation of normality. So it could be average, normality, I have a knee pain, I want to return back to normal. That's the value that I create, and therefore I create value for the other person. I'm just making an example for business sort of concept. Then the other way of creating value is like, I'm in a normal situation maybe, but I have a desire. So an unfulfilled desire that I'm bringing you, and this bridge is the value that I create you, okay? So this is kind of the value. You can provide value for yourself, you can provide value for others, that doesn't matter, but the general equation is always this: how much input, how much cost does it cost me to do that thing compared to the output value? So this is something very interesting, because when I indulge into this concept, I start to understand, okay, I'm probably spending a lot of time and it costs me a lot that time, okay, because it's fixed, I cannot change that. But I can change the input to reduce at least as much as possible the cost to increase the output value. Because I understood that, okay, if my input is as everybody else in terms of time, because it's always the same, I need to diversify my input and change whatever I'm doing right now. I pass a lot of time doing that thing, but it doesn't give me the same outcome. And when you reflect like that, it's very similar to the 80-20. Like if you would have just 1 or 2 hours a day, and this is a very big question, if you would have just 1 or 2 hours per day and work with your business, what would you do? And then you start to understand, okay, if I would have to spend just 1 to 2 hours, probably the main two things that I need to do is like, okay, the first hour, lead generation, the second hour, just close people, okay? And all the rest can be done through other people, okay? And I record myself at the same time so I can create content, and that content is pumped, and I can just have people working for me on the background. So I start to think, okay, I cannot start to, edit videos. I need to have an editor videos, okay? And I need to be resourceful to create that, so therefore, et cetera, okay? So that would be the hypothetical way of seeing this specific equation. So let's look at some example of how it's in a wrong way. For example, spending 3 hours listening self-improvement podcast, and the output is that the time spent listening may feel productive because it's focused on learning. However, if the information isn't applied or doesn't lead to any change in behavior, the time invested becomes mere entertainment rather than a meaningful contribution to personal growth or productivity. What does it mean? It means that I just passed a lot of time listening to something and I didn't change any behavior because I didn't apply to my life, and therefore that was just entertaining. And that works for book, that works for podcast. So when I understood this, I started to think like, my God, every time I read, I'm actually just entertaining myself. Because how many information from a book can I remember? And then I look at my book that I have out there, and I have so many others in other locations, and not here right now I'm in Ireland. And I'm thinking like, my God, I don't remember so much of what I read. And you understand that, okay, then if I don't remember and I didn't apply it and it didn't change my behavior, damn, it means that all that time that I passed was just merely entertainment. And that hurt me a lot, okay? So another 2 hours spent in a meeting without a clear agenda or actionable outcomes. If you do such a thing, while attending meetings might seem like a necessary part of work, if the meeting lacks focus or doesn't lead to actionable steps, the time spent is essentially wasted. Because the input cost that is time is very high, okay? because once again, it's fixed. So every kind of little steps in that specific time, it costs a lot, okay? But the output value, the progress or result is negligible. Because most of the time when you have a meeting, you spend 2 hours and you're just rambling about something that you don't have a clear agenda and you don't have a clear outcome. And this happens a lot with most of the businesses out there, okay, where the founder is I don't know, people ask the founder something or the entrepreneur, what should I do here, so on and so forth. And they spend hours and hours and hours doing this thing without a real outcome, okay? When instead you could just simply, okay, I have 20 minutes. What can we achieve in these 20 minutes with this meeting? Okay, without thinking about the vacation and what it's going to be doing in the next hours, in the next month, or your life, etc. There is always time for that, for sure. But this is what I want to give you, okay? I have a sneeze. It's kind of going away. Okay. So 5 hours spent reading a popular business self-help book. I already told you about this, so I can skip it. 10 hours spent working overtime to finish a project. Okay. While working overtime may seem like a way to get more done, if the extra hours don't lead to a corresponding increase in output, or if the work quality suffers due to exhaustion, the additional time spent is not truly valuable. So the situation can lead to burnout without the benefit of improved results. And this is something that, once again, a lot of business owners struggle with, because they just think like, oh, let me continue, let me do some hours more, because then I can be proud because I passed 12 hours in this day doing something. But if the last 6 hours is something that the next day you kind of have to trash because it wasn't so creative, it wasn't something good, and the next day you say, like, what did I fucking do here? Okay, so that is unnecessary, and not only is unnecessary, but it's also detrimental for your business and for yourself, because you become burnout. You're feeling like you're doing actions and you don't have a real result. You don't have a real outcome from them. And that's one of the triggers to lead to burnout. When you do something, you work a lot and you don't see an outcome from it. Okay. So instead of like trying to push more the clock, just try to push yourself in that specific amount. Remember the exercise of before. If you would have just 1 or 2 hours of work, what would you do? So you kind of reframe yourself in a shorter amount of time, and therefore you focus more and you leverage more that specific time that you have. And it's a complete shift of your mind, okay? So 2 hours spent browsing social media for creative inspiration. This is another big one, because a lot of digital entrepreneurs, of course, they work online. They need a way to push their content online on social media. Of course, social media is not just the only way to do this, but it's one of them. Social media can be a source of inspiration, for sure, but without a plan to capture and use that inspiration, it often turns into a time sink. So very similar to podcasts, you're just there scrolling without doing actually something that is beneficial, okay? So how do we swap this? As you can see, the input cost may look bigger in this kind of thing compared to the one before, or to better say, this asks you more energy. So this is wanted to be a fire, okay? So it asks you more energy in the short term, but in the long term, this specific input, so much better to do. Let's look at some of them. 1 hour focus on study or practice daily. Okay, if you're practicing something daily with consistency, regular focus study or practice can lead to mastery of a skill with just 1 hour per day. So if you are somebody that wants to provide a certain service, just even adding an hour of that specific thing every day may look like, oh my God, I'm spending an hour learning a little bit more about XYZ, but that in the long term, the return on investment in the terms of personal or professional growth can be substantial, even though the daily input is modest, okay? So sometimes kind of this stuff can look or a bigger input in the short term, but once again, it give you a much bigger output later on. Or it could feel like it's actually minimal, but because I'm consistent, in the long run, it gives you a lot of outcome. And this is the same thing that we talked about, stretch but not snap. Just always try to stretch yourself slightly more to achieve a little bit more, okay? 12 months to create a high quality course. And this is what happened to me, okay? It took me just a year just to put down, all 2024 was for this Miro board practically, okay? And the reason why I done that, because once a piece of digital content is created, it can generate ongoing value in terms of views, ad revenue, and audience engagement without requiring further time investment, representing a high output value relative to the input cost. So, for example, I passed the whole year here on the Miro. Okay, it's a lot of time, but I want to, first of all, generate trust with the audience, with what I'm doing, so I can show that I have something that I can build, I can help with. And then later on, if I can create a result, and the whole point of here is like, can you apply this stuff as much as possible in your business, have some wins, share it with other people, share it with your friends. You bring other people around because you want to help your friends. You don't want to be a fucking asshole, but you want to help the other people that you have around to generate more result, to get more focused, to get more productive, to get more motivated in their business, so on and so forth. And therefore, the whole machine start to work and I reach my mission. Okay, if you listen to me in the, may it change, but in the introduction, I said I wanted to be a consultant that could get a percentage of the business. Okay, so I want to work with businesses, and in order to do that, I need to enter inside the world of businesses, help them as much as possible, see the constraint, and so on and so forth. Okay, so practically what I want to give you here is like, it's a whole domino effect. It's a snowball effect. Okay, you accumulate stuff. 10 hours spent training and delegating tasks to a team member. This is something that a lot of business owners don't do because they feel still like a manager, a high manager, somebody that needs to have control, but the control needs to be outsourced to the people that or have better skills than you, or they're simply the extension of you. You need to be good, and then you just extend them to do that specific task. Okay, so if you have a good skill, if you have a good framework, if you have a good behavior, a character that you want to extend to the employee, that's a very good way. So you just spend the time doing that. In the short term, looks like a disaster, because the thing may be like you're stuck or you are pausing it. Let's think, for example, about lead generation, right? Maybe sometimes when you do this sort of thing and you spend time training the people, and it happened to me, I had to stop lead generation, or at least the amount of flow that I wanted to do, in order to let somebody else help me and deliver the skill that I had into that lead generation, so they could understand how it works and therefore do it themselves. Okay, so input cost short term is high in this case, but while the input cost involves time spent on training, the output is high as the delegated tasks are managed efficiently by others, freeing up your time to focus on more critical work. And if the person is not able to do it, you just give them time, first of all. And I think I found this to be the best way to work with external people, employees, and so on and so forth, is that instead of firing them at the first error, at least give them time and don't make them heavy on the mistake, for example. Just to give you here a thing, for example, if an employee makes you lose money, instead of like, almost killing him, just point out, how could we not do this mistake the next time? And then the first of all, they like are super like shocked because they would expect a reaction from you. But when instead you do that, first of all, there is no reason to like push them and point them saying like, you've done this, etc., because they're already feeling bad about what they did. There is no reason to push them even more and feel even worse. You just need to point them out. I think what would be the best solution for this case if we encounter again this problem? What could we do? Okay, and then you try to manage it from there. And then of course, if the employee from there he continues to do the thing 3-4 times more, then okay, it's time to fire. It's not probably the right person. That's how I see it. Okay, so give time, of course, to the people to learn and digest what you are trying to give to them. But this is very important, just input cost and output value. So understood this. Let me zoom it. Okay. The key here is to find anything that boosts productivity by increasing the output value relatively to the input cost. Because once again, time is fixed, leverage is infinite. So the aim of productivity is not to achieve a non-linear, is to achieve a non-linear output, because this forces you to think ways to leverage your time to X number. Once again, think about the question that I asked you. If you would have just 1 or 2 hours in the day, how would you leverage your time therefore? Very, very important, because focus on work hour, oh my God, focus on work hours, on hours worked, has to work more to accomplish more. Okay, so you need to work more and more and more to accomplish more. But you have fixed this, okay, because not only your energy is fixed, but also your time. Identify yourself with how much you work will destroy your life. You're gonna live for your business and not make your business live your life, okay? The life that you want, at least. Working hard is not impressive, okay? If you start to say like, oh, because I work 12, 13, 14, 16 hours a day and I feel cool, forget that. It's not a cool thing to do. Productive result is impressive. What you're able to achieve in like 4 or 5 hours, that's impressive. Don't identify like somebody who does a lot. Identify like somebody who gets done a lot, okay? So focus on leverage once again. And I want to drill this point. Every hour worked, do more for less work. I'm going to repeat that. Every hour worked, do more for less work. So how could you identify leverage? And this is going to be the topic of the next lesson. So I'm going to see you in the next one. Welcome to the lesson leverage. So if you remember the previous lesson, we just talked about the fact that time is fixed. So we cannot, focus anything on just the time, but it needs to be just the equation of like input cost, how much it's the cost of the input that I'm putting compared to the value. So don't focus on time, focus instead of the leverage. If you would have just 1 or 2 hours a day, what would you do? Okay, so let's check leverage. So how can we leverage this time that we have fixed in order to create that discrepancy between what I'm putting in input, so in 4 hours, compared to the output that I can have. So there are multiple ways. I'm just giving you here some example. First of all, could be just simply flow. Okay, we talked about this. If you are in flow, you can be more productive, you can be more creative, you can do much more compared to anybody else. They did a lot of research about this, so just use flow. So this enables you to work less hours with more output. People, ask who, not how. Let me give you just a quick example here. So let's say that you need to have a sales team. Okay. And instead of searching like the first person and the second person and the third person for fifth, until practically 10 people, okay, this is maybe what you're looking for. So instead of doing this, you don't like ask like, how can I achieve this 10 people in my team, etc. No, just look at one person, the sales director, that find you the 10 people. So you focus just on one person, one specific person. What is the attribute? What is the character? What is the kind of specific person that I'm looking for? A sales director. So the sales director takes the 10 people. And I don't need to be preoccupied about the sales people, okay? I just need to be preoccupied about this specific person. So ask who and not how you can do something. Templates and system and technology, this is huge. Code once, use it forever. So if you have something that you are doing continuously manually, I always search for a way of like, how can I automate this stuff instead of doing it continuously? And this is a huge leverage. Priority, elimination. So double down on high yield activity. What can I eliminate? Once again, Pareto principle. What can I eliminate if I would have 1 or 2 hours just a day to work? Okay. So you give priority, you rule decision. Okay. So decide it once and apply effortlessly. If you decide one way, how your business needs to work, how your business needs to be ruled, then therefore that is the motive, that is the mission, that is the way how you do stuff, and you apply it everywhere effortlessly, okay? Just an example, in my routine, I know that I need to wake up at a specific hour, so no matter where I am in the world, I always try to fix everything into that routine. So I apply it effortlessly, because I know that that is my kind of way, that is my rule, okay? There is just one way you can apply this, of course. Learning. Okay, the right knowledge enables you to do more with less. If you would know something, okay, you could apply it more, or you could have the right people doing that specific thing, etc., etc., etc. Okay, skill development. If you would have a skill, you can give more, you can provide more value, you can achieve more. Okay, you can get more output per unit. Okay, so you can learn to read faster, read quicker, learn quicker. Okay, these are just some, of course. Just to give an example, what I'm doing here at the same time is a skill development, because I started with one skill. I need to have more in order to reach my mission. And therefore, in order to do that, I'm creating a skill development. I'm skilling myself up to the ladder, okay? Batching, this is a big one, okay? So you try practically to respond to all email at once. We talked about this. Instead of throughout the day, increase the focus and efficiency, because you're just, okay, I have just that time to do that specific thing. Let's do it well. And let me put them together in one single step. And this is something that I use so much, and you're gonna see it if you continue to work with me, etc. SOPs. I try to standardize every kind of operation, or automate it, or just simply standardize it. And this works so well with the team. Just create a high document with everything step by step. Once again, this is an input cost that in the short term cost you a lot of time, but in the long term, absolutely fantastic. Okay. Perfect. So before you apply any of this, you need to remember the following, okay? And this is something very interesting. Let's look at the phase of businesses. Let's say that there is the launch, build, grow, and then there is the growth of 10 years and plus, okay? This is just an example. It doesn't have to be this long. It could be shorter. It could be longer. It's not that the focus. The focus is in this first part, okay? Because the result in the short term, it's completely the opposite of what would you expect. If you do the things right, if you do the things with leverage, if you do the thing for the long term, the short term is always shit, okay? Okay, the short term output is shit, because you have this delayed sort of like outcome before you have the exponential growth. And this is where most of the people get impatient. This is where most of the people leave, okay? Because there is the struggle phase, okay? They wanna have the result faster, and seeing this part, they leave. They don't want to do it. There is the struggle phase. This is the difficult part, because once again, there is an input cost that is very important for having a bigger output, okay? So once again, think about it. If you would need to pass 4 hours instead of 8 hours doing something, of course, there has to be more energy, more input into that specific thing. Once again, SOPs, it's much more difficult to create an SOP rather than continuously doing the same thing every time. Doing the same thing every time, it's a much easier way to do something. But on the long run, it's the hardest choice you can do, okay? Because you're gonna have a shit life doing that same thing every time, okay? So this is the only way to get here. The exponential growth is to just start in this way, have a delay, and then have the exponential growth. So to apply leverage, be more productive, have a great equation of input cost versus output, you absolutely need accuracy. So think about the Turkish guy in the Olympic. Okay, you need to stay calm, collective, think deeply, and execute precisely. So think about an 8-figure business. Okay, similar stuff of the thing before. At first, the first month, the first year, the first 2 years, it doesn't matter how much is the thing. It matters that at first, there is a decrease of result, okay? And this is very similar when you start something, because you look at the whole opportunity, you're kind of more in flow, and then you pass to the struggle phase because you see that the thing is much more difficult than you expect. This is where most people change, and they continue to struggle because they return back to the instant gratification of starting something new, and then they return back and say, oh my God, it's much more difficult than I thought. And then they continue to push, and then they have the big result, okay? So no accurate task, trying to solve the problem. This is normality. We don't want to have a normal achievement. We want to have extraordinary result. And the goal is not achieved most of the time when you do stuff normally, but you want to be extraordinary. You want to change, and you want to scale. You want to be different. And therefore, you need to expect this result of like being in delay, okay? So how do you distinguish time-based activity to leverage activity? How do you get precise and accurate? So once again, let's summarize a little bit what we've seen until now. We've seen that time is not leverage, but you need to leverage yourself. You need to leverage the way how you do business with multiple ways. You have multiple ways to leverage: SOPs, people. And you need to understand how you need to get accurate at the decision of what you need to put inside your time. So let's say you have your own calendar, whatever way you create your management, you manage your time, you need to be accurate. How can I schedule whatever I need to do in that? Once again, if I would have just 1 hour, 2 hours, what would I do? Okay. So we need to be accurate. We need to be precise with what we do. How do we do that? Because the next question is going to be, how do I get precise? And I think the best way to do that is with the Eisenhower decision matrix. So you just divide all the things that you need to do into 4 quadrants. Okay, this is very simple. Urgent, not urgent, not important, and important. okay? Everything that is urgent and important, you do it now. Do it, okay? Is it not urgent, but it's important? Then you decide and you schedule time for later, okay? You schedule time during the week to do that specific thing, to think about that thing, whatever it is. Is it not important, but is urgent? Then you need to delegate. Who can do it for you? Who can do it for you? So you don't have to do it. You delegate because it's not important, but it's urgent, okay? On the other side, it's not urgent and it's not important. You need to delete it. And elimination is the most difficult part. That's why we're going to talk about this. I'm just going to leave you here very quickly. Who is this guy? You can stop, read. Let's proceed. Now, do it. This is, once again, the urgent and important task. The action here is that this task should be completed immediately, as they often increase crisis, deadline, or urgent problems. This is the big fire. If you remember, problem A, okay, compared to problem B, problem C, etc. Now it's gonna get more clear. So use the concept, eat the frog. I say just simply drink the poison, drink the shit that you need to do today, but do it, okay? Decide. You just need to schedule for later, okay? Here, you just need to plan, develop a new skill, learning, new project, new product, great for exponential return. This is very important. So the thing that you need to stay the most is into this area, okay? Do or decide. Do, decide. Everything else needs to simply be delegated, okay? So for example, email, admin, meetings, who can do it for me? Who can do that meeting for me so I don't take more of my time? Things that comes up but not moving the needle, more money, shortening a goal. And guys, if you don't have somebody to delegate with, just start with a virtual assistant. That is the best way you can do, okay? Just take your time. So the input cost in the first part is a little bit higher, getting a virtual assistant. But once again, even if you don't have so much money and you can delegate this thing for like 300, 400, you don't have to have a virtual assistant for all of your schedule, but you could have a virtual assistant for some hours a week. Okay, every kind of business can start to have otherwise, why did you open a business? Okay, doesn't have any sense if you don't have at least $200, $300, $400 to give it to somebody else and help you with some tasks that are low value tasks, but these are stuff that are eating up your time. It doesn't have any sense that you're doing them if not to learn, okay? If you're somebody that needs to learn something, of course, do it. Don't delegate until you kind of find yourself doing that thing, because otherwise you cannot even explain it, unless you find somebody that has a much higher skill than you, and then you can absolutely delegate to the virtual assistant, okay? But at the same time, it's much, I found it in my own personal view that if I know what the other person is doing, more or less, or at least I have the general point of view, it's much easier also to move the chessboard, okay? If you don't know practically anything, most of the time that's when the problem starts, okay? So at least I always want to know a little bit more about the whole thing. I don't need to be super focused on that. It doesn't need to be I don't need to master it, but I need to have a general knowledge about it, okay? Now, the next one is delete. I'm gonna have a whole schedule about delete, so I'm gonna skip it for now. Just a little in this lesson. So this is important. Clear goals. This helps offload mental tasks and keep you accountable for your priorities. Limit tasks per quadrant. So focus on no more than 8 tasks per quadrant to avoid overwhelming yourself. In reality, this, I often say is like 3 to 5 tasks, okay? For my clear goals, for my weekly goals, for my monthly goals, for my daily goals, I always use 3 to 5. I think it works the best. But in general, if you have multiple stuff, multiple to-do lists, because it's like how you chunk down the goal, then that could be the 8 task, okay? Prioritize wisely. So always assess what needs to be done first, eat the frog principle, and do and decide quadrants, okay? So stay in that quadrants, very, very important. Plan and review, okay? Plan your tasks the night before and review them in the morning to maintain the focus. Eliminate distraction, use like headphones, we talked about this. Then you can track delegated tasks. Use time management tools to monitor the progress or task you assign to others, ensuring you're completing efficiently, okay? And one of the best things that I used, and it just popped out, so it reminded me, I use Rescue Time. I can leave the link in the description. If I found an affiliate link, I will leave it to you, so maybe you can a little bit push myself, okay? So that's an awesome app, for example. Maybe I can do a specific video about it, because it tracks you exactly everything you're doing on your computer, and it sends you weekly recap of what you're doing, and it tells you how much you're being productive compared to maybe what you wanted to do. So I found it an extreme perfect tool to understand where my time is going. Okay. Now, this concept clearly explains how much is important what you do rather than how much you do it. What you do and not how much. So it's instead of being time oriented and seeing the the action being chaotic and urgent, leverage oriented. That's how you need to become leverage oriented, not time oriented. So you need to see accuracy, precision, intentional. It needs to be important, whatever you do. Okay. So let me make you some example. If the, let's look some example, business and life. If the outcome, because you always have to look at this compared to the goal, is increase revenue, perfect. Web design, Instagram design, 2 hours in meeting, respond to email quickly. It's not going to increase your revenue, okay? This is what most of the people spend a lot of time with. This is a input cost with an output value that is very, very low. But instead, if you go to deep work, flow, sales calls, ad script, outreach, this is an input cost with a huge output value, because deep work, you're not paid for how much you're answering quickly to a meeting or you're answering quickly to an email, but you're paid for the result of deep work, of exactly what I'm doing right now, of how I created this Miro board. Okay, this is a result of deep work, and I'm paid for this. Okay. There's different way of getting paid. Maybe I'm not going to get paid directly for this, but as a result of this, yes, absolutely. Flow, sales calls, of course, that's much more oriented base. Okay, if I want to increase revenue, I need to be on sales calls. How can I be on sales calls? I need to get more lead generation. How do I get more lead generation? There are tools. Okay, LinkedIn outreach, cold email, cold calls. Okay, ads. There are multiple ways. Okay, so be in shape. Instead of looking at YouTube diet, equipment, Chris B to understand like, okay, Chris, what is he doing? What is he eating, etc., etc. That's how most of the people spend time. Just spend time instead of the three simple thing that you need to do. SEN, okay? Sleep, exercise, and eat, right? Nutrition, okay? That is the SEN format that I use, kind of. Okay, so sleep, nutrition, and exercise. Improve marketing efficiency. So checking data emotionally. Instead of doing that, just check data, metrics, what you do. Okay. I'm just going to leave you here some others because this video is going to get too long otherwise. Okay. So you can stop and check them. So how do you manage your time and understand which specific action I should implement? This is going to be part of the next lesson, understanding how do you need to leverage your time. But before passing to that, I just want to tell you how you need to delete, because this is a huge action. Because think about it. Every time you need to delete something is very difficult. It's the most difficult thing, because deleting something is like something that you have an habit doing it. Okay. So when you have a habit, I always take the example of like being a smoker, being an alcoholic. It's difficult to delete it. It's easy to say delete it, but it's not easy to do it. Okay, so you need to free yourself up through simplification, and the only thing that I found is focus on one thing. Because think about it, this is a very interesting way of seeing a business. Okay, the business is so many compartments. Just look at this. Instagram, just Instagram. If you want to be on Instagram, you have Instagram Reels, Instagram feeds, Instagram stories. You want to be on Facebook, there is Facebook feeds. There is also here Facebook stories and so. Blog, you need to be post up to date, okay? You need to be on time to post. You need to have a course. You need to have new lesson. You need to have a community. Networking, you need to meet people. You need to events, tech, checking which one is the best. And then maybe you want a new car to look better and have better clients, so on and so forth. And you need to search for the best model. You want to have sales calls. You need to have a script, handling objection, okay? Being quick to answer to the sales calls, okay? To a client that books practically. Funnel. You need to have most of the people have 7 products with 7 communities, 7 checkouts, multiple email lists, sales pages. Okay. Then there is YouTube with live, short, long form. Okay. What I'm going to give you here practically is the whole overview of just some simple step in business. And the problem is that business owners, in the beginning mostly, they try to focus on everything. Okay, they try to focus on everything. But the problem is that your focus like this is everywhere. It's spread thin towards multiple stuff. And what do you think is going to be the result if you try to focus on everything? Minimal. Because once again, if your time is very little steps, you're going to have little steps. You're not going to go very far. But if you focus on one thing, how good can you get at that thing? So once again, this is just a tiny window of business. So how do you simplificate this? How can you focus on one thing compared to others? Okay. And I think the best way to look at this is the T-shape concept. What does it mean? It means that ability to work outside of your expertise areas needs to be broad. You need to be a generalist. Okay. So you need to have multiple skills. You need to have multiple general knowledge about something, but you need to be very deep in something. So you need to master something and very deep knowledge about one thing. That is exactly how you decide to do what and how you decide to delete all the rest. Okay? So if you need to master one thing, what is that one thing that it could be, once again, business or in life? Okay? What is that one thing that makes you the most happy? That if you would work with clients, what kind of one client would you work with? Okay? So you focus on that specific thing. So for example, you love doing lead generation, perfect. You become good at lead generation and you become good at one thing, okay? And at the same time, because you're doing lead generation, you need to have an ability to work outside of your expertise area of like, okay, if I want to become good at lead generation and I need to generate clients or appointments or whatever it is for other clients, I need to have a good conversation with the client. So it's outside my expertise area of like getting clients to the person, but it's very important that I need to communicate with the client. I need to have a little bit of charisma. I need to be good at sales calls, okay? So you get that broad view. So how do you achieve mastery? So Robert Greene, that wrote a wonderful book about mastery, if you allow yourself to learn who you really are by pay attention to that voice and force within you, then you become what you were fated to become, an individual, a master. So I think it's really an internal stuff, once again, because if you look at the intrinsic motivators, is always something that comes from within, how you get motivated. It's not an external factor such as money, praise. Yes, those motivate us, no doubt about that, but not as much as I want to do this thing because it's a kind of a call, it calls me, okay? So mastery. Focus on one thing brings you mastery. Incredibly rewarding and create tons of flow. Because if you become good at something, once again, if you remember this, flow, and there is a skill compared to the challenge that you're facing, that's where you are at the high point, okay? Instead of being in boredom and instead of being in anxiety, you stay in flow, okay? Sorry for how I write. So years of practice change the neurocircuitry in the brain because there is more memory, there is more pattern recognition, there is more problem solving. If you remember the example that I made in the past modules, if I'm not mistaken, about a taxi driver, when they made MFRI, the scanning their brain, they saw the hippocampus area that was much thicker. So the hippocampus area is where there is the memory, there is the recognition about places and stuff. That is the change in neurocircuitry. So you literally change how your brain is if you master something. For example, for the taxi driver was master the whole map of London, for example. For you, it could be master lead generation, okay? So you become very good at that specific thing. An example is kind of the brain in the monks regarding meditation. There is this beautiful article, this wonderful experiment that they did, and how thicker were some areas of the brain. So if you're interested, you can just check this link and read the article, okay? So what you need to have is monomaniacal obsession. So always thinking about that thing. And this is a very good way to find yourself what you're passionate about, okay? So spending many hours in that thing. And once again, if right now you're asking yourself, but I don't have something that I'm obsessed about, probably you need to go again in Ignite the Journey and find out with the exercises that I told you to do. Write down 25 things you're curious about, intersect them, passion, try to cultivate them 30 minutes a day, and then you create a whole schedule, 1 week, etc., etc. Strength, okay? There is all the path there to understand what can you get obsession with. True love for the craft. Oops. So you create an elite performance refers to like this, like they literally feel love doing that specific thing. And keep the main thing, okay? Bruce Lee was saying, I fear not the man who practice 10,000 kicks once, but I fear the man who practice one kick 10,000 times. Okay, that's how you need to become. And that's exactly how it helps you to understand, okay, what do I need to delete? What do I need to eliminate now? What is that thing that is not bringing me to the goal? What is that one thing that I need to focus on? And all the rest needs to be deleted as much as possible, or needs to be delegated if still necessary. Okay? And when you start to think in this way, once again, taking the example of the 1 or 2 hours per day, you absolutely understand that there are a lot of problems, a lot of secondary stuff that you need to delete. You don't need to think about them. I know it's hard to leave them. I know, but it's the best decision you can do. Because overall, in the long term, if you understand just, okay, if I need to do action that gives me, let's say, €1,000 per hour, $1,000 per hour, whatever is your currency, this wanted to be a one, I need to do those. So that's my do/decide. Okay. So if I need to decide about a program, I need to decide towards the direction. I need to decide about a marketing campaign, whatever I need to do, then I schedule the time to do it now. And everything else that is not increasing you the revenue, it's not giving you the outcome that you're looking for, it needs to be delegated, and everything else deleted. You don't need it. You don't need to spend hours and hours spending on YouTube watching 2,000 YouTubers how they make money. You just need to follow 1 or 2 maximum, okay? But not, even just 2 is too much. Just follow 1. Think about it. If you would have one master, and that one master is exactly where you want to be in that specific area that you're looking for to implement, to become better, etc., just do that, okay? And you take the thing step by step. You don't need to do that thing all of your life, of course. You just don't need to follow all that thing. But for that one thing that you're looking for to implement, to become better, just follow that, okay? So for example, right now you're listening to me. If you're listening to me right now, it's because you need to get better at this. Just follow everything, okay? Follow everything that I'm saying to you. Reflect it. Is it your idea? Is it against your idea? Do you have a thesis against my idea? Implement it, play with it. You don't need to agree with everything I say. Absolutely no. You need to create your own idea, and with your own idea, your own framework, because you're personal. You're one every billion. Okay, so you're for sure different than me. You had different experience. You had different belief. You had different way to see stuff. So use your uniqueness. Okay, so. This was everything regarding leverage. As I say to you here, the next step that we are going to check is like, how do I manage my time and understand which specific action I should implement? Okay, so I just gave you some general idea, and I'm gonna give you even more idea in the next lesson about how you need to use your time space. So we arrived at the last lesson with this question of how do I manage my time and understand which specific action I should implement. So let's understand a little bit better in this specific lesson, a little bit more about time. And before diving into the concepts, I want to talk a little bit more about the assumptions of time. Because many assumptions about time, such as the idea that building an 8-figure business takes years, or that mastering a skill requires 10,000 hours, there is partial truth, of course, of this. If you read, for example, Erickson, that he says like there is no talent in the world, but you're just getting good at the stuff and you master the stuff after passing around 10,000 hours doing it. But all of this is based on a linear thinking, because time benders, and I'm going to explain to you what is time bender, challenge this assumption by using leverage, okay, such as technology, delegation, psychological principles, to compress time and achieve results faster. Okay, so there are ways to not wait until the linear time, even though that is what we should expect by ourselves, but at the same time, with delegation, with other resources, with other leverage activities, we can achieve that in a much quicker way. So the concept of leverage is well articulated by Tim Ferriss in the 4-Hour Workweek. I know I'm not a big fan of the book, but it's very interesting to see the possibility of the extreme. What can you achieve if you just compress a lot and you try to achieve something very fast, okay? So where he argues that the results are not directly proportional to time spent. Instead, using tools, automation, outsourcing, one can achieve significant outcome with a fraction of the time typically expected. So there are always ways to do this. And time benders approach tasks with first principle thinking. So questioning the assumption that a task must take a certain amount of time. So always question yourself, because that is the best way how you can kind of punch through the beliefs that you may have right now and you're not aware, because that's how you act. That is the automation that you install in yourself, and it could be different from somebody else, and it could be positive or negative. All depends by the goal. Okay, so what you're doing right now, the belief that you have right now, the assumption, the habit, that creates what you are today. And if you want to change who you are, so just simply make more money, be more productive, be more focused, so on and so forth, depending on the goal, you need to change those. Okay, so always ask and take out the assumption. Okay, question the assumption, as I say here. Okay, so that certain tasks take a certain amount of time by breaking down tasks to their fundamental element. So the only way how you can do that is like, okay, let me ask, why am I doing this basic thing? Okay, and sometimes it's just a very simple questioning of like, why do I have breakfast? Could I skip it and go towards the day? Do I really need breakfast? Just something that came out of my mind in this moment. But it's literally questioning simple things. Okay, and questioning the time required to do that. They find more efficient and ways to complete them. For example, Elon Musk is a notable advocate of first principles thinking. Applies this to time management. It allows time benders to rethink and redesign their approach to tasks, finding shortcuts, leverage points that others might miss. And if you think about Elon Musk, the only thing that he's done until now was, let's think about SpaceX, for example. How much does it really cost to build this rocket? And then he put together some formulas, some mathematic part, and understood that it was actually cheaper than required with what the government, the NASA, was asking for, etc. So he put together and he tried to make the things by himself. That's why it's a private company. He paid for all the first rockets. Okay, so time. There are two sort of like way how to see time. There is timekeeper and time bender. I think this is a differentiation between the two currencies. Okay, so the mindset of the timekeeper, of course, it's very simple. Focus on the objective measurement of time. So always, how much time did it pass? How long am I doing this since? Often equating productivity with the numbers of hours worked. Okay, they believe that the more hours equal more results, and often feel constrained by the limit of 24 hours. Probably most of the time they complain about, oh my God, I wish I had more time to do X, Y, Z. Time benders view time as a perceptual and malleable. So you can kind of change it, leveraging psychological principles and techniques to create a sense of expanded time. So they focus on the quality of time spent rather than the quantity. So using leverage and mental frameworks to achieve more in less time. So what does it change in terms of behavior? Timekeepers typically work rigid schedules. So they have everything calendar out, super focused, super one after the other, super rushed. So focusing on clock time, chronological time, to measure their work. Because the more stuff they have, the more think that they are doing, the more output. But it's not true. They might say, I don't have enough time, as I said before, reflecting a scarcity mindset. The behavior instead of the time benders, and what I would like you to shift for, intentionally separates subjective time from clock time. So they engage in activity that expand their perception of time, enhancing creativity, maximizing productivity through flow state and other cognitive techniques. They might say time is created, reflecting an abundant mindset. Okay, so I can always find time for XYZ. So the pitfall here is that this approach leads to burnout. There is nothing that can be done about that. Because if you're always trying to push more and more into that time is capped, so you're never gonna reach a certain point. So you for sure going to burnout, or at least inefficiency and frustration. Okay, so if you're somebody that is in that moment right now, most probably it's because you're like just stacking up stuff. Okay, and the best way to understand, okay, what should I do here is, as I said in the previous lesson, as in our decision matrix, what should you do? Okay, what should you do? What should you delegate? What should you decide? And what you should completely delete? Okay, especially when the number of hours worked doesn't correspond to the expected result. Okay, the advantage, instead of being a time bender, this approach leads to higher efficiency, better work-life balance, because the two things are very distinguished. Once again, if I would have to work just, let's say, 4 hours a day, Okay, in those 4 hours, I really need to turn on the gas and move forward in those 4 hours, because maybe the rest for the 4 hours I want to pass through with my family. Okay, that is, for example, an example that the advantage of being a time bender. A more meaningful achievement, and it emphasizes leverage psychological time over clock time. So let's make some example here of how you can do this. Become a time bender. Simply use Mihaly Csikszentmihalyi. We already talk about flow state. So the activity that the time feel expansive rather than constrictive. So try to do more of those, and that is your do. Okay, that is your decide. All right, so you can stay more in a focus flow state. Then there is Kahneman work, peak, and rule. So this suggests the experience largely based on their most intense point, peak, and the end. So create dense, emotional, rich experience that make time feel significant. There are more ways to do this. So practically you can even finish your work at your maximum peak. What I mean by that is that you're doing all the work today and you reach a certain point where you're like really focused and you would like to proceed. You stop the work there. So the next time that you return back to work, you are at that peak. You are at that momentum. Okay. That is just simply a tip that could be useful for you, for example. Then Dodge, other shows that new experiences stimulate brain growth and can alter our perception of time. And one of them is novelty. Okay, novelty prevent the autopilot mode. So the thing of like the assumption, okay, the belief. If you put yourself in a novelty environment, so you're trying to do something new, something that pushes you a little bit more, it's a very powerful tool for expanding subjective time. Because when we encounter something new, our brain processes more information, and we feel like stretching a little bit, okay? Another is the Pomodoro technique, because if you switch between a focused work, breaks, and leverage this principle, first of all, you can do so much more because you are recovering between the breaks. Of course, I'm gonna give you exactly what is the time frame to do all of this. But switching between different types of activities can disrupt the monotony that causes time to feel like it's speeding up. Okay, by varying activities, time benders can create the illusion of longer, richer day. I'm not saying here that you need to switch between one thing and another. Absolutely no. You need to do one thing, but then after you finish that specific thing and is done, you can pass through another and create that sort of like differentiation. An example for me is that if I work well in the morning and when I have the most energy, that is the moment where there is a lot of processing thinking. I think a lot. The main, activity that asks the most cognitive, that are most cognitive demanding, okay? And then in the afternoon, I do more soft stuff, okay? And that is simply how I work, okay? That depends a lot on your biorhythm, and we're gonna see this later on. Now, boredom. When embraced, boredom can slow down the perception of time. So you can kind of alter the perception of time of like slowing it down or speeding it up. And it forces us to be present, often leading to increased creativity and mindfulness. For example, once again, Cal Newport in his book, Deep Work, discussed the importance of embracing boredom to resist the urge for constant stimulation, social media, app, the phone, YouTube. And this resistance enhances focus and ability to enter deep work states where time is experienced differently. Because when you're doing something, when you're in flow, when you're doing that specific work, that's where your dopamine goes. That's where you're focused. That's where your flow goes. If you're doing that for social media, very difficult to return back to work and experience the same feeling through work rather than social media, okay? For example, this is Tony Robbins, often discuss the pattern interrupts in the concept of changing behavior. So apply this to time perception. Pattern interruption can refresh our sense of time, making us more aware of the passage of time and thus expanding it. So deliberately interrupting patterns can break the cycle of routine, which often causes time to fly by unnoticed. Okay, so introduce new elements into routine. Time benders can create a sense of novelty and engagement, what we talked about before. Mindfulness. Absolutely powerful, this, because it slows down the perception of time, making it feel more substantial, and this practice helps in expanding subjective time by fully experiencing each moment. Because when you're in mindfulness, when you're doing a meditation, at first you experience literally every second. It seems to you a very, very, very long time, okay? And all of these exercises by itself may not mean a lot for you right now, but if you start to implement them, each one, they start to work in a compounding effect. Because if you start to understand that, okay, time is what it is, but at the same time, I can kind of manage my time depending on what I want to achieve. Do I want to feel more of that time? Do I want to feel a more constricted sort of time? How can I leverage my time? There are multiple ways to bend sort of this concept of time, okay? And now I want to give you also, before I finish this lesson specifically, rushing, okay? Rushing is a disease. I'm going to talk also about rushing in the next chapter. Because, for example, when you rush to take a coffee, you rush going to work, you rush eating, and it's all hectic. Rush meeting, rush lunch, forgetting stuff because rushing. If you're somebody that right now is doing everything just rushing, everything just running, everything just very quickly because there are a lot of stuff to do, most probably it's because you have a lot of cognitive load. You have a lot of information going on and you need to delete most of them. The process of the Eisenhower matrix decision, it helps you to do this, to delete complete rushing decision, rushing lunches, and you're not living your life. You're returning literally back and thinking about your life, and you're thinking like, oh my God, where was I in that specific moment? I don't even remember doing that specific action. And that's terrible because you're not living your life. You're literally living in a bubble of rush, okay? So slow down to speed up. How to do this? Double your time allotments. So whatever is your calendar right now, try to, let it breathe out a little bit more. Try to take a day where you're just thinking and process, okay? For example, Friday. If you like Fridays and it's kind of the moment in the week where you are lowering a little bit your energy, take half of your Friday just as a thinking day, okay? And you just process and you don't have meeting, you don't have people, you just creative work, for example, okay? That is a way of doubling your allotments. Kill the addiction of rushing by meditating while staring. So if you embrace boredom, as I said before with Cal Newport, you also accelerate in the momentum of killing that rushing addiction, okay? Because when you will stare, when you are meditating, it kind of feels it's boring, right? But it's the best way to, first of all, switch the nervous system. If you remember, the sympathetic nervous system, when you're rushing, comes along because there is cortisol, okay? There is a whole new activation of the body. So how you breathe, how your heart is pumping, your muscle, your tension. And that's why everybody's like this, Instead, when you are implementing everything that is like meditation, while staring, a walk, nature, and many other stuff that I'm going to give it to you in the future lessons, you kill that addiction, okay? Sacrifice or trade-off instead of rushing. So delete from the Eisenhower matrix decision. Scrutiny before accepting something. Why should I do it? And how? That is like every time now you do something, imagine it like a fuel, okay? What you do is just, there are a lot of stuff here coming along to you, okay? And this is very well known if you're a founder, you're a digital entrepreneur, you are a coach, consultant, you could be a teacher, so you're having lesson courses, anything, all come to you, okay? The client, the one-on-one, the admin, there is the email to answer, there is the call to do, there is the sales calls, there is maybe somebody in the team that asks you for some information, there is the new trend, there is like the ads to take care of, etc., etc. So these are all information that comes along to you, and everything that comes through needs to answer to this question, why and how. So why should I do it? Why am I supposed to do it? Okay, and how am I supposed to do it? Okay, so you kind of filter down up to the point that just small things pass through in a linear way. So you just think about this, and then you think about this, and then you think about this. So it's uni-task. And one rule, single task. So these two concepts are connected, okay? I want you to understand right now that all that comes to you, you need to delete most of them, okay? Not everything passed through your funnel because not everything is your goal. Not everything is a priority. Not everything is urgent and important, okay? So identify rushing spots and delete. Everything that you rush through, as it was for the distraction management, you need to be aware of it, understand it, that it's happening, and kill it. Okay, you need to delete it. So be like a stoic and accept what you can control. Just let it go. Time it all to free up your time. So clear goals. So everything that you need to do, just schedule it. Okay, you need to do A, B, C, D, etc. Okay, you have clear goals. You know exactly step by step. We talked about clear goals. You need to know step by step each day what you need to do. Give a little bit of buffer, give a little bit of breathing. Okay, but you know that you're going to do that. So you don't have to rush because you know that it's scheduled. Cultivate and protect space and avoid filling it. So if you have a pause, don't say yes. Okay, try to say no. Very important. If somebody comes to you and asks for your time, try to get the idea of saying no. It's much easier, much better to live having a simple walk than say yes to everybody and try to please everybody, because you reach a point where pleasing everybody, it doesn't please anybody. Okay, so forget the word busy. Stop saying I'm so busy. If you probably talk to me or if you had the experience of hearing from me, one thing that I say a lot, I'm achieving a lot. And that it means that I'm in the process of doing a lot of things, but what I'm doing in my mind, I'm reframing and I'm achieving a lot. Not only I feel much better when I say that, but I also feel pushed, okay, encouraged. And others says like, oh, wow, cool, you're right? Because how do you think other people would perceive you if you're starting to say, oh, I'm so busy, yeah, it's all okay, it's not the greatest. And that was, for example, one of my flaws. That's what I was doing a lot in the beginning when I was younger. I wasn't understanding this concept at all. And the only thing that I was like, oh, I'm busy. Yeah, it's okay. It's not a good perception also at the same time of the other person that is willing to talk to you, right? But instead, when you're saying I'm achieving a lot, oh, cool. Like this person is somebody that is doing stuff. It's achieving. It's successful, right? Cool. Okay, so this was everything about time. I hope that was helpful and is going to help you to switch a little bit between clock time, okay, and just checking the time to instead being a little bit more elastic, knowing that you can manage your time, you can accomplish a lot during your time by simply understanding how to leverage it, and understand that you can achieve much more if you can leverage it, okay? As you can see, for the first principle, you just need to understand that you need to question your belief, question your assumption, so you can change everything around it, okay? I will see you in the next lessons where we're gonna talk about calendar. Welcome to this lesson about calendar. So how we are going to fix everything inside the calendar, how we're going to fix all the tasks, the management, the thing that we need to do. How can I decide, do it now, decide later, delegate, or just simply delete inside my calendar, all of this stuff. So calendar is very important, but it's separate strategy and execution. So separate strategy and execution. So what I mean by this is that all the strategy, we made it in the goal, we know how to do that. The calendar is all about execution, okay? It's all about like, okay, what are the things that I need to do today? Protect against divergent thinking. So why am I doing X? So if you're finding yourself every now and then, some days feeling like, oh my God, what should I do now? What is the first thing that I should do today, etc., etc. We're going to kill it now, because if you schedule everything from your goal, if you don't remember, if you didn't schedule it at all, just return back to Ignite the Journey in the session of goal, and you're gonna have everything planned out. You're gonna use tools to know exactly what you need to do, okay? I also left you the daily planner, so you can have everything scheduled out half an hour by half an hour, all right? So lower conjugated load at the same time. So what the fuck happened? Why am I doing X? So it kind of lower all the information because you know exactly step by step what you need to do. Leverage clear goals. So everything that you need to do, once again, step by step, is planned out, and improve strategic thinking and accuracy of flow state. Now, how to do this? So there are different steps. Let me walk you through this. So you have mapped out your MAG, ECG, annual goal, quarter goal, monthly goal, daily goal, and clear goal. If you don't remember, let's just go through them very quickly. So MAG, it's your massive extraordinary goal. So that's the direction that you want in life. Then you schedule it down to ECG. What is the thing that you want to achieve in 1 to 10 years? Everything needs to answer to this question. So the criteria, is it impactful? Is it transformative? Okay. Is it the core purpose? Does it align with my value and my purpose? When you have that, you chunk it down to an annual goal. Okay, if I want to become the best at XYZ, what can I do in the next 1 to 10 years? And then you chunk it down to the annual, and then you chunk it down to the quarter. What do I need to achieve in the quarter to achieve the year? And then the month, what do I need to achieve this month to achieve the quarter? What do I need to do this week to achieve the month? And what do I need to do the day to achieve the thing that I want to achieve in the week? And everything has 3 to 5 things that I want to achieve. This week I want to achieve 3 to 5 things. In the month I want to achieve 3 to 5 things. Okay, you just select them. Want to stay quick and easy, sharp and lean? 3. Okay, you just decide 3 things that you need to do this week in order to achieve the things in the month. The same thing daily, 3 to 5 things. You want to decide 3 things that makes then my week. If I do from Monday to Friday, or if you want to work until Saturday, okay, and take you Sunday off, and then you have your clear goals exactly here. Okay. So let me return back to my calendar. So that's exactly what you probably you've done already following Ignite Journey. If you didn't, and you probably need it still, return back and do that first. So once you have mapped it out, you review your goal stack top to bottom, and you modify accordingly. What I mean by this is that top, what is your mag? What is the direction that you want to go? And what is the clear goal that you need to do today to achieve that specific thing? Okay, that is how you use the calendar. Once you have this, the step 2 is you access your weekly goals against your monthly goals. So you have month, you have week, and then you have day, right? So every day you have 3 to 5 action that you need to do. So what you do when you review your goal stack, and I'm going to tell you every now and then how much you need to do. You have 3 to 5 here, and then you have 3 to 5 here, okay? So for example, let's say that I want to start a lead generation campaign, and I want to communicate with, 500 people a day, okay? I need to understand, okay, what do I need to do to achieve the 500? And that is, for example, maybe one of my 3 goals, okay? Most probably what I need to do is, first of all, get a list of contacts of people, okay? Do I need to do it? Can I delegate it? Yes, because next time I can delegate. Okay, so then I need to delegate this. In order to delegate this, I need to have an SOP. Let me create an SOP. Perfect. I know now what I need to do this. Okay, so I created a SOP that is helpful for me. It's helpful then for the person that I can delegate it to. Then the next thing that I need to do in order to achieve this is software campaign, email, whatever it is. Let's say that you use a software, okay? And then perfect. Can I use this software? Can I delegate? I can delegate it, okay? Because it's important, but I can delegate it, okay? Because it's not urgent. I can have somebody that is doing it for me. So then once again, also here, I can create an SOP of what I need to do in order to get to that software. So on and so forth, okay? So you understood. So daily, I know that I need to prepare now my SOP. What do I need to do? Ta, 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 ta. And then I need to create the software, etc. Okay. So you access your weekly goal against your month, the goal. If you get weekly, how is the month? Achievement. What I mean by this is that out of your week, let's say that you have week 1, week 2, week 3, week 4, and you have also week 5 every now and then. Okay. So if you're in week 1, you achieve some stuff. Okay. Maybe you are like a 1/4 of your goal of the month. Week 2, maybe you got closer. You are half of the goal. Okay, let me delete this to not confuse you. You're half of the goal. Week 3, how are you going in week 3 compared to this? Maybe you're still a quarter or half of it. And then the 4th week, you're still at that moment. So that kind of give you an idea what you're doing weekly compared to the goal of the month. All right. So you set weekly goals and 3 weekly goal, okay, 3 to 5. Set daily goal, 3 to 5 daily goal, and you map it all out on the calendar, Google Doc with buffer. So instead of like having an appointment here, and a stuff that you need to do here and here and here, what you need to do is block, 2 hours of work. Then you get half an hour of nothing. I'm gonna give you all of this, don't worry, by the way, later. And then you have 2 hours of work again, okay? So I'm gonna give you a routine so you can follow. Doesn't matter the time when you started or when you ended up, but at least you have something that you can follow. But in general, this is what you need to do, okay? So the steps, step by step, is like step 1, check the goal and the everything that you mapped out and the idea that you got, okay? Step 2, access the weekly goal. What are compared to the month? And then out of the weekly goal, what are the daily goal compared to the calendar, the Google Doc, everything that you planned out? And the step 3 is you access the weekly check. You weekly plan on Sunday before the start of the week. So what I do, for example, I just take 1 hour every Sunday and I plan out all the week. So I know exactly what I need to do that week. I know my 3 to 5 things, and I know that every day I need to pursue and get to that 3 to 5. It doesn't matter too much if I don't achieve everything during the day. The very, very important part is during the week. I want during the week to achieve that. Because if I don't achieve something during one day, I may feel a lot frustrated if I just think about the day. But if I know that I need to meet it during the week, much easier. An example for you to this is calories, okay? So if, for example, you need to eat certain amount of calories during the week to do weight loss, okay? If one day I fuck it up, okay, I don't eat it well because maybe I was outside, I was in a restaurant, I was with friends, whatever it was, I know that I cannot be frustrated for this because otherwise I stop to do the diet and I ruminate a lot and I'm saying like, why did I do that? I feel guilty. Next day, I don't want to follow the diet, already fuck it up, etc. Instead of doing that, just look at the weekly. How is it going the weekly and manage everything during the week, okay? And this works also for the opposite. Instead of looking at a whole period of year, okay, just look at the 90 days, look at a shorter period, look at something that you can manage, okay? And both sides, like don't look at the bigger picture, okay, because it's too big, and look at a shorter period that you can manage, but at the same time, don't look at the super smaller part, such as the day maybe, but look at the week, how you're going, how you're proceeding during the week. I think the week needs to be the perfect middle measure to plan everything, okay? So what I suggest you to do is just take 1 hour every Sunday and you plan out everything, okay? So 1 hour per week, same time, same place, you ritualize it. So it becomes literally a ritual. You do it continuously and it's almost like a sacred project, okay? You map out your action for the weekly goal, okay? So step 4, daily down power ritual. So every time you finish the work, we talked about this, you always take 5 to 15 minutes when you're tired, your energy are kind of like leaving you, you are done for the day, you plan out next day. How am I going to do, how I'm doing today compared to, what did I do today? Did it bring me closer to the weekly? And I practically redefine the goals for the next day. So was I able to accomplish everything that I did today? Do I need to redefine a little bit tomorrow because today I wasn't able to do something, or I did more work that I thought there was tomorrow? So you just prepare a little bit this. It doesn't take much, literally 5 to 15 minutes sometimes. Prepare all the tasks for the next day to eliminate friction. So everything that you it kind of like stops you, want you to procrastinate, you just prepare it, okay? So if for example there is something that is difficult and you already arrive in the morning with like, oh my god, I don't remember what I need to do, I don't want to open my computer, you just use a block notice, okay? So you just literally try to delete all the friction, everything that kind of stops you to do a specific thing, okay? So if, for example, you need to write. Let's say that you are a writer and you like to write on a device that doesn't have access to internet, etc. But in order to access your calendar, you need to access inside your computer where you have all the stuff and you get distracted, etc. Instead of doing that, add friction in that case to not open the computer and just use a block notice. That's what I'm trying to say. Okay, I hope it was clear. So clear out undone tasks and tie all loose ends, or email, admin, bullshit stuff. And the best way to do this is gamification. So we're going to talk about gamification. It's going to be an awesome lesson. It's literally by the end of everything. So you gamify practically your work by scheduling specific hours for tasks, treating each session like a level in a game, okay? Where completing tasks unlock rewards and progress you towards your goal. So recurrent events, protect them, workouts, flow blocks, deep work, learning, time off, breaks. What I mean by this is that everything in your calendar needs to be created from these things. Okay, so you don't start with the allotment of time for a meeting, but you started from sleep. You starting from the thing that you need to learn, because you create your calendar from your life, not from your work, because otherwise work is your life, and you don't want that most probably. If you're here, most probably you don't want that. Anybody probably want that, because otherwise you just get burnout and you're frustrated, right? Because probably you want to maybe stay with your family, you want to go to bed, you want to enjoy your life, but you cannot do that because of work. Work on the opposite, okay? Work by the end. What in the end is a non-negotiable thing? Most probably one of the stuff, okay? That is your workout, is your learning time. For example, for me, every kind of weekend, mostly Sunday, it's my learning time. I love that, okay? I have my time, nobody disturbs, okay? And I just read, learn, courses, anything, okay? Workouts. I know perfectly my hours. I know when I want to go to run, since I'm preparing for the half marathon right now. So I know that those days, okay, 3 days a week for me, I practically have 2 hours that is planned, okay? I cannot take anything, okay? Because it's my time, because I'm trying to achieve something, okay? Flow blocks, deep work. Every time you have something like that, try to push it inside your schedule and don't move it. Ritualize it. It's your time, okay? Because it's your life, right? So it's much more important to give time for the stuff that are important for you rather than sometimes just giving the time to somebody else, right? Okay, so I hope that was clear and hopeful. It was helping you. Next lesson is going to be very, very interesting because it's going to be extreme. So how can you do 1 day a month of work? So see you in the next lesson. So how do we take everything to the extreme? So how do we do in 1 day a month worth of work? So if you're inside this community, you're most probably a digital entrepreneur, or in any case, a coach, consultant, somebody that teaches, somebody that work online, have a social media marketing agency, anything that could be around that area. You're somebody that also wants sometimes to really sprint, really do the things in a easier way, quicker way, and achieve them faster, okay? So if you're somebody like that, this is the perfect lesson for you. And the whole point here is that at the extreme, you could literally accomplish in 90 days what everybody else would take a year, okay? So everything that is inside this program is aimed to do that, is aimed to speed up your results just by simply focusing more, being more productive, and schedule everything that is like, I need to be aware of, like not falling into burnout, not inefficiencies, everything that is eating up my time. Let me take the time that is very important for me. We talked about this. Everybody has the 24 hours. So I need to defend my time as much as possible to put it and cure it for the right things. Okay. So this is going to be very interesting. At the same time, I want to really get to this introduction with the idea of like, be very careful with it. Okay. So I'm going to give you in the end kind of the protocol, how many times you use this, because it could be detrimental on the other side if you use it too much, because it's very, very, very powerful. Okay. So let's start. Let's look at first the math. So if the average worker do practically an hour of accurate flow per day. So they studied, and the studies around here. So let me just link it to, okay, so you can see it. If you want to read it, you can read it. So study has shown that the average worker only spends around 2.5 hours a day doing productive work, with about an hour of that being kind of deep, concentrated work or flow. So if 2.5 hours a day of work, that practically brings to 22-ish hours of accurate work per month. But how do we fit 22 hours in a day then? Okay, so if you want to beat everybody else, I just simply say, okay, what do everybody else do? Okay, I didn't do this on myself. Okay, it doesn't come from me, but it's something that works really, really well. Okay, so how do we fit 22 hours in a day? We intensify flow state per 2 the hour output by. Okay, so That's exactly how we're gonna fit in a day 22 hours. So what we absolutely need to do is avoiding task switching. So we need to do only one thing. We need to eliminate the distraction. We need to preparing and setting clear goals, entering a fully recovered and slept 9 hours. Otherwise, it's literally impossible to follow this. We need to leverage the biorhythm. We're going to talk about this later on. Reducing cognitive load. So we cannot have too much information to think about. So we need to be really, really accurate with this. Okay. So this is exactly the schedule that you could follow to achieve all of this. Okay. So let's look at it. You can wake up at 5 a.m., okay, and start with the first flow block, number 1. And this could be between 5 and 8 a.m., and it gets you 3 hours of really focused flow work. Then at that point, you have recovery 1. So recovery 1, what you do is that it could be from 8 to 9 a.m., and this is active recovery, meditation, reading, a light walk, something that doesn't bring you to activate still areas of the brain, such as, for example, the TV, social media, TikTok. No scrolling, there is nothing of that, none of that. This is just literally a full day of precision, okay? So recovery needs to be precise and flow block needs to be precise. At the same time, you have not at the same time. After your recovery, you have your flow block number 2 from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. This gives you other 3 hours of work. So you have 3 hours of work, 1 hour of recovery, 3 hours of work. Sorry, I have my highlight. Okay. Then you have recovery 2. So at this point, you have another hour of recovery. And this could be food, could be a nap, could be light walk, could be stretching. What I personally do in this case is I just take food and then a nap, because it's the best way, I think, to recover. Mostly also in days like this. And then you continue. Flow block number 3, in this case, is 2 hours, so you start to reduce a little bit more. Recovery number 3, in this case, you get 2 hours of recovery because it starts to get a little bit heavy here. And then you have flow block number 4, and this you can go for other 3 hours from 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. for 3 hours. So this practically what gives you, it gives you 11 hours of accurate flow. So practically doing this compared to anybody else is like doing literally the 22 hours a month of work, and it gives you 4 full hours of recovery. After that point, I suggest this fourth floor block. Just take a recovery other 2 to 3 hours and then just go to bed. Okay. So this is the full block, how you can do this. Now, the benefits of this are the following. It will improve all other work days because practically creates a habit formation and physiology training. So you always push yourself. Like imagine you being like an athlete. What you do is just create the exercise for the muscle, you just create the exercise for the breath, and you stretch yourself a little bit more to achieve that performance. Raising your baseline performance and output. So if you're, for example, at this level, let's call it level 1, it kind of push you to level 4. So then you can perform more easily to level 2. This is what I mean by this. And then igniting the sense of meaning and active engagement, because you're doing something, you have a purpose, you have literally a mission today to accomplish, and it kind of heightened that sense of meaning. Why am I doing this? What am I moving forward to? Okay, towards to. So these are the benefits. The non-negotiable that you absolutely need to follow in order to do all of this. Some we already seen them. One task. So you need to leverage the gaining, and you can focus just on one thing. Do you remember when I showed you all the business sort of structure, that there is Instagram, the feed, the story, and then there is the networking. You need to go to events and so on and so forth. If you follow on everything, you're lost. Okay, you have too much to think about. You just need to leverage one thing. Tasks fully aligned with clear goals, chunk the goals, schedule calendar, everything is planned, you know exactly what you need to do, you don't need to question anything, okay? Sleep recovery the night before. If you don't sleep, my bad, you're not gonna be able to do this, okay? We're gonna see also protocols for sleeping because it's absolutely essential. Phone off or left in the drawer, car, etc. For example, for me, I just leave it in the drawer. I don't use it most of the time. I just need to record, so I'm using it in this moment. So fortunately, I'm not gonna use it, okay? So everything except what you're working on blocked on your computer. What I use personally is Freedom. I just find it useful. I at the same time have rescue timer. Maybe I already made a lesson about it, just to show you a little bit what I use. 100% distraction-free environment, so nobody, nothing can distract me. Possibly all the clutter away, okay? So your desk needs to be free. You just have your water and just have the essentials, some block notice, and only the stuff that you're focusing on. Zero communication until competition, 8 p.m. So let people know in advance. You cannot, unless in the middle, when you have the pauses, you can communicate with people. And I suggest you kind of to do, because it's good to have a little bit social interaction, but try not to, lose the focus talking to others, okay? Recovery is absolutely essential. If you don't recover in the correct way, following the recovery protocol, I'm going to give it to you in the next module. It's going to be very difficult to reach 8 p.m. with still focus, because most probably what you're going to do is that you're not going to be able to follow all the schedule until the end if you don't recover correctly. Okay, so absolutely essential to recover. Mindsets of going in, okay, extreme binary approach to work, or you do it or you don't do it. There is nothing in the middle, no gray zone. Micro breaks within flow blockers. So you have your breaks, okay, and you recover through these breaks. Zero self-distraction, so you cannot, and it's absolutely a must that you don't distract yourself. So that's why everything that distracts you, at least external, and you know yourself what can distract you, it's not near you at all, okay? Or at least you add as much friction as possible to not do that. Automatize decision making, so you prepare the clothes, commute, food the night before. So if you're in an office, you need to go and work in the office. You prepare all of the stuff to go to the office. You commute that time, and then you don't move until 8 p.m. You prepare the food once again, or you just ask the restaurant to bring it to you at a specific hour if you order from outside. So this is practically identify the highest leverage. What you need to do is the highest leverage activities. Some are obvious, some are just simply less obvious. Let's look at some. So if you're, for example, a SEO specialist, let's just say some example, and you optimize website content based on current best practices and keywords research. Okay, this is kind of obvious. Digital marketing agency, what somebody can do during this day is creating a proprietary analytic tool that provide unique insight for clients, setting the agency apart from the competition, etc. Okay, so these are kind of obvious. The less obvious could be, for example, let's say that you're an online fitness coach. You rebuild the script or objection handling based on customer analysis. This is not very obvious, because most probably the most obvious would be, how can I get a better protocol for my clients, or something like that, or a meal prep, etc. But instead, this could be also a lateral activity that is still connected to your main activity, but it's less obvious, okay? So for example, it's very important objection handling, because you're maybe doing something very good for somebody, but because you're not able to get the objection and handle the objection that the prospect gives you, it can kill the sale, okay? When instead you could absolutely help that person. Did you ever felt like, oh my God, I could really help this person, but damn, I wasn't able to close it, okay? That is exactly the time where you need to do this, okay? Handle the objections is absolutely important. There are various frameworks that you can use, okay? Dentist, let's say that most probably there aren't dentists here, but just to give you an idea, investing time in learning advanced pain management techniques that improve patient comfort and satisfaction, leading to a better word of mouth and referral, okay? So you always think laterally a little bit, okay? That's the less obvious way of doing this. Now, some questions probably that can arise. What is the meat and potatoes of what I get paid to do? This can help you to understand, if I could only perform exceptionally one thing, what that would be. Okay? Let me correct it. Bear with me. Okay. So the other question you can ask yourself to understand what are the high paid leverage activity, what task, if completed it, would make everything else I'm doing redundant or unnecessary. Okay, for these days, you can absolutely focus yourself on SOPs, for example, or on coding something, or on deciding something very important. Okay, so a lot of thinking process, or like a launch. So you prepare all the launch for your next product. Okay, so you systematize everything. Okay, what you want to do. Okay, and that day is specifically created for this. What task, if completed, will create my output per unit of input, okay? So allow me to do more with less time. We talked about this, if you remember. What is the input that asks time compared to the output, okay? Things that reduce future demand on your time, energy, and attention. I just talked to you about this with SOPs. Okay, limits. Now let's try to understand how many times should I do this and how I should systematize it. So limits is, if you want to accelerate, you do this once a month. And this is what I suggest the most. The most of you should do this, okay? Next one, turbo. You can do it once per week. So you get 1 day a week where you just go all of your energy, okay? Light speed, that is the last one, 5 days per week for maximum 1 to 2 months. So if you need to prepare something that is very, very important, sometimes this could be done by the end of the year when something is very important to, and you need to finish. There are multiple promos. There is Black Friday, Cyber Monday, Christmas, and then maybe there is some Valentine later on. So you want to plan out everything and all kind of products. That, for example, would be a perfect moment to go light speed with this. Okay. Example, you have deadline, launching a product, starting a company. You accomplish years of work literally in weeks. And this is how people achieve the impossible. Okay. So all of this is literally the formula to achieve everything so much faster, okay? And you can literally, I literally gave you the whole protocol, how you can implement it yourself right now here, okay? Doesn't matter the hour. If you're somebody that prefers to wake up a little bit later, just wake up at 7 a.m., but that means that also you're not going to finish at 8 p.m., but you're going to finish at 10 p.m., okay? So just measure yourself there. I'm not just saying to you like wake up at 5. No, you can even wake up at 3 a.m. if you're somebody that perform at that hour, okay? And you need to prepare everything the day before. And how many times you can do this throughout the whole year, I gave it to you all here, okay? So once again, you can accelerate once a month. That is the thing that I advise most of the people. Once again, this is important to notice that I'm going to give you the triggers in the next lesson to help you understand, should you do this now or should maybe avoid it, okay? So you need to understand, is it the right thing to do right now, this extreme, 1 day of work in a month, or should you avoid it, okay? So I'm gonna see you in the next lesson talking about triggers. Okay, so if we find ourselves with the question of, should I do this extreme protocol that I saw in the last lesson in 1 day, a month worth of work, I'm going to explain it to you and answer to this question in this lesson. Not only this, I'm going to give you also some additional information. So to understand this, we need to understand how do we reach the optimal arousal. So you're probably passing from a situation of boredom to a situation of anxiety and stress, and this is the optimal arousal. This is the moment where you perform the best, okay? So you're not too stressed, but at the same time, you're performing really, really, really well, okay? And this is very important because you always pass through a situation of like, oh, I don't want to do it, I'm sleepy, etc., to a situation of like, oh my God, that's too much. And this is the situation where literally you perform the best. This is the first part that I want to give you. So you need external triggers for flow. We know this, right? So high consequences, novelty, complexity, and unpredictability. So these are very important in order to achieve flow during the extreme day, okay? Or just even if you want to work like a normal human and you want to use flow to accelerate everything. And you need to have these high consequences. You need to have novelty, complexity, and predictability. So these triggers are awesome, but when is optimal arousal? So when you're in the position of like, you're not bored and you're not in anxiety. But what about stress and anxiety and boredom and sleepiness? What should you do in those cases? What should you do if you're finding yourself in those cases? Okay, we're gonna see it now. So avoid when you're overwhelmed and stressed. So absolutely don't do any kind of flow activity or extreme anything if you're overwhelmed and stressed. I'm gonna give you a protocol to get out from them first, get back to normal, and then proceed and do more activity towards the stuff that you need to do, okay? So if you're facing other possibility, a high degree of uncertainty, complexity, and risk. So if you feel like there is too much on the plate right now, avoid it. You lack space, time, serenity. So if you're in a place of like an environment where you really don't feel like it, avoid it. You're in overdrive. So once again, you have too much cognitive load. You have too many information, too many stuff that you need to take care of. Absolutely avoid it, because is going to be not just detrimental for you, but also it's going to be a disaster if you try to do it, okay? Not avoid when you're demotivated and underwhelmed with life. You lack inspiration and creativity. Okay, so if you need a little bit of more movement, or you're facing a high degree of monotony and mundane. Okay, everything is kind of like the same and same level. You're lethargic. You lack initiative, so you kind of don't want to do stuff. You're not feeling like the bulb coming out and any idea, and so on and so forth. Okay, so the first method to kind of like push yourself towards doing that specific action, I'm gonna give you here an awesome protocol that use principle of psychology in order to push yourself and become absolutely the best into something. Okay. I think it's going to be very, very interesting. Okay, so the first method is you create flow triggers from zero. So what I mean by this is that what I'm trying to give you here is that if you have an activity, if you have something that you don't feel like, okay, because we've seen the difference, right? If you are in this condition, overwhelmed, stress, etc., don't do any of this. Don't look for flow. Don't look for extreme. Don't look for performing. Okay, you first need to fix yourself. We're going to see it later, I said. But if you instead are feeling boredom, a little bit like, I don't want to do this so much. First of all, probably there is something that you need to fix between the intrinsic motivators and everything about motivation. But then the next step could be potentially this. So, how to create a flow trigger from zero. So the first step is that you create, don't worry, it's going to be clear everything in a second. Current activity and flow. Okay, so you probably have an activity right now, a sport or something that fall into flow. If you don't remember what was flow and how you activate it, is when you feel your best, when you're performing your best. But if you don't remember the characteristic, just return back to the lesson and just look at all the characteristics. So merge of action and awareness, loss of time, sense of control, autothetic experience, so on and so forth. Okay. So what you do, you take one of these flow activities. The step two, you add an unconditional trigger. Find flow activity and add a trigger. For example, flow activity is swimming, let's say, and you add a trigger such as a song. Okay, so what I'm trying to do here is that you have one thing, you have flow activity, and then you have a trigger. This could be simply a song. Okay, so these are the two components of the whole thing. Now you add a third component, so you continue to pair the flow activity with the unconditioned trigger. Okay, so every time you do this, let's say once again it's swimming. So every time you do swimming, before going to swim, you play that specific song. Okay, so you play that song 5 minutes. Let's say that is I know, Lady Gaga. It's the first person that came in my mind. Okay, so you listen to Lady Gaga for 5 minutes and then you go swimming, and you do this constantly, continuously. Okay, until you almost, just by listening to Lady Gaga or whatever it is, you almost fall into flow, like when you're swimming, okay? Or when you're doing the activity that you're in flow, okay? So next step, once you do that, the condition trigger, so the song, that condition on flow, once it's conditioned, the song, okay, with the work, with the swimming, with whatever, you add the condition trigger to a non-flow activity to drive flow. So let me explain it to you even better. So once again, you have the flow activity. Let's say once again it's swimming. Let's say that is I don't know, working something. Okay, it's work generally, and then you have the trigger that is the song, and then you need to do an activity such as sport, because maybe you don't like to do sport. And what you do is like every time you work, you add this song, and they're the AC/DC. Okay, and the AC/DC, you listen to the song of the AC/DC every time you do that specific work that gets you into flow. That, I don't know, it could be writing, it could be designing, it could be having a sales call, it could be, I don't know, doing a video, okay, whatever it is, okay, recording a video for social media. Whatever is the activity that gets you more into flow, you trigger it before doing that specific thing to a song. And you do this continuously, okay? So this is a cycle that needs to be repeated a little bit first. So once you get it conditioned, and how do you know it's conditioned? Is because just listening to the AC/DC, that specific song, so it needs to be one song, one trigger, remember this? Once you get into flow just by listening to the song, sometimes even like after 30 seconds, you already feel it, perfect. You condition yourself to a trigger. Now you connect this trigger not to work, not to the activity, but to sport. So you condition yourself before going out for a run, before going to exercise, before going to the gym. You now listen to the AC/DC, to the song that you like, to the song that you selected, to the song that it creates you that emotion, and you connect it to a sport activity. Okay? So what I'm doing here is like, if you remember the Pavlov dogs, okay? So let's say that this is a dog, okay? Beautiful dog. Okay. Okay, so this is the dog of Pavlov, and it has the food, right? So let's say that these are the little crocs that the dog eats, okay? With my beautiful design. So the dog sees the food and starts to salivate, right? This is the saliva. Pavlov, what he did was saying, okay, let me take a bell, and then let's just ring it. And every time I ring the bell, the dog eats, okay? And then what he starts to do is like, okay, if I just condition the dog doing this multiple times, so this cycle multiple times, after a while, I can just ring the bell and the dog salivate, okay? Without even seeing the food. And that's exactly what we're trying to do here. But instead of doing this, we add a song, and instead of being the food is our flow activity. So after we do that, our song, so our bell, becomes the action, becomes the thing, becomes the flow activity, becomes the thing that helps us to get into that flow state. Okay? So hope that was helpful. That is one way of triggering ourselves if we have lack of inspiration and creativity, facing a high degree of monotony, you're feeling lethargic, or you're simply demotivated or underwhelmed. The other possibility, the second method, is using existing flow triggers. So you identify 3 periods of your life when you had the highest performance. Example, you launch a program, you launch a new business, you achieved a record in your sport, whatever it is. And you identify every variable that was present. So most probably, if you look back in the past, let's say you, had the best physique in your life, you had the best shape or your best performance, whatever it was, there were variables inside that created that performance, that made you achieve that thing, okay? So variable 1, sport, what are you doing in sport? Variable 2, was it a big goal? Did you achieve a big goal? Variable 3, was it an order routine that you had when you achieved that specific thing? So once again, let's say that you did a record running, 10 kilometers, okay? So this is the I don't know what I've done, okay. This was the thing that you achieved when you achieve something very big and high in your life. What was that made you achieve this specific thing? Once again, was it a sport activity? Okay, was something because you were very disciplined? Was something that because in your work you were disciplined, in your diet you were disciplined? There were for sure some conditions. Maybe there was no alcohol. Whatever variable was, line them up and understand what was the maybe condition that brought you to achieve goal, okay? And you then just reflect it and identify whatever it was that variable, and you connect it into your life to kill this situation, okay? To kill the lack of inspiration, the boredom, the lethargic, okay? So these are the triggers that you can use, and you can trigger yourself. These are very basic principle of psychology, but I always try to put together multiple stuff to understand how can we change our outcome when we want it, okay? Because all the people that just say to you, yeah, you just need to do the stuff. Yeah, but that doesn't work really often. And that most of the time gives you that up and down that everybody have, okay? Because one day, yeah, you get motivated, the other day you don't get motivated, but when you're here, how do you return back up? And most of the time is like, or something very painful that you need to do, so you just push yourself, force yourself, or you can just trigger yourself and condition yourself and look at the variable. What was the thing that brought me again here? Okay, those are the actions that I need to stay in, okay? So hopefully that was helpful. If yes, let me know. And I will see you in the next lesson talking about the routine. So we're gonna see a more normal routine. We see an extreme routine, but what could I do every day to achieve like my normal goals? Welcome to this lesson. In this lesson, we're going to see the routine. So everything that you can do daily in a normal day, we've seen everything around the extreme routine. So how filled it was. We can do also something much more easy, okay? And blend it throughout the days, throughout the weeks, something that is more continuous, something that is more achievable during the days, okay? So we're gonna see step by step everything. So the important part here that I wanna give you is that it's not important when you wake up, when you do the stuff. I want to give you none of that. You can wake up at 3 a.m., 5 a.m., 10 p.m., 11 p.m., 12 p.m. It doesn't matter, okay? It just matters that when you wake up, you do the action, you do the things that portray you towards the goal, okay? So first of all, you have block number 1 of flow, okay? So once again, if you are somebody, and we're gonna see this later, that your biorhythm is very similar to a lark or a third bird, so you tend to wake up a little bit more in the morning, then it's perfect to wake up and flow. Okay, so you wake up and you just directly go towards the activity that you need to do. So it works really well, once again, for larks and third bird biorhythm. And you start to work within seconds. You wake up, there are no distraction, everything is automated, the decision doesn't exist, so no emotional stuff. You already have planned out everything. The phone is in flight mode, off. All decisions are pre-made, clothing, etc. Ideally, you get this block at least 60 to 120 minutes. You just try to stay focused there, or even 90 minutes, of course, everything that is in the middle. Your highest priority tasks are fully laid out and prepared the night before, so you have clear goal sets. How you need to do all of this is that you complete tasks sequentially. So you first do problem A, and you continue to do problem A until you finish, and then you pass to problem B, okay? Zero self-distractions, so not through willpower, but cleaning environment from distraction, okay? We talked about willpower, goes through with energy. If energy goes down, then you're not gonna do the thing very well. Zero task switching, so don't switch between stuff. Cognitive and stimulating breaks every 60 minutes, water, coffee, meditating, was staring, like exercise, else, okay? So a very light recovery, nothing that is stimulating such as social media. You remember the flow cycle and push through the struggle phase, remember that, and hydrate a lot through the block, because hydration is very important. Just even a 1 to 2% less hydration can give you minus 20% of flow. So very, very important, always keep yourself a bottle of water or something nearby you and just continue to drink as much as possible. Okay, so this is like the first flow block, very easily. The rest are, you take 1 or 2 hours of food recovery, for example, full movement, meditation, recovery practice. What I personally do, I just do around 2 hours in the morning for now. This may change in the future depending on where I am. And then I take an hour-ish, sometimes 45 minutes of recovery, where I just simply have breakfast. And then I return back to have my focus flow number 2. For me, for example, this is around 8 to 10:30 personally. Then I have a walk and then I return back. You can simply use some hours here to have focus flow number 2, and it's equal to block 1. Once you've done that, now you have recovery 2, and if you want, there is flow block number 3. So after you've done like at 12, you take your pause and you're in the afternoon, there are 2 possibilities. You can decide, because if you leverage really well the morning, you already done all the work possible, okay? Most probably, unless you're somebody that's trying to achieve really big things, but once again, unless you are trying to achieve like 40, 50 million a year, most probably already reaching the first part of the afternoon is more than enough towards the thing that you need to achieve. If you want to achieve even more, and if you want to work more because you really like what you're doing, I have a sneeze that is coming. I hope it's gonna stop there, okay? You have flow block number 3 if possible. So equal to block number 1 and 2, and if possible, shift to shallow work. So if you read Cal Newport deep work, he talks about the differentiation between deep work, so you really focus, you do the activity very cognitive demanding, and then you have shallow work such as meeting, sales calls, admin, power down rituals, so you just understand what should I do tomorrow. Light work, low cognitive demand, just try to push aside all the difficult things, and then in these hours you just slow down and you do some more shallow activity. So very important though, the power down ritual. So what you do here, once again, we've seen this in the calendar, you review your weekly goals, you redefine your daily goal for the next day, you prepare all the tasks to eliminate friction, and 2+ hours relax from work. This I think is very important because you need to shut down your computer and you need to feel exhausted. You need to feel like you, at that point you sleep, you're unplugged. And what I do here personally is I tend to take 2 to 3 hours before going to sleep, because I notice that anything less than this, I bring work to the bed. Okay, I bring work to my sleep, and that's not good. And if you're somebody that is sleeping badly or waking up in the night thinking about work, try to add this and thank me later. And the other thing that I do to like literally try to avoid every kind of thinking, I don't use my phone. That's very important. So it's in plane mode, or you just leave it in another room if you tend to check it, is that I have around 32 minutes to an hour of like reading fiction. Why fiction? Because fiction is the closest thing to dreaming, okay? So it gets you to a position where, like, mostly fantasy. I suggest you to read fantasy simply because it gets you very close to the idea of dreaming. So maybe because you are a natural situation, and it's very close to how our mind dreams, and therefore you are preparing the brain towards that kind of way of working, okay? So this is how you can simply have a normal routine. I hope that was helpful. If you have any question, just simply let me know. Okay, so next lesson is going to be everything around gamification, and it's going to be the last lesson about productivity for the moment. Maybe in the future I will add more, but for now that's it. And it's going to be very, very interesting because we are going to understand how to gamify all of your day and add little stuff that can really push you forward and get it more, the work that you're doing, more fun. And this could work for your work, could work for your life, or even simply using it with your kids, with your family, and everybody that is around you, so you can focus on the thing better, and everybody around you is inside that specific game. So we'll see you in the next one. Okay, so welcome to this last lesson about time bending mastery. This is going to be about gamification. So gamification is a beautiful concept that many companies started to do. It's a relatively new concept, started from around the 90s actually, associating with business, just simply because they understood that just adding some gamification for their clients, for their work, for the employees, for the business in general, was much easier to accomplish things. So we're going to see some example of some companies. For example, Duolingo, that practically incorporated several game-like features into its language learning program. So practically the user can earn points, level up, maintain a streak for consecutive days of learning. Okay, there is Nike that does that. Starbucks rewards, the star of Starbucks. Okay, that they give you the stars and then you get a reward. Fitbit. There is a monopoly in McDonald's. There is ways that practically, if you can get the condition, if you want to report that there is a traffic condition or something like that, you can unlock avatars and title. There are companies like airplane companies that give you award, that they understood that if I can give you points for every mile that you do, the more you're going to book more flights. Okay, so it's just ways to not just getting more clients doing the thing, but it's also working really, really well if you want to work more towards something, and also for the additional people that are around you. So let's understand this in terms of like neuroscience. Why does this work? So first of all, it creates like a narrative. Okay, so it forges to an emotional connection, and you remember more something that is a story, a narrative, and gamification does that. Because if I tell you a story like, I wanted to go outside, but it was raining, and I returned back to home taking an umbrella, but I couldn't find the umbrella, so I had to return back out. So there is all of this little story that kind of goes like this. But then I did that, but then I did that, but it kind of gives you a narrative, and it kind of like gets you really involved mentally, and gamification gives you really that. Because if I achieve that, but then I have the next level, but then I could achieve also this, okay, so it gives you that narrative. Increase hippocampal activation to improve recall, because it's much easier to recall something that is gamified, that is fun. Improve immediate feedback to drive dopamine and serotonin. So we are using how we are wired with our neurochemical to push the dopamine towards that. Because if I brain reward system, love getting reward, and gamification does exactly this. Heightened endorphin release, similar thing. Reduce stress to tune the challenge skills balance. So you kind of tend to be less anxiety here because the challenge is less, because you're trying to gamify it. You're trying to make it more fun. So even though it's a little bit more stretchy because it's fun, you tend to having more dopamine, and therefore you feel like less anxiety and less challenge. And also you reduce cognitive load. So you also reduce like the amount of things that you need to do because it's fun. Okay, so how do you make all of this? How do you gamify everything? So I'm gonna give you some possibility. For example, you can have like a sort of like a mission. So you can set quest of mission. You define a clear and actionable task as a quest or a mission that you need to complete. And this quest can be broken down to smaller steps, much like sort of like level of games. So for example, if for fitness, you could set a quest of like you conquer the first 5K run, and you break it down into mission, like run 1K without stopping, or complete 30 minutes run 3 times this week. And then you can get XYZ, okay? And that's exactly, by the way, how I achieved from running. Literally, I wasn't able to run 30 seconds 6 months ago, and today I'm practically working towards making my first half marathon. So that's exactly step by step how I convinced myself and how I brought myself to achieve this little thing and get that little reward. Okay, so that's exactly how I achieved my first 5K, and it was absolutely incredible. Earn experience points, so you can get points, so you can assign points to task activity based on their difficulty or importance, so you can kind of level up. So for example, what they do in learning languages, you earn little points for every word that you memorize. So you can do something like that. This works in everything. So you can unlock achievement. So you create specific goals. When completed the achievement, you get a sort of like a badge. And at work, you might unlock achievement like inbox 0 for clearing all emails, okay? Or project master for completing a major project ahead of schedule. Each achievement could become with a small paragraph. Like for example, you can leave early on Friday. So you can do this on your team. You can do this with yourself. You can do this with your family. I talked to you about this in the previous video. Like you could even create this with your kid. If I use this with a client actually, where I was saying to him, if your kid tends to kind of disturb you because wants to play with you because you work from home, sees you that you're home, so it can disturb you whenever, you just set with him a way of saying like, okay, I'm gonna get these 2 hours. If we get these 2 hours, you get an hour or half an hour more of game this evening, okay, with me. Okay, so you kind of gamify everything with your wife, with your kid, to just create that environment that you want to achieve. And that's how also you create more internal control. You can control more your life. If you remember previous lesson, we talked about this. Then there is a nice concept that I used a lot, encounter boss battles, where you practically, even if you don't have a boss, but you're the boss of yourself, you identify the major challenges as boss battle that require special preparation or extra effort. And there are pivotal moments in your journey that test your skill and determination, because practically you kind of prepare for somebody else, that it could be even imaginary or simply with your team. So you have somebody else accountable that knows that it could comment on you, and that's a nice way kind of to do this. You create skill trees. So one app that I also use is Forest. So if I am in a period where I'm a little bit distracted by my phone, I use Forest because I just simply set it there and I just create this tree. And from that, it comes this ideology of like visualize your personal growth as skill, developing a skill tree. So where mastering basic skills unlock where more advanced ones. So this helps you to see the progress and the plan growth. So what this app does is start with a little plan, you leave it on the phone, and then practically slowly creates the tree. Okay, so the more you leave the phone there, and for the task that you achieve, so you say like you want to achieve 90 minutes of focus. You set it on the app, and then practically the app in that 90 minutes develop the tree until the end. And you collect the points, you collect the thing, and at the same time you can use this. I took this concept practically from that. For the hobby like photography, you use a skill tree. Might start with basic skills, so like understanding lighting, and then framing shots. And as you master these, you unlock advanced branches like night photography and portrait editing. So you can create trees, okay, literally like this. And then slowly you add up stuff. For example, for the photography, you can add like, I achieved, lightning, and I achieved a framing shot. I understand now how to make photography during the night. So you have this ideology of creating the tree. Other stuff, it could be completely challenges. For example, no sugar. And you just say you incorporate this in the next 24 hours, I'm not going to get any sugar. And you reward yourself, okay? That is the important thing. Every time there is something, you reward yourself. It could be a fancy restaurant. It could be a small luxury item. Something that you always reward whatever action you're going to wanting to do with you, with yourself, with your family, whatever it is, okay? So one of the things that I was doing myself in the beginning, years ago, when I was working in the Italian market, every time I was doing, for example, sales calls, that was a little bit something, an action that was kind of not difficult for me, but was like quite heavy on me because I was shy. I wasn't used to get a lot of communication. What I was using was simply, let me do a couple of sales calls, and then after that I go I was in Malta, so it's a little island under Italy, the south of Italy, where practically was my house was on the seaside. So I was walking through the seaside, going to Starbucks. So it was literally a 10 minutes walk, very relaxing. It was warm there. So I was going to take my latte, and then I was enjoying it. And that was my reward. That was my gamification of getting the sales calls. Okay. So before leaving you, I just have a couple of other concepts that I want to give it to you here because I think are absolutely interesting and very important. Regression to the mean. So this is important because in your productivity journey, there's always going to be an extreme point and a kind of lower point. And I want you to understand the middle, the average, the regression to the mean. This concept that gets you to understand the average. So in a system where extreme values tend to move closer to the average, that is called the mean, over time this phenomenon is often due to random fluctuation. So this is exactly how it works. So you have this data, that is the red line is the perfect data, and then every now and then you have like this arrow that are a little bit outside, okay? So what are these? Practically, this is the representation of regression to the mean. The blue dots represent individual data points, so showing the relationship between two measurements. And this could be a test score from two different exams, or just simply heartbeat from a device to another, okay? And the red dashed line is the line of equality. That is the main point. That is the main track, okay? Where the initial and successful measurement would be the same, okay? As you can see here. So why this is important? Because there could be different scenario. For example, this. A retail company noted that one of its stores had an exceptionally high sales month, significantly above the average of all stores. And the management might initially think that this store has hit on a new strategy or trend that could be replicated across other stores. But then there is the regression to the mean. However, the following month, the sales at the store drop back down, closer to the average, okay? And this does not necessarily mean that the store did something wrong the second month. Rather, the exceptional performance the first month was partially due to random factor. Maybe it was like a necessity to get more that specific thing, okay? Such as a local event driving temporary traffic on an unusually successful promotion. It could be anything, okay? And that is kind of the regression to the mean. So the implication in business is that understanding the regression to the mean helps you to manage and recognize that extreme performance often normalize over doing time to various factors that cannot be consistently replicated. So there's always going to be an average. The important thing is that you don't expect linear, you expect something that is good, and sometimes you have worse period, but then you always try to kind of push yourself towards the level, towards the achievement. So don't look at this period like, oh, everything is working perfectly, I'm super enthusiastic and everything is well. And then when you see it going down, I'm absolutely ashamed, everything is worse and I don't like it, okay? But then you look at the average, and the average ultimately is fine, okay? It's what you wanted. But if you just focus on this and this, you're never gonna see the long picture. And that is kind of the meaning of this for me. I want you to see everything in the long period. Because if you remember from the graph that we see, you're gonna see a shitty moment in the beginning, a delay compared to the normality. And this is mostly due to the fact that you're creating the foundation, and then you're gonna push yourself and you're gonna return back a little bit down and then do something like this, okay? So I want you to just grasp this concept and keep it inside of you. Now, what can block flow? These are general stuff that I want to add. Negative thinking, distraction, burnout, exhaustion, overwhelm, and lack of clarity. So if until now you follow me and you follow all the courses, but you find it a little bit difficult to understand like, okay, but how do I fall into flow? Because I'm a little bit more like all over the places, burnout. I need clarity. I need to fix myself, my overwhelm and my exhaustion. Don't worry, the next module is going to help you absolutely through this. So as you can see, there is a lot of material that we can go through with a lot of arguments such as self-sabotage. This is huge, for example. Friction, how to add and reduce friction when you do something, the art of saying no, technology and space, overwhelmed, how to fix that. So I'm going to give you literally protocol. As you can see, overwhelm is divided into the negative. So we first understand it, and then we pass through the green area that is like, okay, how do I fix it? Okay, and I'm going to give you all the material there. The last step that I want to give you here is an additional thing. It's like that I took from the book Deep. How do you realize that you're in the deep? So if you're in that regression of the mean, sometimes you really feel that you're going down, but sometimes you kind of don't realize it until it's a little bit too late. So you ensure that all your effort are truly valuable. So if you do something, just do it and avoid committing to projects that will ultimately lead to that end. So if you start something, just do it. Okay, it's a binary thinking. Or you do it or you don't do it. But if you do it, if you decide it, you go until the end. And for example, for me, that was run, okay? If I wanted to run, if I wanted to achieve the level that I wanted to achieve, or I start now and I really do it, or I don't do it because it's going to be painful, it's going to take my time, and I just need to decide it now, okay? Don't embark on venture unless you have the necessary resources, time, money to push through these challenging phases, okay? So this is very important for me because when in the past, for example, I made some decision regarding money, let's make this example, and I pushed myself saying like, oh, okay, I can do that, and I can, if everything goes well, I'm gonna pursue this activity, I'm gonna get this, X, or Z. But I didn't look on the other side, and because I didn't embark on a venture, because I didn't have the necessary money. And what was for me the necessary money? For now, I have a formula that if I cannot get that thing per 3 or per 5 times. So let's say that I need to buy a car for just the sake of the example. Can I buy that car per 3 times? Can I buy that car per 5 times cash today? Yes, then I can pursue it and buy the car. If I can't, I tend to not look at it, okay? Because that's like, am I embarking to a decision, a financial decision in this case, that can push me towards challenges? Because maybe after that car, there is a beautiful opportunity in a business that I cannot do because I'm paying a fucking car. That would be horrible. You will feel like very bad and that is the challenge later on. Okay. So I'm not taking the car because I want to feel myself good for the challenging phases later on. Okay. So you can survive, and that's how the top performers do. Okay. So you strive to excel and achieve exceptional outcome, and you don't pursue a path where you only achieve mediocrity. Once again, if you do something, you do it because you want to become extraordinary at that. So aim to be the top salesperson, not just an average one. You aim to be a very good one. If you're watching this material, watch it to become very good at this material, to master it, to become the best version of yourself, to become the best productive person, to become the person that can peak perform every day. Even if it's just 4 hours, it doesn't matter. But for that 4 hours, you peak perform. And you have an extreme outcome in that 4 hours of work. Okay, that's how you need to think. Don't hesitate. Let go of certain pursuit, allowing you to focus on the crucial areas where you have the potential to overcome challenges. Okay, so don't focus on everything and spread you thin towards multiple stuff. Just focus on one, and don't hesitate to delete some activities. Okay. And sometimes it's hard. Sometimes it's hard to say no for a vacation. Sometimes it's hard to say no to a specific thing that you wanted to do. But sometimes doing that thing, maybe in the short period, gives you a little bit more pain, but in the long period, it was the right thing to do. Okay. So you understand where to persevere and when to walk away. And I'm going to give you an example here. There is no shame in quitting it if it allows you to focus on areas where you can successfully navigate the tough times. So what I'm going to give you here is an example of my story where I opened a marketing company and that end up doing pretty well in very quick amount of time. Like in 3-4 months, we reached 30,000 in revenues with a huge possibility of growth. The problem is that I decided to walk away from it and literally close the company and leave it to my partner because the partner wasn't the right person for me. it was a person that was cheating on this, simply a value. It's a meaning. Okay. It's for me, it was representing the value because he was cheating on his girlfriend. He was somebody that was doing a lot of drug. It wasn't the person that I wanted to stay with, to spend time with. And it wasn't the person that I could trust. Okay. And for me, trust, mostly in business, it's very, very important. And it's not the person that, once again, matches my value. And I prefer to walk away through a source of income that was going very, very well for literally 4 or 5 months, and had an extreme potential of growing easily to 150K per month without spending really much time on it. But I preferred to quit that specific thing because it wasn't giving myself the value. It wasn't giving myself the meaning. So it wasn't the money. It wasn't the thing that was later on, it would have crushed me. Okay. But I prefer to focus on the areas where I can successfully navigate through the tough times, because I understand what I'm good at, because I did some stuff, I achieved some revenues. So therefore, why don't I focus on this stuff? So later on, when the stuff get tough, I know how to manage it. Because if I would have continued to stay with the same person through the tough times, that would be extremely, extremely difficult. Okay. Because I prefer to cut the head of the snake, to better say, early on, than waiting to bite me. Okay, waiting to reach a moment where it's too much. You don't want to stay in that situation. It's too stressful, and so on and so forth. So much easier to walk away. There is no shame in doing that. Sometimes it's much easier to then later on pursue towards a much better direction. Okay. And this concludes everything around gamification. So start to gamify your life, gamify your business, gamify your team, and help the people around you to gamify everything. So you get more control out of you, and it gets more fun. You get more norepinephrine, more dopamine doing that specific thing. I hope this was helpful. If yes, just let me know, and just start to share your wins. I will see you in the next chapter. Hey, so I decided to introduce also in each one of the chapter tools, resources, stuff that I use every day. So maybe it could be useful also for you. So I'm starting with, I think, the most useful, that is Rescue Time. So if I go on my Rescue Time, it's simply a beautiful app. If you're interested, I would advise you to just check it out. You can try it for free. So you can have, I think, 1 or 2 weeks for free, and you understand how it works. So the lovely thing about this is that I tried literally everything that could track what I was doing, but nothing does it as well, and it portrayed exactly what I had in my mind as Rescue Time. So I tried multiple things. Tried directly with my calendar. I tracked a lot for a long period on my calendar using just weekly planner, but I never had something that could give me a tracking for a long period, and this has practically been the answer for me. So as you can see, practically gets you a dashboard very quickly, divides it in computer and mobile, so it tells you exactly how much you work on one, how much you work on the other, and then you have exactly like the percentage of what you've done compared to the hours. And as you can see, for example, I can just simply shift it into work hours, and it tells me how much productive you've been in these hours. What have you done? And the cool thing about this is that it's automatic. So I don't need to do anything. It automatically tracks. In the beginning, you may have to just insert, I'm doing this for a specific work, so on and so forth. And then later on, it recognizes what you're doing, on what website you're doing, and simply track it on the daily thing. And then you can understand by week, by month, and you have all of this amazing dashboard. By the end of the week, gives you a recap of the week and tells you how much you work on something compared to something else. And once again, what gets measured, what gets tracked gets measured. So it's a beautiful way to understand where your time is going. And when you understand that, then you can delete what's going wrong and pursue better what you're doing. Just a very quick example here. Filter for work hours. I'm still here in the morning, and I know that I work well because I have a 90% productivity score. The rest is like other work. There is like other work neutral thing. And then I have a little bit of personal distracting time. All right. So at the same time, I can just put everything that is like offline time. So as you can see here, I can just put like, okay, what what can I insert here in these hours that maybe you can try. For example, you're reading, or maybe you're having a walk, so you can track it offline, and that's what I do practically by the end of the day. You can insert goal, and there are loads of like reports and additional information. It costs practically nothing. I don't remember the cost, but it should be anything around 70 to 100 per year, probably, if I remember well. I absolutely suggest you to have a look at it, because you're going to understand exactly where you're spending the time and how can you do better than the day before, because it literally gives you to here 42% better than the day before. For example, yesterday may not been so productive. In fact, as you can see here, I got a lot of entertainment around 18, so around 6 in the afternoon. You can schedule your time. So for example, you can have work hours or just all the time. And you just have a general point of view of what you're doing during the days. In this case, I didn't add pauses during the launch. And as you can see, I got tracked the social media. In this case was Instagram. I was searching for some specific ads. Actually, it wasn't just scrolling randomly, but the rest of the day, very productive. And like awesome tool, I think, because it really helps you to understand what you're doing, where you're going, and so suggest you to have a look at it and let me know. Another amazing tool that I use constantly is brain.fm. So it's an awesome platform that simply is divided in a very simplistic way. You have it also on the app, on the phone. It costs nothing. But it gave me a lot of the difference between not having this app and having it, just simply because when I have those kind of like presentations or I need to focus on something, having a constant rhythm that it doesn't unfocus me, it helped me so much. So this app actually is born for people that have HD, focus attention problems. I don't think I have it, but in general, I found a humongous differentiation between having it and not having it. And I'm using it since so long. So practically you can focus, relax, sleep, or meditate. I mainly use it just for focus. You can practically select multiple ways of like what you like to listen, the mood, and if it's deep work, motivation, and stuff like this. So once again, I just play it. I have my headphones. I just play it at a low volume, and you can direct it everything in this way. And at the same time, it tells me how much am I focusing. So the tools that I use, if you remember, I use kind of the timer here on the desk, but most of the time when I'm doing a productivity thing that ask me to, I can use the music practically, I use this, okay? Because I literally see how much time it passed for the focus. And I think it's absolutely essential. So every time practically you leave the desk for some reason, you just stop the music, and therefore you stop the timer. So you don't have to remember to play, press, and stop and everything. Once again, give it a try. It's free for 30 days. And I think it's an awesome way. You will find a lot of difference between before and after, trust me. Welcome to the 4th module, and I'm so excited because we just finished 3 very big and important steps for our journey, for our system. We've seen everything around Ignite the Journey, Limitless Flow, and then we pass to Time Bending Mastery. At this point, if you follow all chronologically, you're probably starting to feel a little bit of momentum. If not, take your time, of course, and just simply start to apply each one of them. Don't just watch this, but try really to apply every kind of information step by step. So return back, watch some content if it was a little bit striking you, and it's just like, oh, wow, I never thought it that way, or I never tried to do this in this way. So just try to apply. In this module, it's going to be everything around obstacle, as the name says. So there's going to be multiple topics, and it's going to be probably, of course, the biggest module in this specific course. So we're going to start, of course, with today with burnout. It's going to be a pretty long lesson. As you can see, there are multiple informations here. It kind of divided into 4 steps. I will try to do a full lesson. If I see that extremely long, or people start to tell me like, look, it's a little bit too long, maybe divide it, I will absolutely do that. But for now, I will keep it in on one shot. Then I want to talk about sleep. There's going to be some stuff to talk about sleep also in the next module, Path to Wellness. But for now, I kept it here because it's something that often creates like, it's an obstacle for many, many people, mostly entrepreneurs. They don't sleep well. When to? This is going to be very interesting regarding energy. So when do we need to work compared to anything else? So I'm going to talk about the biorhythm. Eliminate. We're going to really strict to everything that we just need to do, and everything else is going to be eliminated. I'm going to give you exactly the protocol, multiple protocols about dopamine, so it's going to be more interesting. Overwhelm. So if you're overwhelmed, I'm going to give you exactly why you're overwhelmed, and of course, so it's always good to understand the why of something, why something is happening, because if you understand the puzzle, then you can move the pieces. Technology space, I'm going to give you some tips about technology, how to fix it, and how to stay with or without it. Say no for flow. So the art of saying no is very important to eliminate some stuff from your life and say no to others. So I'm going to give you a framework that works like a charm in order to just stay concentrated and say no to people so you can develop everything. I skipped one probably. Friction. Friction is going to be extremely interesting, both for daily life, but also at the same time, I'm going to give you some maybe financial way to add friction. So it's going to be very interesting to create the discrepancy in your bank account. So I'm going to go a little bit broad here because there are so many stuff to talk about. And then self-sabotage. So if you're somebody that often have a good week and then the next week kind of disrupt everything, it can work for diet, it can work for many stuff. As you can see, it's huge self-sabotage. We tend to self-sabotage ourselves. So I'm going to chat a lot about that. So we start with burnout. The whole structure of this part of the course is all going to be about understanding exactly what is what, because the first part to change the belief, to change the action that you're doing, is understanding what is exactly behind XYZ, in this case, for example, burnout. Because if you remember in the past, I told you that in order to change, okay, it's not knowing, because there is a big difference between knowing and doing. So the difference here is like we need to change in order to do the doing, the behavior. So in order to change the behavior, you need to understand what is behind that behavior. What is the thing that triggers me to have that specific behavior, so I can swap this behavior to something that I'm doing, okay? And I think this is the best way, at least that worked for me, when I learned something through somebody else, through a mentor, to somebody that I just simply learned from. Instead of just getting information, I always found it much more pointy and well structured, and that was striking me when I was understanding what was behind that thing. Okay, so we're going to start exactly in this way. So what is exactly burnout? So burnout is a first of all recognized condition. So if you heard people saying like burnout doesn't exist, so on and so forth, no, it's not true. It's a real condition, and it's characterized by an extended reaction to ongoing emotional and social stressor in the workplace. Okay, so I'm gonna give you a lot of examples here regarding maybe employees, just to give you an idea around the team, but this also can reflect absolutely on yourself. Why I focus mostly on employees? Because if you have a team, of course, it needs to be your extension. So if you want to leverage yourself, if you want to have virtual assistant or people just that simply assist you, some directors that help you to maintain the stability of the company, so on and so forth, you need to know these rules, not only for yourself, but mostly also for the other people. Being the other people, two possibility, or an extension of yourself. So you have a value, you have something that you want to extend to somebody else. And therefore, let me also add a little bit of light on me. Okay, an extension of yourself, or on the other side, it could be just simply somebody that have a lot of knowledge about something, and therefore it can work for you better. Okay, so the three dimensions about burnout are the following: overwhelming, detachment, and inefficiency. So a lack of accomplishment. So this is gonna be very interesting because most of the time when we thought about burnout, the only thing that we think about is like, oh my God, I'm working so much, I have so much workload, so I'm overwhelmed by the workload, and therefore I felt X, okay? But in reality, there are multiple things that create burnout. As you can see, I practically double myself here. So burnout feels like persistent exhaustion and detachment, draining all motivation and enthusiasm. And it's a sense of being overwhelmed with little energy left to cope. And it doesn't come from just hard work. This is very important because the thing with burnout is that it happens outside our conscious awareness. So with the accumulation of hundreds or thousands of disappointments, and there are micro disappointments. What I always say about burnout is death by 1,000 cuts. Okay, that's how I see burnout. It's something that you develop with time, and it gets really small cuts that you almost don't feel, okay? And that is the thing, is that you're not aware in the right moment that something is happening. And I think the best metaphor for this is literally the boiling frog, okay? Because as you know probably the story, the frog is inside the water is fine, water is starting to raise to a boiling level, the frog says like, oh, I'm fine, this feels warm, this is awesome, because low changes can be the ones that catch us, okay? And burnout is one of them. That's why it's just small things that adds up during the time, and it's very important to analyze each one of them so you tend to not do that, okay? Charlie Munger unfortunately left us, but what he was saying was, I'm paraphrasing, tell me where I'm gonna die so I don't go there, practically, okay? So this is exactly what we are trying to do here. We understand the behind the scene of something, the behavior of something, so we don't go there, so we don't replicate ourselves in that direction. So burnout disrupts brain circuits, and this is very interesting because it leads up practically to a downward spiral in managing emotion. And under the MFRI, so the scan in the brain, it shows an enlarged amygdala, so the area of the brain where we fight or flee, and it's the area of the brain that practically makes you feel the fear. And literally stop and be paralyzed, and impaired connectivity, which can reduce cognitive function, though recovery is possible within 4 weeks. So practically we become dumber, we become stupider, because with the amygdala, every time the amygdala activates, at the same time the prefrontal cortex deactivate, because all the part of the focus, the conscious, the area of like programming, goal-oriented, it stops, because as you can think, when you're paralyzed by fear by something, you don't think, you don't plan, you just act. You are reactive, right? So at the same time, you're kind of dumber because you don't have anymore that ability of the sapiens of acting towards a goal, right? But you're just a reptile brain that is just reacting. And that's why it's very important to understand very well burnout, because like this you can kill that sort of like reptile brain, and you can proceed thinking, making decision with an analytical brain. So neural circuit disruption supports that burnout affect brain circuit involved in emotion regulation, leading to a negative cycle of stress response. Probably you already know this. Studies in MFRI, this is what I say to you already. So create a change in the brain structure and emotional response, and practically become sort of dumber. Okay, so this is very important to understand what exactly is. Next step, how do we fix it? So if you kind of feel burnout, or you just simply do not want to go towards the direction of burnout, let's understand how to fix it. Okay, so burnout as flow. Okay, if you remember, flow has the triggers: internal trigger, external trigger, group, creativity, etc., etc. Specifically, we have 6 triggers. Okay, before looking at each one of the triggers, let's look at the causes. Okay, and the burnout and the consequences. So here is the whole 6 triggers. Okay, so these are the causes of the 6 triggers, as you can see here. And then I'm gonna give you the burnout. So what do you feel within those triggers, the consequences of those triggers, and an hypothetical solution. So as you can see, practically every kind of steps inside this part of the course is gonna be red. Okay, so what's not good, and then the green one is practically the solution, hypothetical solution, the possibility to fix this. Okay, so let's look at each one of them. So we have excessive workload. This is very typical. This is the one that most people know. So of course, how you feel, the burnout feeling is like overwhelming demands and responsibility that are difficult to manage. We have lack of control, feeling powerless over job, decision, schedule, or work process. Lack of control, what is the opposite for flow? It's autonomy, okay? And that's why it's very important, autonomy, because if you're more autonomous, you have more sense of control, internal control. We talk about this. Then you have control over your action. And literally flow, the opposite, I think it's burnout, okay? So it's not like you're just bored or whatever, that is just a spectrum, but you are literally burnout, okay? Others, inefficient rewards. And that's why we use gamification, because even by yourself, you can gamify everything and give yourself a reward. And how do you feel with insufficient reward? Inadequate recognition, pay, or career advancement for the effort you put in. And this is huge, guys, because every time you do something and you go out there with a product, you launch a new product, and if you don't have enough resources, enough rewards, after you launch just something, that can lead to burnout, because you put a lot of energy out there and you know that, I don't know, you pass like months doing something, but the rewards was so few that you may feel burnout, you feel stress, you feel frustration, you don't want to continue to release that energy. If you remember, we talked about this. What the brain does is always predicting the amount of energy that is required to do that specific action. And if you find yourself losing a lot of energy and with a very few reward, you don't want to do that action again. But when you lose a lot of energy and then later on you have a good reward, you proceed doing this, because this becomes like a okay, I can struggle a little bit, but then I have the reward. So it's very, very important, not just for you, but also for the people around you. I actually skipped the consequences of all of this, so let me just go through them very quickly for the first two. Excessive workload, persistent fatigue. You reduce productivity, errors. I have the highlight. Sorry about this. Okay. So persistent fatigue, reduced productivity, errors, difficulty in concentrating, and over time it can lead to chronic stress, physical health issue, even gastrointestinal problems, headaches, and emotional exhaustion. Okay, so very important to not go towards a recovery protocol. It's very, very important to go and do a recovery protocol, because otherwise we continue to stay in the struggle zone, and this is what leads us to persistent fatigue. You don't want to do the thing. You continue to do a lot of errors, okay? Lack of control. If we don't have autonomy, what we feel is that feeling of helplessness, okay? We talked about this also. Frustration, reduced job satisfaction. So imagine, if you're not leading your team to have a little bit of control and get them to a point of where they have a little bit of autonomy, they reduce also the job satisfaction. They don't want to work so much with you anymore. And you know where that could lead, okay? Insufficient rewards, also this decreased motivation. You have a lower morale. You don't want to do that thing anymore because you spent a lot of energy towards something that didn't give you so much of a reward. Okay, lack of community, and that's why we are in a community, okay? Because isolation, poor relationship with coworkers, or a lack of support system brings you to isolation, loneliness, and this creates stress, reduce emotional resilience, so you don't have so much grit as others, and we know this where can lead. Social withdrawal, increased conflict with coworkers, and lack of collaboration or support at work. So once again, you become disengaged. Unfair treatment. This is a big one. How many people probably they felt this in previous job, in previous like activity, when you're trying to do something, but somebody like there is an injustice, whatever it could be, and this is a toxic work environment, and this increased turnover and legal conflicts. Okay, another value conflict. Okay, I talked about this in the intrinsic motivators. As you can see, if you understand flow and you understand all the triggers, you can literally swap them opposite, and that is practically burnout. Because value, it's very important to work towards what it's your value, your meaning, so therefore you have a purpose, and all those internal trigger, okay, that creates this. Because if you go against it, that is burnout. You have more moral distress, a sense of ethical discomfort because you're doing something that you're not very comfortable because it's not what matches you, and leads to internal conflict. Once again, job dissatisfaction, a loss of meaning or purpose in work. As you can see, the things are very connected. Poor work-life balance. And that's why it's very important to create a recovery step or block inside your day, inside of your year, so you understand exactly what is the step-by-step to not fall into the poor work-life balance when the things are too much connected. And we're going to talk about this by kind of the end of the module. Difficulty maintaining boundaries. This is how you feel between work and personal life balance, leading to neglect personal needs. So when you're like practically going to sleep almost, thinking about work, doing the work, that is absolutely detrimental. So you neglect personal needs and you start to not take care of yourself, and you really feel, because you're starting to gain a lot of weight, look uglier, you do less showers, etc., etc. Okay. Over time, this can lead to chronic stress, mental health issue, anxiety, depression, and physical health problems. Okay. So how do we fix all of this? Hypothetical solution. So if you have excessive workload, implement workload management strategies. Let me zoom a little bit so you can feel it more. Okay. So delegating tasks. Okay, prioritizing critical work and setting realistic deadlines. So use the Eisenhower matrix decision. Okay, use the daily goal, clear goal. You understand where you're going, having a map of the direction. Okay, and employers could also hire additional staff or distribute tasks to balance the load more evenly. Okay, so everybody needs to have a specific amount of hours. And once again, try to always use not the idea of like, oh, let me try to use my employee, use my virtual assistant, my manager, my blah blah as much as possible, and literally squeeze everything out of him. And I know this because I passed through all this. When I was an employee, I had my boss that was literally like, oh, try to work like 13, 14 hours a day, and that's how you scale, you become better, etc., etc. But no, and that's why he lost practically all of the employees, and he had to recircle all of the others, and he's continued to lose them, I know. Because he's literally inside this ideology of like, I have an employee, I need to squeeze him as much as possible. When instead, it's much better to have that specific person, that virtual assistant, or it depends, of course, on the situation, but generally the workforce working for you. And once again, it's much easier to say like, if I would have to give him just 1 or 2 hours, what would be the thing that he should be working on, he or she, okay? So this is the question, not like, let me try to squeeze them 13 hours a day, okay? This is not going to give you anywhere, because it's going to work maybe in the short period. In the long period, they're not going to want to work anymore with you. But instead, when you treat them well, when you understand that, okay, what is the best that they can achieve in this amount of time? For example, for sales team, you absolutely know that after 6-ish calls, they start to really go, that if the calls are long, of course, if they're like half an hour, they can even do 8, 9, 10 in a day, maybe even 12 easily. But if the calls are long, 45 minutes, 60 minutes, the sales team, after 6-ish calls, they start to really have a worse result, because they cannot keep the energy and the rush, the hunger that they had the first 1 or 2 or 3 calls, right? So it's very important to understand the workload and test it yourself, and then you adjust for the other person. And the other person, remember this, is never going to push as much as you, okay? Because you are the person, you're the founder, you're the person that literally live for this. Lack of control. So you increase employee autonomy. We talked about this. It's important to give them a little bit of decision. Leave yourself off of the table. Don't stay too much on it. Otherwise, you're just simply a manager, a high manager. Leave a little bit a part of control of your power. If you see that stuff are not working, it means first, you are not able to express yourself to them, or on the other side, the team itself is not the team that you need. Okay. So there are multiple ways, of course, to check this, but it's not part of this video. Insufficient reward. So we have introduction of more robust recognition program. So once again, you can gamify this. So every time an employee does something, try to create like a scale. Or for example, I was using this when I had my marketing agency. We had like 6-7 people working for us, if I remember well, after the 4th, 5th month. And they were all external. And what I was doing was like, okay, if you meet X, then there's going to be this much, or you're going to have like more people for calling, okay? Depends on the situation, but mostly was like I created a sort of pyramid. If you meet this, then you're gonna have this sort of prize. If you have this, you have this prize plus this something else, and if you're in the top of the pyramid, you have this award, and this prize, etc., etc. Not just bonuses for money, because we know that money pushes you until a certain point, but also it could be lack of get them more autonomy, get them more control, okay? Others, we have lack of community, so very important to create engagement. So you can just simply read it here. Unfair treatment, you just try to create a transparent policy and equity, and practically need to trade them in inclusion. So everybody needs to be included what you do. It's very bad when, for example, the boss or one person specifically goes and work just with one person. You start to feel like a differentiation, and that differentiation sometimes is not clear to all the team, so it's not something that leads to a very well lead company, okay? Then we have value conflict and poor work-life balance. So align jobs and companies' values more closely with employees' personal values by offering opportunities for meaningful work. So try to do them something that it literally creates a culture, creates a value, and everybody else inside the company. And this is very important when you're hiring the people to understand the value in the beginning, if you're both a person that could match towards your mission. And if you remember when we talked about purpose, we need to then find people that are getting our idea and they want to work towards that. And that is the most important thing when you're working towards something. If they match with what you're doing, then it's the perfect person to hire, and it's the perfect environment. And if you have this kind of team and this kind of people, you're gonna like literally work really, really well and grow very, very well, very quickly. So the last one, poor work-life balance. We need to encourage a healthy work-life balance by setting clear boundaries for work hours. So work between this and this. As I told you in the past videos, I detach myself so much in the last 2 to 3 hours of the day, and I'm completely detached. I don't want to think about it. I don't want to open my phone. I don't want to open my email. I don't want to check stuff, because I know if I do, I will start to think about it, and then I don't sleep well. The next day I don't perform as much good as today, etc., etc., etc. Okay, so once again, multiple ways to do this: wellness programs, mental health support, time management support. So everything that you're learning here, if you have people, give it to them. Okay, give them access. It's a community, okay? It's here, just let them add up, and it's going to be even better. So golden rule to prevent this trigger: sleep. So, okay, so these are like the one-on-one: sleep, recover, like it's your job. Literally, it needs to be part of peak performance, okay? If you want to peak perform, if you want to be your best, if you want to always push towards the scale and level up, you always need to recover in the good way. And once again, I'm going to give you the protocol and everything that you can do for recovery. We've seen the time blocks, but I'm going to give you exactly what you can do during those time blocks and see the nervous system, how it applies between a recovery compared to another, okay? Positive psychology, so meditation, gratitude, and exercise. These are like the 3 golden rules that you absolutely need to follow in order to not fall into burnout. Now, next one, you can take a test if you want. There are multiple tests you can take. Burnout Maslow immunity test. Christina Maslow was the first to literally study very well burnout and understand these 6 triggers that I just showed you. So this is kind of the official one. It's the one that is most recognized, and you can do it. Of course, it's paid. On the other side, there are some free tools. They still work. They still give you an insight of what's going on. They just make you some question, and they just put the question together to understand if you are falling into some triggers. Okay, so we'll leave them in the description. Now, let's understand how to beat this burnout. If you remember in the flow areas, and I connect flow a lot with this because, as I told you, the two are very connected, being the opposite. So we have struggle, we have release, then we have flow, and we have recovery. And most athletes train, if you look at the difference between CEO, business people, and athlete train often, but just a few times, and they compete for just 20 to 30 years. Okay, think about an athlete. What they do is that they understand perfectly how to push and then how to recover. Push and recover, push and recover, push and recover. And then at the same time, their momentum of pushing an athlete, very difficult that after 30, 40 years, they still continue to be at a certain level. If you look at the Olympic, statistically, there aren't so many people above 30 to 35. Of course, depends on the discipline, but mostly that is if there is more physical activity or more performance, that is the people that the great area is practically around 20 to 30. These are when the people push the most and then they kind of relax, okay? But on the other side, executive, CEO, they continue to perform 10 to 12 hours a day, sometimes per week, per quarter for 50 plus years. So the best leaders are those who work like professional athletes. So they push, recover, push, recover, push, recover for a short, limited amount of time, okay? So they understand that work is like a muscle, as I was saying to you, the biceps curl, okay? So in order to grow, it needs to break the muscle, recover, and see growth. You break, recover, growth, break, recover, growth, okay? So without rest, there is no expansion, both for the muscle and for the executive leader. If you think about the pain that you have the next day when you do the muscle is creating from what I call DOMS, okay? So these are micro fracture in the muscle, okay? So there is the two parts of the muscle, there is the fiber, it kind of breaks here, okay? And what the muscle does, creates a bigger fiber so it doesn't break the next time. So that's how it gets bigger, simply, okay? And that comes just from, okay, I pushed, I broke, and then I recover, and then I return back to push at a different level, okay? But there has to be this up and down of recovery. So this is actually the performance what everybody does. So these are what ordinary people do. They push, but then there is a point of diminishing return. They continue to push, but then actually their attention span, their time, they become overwhelmed and they don't continue to perform as well as many other. Why? Because once again, they tend to not do the recovery. So what we need to do here is exactly this. This is what extraordinary people do. They supercompensate and then they recover and then they can push more. Okay, so this is the difference between adding that 4%, 5 to 15% of additional compensation. So going outside the comfort zone from passing through this level to this level. But then all the time you need to absolutely recover. Okay, so this is the difference. Push hard, recover, push hard, recovery. So how do you integrate recovery? And this is very interesting because you need to see the difference between one and another. So recovery, it means energy, it's renewal. So you're renewing your energy. You use your parasympathetic nervous system. The thoughts are divergent. Neurochemistry uses serotonin, anandamide, oxytocin. So you stay with people, you stay with a community, you enjoy your time, okay? Capacity, you're expanding your capacity instead of using it, okay? And in the flow cycle, you are in recovery. This is where most of the people stays though. They stay practically half working, not fully on or fully off, and it's like a pain equilibrium. While you're in balance, it's probably the worst thing that you can do. You always need to push towards something or something else, okay? It's a binary sort of way how you need to see this. Or you recover and you just recover, or you work, okay? There isn't that middle ground. This is you literally need to eliminate this middle ground and just stay or here in recovery, okay? And work, because energy is expenditure instead of renewal. Use a sympathetic nervous system because you're more tense, okay? You're really trying to use your energy, thoughts. There is a misspell here. Convergent, okay? Neurochemistry, norepinephrine, cortisol, capacity is using. So you need to swap between one and another all the time and not stay here. Watching TV is staying here, watching social media, scrolling is staying here, and everything else that still take a part of your brain and activate it. And I'm going to give you exactly each one of them. So either working or recovery. TV is half brain off, half brain is on. Mind at work, and recovering is not an active recovery. So this is the differentiation between one another, as you can see here. So at first we have active recovery, what we want to do. So there is a stress, then we recover, and then we can make new highs. So we are in that cycle of doing this, okay? We are seeing practically this area it's this area, all right? The passive recovery, what most people do is that they continue and then they watch social media, so there is a new lower. So you start from a moment of like being more tired, okay? You may feel that scrolling or just using like a pause and saying like, okay, for 10 minutes, that then becomes 30 minutes or an hour, let me just scroll a little bit and I relax. You're not relaxing, because if you think about it, when you return back to work, you're more nervous than before. And the reason is here, because there is more stress response that you're giving to the body, because you're activating still the same nervous system, and it's physical, okay? You cannot do anything about it. You cannot like being a superhero and then just whop the nervous system. It's automatic, right? So watching the thing, because you need to have focus, you have continuously this novelty, because every time you scroll, there is a new content and your brain is trying to pick what's going to happen in the next seconds. And because the content is so quick, the brain needs also to be very, very quick. Okay. So imagine the difference between somebody that, I don't know, let's say just go to have a walk in the nature compared to somebody that is going to scroll. Which one is going to return back and be focused the next one? For sure the first one. Okay. Because it's whopped the nervous system. Okay. So active recovery helps to regulate the nervous system. So let's look at the difference. We have parasympathetic nervous system. To make you a reminder, parasympathetic is when we recover, okay? And then this is when we work slash, so this wanted to be a slash, focus, okay? So sympathetic, look at the difference. The pupil, there is a constriction in the pupil, okay? When you're fear, when you're more active, when you're more thinking, when you're like spending a lot of energy, you dilate, okay? They're bigger, okay? The heart, increase in the heartbeat, and this decrease in the heartbeat. The airways, this constrict the bronchial tubules, and this dilates, okay? Because you need to be ready to push and run or do something, okay? The sweat gland, there is a difference. The liver stimulates bile release. Why? Because you're digesting. If you remember, this was called rest and digest. The digestive system, okay, it increase the activity. The uterus, relaxation in the uterus, and increase the urinary output. On the other side, relax the bladder. If you think about it, the people that feel scared, what they do, pee on themselves. That happens in the animal too. It's just a reaction. It's just a physiology reaction of what happens. So as you can see, all of here, decreased activity. As I told you, like if you feel scared and there is something very, very scary, you just digested, you do not digest well. So you felt all of this in your life. Okay, so these are the differentiation between one another. And what I want to give you here is that exactly this. Okay, so active recovery, this when we use when we swap to the parasympathetic nervous system compared to the passive recovery, and we continue to stay in a sympathetic nervous system activation. So let's look at the differentiation. So if I continue to stay in the sympathetic, this is what happens. I have more stress, I activate more the amygdala, I create a distress signal inside my body to the hypothalamus, the central station of the brain. I activate the flight or fleet response. So I activate once again the sympathetic system. That gives me, pay attention, there is more danger. So give me more epinephrine, so increase the blood sugar, supply energy to all parts of the body. The heartbeat goes up, the bloodstream start to push more, you pulsate more, you breathe rapidly, there is more oxygen and more alert, sharp senses. This is everything that is happening, even if you're not aware of it, because of course it's automatic, every time you are in a condition of like working or like half working, half resting, okay? On the other side, the sympathetic system, what's going on when you activate yourself in this part, and you can do it, reverse engineering it, you know the two differentiations, so you know how to swap between one another, not consciously, but by doing an action, okay? That's why I think it in a way of like reverse engineering it. What is the parasympathetic nervous system? Tools to master the autonomic nervous system, okay? So the diaphragmatic breathing. So you start to inhale 4 or 5 seconds, exhale 4 or 5 seconds for 10, 20 minutes. This is a way to activate, reverse engineer, that's why, because you start from the opposite. You start from the physiology. You know how to control the breathing, because you know if the sympathetic system activate my breathing in a certain way, let me do the opposite of that, so I activate the other, Okay, that's what I'm trying to give you here for the ideology of reverse engineer belly laughter. Okay, this helps to get more parasympathetic nervous system. Cold exposure at first activate the sympathetic system, actually this, but then after it raises the level of what you perceive stress. So you practically are raising the bar. If the normal bar is here, and then the cold exposure give you the level 10 here, then you return back to practically to be at level 2. Okay, the ideology was like, if you're level 5 here right now, and then you push yourself to more stress, then you release yourself after the stress and you lower the bar, so you don't feel level 5 anymore. I hope that was clear. Okay, the double, so you can take all the breath in, and then do that small push more of air. So inhale, like you're expanding as much as possible your breathing, and then you try to take 1 or 2 inhale, and then helps you to feel more relaxed and activate more the parasympathetic nervous system. Cognitive restructuring technique. So practically this is very interesting, because the study in 2012, they understood that whoever felt more stressed, they had 45% more mortality. But if you thought stress was good for you, and you drop to the bottom level, so even less than who didn't have any symptom of stress. So imagine, like, for example, this is a very nice one. Imagine a legs exercise, and then the exact pain randomly while you're trying to type. You would call the hospital, right? And the same stimulus, different perception. So what I'm going to give you here, what I'm trying to give you here is the ideology of, if you would literally type right now and you will feel a pain, it's just a perception of like, okay, I'm typing and therefore it's a little bit traumatic to feel this pain. But if you would do a leg exercise, it's totally normal. Okay. So the ideology of stress here is that if you perceive stress like a very bad response, then you're gonna increase your mortality practically. You're gonna increase everything that is bad about stress. But if you see stress like, and you reframe it like something that is just pushing you and is helping you to push towards a new level, then you feel less stress, you have less that activation of like the mortality, etc. than whoever didn't have stress at all. Okay, so it's just a way of putting the bar. Okay, so if you're raising the bar and you're seeing it like a good thing, then you're gonna feel better. Ear massage or others, humming, singing, chanting, nature exposure, yoga, exercising, because these are all activating the parasympathetic nervous system, or sometimes the vagus nerve, so the nerve that passes through the neck part, the brainstem goes all the way down to the abdominal part. Okay, so it relaxes us. So this is the differentiation. So what I want to give you here is this. Activate recovery activates the parasympathetic nervous system, provides cognitive shift because it changes how you think, and it provides a physiological shift because it changes how you feel. Not just how you think, but also how you feel. Exercise, workout gives more stress, and then lots of parasympathetic response. So once again, this is what I told you before. If you are at level 5 of stress, you raise yourself a level 10, and therefore after level 10, because you exercise, your normality then becomes level 2. So you feel much less stress. Okay, and that's why ice bath became very popular. So 20 active recovery protocol. This is exactly everything that you can do. I'm gonna just leave it to you here. You can just stop the video and just read them. Hopefully you can read them well. Let me maybe just zoom a little bit in each one of them. So multiple are deep breathing, progressive muscle relaxation, mindfulness, yoga, tai chi, sleep hygiene, very, very important. Biofeedback, this you can use like Muse or many other stuff. Cold exposure, I told you about this. Heart rate variability, exercise. Then we have okay, adequate hydration. So you need to hydrate a lot. This helps a lot to recover. Walking in nature, laughter, massage therapy, soothing music. That's why I use Brain FM. I told you about this in the previous module. Slow, controlled physical activity, warm bath, healthy diet, mindful eating, social connection. These are all 20 protocols that you can activate every time you want in order to have that block of recovery. So if you remember, in our routine. I gave you 2 routine. One is extreme, one is something that you can follow every day. You have 2 or 3 hours of push, okay, depending on if you're in the afternoon or the morning, and how you want to manage it compared to when to. So there's going to be a lesson of when to. We're going to understand when to do exactly one or the other. So in the middle, you're going to have recovery protocols for an hour, sometimes 2 hours, and you just need to choose between one of these activity. That's it. Because one of these activities is for sure going to make you recover. So if you want to push more the next hours, you don't need to do fancy stuff, okay? So if you have the possibility to do yoga, you just do yoga. If you have the possibility to just deep breathing, so you do some exercise, deep breathing, it literally takes 10 minutes, okay? Wall staring is another, okay? You can take a nap in the afternoon, or you can just simply exercise and do a light exercise. You can walk in the nature, okay? You can laugh with somebody. These are all activities that cost you nothing, okay? A light walk, as I have here, soothing music. These are all activities that you can literally do without having any problem, okay? You don't need money, you don't need additional stuff, and you just need to frame them inside your calendar and know that that's going to be the recovery for your day. You know that that's your activity, okay? Personally, I just simply sometimes batch them also, some of them. For example, I was doing breathing exercise while I was in the steam room, okay? Not, I'm thinking the sauna, but it's not the sauna, it's the steam room. So you can also batch some of them and do them together, so you can do even more recovery, okay? So make recovery part of your work. It needs to become a routine. This is very important, okay? Very, 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 very important. Because if you don't make it a part of a routine, you're gonna continue to do that thing of like push and stay practically in an horizontal sort of way, and sometimes even in a downgrade, okay? So let me go up, okay? So for example, Sunday recover mode routine. So you can take your Sunday completely off. I take it personally to recover a lot, read a lot, and just watch some good learning material. I take the Saturday afternoon kind of completely off. I just stay with my girlfriend. We just go around, we do stuff, okay? That is literally outside of my work area. And those are the perfect moment to do this, okay? You can also do habit stacking. As I was saying to you, I have the activity example here. Exercise, family time, and nature immersion. So the routine that you can do is like annual, you can take literally 2 weeks off, quarterly 10 days off, monthly 4 days off, and weekly 1 day. This is the perfect like routine for the macro area, how you need to see all of this recovery. So right now, I practically gave you everything around recovery for a daily perspective. So what you need to do in the middle. So not to use your sympathetic nervous system, so you continue to work and stay active, but you need to recover. So what you need to do daily, but at the same time, all the year, you have everything, okay? And I literally gave you here everything to be recovered, to continue to push, to continue to raise that level, okay? So this and everything around burnout, I hope that was clear, and I hope that's going to be very helpful for you to match all of this stuff and continue to push and continue to not just like be a better version of yourself, live so much better. You're going to have much less stress, more autonomy in what you do, more recovery in what you do. You're going to feel better. The mood is going to be better, okay? So imagine even just if you can implement a 5% better mood in your work. Can you imagine the difference? So literally, like, this is priceless. If you could just change even 1% of all of this, your life would change a lot. And I think you would absolutely agree, okay? So humongous lesson here, 44 minutes. So I'm gonna stop here now, and I'm gonna see you in the next video talking about sleep. Welcome to this news lesson about sleep. So sleep is one of the most essential things that we need to do as an entrepreneur, as peak performers. Sleep practically is literally one of the pillars to achieve peak performance. And we're going to understand in this lesson why it's important, what we should do, how we can measure sleep, and I will give you practically a whole routine, a whole protocol, a whole system to get your sleep in place. So if you're somebody that tend to sleep maybe 5-6 hours a day and still try to push and still try to say like, oh, I'm going great because I'm sleeping less so I can be more productive. That is the wrong way of thinking. Science tells us the opposite. We need to achieve most probably 7 to 9 hours of sleep per day. And I'm gonna give you some routines, some protocols to achieve that with consistency. Okay, so let's start. So sleep. Let's start first understanding sleep deprivation. What does it give you, sleep deprivation? So if you don't go to sleep, if you don't have this routine, if you're not consistent with what you should be doing regarding sleep, let me just add a little bit of light here in the background for me. Okay, so these are multiple stuff that can happen if you don't check your sleep. So first of all, skin. So if you don't want increasing sign of age, wrinkles, lines, dark cycle, dull, shallow skin, sleep is one of the things that creates this. First of all, sun, of course, it's another, but generally, who is not sleeping well, it's clear in the face. And when you're talking to a prospect, when you're face to face, when you're just simply even in meetings or you are on Zoom, it shows that you are somebody that does sleep well, okay? And that's not a good thing. Appetite. So if you're somebody that maybe is overweight, maybe is a bit having difficulties with all of this stuff, this is very interesting because there is a disruption in the hunger regulation hormones, ghrelin and leptin. And when you don't sleep, this creates a higher appetite. So you tend to want more sweet, more stuff that you shouldn't be eating, right? So high calorie food. Action and behavior, you have a slowed reaction time because of course it's like we're gonna understand how similar the deprivation of sleep is to something such as alcohol. Then you have impaired decision making. Okay, so imagine if you need to do decision, if you need to lead a team, if you need to lead your company, sleeping few is not going to help you with action and behavior. So if you're here, most probably you're here because you want to change your behavior, you want to change some action, you want to systematize some stuff, you want to have stuff in process that leads you to your goal. Not sleeping is the absolute essential to reach that goal. Increase risk of accident and errors. So once again, if you want to perform, you're here for a reason, and you want to scale your company, you want to do better every day. How can you do better if you do mistakes, right? Memory and learning. So once again, if you're somebody that needs to learn, needs to improve some processes, if you don't sleep, your memory and learning is gonna really get affected. You're gonna have difficulty focusing, concentrating. So as you can see, like there is a problem of mood because you continually going up and down. The deprivation of sleep is literally directed and you feel it really, really a lot when you don't sleep well. The difference that you have in terms of mood, how you react to other people. And there are multiple high entrepreneurs that they passed their kind of phase in the beginning when they were sleeping very few and getting this extreme cycle of maybe going in the disco, in the club, later in the evening, and then trying to wake up and work the next day. And one of them, for example, is Dennis. He wrote the book How to Get Rich, for example. He was a huge entrepreneur in the UK. And his net worth was around 700 million. And one of the things that he was saying in the book was like, when my life was partying, horse, and etc., my relation to my team was absolutely horrible because I was aggressive. I was often not able to overcome some mistake that other people were doing. So he was more reacting rather than decision making and doing the things correctly. And that's in fact when his company wasn't making as much as later on when he understood how important was actually the health regarding, for example, sleep. Immune system, you have weakened immune system, so increased susceptibility to infections. So if you're somebody that often have headache or difficulties with some part of the body or whatever it is, the immune system is absolutely important. Of course, you can just try to ramp it up a little bit with some vitamin C, NAC, whatever it is, but sleep is literally the essential part to do this. Cardiovascular health, metabolism. So once again, if you're somebody that is trying to lose weight, sleep is essential to do this. Hormonal balance. So once again, connected to the mood. Overall cognitive function, because of course you're going to make, once again, more error, more mistakes. You decrease the attention span, poor problem solving, and increased likelihood of cognitive errors. So this is everything that brings sleep deprivation. And at the same time, the reason I have this 4 beer here is because after about 17, 19 hours without sleep, and once again, think about your cycles, think about your day. There are a lot of entrepreneurs, digital entrepreneurs, because they work online, they're constantly with the computer, and they're constantly like working on, working not on, and in that gray zone area that we've seen before. When you reach this point, the cognitive performance can be similar to that of someone with a blood alcohol concentration of 0.05, which is the legal limit for driving in many countries. And after 24 hours without sleep, it can be comparable at 0.10, which is above the legal limit. Okay, so you are that in that condition physically and mentally. So how can you think to perform well when you're in such a condition? All right, so it will literally mean like, let me go to work, let me drink 4 to 5 beers, and then start to work and start to develop a presentation, start to lead my team. It will be a little bit stupid, right? So at the same time, I want you to shift the view that you have on sleep and how much that could actually increment immensely and have a huge discrepancy before, maybe with what we were doing before to what you're doing right now, right? So sleep deprivation, affection reaction time similar to alcohol. Being awake for 24 hours can slow reaction times to a level comparable to being legally drunk. Just like alcohol, sleep deprivation can impair decision making and judgment, increasing the likelihood of taking risks or making errors, and we don't want that. Both sleep deprivation and alcohol can lead to mood swings, irritability, and difficulty regulating emotions. So once again, if you want to do the things correctly, you need to sleep, very simply. All right, so sleep will enhance confidence. So if you're somebody that needs to sell, if you're somebody that, of course, being an owner, being a founder, you need to sell your ideas not just to the clients and customer, prospect, whatever, but also to your team. You need to lead the team. So it's very important to have confidence because, of course, it's the human understands more the tonality rather than the words. So imagine like if you approach somebody and you don't have enough confidence with your tonality, because it's literally 90-95% of what you say, how can you deliver the message with if you don't have confidence? Mood, once again, like probably you don't want to be seen as the irrational and the up and down emotional behavioral person, right? Let's lead that to the animals, right? That they have the reactive brain, they use the reptile brain most of the time. We have a brain that can think, has a consciousness part, so let's use it. And I don't want to have that up and down of mood. I want to try to stay as consistent as possible. Surely every now and then there's going to be a little bit of up and down. We know the regression to the mean, we talked about this, but it's very important to just keep it stable as much as possible because you don't want to portray it to the team and you don't want to portray it to the prospects. Charisma. Sleep will enhance charisma because you're gonna affect more other people, very similar to confidence. You're gonna have more discipline. So if you're somebody that is struggling a little bit with your routine, just enhancing more hours of sleep will enhance also discipline because you're gonna have also more energy. So if you remember, it's connected to willpower. If you sleep more, for sure you have more energy and therefore also more willpower. Not just that, but in general, because of other factor, you are going to increase also discipline, attractiveness, because it shows that you're sleeping well. It shows that you're more in a mood, you're more happy, right? So the brain auto-clean with sleep, that's why it's important, sleep hygiene. And sleep hygiene, imagine it like you're never going to eat a rotten chicken, right? I presume so. So at the same time, you need to see sleep as an absolute essential and an hygiene, as you wouldn't eat rotten chicken, right? So you need to get that 7 to 9 hours a day of sleep, as you wouldn't eat. So you would never stay awake for hours because you would never eat a rotten chicken. That's how you need to see it, all right? So build your sleep hygiene protocol, and I'm gonna give it to you here. So fix wake and sleep time, 30 minutes at distance. What you need to do, plan your travel and life around sleep. So everything you do starts from sleep, all right? That is the first thing that you do. Then later on, if you remember, I told you like just try sleep, exercise that are the essential, okay, the non-tradable, if I can say it like that. So you cannot trade that specific things that you wanted to do in life. That it could be simply health, sleep, a workout routine, whatever it is, family, kids, relationship. You keep those in your calendar, and those are the essential. Those are the pillars from which you build, okay? And you created these fixed containers hours like Tetris blocks, okay? So you know that this to this is going to be your sleep in your calendar, okay? And then everything in between, you have a meeting here, you have a meeting here, then you have the lunch, then you have the dinner with the kids, with the relationship with the girlfriend, whatever it is, and these are blocked. And everything that there is in between, then you start to add it on, okay? Now, next one. Total 8 hours. So what you do, outwin the competition by sleeping more. Okay, so if you want to win in business, outwin the competition by sleeping more. Build a sleep culture with your family. All right, so use maybe some element of gamification with your family to who sleeps the best, right? And that gets more fun. It gets a sort of like a little fun competition. I slept more, I slept better, I have a better sleep composition that we're gonna talk in a second, okay? Sleep composition, here we are, okay? So awake 5 to 10% of the time. So there are multiple ways to track this. I personally use this simple ring. Right now I'm charging it, but okay, here. So I'm gonna maybe leave a description inside this lesson, if I remember, to what exactly I use. Then light sleep, deep sleep, REM sleep. So if you have a device or even just a watch, I found out that watches are not as comfortable. Not so many people want to wear them during the night because of course they're tangling or they're a bit uncomfortable. A ring is absolutely comfortable. It doesn't annoy you. There is no screen, etc, etc. So this gives you kind of the composition when you get a ring or something. It's never going to be able to track as good as an ECG that is practically the arch with electrodes and so on and so forth. But at the same time, it's still something that gives you a clear idea of what's the direction and what is the sleep composition. So if you can achieve this is a good sleep composition, all right? Now, I want to just have a very quick chat regarding caffeine. So let me try to, okay. Now it's fixed. Perfect. So caffeine binding. This is very important to understand like how caffeine works for us. So we have this thing that is called adenosine. It's simply a chemical in the brain that binds to specific receptor, and its job is to make humans feel tired. So the more the day pass, the more adenosine you get. And then because it's more combined, and then there is melatonin, so on and so forth. Okay. So what's happening here is that adenosine goes inside the receptor and it makes you feel tired, right? The problem is that with caffeine, because it has a very similar shape of adenosine, it goes inside the adenosine receptor, and what caffeine does is practically binds to them and introduces in the brain, and caffeine blocks the binding adenosine and stops the feeling of tiredness, okay? That is the reason why you drink a coffee, you feel less tired. And at the same time, you have norepinephrine, that is another chemical in the brain, and it also binds to receptors and it acts as a stimulant. So you have these different parts and receptors. So you need to understand that adenosine, it helps you to get tired, right? On the other side, you have caffeine, very similar to the molecule of adenosine, that also can go in the receptor and not make you feel tired. What is the problem here? That with caffeine blocking the effects of adenosine, norepinephrine may be reduced, and the brain relies on caffeine to remain alert. Think about it in the long term. That's why I always cycle coffee. If you want, just I can give a word about coffee. What I personally do, I always rationalize it into half caffeine and half decaf, and I put together and I make coffee, right? And that is the way how I use coffee when I need it like a stimulant, okay? Because if I use it too much, I get not just used to it and it doesn't affect me anymore, but I use it in a kind of more clever way. What I use specifically, if you want to know, I use it L-theanine, okay? with coffee. It helps with the brain function, focus, etc. And at the same time, water. So what I do is that if for each one of cup of coffee, at the same time, I take 2/3 cup of water. Why this? Because to get that reaction that I want for focus from the coffee, I need also water. Because if you remember, I told you that 1 or 2% of dehydration in the body can bring you to 20% of brain fog, right? So you don't need special pills or so on and so forth. Most of the time, just one coffee, 2-3 cups of water gives you that boost that you're looking for. And the important thing here is kind of cycling it. Okay, so what I would advise you to do, I'm not a doctor, but generally this is what I do and this is what worked for me. And trust me, I tried many ways. I use like half caffeine. This is during the day. This is during mostly the week. I tend to take it also on Saturday, and Sunday is always off. Okay, most of the time also Saturday is off, but sometimes I take it if I want to sprint a little bit in the morning. Then what happens? Happens that I add the water here, and then I have like a week every 1 or 2 months that I don't take coffee. And this is the best way how I systematize it, and I created the best outcome from taking coffee. And if I really need a sprint, sometimes I just take a full portion of caffeine, but this becomes rarer and rarer during the last year practically. I tend to keep this routine. It's the one that works the best for me. All right, so this is very important about caffeine. I hope that was clear and is going to help you more. So sleep protocol for extraordinary. We're here to make extraordinary, so let's see each one of these steps. So timing, 9 hours in bed and 8 hours of sleep. So lock wake time and lock bed time. What I mean by this is that it takes you around half an hour to get a sleep, 15 to a half an hour. So what I personally do, I always go to bed. So I'm in the bed literally 9 hours before my alarm. And this prevents me to not go to bed and maybe just sleep 7 hours, 7 hours and a half. So 9 hours gives me perfectly that time of like around 8 hours something, sometimes 7 hours and 50 of sleeping time, real sleeping time, right? Because you're not touching the bed and directly sleeping. You're not directly going to deep sleep or a light sleep or so on and so forth, but it takes a little bit. And then that's why the 9 hours. Tracking, what get measured gets managed. So you calendar, you have a watch, you have a ring. I always track my sleep. I have my whole weekly view. I see where I'm going. I see what I need to adjust. And this also gives you cycle. For example, for me, I knew that all the week I was going well. And then there was a day in a week where my sleep was really few. Okay. And this was, for example, around Saturday or sometimes Sunday. Why this? Because sometimes I was eating food a little bit late. So giving the consistency of like getting measure something, I knew that this was a problem and I know how to eliminate it. Most of the people take a decision emotionally and not with data, but you need to start to think in data. Okay. If you know what's going on, you can track it, you can manage it, you can change it. Temperature. I know this looks very low, but this is what science tells. It's what Matthew in his book, Why We Sleep, measured. He's a neuroscience. He really specializes in sleep. And he's suggesting this temperature. You can just simply use, as I write later on, a blanket to give you also a little bit of weight blanket, something like that helps you to sleep. Okay, overheating is one of the biggest reason why most of the people wake up during the night, and it's very, very important to use this. You can also use different material. For example, there is 8 Sleep. I will leave it in the description. It's a mattress practically that gives you different controls for the temperature. Very, very clever. There are veins practically inside the mattress. It changes the temperature. You can control it. You have the app, so on and so forth. This helps a lot. Okay. Dark, black, blockouts, blinds. So this is very important. It needs to be as dark as possible. Worst scenario, use a mask. So what I use personally, my bedroom is completely off. So there is no light at all. If there is a LED or anything, I cover it with a tape. And at the same time, if I'm traveling, if I'm doing something, if I change the room because for some reason I need to use another bedroom inside my house, I just use a mask, all right? So because practically I'm sleeping on a side of the house where the roof, when it rains a lot, you kind of feel it a little bit. So what I have also another bedroom because there are four. So I just go in the other, and but in that one, for example, it's not all blinded, and so in that case I use the mask. That's simply the differentiation. Okay. So hope that was clear. Cut food and water 2 hours before sleep. This is absolutely essential because if you remember from the parasympathetic nervous system, you tend to digest, and if you go to sleep, some function of the digestion kind of get blocked, and that's why when you are digesting and going to sleep, your sleep is completely disrupted, because at the same time you're trying to digest, but you need to digest that food, but at the same time you're sleeping, you need to have other function working on, etc., etc. So try to cut it 2 hours before. Water also is very important. I just sip very, very few water before going to sleep, and I tend to keep this as far away as possible, 2 to 3 hours before. Brian Johnson, for example, I know that if you don't know who he is, most probably you know, he's creating this practically routine to live forever with scientific data. And what he found out for himself, what works the best for him, is to cut food and water. Water, I'm not sure, but food, I'm absolutely sure, around lunchtime. Okay, so it's really, really far away from his sleep. Power down ritual, unwind, diminish cognitive load, and unplug. I talked about this before going to sleep. I always give myself 2 to 3 hours where I don't think about work. I do other stuff. And then I found myself reading fiction, mostly fantasy, a very good help to reach that moment of like almost dreaming, okay? Because it's very similar how the brain works in the two things. Noise, it's absolutely needs to be quiet, so you can use earplugs or just simply be in a very comfortable house where there are no noises, okay? So exercise, always intense, 3 hours plus before bed. Why intense? Because when you work out, you really feel the difference, right? Even just having walks and then try to achieve at least 10K steps per day. This is kind of like the ideal way how to approach this. I know this sounds a lot if you're not making so many steps, but really try to put some steps every time you, for example, eat. That is the best way to achieve some steps. Like you have breakfast, then you have a walk. You have lunch, then you have a walk. You have dinner, then you have a walk. This is the best way to achieve as much possible 10K, okay? So for example, personally, I have a park nearby the house here. So I just go out, and every time I have one of these, I go and have 1 or 2 rounds around this park. And this gives me around 10K steps per day. At the same time I run, so this helps me, of course, getting those steps inside. Substance, cut coffee, nicotine, alcohol 10 hours before bed, ideally 12 hours. Because once again, if the caffeine is inside the receptor, you're not feeling tired. And even though your body needs the rest, you're not going to rest because there isn't enough melatonin inside your body, okay? So sleep optimization, light, sunlight and walking, circadian rhythm. This helps with the rhythm. We're going to talk about this in the probably next lesson. Air needs to be fresh, ventilated, no mold, use plants. Plants is very interesting because it doesn't affect you with the CO2 during the evening, but it helps a lot to create that sort of like fresh air. Breathe, open mouth. If you have the open mouth, for example, my girlfriend found that I don't have that problem. I use a lot the tape for the nose. That helps me a lot because my nose, as you can see, is not really well aligned. I'm gonna do something in the future maybe. My girlfriend just simply tends to open her mouth during the evening, so she used mouth taping, and that helps her a lot. Temperature, I talked about this. You can also kind of help yourself with a hot bath or a hot shower or a cold shower before going to sleep, and that helps with the regulation of the temperature of the body. Bedding, it needs to be a high quality mattress. It cannot be those mattresses that they tend to shake as soon as somebody moves, or So it needs to be enough rigid, but not too rigid that it's uncomfortable, but it cannot be too wobbly. And the quality needs to be good. So spend a good amount of money for your mattress to sleep well. At the same time, also the cotton sheet. So I use the cotton that is practically almost linen, simply because I want a high quality. I don't know exactly how it's called in English, but it's practically cotton, very similar to linen, because it's very, very comfortable. It's very smooth. It's not rushy or rough. So goose down duvet cover for the pressure. So one depends on the temperature, of course, but generally, like if you tend to be more cold, you can also add a little bit this duvet cover to create that pressure, and it's very good also for sleeping. Bedroom, just for sleep and sex. You don't use it for any other stuff. So what I personally do, because my bedroom is upstairs, I almost never go upstairs because my studio is downstairs and my daily life is downstairs. Right now I'm in a like kind of like house / little villa, whatever we want to call it. So I have this ability of having 2 floors. If you don't have that possibility, just simply stay away as much as possible from the corridor of the night apartment or from your room where you sleep. If not, once again, for sex or just simply sleep, possibly even sex, if you can do it outside the bedroom, even better, because you need to portray the bedroom like now is the time to sleep. And I found this absolutely life-changing for me. Because sometimes I was having a nap in the bedroom. I prefer to have nap. For example, here in my studio, I have a couch. I can lay down and I'm here in my studio. I literally stay 10-15 minutes. I'm able to sleep well in the afternoon. So just literally I touch it. I tend to sleep for 10-15 minutes and then I return back to work because I'm already here. I'm already in focus. I already know what to need to do. If I go to the bedroom, I stay there for half an hour, and it's too long. And then in the evening, it's disrupted my sleep. Okay. Supplements. Here I'm giving you some. I use L-theanine for the focus. CBD, if you are, for example, a little bit up and down anxiety, you can use it for sleep. Absolutely work well. Chamomile, love that. Magnesium, L-threonate or bisglycinate I use actually. These I found the 2 most effective for me. L-threonate, I think it's a little bit better. I found it more powerful. When it's not available though, I take the glycinate, that it helps also for the muscle relaxation, for recovery for the muscle, because in this moment, as I told you, I'm preparing for the half marathon, so my body is really disrupted from it, and because it's the first time, of course. And then I use melatonin. So personally, I use 3 milligrams of melatonin. I found it the best portion for me for going to sleep. Okay, so 1 hour before, I practically take magnesium and melatonin. In the morning, I use L-theanine for my focus, and in the evening, when I want, I have also chamomile. Gadget ring. I told you, I'm gonna leave in the description. 8 Sleep Pod, Philip Hue. I don't have it here right now. I had it before, but practically is this light, if you don't know what they are, that wake you up at a certain hour, so you can program them. This helps a lot for having not like a vibration or something that really disrupts your sleep and makes you wake up. And remember that when you wake up, you're full of cortisol. So your body naturally produces a lot of cortisol. That is the hormone stress. So it's much easier to wake up with a soft light that is just helping you to get into that circadian rhythm. Okay, so these are multiple things. Now, here I'm giving you some other additional tips. So for nap, these are great, but only if you can sleep in the evening. Okay, so nap, we've seen it like a great recovery tool in the middle of work, in the middle of stuff. And works great, for example, after lunch, if you have a walk and then you have a nap. Works like a charm, but this is not good. Nap is absolutely bad if it disrupts your sleep. So test it out. If you nap and in the evening you have a little bit of difficulty sleeping, try to delete it. Okay, I know from a person that taken so many naps in the past, and now I'm kind of sometimes skipping them. Not always, but many days I don't need them because I prefer to suffer a little bit more in the afternoon, and after a while you kind of get used to it, to then sleep perfectly in the evening when literally I touch the bed in 10-15 minutes I'm asleep. Okay, so I prefer that rather than push more towards the afternoon work, right? Because I find it more effective to do more shallow work in the afternoon rather than try to push as much as possible after a nap and then disrupt my evening sleep, because that I found it more important to work better in the morning rather than my shallow work in the afternoon. Okay, if you can't sleep, read something that engages you but not so stimulating, fiction. I talked to you about this already. Get up, do something relaxing, enjoyable, and productive, or try to stay awake. I know it sounds a little bit strange, but trying to stay awake, open your eyes even if you're in the dark, and try to stay awake, and after a while you kind of feel asleep. If nothing of this works, and this is practically the 80-20 of everything that you can do to have a good sleep, if nothing is working and you kind of have insomnia, this is kind of the protocol. So I'm going to give you different steps. So minimize time in bed. This is absolutely essential. Minimize sleep latency. So what you do is, like, it takes more than 15 minutes to sleep, get out of bed. So out of bed, go downstairs, do some light stuff, read. Read works really well, even like for melatonin they studied. So read something that it doesn't get you too much, because otherwise, of course, it gets you too much attention, but something like that kind of gets along, but it doesn't stimulate you too much. Okay, do unstimulating activities while out of bed, so not consuming too much the prefrontal cortex area, so goal-oriented programming and stuff. Avoid these things. Return to bed, fall asleep, or repeat. Okay, so this is the first step. You get out of bed, you do something that is unstimulating, possibly read. That is the best thing. Do not use devices, and then just return back to sleep when you feel a little bit tired once again. Okay, step 2. Identify how much you sleep. So let's say that you are able to sleep right now 6 hours and you continue to not have a great night of sleep. What you do is you reduce the sleep duration and improve quality sleep. So less hour, improve efficacy. So for example, you sleep 5 hours, stay in bed 5 hours, and more tired over time, and you add to the cycle. So I was giving you the example of 6 hours. Let's say that you sleep 6 hours. What you do, you stay in the bed 6 hours to kind of sleep 5 hours. You feel more tired, and the next time you add an hour of your sleep, and then you add an hour of your sleep. So you kind of like play with the bar. If you remember, we talked about this. So if you are at level 5, what you do, you go at level 4. So you decrement the level to then pass to level 6. Okay. So you then start to add step by step everything. Okay. The other one is extend the time in bed gradually. So I already talked to you about this right now. Expand time slot in bed and minimize time in bed if you're awake. Try literally to not stay too much time if you're in bed, if you are awake, all right? Unless you're literally in the middle of the night, try as much as possible. Because the other difficulty that I had, for example, personally, was in the beginning, sleep as soon as I touched the bed, okay? This was the first problem. I fixed it, and I didn't have any problem. The next step that I had was, like, I was sometimes waking up at 2 to 3 a.m. and nobody's talking about like what to do in this case, right? They just give you some general advice that it works mostly for this. What to do here, I literally try to force myself and stay in the bed in this case, because if I tended to get out of that bed and do some work, do some stuff, but then the problem was that at around 5 a.m. to 6 a.m. I was feeling really asleep, and I was trying to power it with a bit of coffee, and this wasn't working. Okay, so trial and error. I practically understood that if I force myself to stay in the bed, I feel much less tired, even though I was kind of awake, to produce more in the next morning and in the next week. Okay, so hope this was helpful. This is everything that you need to know regarding sleep. This is absolutely essential. We're going to talk about sleep also in the last chapter about path to wellness. Now, I will see you in the next lesson regarding when to. So we're going to talk about when to work, when to do stuff, depending on your energy and not on your time. See you in the next one. Okay, so welcome to this lesson about when to work, when to do stuff, when to do things in your routine depending on your energy and not on your time. Let's understand this concept better. So when it's time to make decision, peak perform, we tend to index more time. So when do I have time to do X, Y, Z instead of index more energy? And what I mean by this, when do I have more energy, right? So think about this. Every time you do and you decide to do something, you most probably decide to do something because you have time and you have a time allotment, you have a spot in that moment, rather than thinking, when do I perform my best? Think about it, right? So swapping from this position to this position is when we work is more important than how. So to understand this, we need to understand our biorhythm. I kind of already talked to you about this multiple times in previous lessons, but here is going to be a more deeper understanding. So we have 3 rhythm, okay, inside of our body. The circadian rhythm, this is like sleep, blood pressure, brain activity, and in complete 1 cycle daily, okay? So all rhythm depends on how long they are, okay? So this one is 1 cycle a day. Then we have infradian rhythms, for example, the period for the woman. This is like longer than 24 hours, so longer than a day, but it's less than a year. Then we have ultradian biorhythm, so more than once a day. So this is something that repeats: deep sleep, light sleep, cycle repeated throughout the 24 hours, like 90 to 120 minutes, needs recovery, okay? This is our ultradian rhythm. Why is it important to understand this? Because it's important to understand that we work with rhythms, and each one of us integrate this rhythm inside their day. And it's very important to understand this rhythm because this creates practically our routine. So if you remember, this is our protocol, okay? So we super compensate and then we need to recover. We talked about active recovery, why it's important, etc., etc. So recovery, it's the ultradian healing response. So what we do is like, to get that attention span, to get that performance more, we need to recover and we need to have that ultradian healing response, such as recovery. So how do you find your own biorhythm? So the rhythm that it works for you, not for someone else, because that's a personal trait, right? If somebody wake up at 4 a.m. may not work for you because you may have a different biorhythm. So what you do here, you first understand that you have a chronobiology. So it's a little thing here that is called suprachiasm nucleus, that practically SCN to make it easier, and it's practically a personal clock inside the brain. Okay, so this is very important to understand that each one of us have this personalized clock, okay, that tells you you should sleep here, you should perform more here, etc. So how should we understand how it works, okay? So what time do you usually go to sleep? If you answer your question without adding stuff with your day, so imagine an empty day, right? Where you don't have to do none of the stuff that you need to do now, you don't have any attending or any stuff that you need, there is no must, right? What is the time you usually get to sleep? So when do you start to feel tired? For some people, it could be 8 p.m., right? For some people, 9 p.m. For some people, it could be 11 p.m., okay? Or 1 a.m., okay? It doesn't matter. You have for sure one of this rhythm and one check, okay? Personally, for me, it's around this, 9 p.m., right? So what is your midday? So when do you function your best? This is what we're trying to answer, okay? So in order to do this, you, for example, do 60 to 90 minute sprint, recovery, 60 to 90 minute sprints. We talked about this in the routine. So you achieve a level of 60 to 90 minutes, you break 10 to 20 minutes. And this is practically your routine daily, right? We talked about this previously. The important thing here is like to find your biorhythm. So the cognitive abilities do not stay the same throughout the day. You are smarter, more creative in some parts of the day compared to others. Okay, and these daily fluctuations are extremely important because innovation and creativity come just when you're at your best, when you have your circadian rhythm. So you need to understand your biorhythm, because once again, some people work best at this hour, some people go to sleep better at this hour compared to others. So how to understand this? First of all, it's divided into 3 categories. Larks, these are the early mornings, so people that start to wake up at 3, 4, 5 a.m. and they start to perform really well at 3, 4, 5 a.m. Third bird, these are morning people. These are like 60% of the population. And there are owls that are late morning. So people that tend to work and function best kind of late morning, first part of the afternoon. I'm gonna give you just the most productive schedule for your chronotype. So This is the peak for lark, owl, third bird. Lark, owl, third bird for the thought, so the administrative task, and then rebound. So this is just a general. I don't want you to take it perfectly as it is, but this is just a kind of a general overview of how this works. Okay, so this is the important one though. Okay, so larks and third bird, these tend to work better in the morning. This is what I am personally, and kind of between the two. And then owls should be doing this stuff in the evening. So for example, complex cognitive tasks, analytical work, essential meeting, presentation. These are, if you're lark or third bird, you do it in the morning. If you're not an owls, you do it in the evening. On the opposite, lark and third birds should be doing in the evening/afternoon exercise, socializing, casual meeting, commuting, okay? These are not like a must, but this is an advice generally for when you perform your best, because that's the important thing, right? Not when you have time, when do you perform your best? Now, of course, we know very well that there are bad breaks, such as texting, social media, videos, news, gaming, TV, and phone, because these increase the cognitive load, increase the amount of information you have, and this is not a good break that we want. And then there are good breaks that are wall staring, nap, closing eyes, walking, stretching, breath work. These are reducing the cognitive load. So this is always important to understand when you need to push the performance, when you need to get your energy to do some specific work, okay? And what I want to give you here is all of this helps us to suffer less during the struggle phase, okay? So understanding when to work, when to perform is just a way to suffer less, right? Because if you work when you have just time and it's not your specific work because it doesn't match with your biorhythm, if you go to sleep when it's not your best time, you're not going to sleep well, you're not going to perform as well. So it's all just important to understand, okay, I need to suffer, I need to have a frustration period, I need to be creative, I need to have that deep work session. And in that deep work session, most probably I'm going to suffer, right? We talked about this. So how can I struggle less? This is the way. Using your own biorhythm, using the breaks in the correct way, because you need to understand you have this rhythm and you need to work from them. And the last concept that I want to give you here is the following. Very, very beautiful. Easy choices gives you a hard life. Remember this, okay? Like literally engrave it in your brain. Hard choices give you an easy life. So when I talked about this, if the input cost sometimes may be higher in the beginning, but the output value is so much better. We talked this about in the time bending mastery, I think in the second lessons, okay? The first lesson, sorry, all right? Because suffer voluntarily to avoid involuntary suffering. And this is not what you want. This is where you are right now, probably. You're involuntary suffering. But you need to suffer voluntarily. You need to push yourself. You need to force yourself to struggle to then go to the flow state, to then achieve, to then have the reward, to then have XYZ. Motivation doesn't come by itself. You don't get motivated randomly. You get motivated because you're doing the actions that get you the motivation. Very, very important. It's the action, it's the suffering, it's the hard choice that you do in the beginning. To choose that specific thing, to choose to get intrinsically motivated, to then do the action that gets you the motivation and gets you the easy life as a result. Okay? Hope that was helpful. This is all for me regarding when to work, when to do the stuff, and when to perform your best. Okay, welcome to this lesson regarding elimination. So we've seen and we structure everything around 4 pillars: do, decide, delegate, or delete. We talked a lot about delete, so all of the action that we have during the day, some part of them are going to be done by you, some parts are going to decide later in the week by you, and some others are going to be deleted or delegated. I want to talk a little bit more about the process of elimination, and this is more going to be an overview about your life, about the whole process of like identify what is the waste compared to what is more actionable. Okay, so we've seen everything around more business, so you need to be more a master about something. And that's the one thing that you can decide to proceed, and the one thing that you can concentrate mostly. This lesson is going to be still on that kind of side, but understanding more really what is the waste around your life. So not just business life. I think it's very powerful when you accumulate experience, not just in business, but also in personal life. You combine them together, and then you have the recipe to follow. All right. So let's check. First of all, in order to achieve flow state, you need two possibilities: lower cognitive load or increased dopamine and norepinephrine, driving focus and attention for flow. We've seen this, right? When we talked about the flow triggers, one of the first lessons inside Ignite the Journey, we've seen the two possibilities, right? So there is dopamine or norepinephrine, dopamine and norepinephrine, or lower cognitive load. What I want to focus on in these lessons particularly is going to be cognitive load. So cognitive load is having endless option, because practically they paralyze you. There is the paradox of choice. It's much easier to choose between 2, maximum 3 options rather than choose between 15, 20, 25 options, because those are overwhelming you. Think about it. If you think in business like a whole big concept, do you remember the image with all the branches between business? So you need to think about Instagram, you need to think about marketing, you need to think about the post that you need to produce, what kind of post, the recording, the editing, the sales calls, the marketing, the Facebook ads. That overwhelms you, right? But if you would focus on a specific period on just one problem, that reduce your cognitive load, and you don't start to get an anxiety of like, oh my God, I have so many things to do. Just focus on one, and then you just tackle that one. And when you just take out all the noise outside, you just feel better, and you do the stuff much, much better than trying to focus on the big picture. So cognitive load and liberating bottlenecks. What you need to do here is minimalism. So embrace minimalism, essentialism. So what is essential? Solitude. This in terms of like, you need to point at one, okay? Frugality and simplicity, right? Because these points are going to give you the idea of what do I need to delete if I need to be minimalism, if I need to be essentialist. So I need to decide between multiple things, and I need just a few. Simplicity, right? So instead of create and spend time into something, optimizing, first eliminate, okay? So instead of like deciding, okay, what kind of tool, what kind of thing, what kind of thing can I introduce now? What kind of thing can I add to my process, right? How many clients can I add? First, eliminate the problems, eliminate the constraints, eliminate the bottlenecks, and then you can expand. Because one of the things that I often say is that you cannot scale a problem. That is going to be very, very detrimental for your business. So every time you have a problem, every time you have a bottleneck or constraint, it's not something that is scalable. And that's why this whole course is all about like, what is making you stuck? What is the constraint? And this is all about you, like a persona, like a founder, like an entrepreneur, that also involves the team, right? Because all of these are principles, all of these are systems that helps you to don't get the constraint, don't get the crack inside you, that if you scale, it just expand the crack and you explode. And that's the reason why multiple times you felt stuck, okay? So first, eliminate. And this is going to bring you also shitloads of time, okay? Because before, when you felt overloaded of all of the information, a lot of busy time, where actually by the end of the day, yeah, you pass a lot of time busy, a lot of time being in anxiety or problematic, and in the end of the day, you couldn't reach the point that you wanted to reach because you couldn't finish the project, or you postpone it, or you procrastinate the problem. And there is very little time of really work, right? So really, what I mean by work in this case is really outcome. It's not the outcome that you were looking for. When you have this process of elimination, of course, eliminating most of the thing, and once again, it's going to be hard to do it because these are actions that you continuously do, so they're habit. But once you do that, you're busy this much compared to all the rest of the time that you can afford spending for other stuff. So waste. There are two types of waste right now that you may have. First of all, there are necessary action. So these are necessary action, but you don't value them, such as admin, stuff that you can delegate, systematize, okay, stuff that you can routinize, commuting, cooking, okay. These are all stuff that are necessary, but you don't value so much, okay? Because you need to delegate, you need to systematize, you need to routinize, but you don't value so much. Others, the other type, is that these are unnecessary action that you don't value, okay? And these are to eliminate entirely, such as social media, okay? Scrolling, staying there on and passing time, Netflix, news, TV. These are all stuff that not just increase the cognitive load, but also makes you not recover correctly, right? We talked about this. So the focus here is that we need to define activity value. And when you define the activity value, so what you want to do after your process of elimination needs to be peak experiences, because this helps you to be a time bender, be somebody that helps getting the time during the day with activity that makes you fulfilled, right? Learning skill, this is another one. These are all experiences, if you think about it, that gives you progress. And when you feel progress, you feel fulfilled, you feel good, you feel well, because automatically there is that kind of reward, because you push yourself to the peak experience, to learning that skill, difficult thing, you pass through the struggle phase, flow state, and then you recover. And when you are in that phase, you are rewarded, you have more dopamine, you feel better. Because if you think about it, all the time in your life when you done something, you were happy because of an achievement, you were happy because something was happening, right? And that is the simple skill and challenge ratio, right? If you stay in the flow state, if you stay in the channel, you're not bored or you're not in anxiety, and that's where you need to stay, right? And you need to stay there every time. If you push a little bit the challenge more, and if you push a little bit the skill more, once again, it's progress. So skill, peak experiences and learning skills. Business impact, this is another, travel, health, okay? These are all stuff that may define your activity value, okay? And everything else needs to go away. So I'm talking about dressing, so choosing what to dress. If you think about it, most of the successful people, they have all the same clothes. As you can see, I'm using the same kind of sweater for these videos just simply because of simplicity. I know that when I wearing this kind of sweater, I have a couple, I know that I need to do these videos, right? It's just a mental framework that I don't need to decide. I just wear that, not like, oh my God, what if I look that and that with another pair of sweater or a t-shirt or whatever. No, I just wear that, cognitive load reduce. And this is the same thing that you should be doing during your life. You have the same kind of pair of clothes all the time, and you just use those, right? Food decision, meal prep, or same schedule. For example, you have different positions here. For a long period here when I was in Ireland, we were taking meal prep. So for about probably 3, 4, 5, 6 months, I don't remember how much. But we just were paying an external company that were delivering the food, and I didn't have to think about anything, nor cleaning, nor cooking, or anything else. You get a little bit tired after a while, I think, so we just switched to do grocery, but also grocery is programmable, right? So it takes us 45 minutes around to click and do all the stuff. There is the food, arrives, and then the only thing that we do is that in one setting, we prepare all the meal for all the week. Okay, and this is simply because we're here. If I would be in another country with a little bit more services, most probably I will stop completing this. Okay, so in the near future, probably I will stop doing this, and I will return back to have a meal prep or simply a maid, somebody that does it for me. Okay, alcohol needs to go away. Nicotine, news, shopping, social media, possession, right? I would like to maybe articulate a little bit about the possession, because I think it's a very interesting angle. If you, there is nothing wrong with having possession. I don't want to comment on it. I just want to stand out the fact that if you have lots of possessions, you live by the possessions. Okay, so imagine like somebody that have a Lamborghini, a lifestyle business, makes 7-figure, has his own Lamborghini, lots of watches. Nothing wrong with that. I absolutely have nothing to think badly about. The only thing is that this person is always going to think about his possession and is going to live by the possessions, because the Lamborghini takes time. You need to take care of it. You need to, because we know this kind of cars, how they are, it's costly. So every time part of your focus goes into this stuff, right? Because you also want to upgrade, you want a little bit better. It's in the nature. We're going to talk about the hedonic treadmill, where it's practically a cycle of like unhappiness if you don't understand it. It's going to be kind of in the last lessons. It's going to be an amazing rule how we're wired to practically feel happy or not happy. So possession is something that possibly I would prefer to eliminate it as much as possible. So stay minimalist, simply because when you have fewer stuff, you have fewer control. You have fewer control over them. All right. Commuting. That's another thing that is, if you can, try to delete it as much as possible. Gossip, lying, toxic friendships. These are all stuff that are slowing you down. Okay. So any type of task not correlated to the high value tasks with the scope of high value activities. So there is an increase of low cognitive load. Okay. So everything else needs to go away, and you need to just embrace everything that is high value for you. And by high value, it could be for your business or for you. Okay. You can use both, right? And that's where you need to stay with the focus. If you continue to do non-value tasks and non-valuable things and stuff that are eating up your time, you're gonna continue to stay in the same position. Everybody wants to stay in the 1%, but everybody does what 99% does. Okay, that is simply continue to do the same cycle, the same thing, the same low-value tasks that are eating up their time and are not liberating themselves from them, giving it to somebody else, or just simply deleting them, and passing to focus on what actually move the needle in the business. Okay, so this is going to benefit with lower cognitive load. So there are less things to think about, and there is much more flow, more life. So you spend time doing what you like, and you're going to have so much less stress when you eliminate stuff. By elimination, it could be everything. Okay, so if you're working, you work on one thing, or with as few tab open as possible. As you can see here, I have my fundamental that are, for example, some, this is about cold email. This is my Brain FM. This is something that I'm creating, so website builder practically. This is about marketing, so these two practically are connected. I just keep them there because after I finish this, I need to work on them. So I always schedule something, and if I have it open, it's because I'm working on it, right? This because as soon as I finish this lesson, I'm gonna upload it on the school. So everything that you do it because of a reason. You don't continue to stay with a tab open that are tab open since like 2 months, or you don't watch something while you're working. You don't try to get 2-3 things together while you're working, because that just increases your cognitive load, increase a lot of anxiety without even you knowing it. If you remember, burnout comes from death of 1,000 cats. It's just the small things that are adding up that are not making you feel the progress or not making you feel fulfilled doing that specific thing, because you're always searching for the dopamine of having the tabs open, every now and then return back there, every now and then watch something, a YouTube videos, a program or anything on your computer while you're working, and that is so detrimental. It's much better to just feel bored in the beginning, stop that, feel bored in the beginning, continue to do the thing that you're doing. And after the boredom period, you're gonna start to feel a little bit better just working. And use the dopamine from working, not watching the side video or anything else, okay? Then you have presence. You have much more presence in the thing that you're doing, space and time, meaning you have much more of a connected meaning with what you're doing. And there's going to be more connection. With more connection comes more innovation, more creativity, feeling better, okay? Minimizing regrets. So the thing of like elimination, you start to feel also much less regret towards a stuff that you may have not done, right? Because it's difficult to choose when you have a lot of stuff, right? And you may have more regret because you had to choose between one thing or another. But if you eliminate most of them, much fewer regret, right? And progress, I already talked about this, okay? So these are the important things that I think are absolutely necessary for all the process of elimination. I'm gonna see you in the next lesson, everything around dopamine. We already talked about this a lot. It's absolutely important. So I want to give you more tools to reach a sort of like a monk mentality, because if you understand all of this process of elimination, dopamine is really the ruler here, is the king of everything, that helps you to point it at the right direction, that brings you to the goal, right? Because if you do the right action, you feel the right reward, you feel better, you continue to do them, you're much more consistent, and it's all the role of dopamine, okay? So we'll see you in the next lesson about this. Welcome to dopamine. Okay, so this lesson is going to be a game changer for you. I'm absolutely sure about it, because I'm going to give you some framework to work on that are going to shift how you think about not just dopamine itself, because of course it's not so tangible, but all the daily action that you are doing that are not bringing you to the goal. As we've seen in the past, dopamine is all about reward, right? If you're doing the right action that brings you to the goal, then you have a reward that is the dopamine. You feel better, you continue to do it, and you feel more progress. That's what we are leading, okay? So without further ado, let's start. The problem at first with dopamine is this. The 21st century represents the battle for your attention. Think about it. Everybody's trying to get your attention with videos, with advertising, okay? Companies are trying to spend millions and billions to be on Billboard, to be on YouTube, to be everywhere possibly and imaginable, to show themselves for you, to show themselves that they are the best, that they can do you better than anybody else, right? So the 21st century is all just about attention. So this is the thing, the attention deficit problems. Your attention is taken away from companies. Everybody's trying to get the ads. And the focus advantage, on the other side, if you flip it, is the new game. What you ignore and you don't pay attention, that's the new way of winning, right? Because if you think about it, if you could just ignore like 95% of everything that is out there, you cannot ignore everything because something is always gonna catch you. But if you can at least literally filter most of your attention between all the stuff that are asking your attention, think about it. Once again, if you have tab opens, all these tabs are asking your attention. And it could be a software, it could be a program, it could be a spreadsheet, it could be whatever it is. It's a company that is asking your attention, and you're trying just to add things. Think about it. Nowadays, how many courses, how many coaches, how many consultants, how many business owners there are out there that are trying to get your attention? The spouses try to get your attention. The kids try to get your attention. The parents, the relatives try to get your attention, right? And the more you're successful, the more they're trying to get your attention, because the poorer people want your attention. So it's absolutely necessary that you filter out everything and you play this new game that is the focus advantage. So we check the phone every 12 minutes, and this is a resource. I will leave it here. I didn't link it to. I will just link it in the description at this point. So we have nomophobia, that is the fear of being without phone, and this is 50% of adults that have it. This is the resource if you wanna check it out. We have a phantom vibration. Up to 90% of young adults feel the phantom vibration. And this is absurd because we literally feel continuously vibrating in our pocket without having even something, okay? And the average worker is interrupted every 4 minutes, okay? So I'm just gonna leave you here the study that they did. You can check it out, okay? So absolutely astonishing numbers. And the problem once again here is that in the 21st century, it's a battle for your attention, because we live in a modern world in an ancient device, that is the brain, because the brain it automatically is getting the attention from somebody, right? And it's the modern world that is asking very, very quickly attention. Think about TikTok, right? And nowadays we have a 3 seconds attention span, right? And that's why in millisecond, a person needs to be triggered to watch that specific video, otherwise scrolls away. That is just a battle for attention. Think about it. iPhone, social media, they are too fast to catch up with. There is an email, there is a message, there is a news, there is a new method. And there is, at the same time, the ancient device that is the brain, that is slow. It cannot get all those information. We talked about this. If the consciousness, we limit to 127, 126 bits, right, per second. So more than enough information, we cannot reach them. Not at the same speed as, for example, an iPhone or simply devices, news, media, and everything that comes through this technology. So mixing the two is just a chaos, okay? And the attention, the behavioral, what I mean attention, the behavioral and cognitive process of selectively concentrating on a distinct aspect of information while ignoring other perceivable information. This is the definition of attention. So you need to ignore. You need to ignore. Okay? So you have energies under control. And this is attention, focus, and flow. This is what you can control. An energy distraction is enemy of attention, break flow cycle, and always putting us back to the struggle phase. And this is absolutely the opposite of what we want, right? So we lack distraction because we are wired to seek novelty. It's normal. Once again, it's how we are wired. It's how our brain works. So it's normal to get attention because there is novelty. There is something new. There is something that we are discovering. One time we had to look for new food, water, etc. If you think about it, it's how we survived, to look for something new, to look for an alternative, to look for innovation. It's part, actually, if you think about flow, right? Because that attention, that novelty creates maybe more risk, creates more excitement, and that's why you're looking at it. We don't have this problem nowadays, but the brain still reacts in the same way. Looking for novelty, looking for distraction. It's a way to be alert, okay? So the brain rewards distraction and seeks them, okay? And that is the problem that we're having right now, because so much attention is asked and we are deliberately giving it to them, right? Because it's how the brain works. And that's why nicotine, alcohol, heroin, etc., they all stimulate release of dopamine to the nucleus accumbens. Okay, then there has to be an I here. Part of the brain responsible to the release of dopamine. So this is so addictive that experiments shows rats would prefer to die instead of giving up the release of dopamine. If you check about this article, they were showing the possibility of the rat to give food, right? Or on the other side, the possibility to press a lever and have this shock of dopamine, and they were continue to press the lever as much as possible, and they would prefer to die without having food, without having water, to press that lever. And that is the function of, if you think, a drug addict, right? Wants the drug, prefer to die for the drug, for having the drug, right? So the same thing goes for all the attention, all the everything that is asking your attention. You absolutely need to ignore. That's how you win. You win by ignoring. So the ability to get deep focus is becoming rare and becoming incredibly valuable. Who can will thrive. Who can ignore everything that is coming to him, to her, will thrive. And nowadays we have this thing that is called ADT, okay? So it's an attention deficit problem, right? And never ending in a struggle phase. That's where you stay, okay? Analytical work. Instead of protected attention, you protect your attention because you protect your time, you protect yourself from the attention that they're asking you. And essential meeting, attention as precious as asset, presentation, flow optimize, immediate gratification, delay gratification. These are the differentiation between one and another. And this is why who can stay in deep work can do 5 hours of flow daily, 6 days a week with accuracy and pass all the competition because it beats everybody that is here. Everybody that cannot stay in attention, cannot even watch a video for more than 2 minutes. Click a video, watch it 2 minutes, pass to the next one, and so on and so forth. Open a book, read 10 pages, leave it on the shelf. And like this, so on and on and on and on, right? Probably you find yourself in one of this. So 3 pillars to battle distraction. So I'm going to give you now, step by step, each one of these to battle distraction, to battle this problem of attention, okay? So the first one that is going to be awesome is a detox dopamine, deploying detox dopamine. So we're gonna have a protocol that helps you to not just understand dopamine, why it's created, but also at the same time give you a monk mentality. So it's gonna be awesome, okay? So this is simply the cycle of dopamine. Dopamine decrease, okay? So what you do, you pick up your phone, for example, you dopamine increase because you pick it up, you find a message, you find something novelty, you feel happy, and that's how you get the dopamine decrease and the cycle return back from the beginning. So it's just simply do an action. For the action, you get a reward, and then after the reward, you feel unhappy, you feel the dopamine decrease. What you do, you return back to that cycle. The same thing for the cigarette. The cigarette, you take the cigarette, right? And after a little bit, the cigarette stops to give you the effect. The nicotine, after, if I'm not mistaken, half an hour on an hour, release, right? Decrease. And therefore you need another cigarette. Same thing goes for dopamine. So social media, drug, alcohol, gambling, these are high stimulation activities. The likes, the idea of, because if you think it's praise, so what you do is like you post something on Instagram, there's something that maybe you've done, an accomplishment or anything, you search for praise, and the praise gives you the attention span of others, and that gives you dopamine, and that it's the drug practically. And that's why people that love being influencer, because it's kind of a drug. Like they love to post, they love to continue to have the praise from the others just from this stuff. It's just a high stimulation activity. Okay, so lower stimulation activities. How do we do this? We work, we read, we walk. Okay, it's boring, but it's how you embrace boredom to become excellent, to become extraordinary, to become not like the 99% out there that are not able to get attention. So sit with boredom is the ultimate superpower. You need to sit in silence. You need to eat plain food. And you can even have an absence from sex if you can, okay? You need to try to create a sort of like a routine or a detox routine. It doesn't have to be forever, but even if you could do it for 2 weeks, you're gonna understand how much your attention is taken from all the stuff, from the food, from the society of like, okay, we need to do X, Y, Z, be on social media, show ourselves, etc., etc. Okay, what if you could instead sit in silence and eat plain food? Not something that stimulates your activity of dopamine, such as sugary stuff, okay? Good food. What if you could just eat plain food for around 2 weeks, right? How much would change your lever or your bar? So you become less susceptible to dopamine. That is the whole thing. So you don't need anything if not yourself. Think about the monks here. They can stay with themselves, an hermit, right? He can stay for himself, up to the mountain, do their own stuff. I'm not saying to you, you need to do this, but I'm just saying to you, try to taste a little bit of this. Try to taste the effect of like reducing this dopamine to then return back and have the dopamine and use the dopamine because you're bored with the stuff that you need. You really need for the result. You really need for the goal. Once again, it could be a work, just work, and then feel the dopamine through the work, not from a social media program or a program on TV, a series or a movie or anything that gets your attention, or Slack or the phone itself, right? Think about it. It's just a matter of distraction. If you could reduce that distraction, it would be where you want it to be, right? Most probably if you're here, it's because something in the middle, you were stuck. It doesn't matter what it was. And it's most probably something that got your attention. There is nothing to do with that, right? I think we all agree with that. So if you want to return back to have your attention for the right things, for the things that gets you there, to get you to the goal that you want, you need to reduce the dopamine towards the stuff that you don't want. And this is the way, okay? So dopamine fast protocol. No use of the following for 1 week up to a month. Try to do this, really, like try to challenge yourself. Who is going to do this the next week, in the next month, is going to win. It's going to make money. It's going to make the goals achievable and reach the point where they want to do whatever they want to do. Okay, so screen, phone, computer, TV, turn them off. Substance, no caffeine, no nicotine. Stimulating food, reduce the sugar, reduce the salt, the spicy, or eliminate them. Coffee, tea, sexual activities, talking, reading, music. These are all stuff that you can absolutely kill and delete. Once again, it's difficult. This is extremely difficult. Okay, and there are some stuff here that are very critical. And I know it sounds absurd to do maybe even one of them, right? For some, it could be like, I can kind of try this, I can feel myself. For others, like, you're crazy, like, it's not possible. But this is going to be the differentiation between, do you want the dopamine for the right things, or do you want to continue to give your attention to this stuff? Okay. An example, if you could just use music for the right thing instead of just listening to music continuously, then you can use music for the right things, to power you, to motivate you, right? Because if you continue to give your attention here, I'm just making music for an example, okay? If you use continuously music, it's like coffee. After a while, it doesn't affect you so much. But if you use music for the right things, then it powers you. And you are in control of using this thing for you and not letting you be controlled by the music, okay? So what we do here is that you don't need anything if not yourself. How to lower the baseline of boredom, strip out of stimulation. You arrive early at events and sit quietly. These are all possibility, okay? Be with yourself when guest is in the bathroom. No phone or nothing else. When you're waiting for somebody, try to just sit and look around. Difficult, right? Because nowadays it's automatic to take up the phone and just look at it and staring at it. There are videos about China and all the people with the phone in their hands, and their attention span is killed. Wait in the line without checking the phone. Spend the evening staring at a wall instead of the TV. Fast from eating, speaking, sex. Cut out unintentional info, streaming, news, social media. Try to delete as much as possible of this stuff. So this is method 1, okay? I hope that was clear and I hope that was valuable. Step 2, ferocious ability to deploy unitasking. So you need to avoid task switching. So continuously try to go from a tab to another and then open this, open the other, and then try to do a problem A, then pass to problem C, do a little bit of that, return back and try to do a little bit of problem B, and then return back to problem A, okay? This is how 99% work. Okay, 99% of the people out there work in this way. So if you can avoid task switching, okay, of doing 10 minutes something, 15 minutes another, repeat the cycle, return back here, and each time you tweak and you just bring the attention back. If you remember, one distraction can take up to 23 minutes to regain it. How can you work in this way? You simply can't. So one thing fully completed till finished. Get yourself this rule. Whatever you start, you finish it. Okay. And for example, a way of reading maybe can help you this. If you are somebody that would like to read but is not able to read, every time you read, finish the chapter. Okay. Doesn't matter where you're at. Just give yourself the idea of like, I'm gonna finish this chapter no matter what. Even if it's boring, even if it's not giving me so much, I'm gonna finish it. Okay. Then I can close the book and pass to the next thing. But at least finish the activity, finish the chapter, finish what you started. And you can do this in everything. Like if you start a movie, even if the movie is not the greatest, you finish it. If you start a book, even if it's not the greatest, you finish it. If you start a course, even if it's not the greatest, you finish it. Because you gave yourself time to do that specific thing. Of course, there is a filter for all of this, but generally this is what you need to do. Okay? And if the book is this big, you finish it. Because little digression, how many things you started and didn't finish? And even just if you look at your bookshelves, you can answer yourself. Because we have so many books that we're not reading, so many books that we're opening, we spent money on, right? Even if it's very few, it's still money. And one of the things that I always think about, the author took really a lot of time probably to make that book, unless the book is ghostwritten and it's fucking terrible, right? But the author probably took a lot of time to came up with that ideas, came up with those words. So every time I pick up a book, the thing that I try to do the most is like, let me just skim through it and understand the position of the end of the book, the conclusion. If I understand the conclusion, I understand the whole point of the book, what he wants to give me, if there is a conclusion that tells me like that, and then I understand, okay, do I want to process all of this book and all of this chapter that breaks down this conclusion? If yes, I proceed with the book, okay? If not, I don't. And that is the best way to just simply, just giving you a tip here, to skim through a book, understand what is it, and if you want to start it and finish it, okay? So some example, when you're in the gym, just work out. No music. Just you, your muscle, and the ability to feel what you're doing. You can sometimes add music if, for example, it's the day that you're completely demotivated, you're in the gym, use a bit of music. In that moment, gets your attention. In that moment, you can control the music for your action, for the end deal that you want, right? And not the opposite. When you're eating, just eat. Try to not watch something. And this is something that I passed through a lot and I gained a lot of weight because I was eating uncontrollably without thinking. And when you're speaking, just speak. Don't eat, speak, and try to do something else and move stuff around. Just speak. And when you're getting ready, just get ready. When you're working, just work. When you're in the bathroom, just stay in the bathroom. Okay? So I hope that step 2 was clear. Step 3. Develop monk-like impulse control. How do you do this? Okay, so there are multiple ways. Focusing on one thing, keep cognitive load low all the time. So helps keep cognitive load, low impulse, instant gratification, dopamine, etc. Don't hold things in mind. Your mind is made to create ideas, not stack them efficiently. Your mind is not made to just remember this and then this and then this, have a bullet point list. It's not made for that. It's made to be creative. It's made to just focus on that thing, one, all right, and then create above it, okay? Resist impulse through exaggeration. And what you can do here, you can really play with your mind. Tell yourself, I won't check the phone or I will lose the whole day of work. And if I do that, I will lose my week production, creating loss of clients and poverty. Okay, so you exaggerate the idea of like, if I do this little thing, then it happens this, then it happens this much, and then it happens this, and I'm fucked, right? So you exaggerate it to not let that one little thing get ahead of yourself and ahead of your idea of what you want, of your goal, okay? Start up boredom, okay? Start up stimulation down, okay? So boredom up, stimulation down. Try to stay as much bored as possible. I know it sounds crazy, but it's exactly what you need in order to pass on the other side, right? And there is like the system that you need. The system that you need is just like embrace boredom so you can appreciate more the thing that gets you to the position that you want to go. Positive psychology helps. So good sleep, exercise, mindfulness, gratitude. Expose yourself to nature helps with impulsive control. Okay, it's just a way of like switching between your nervous system to another also, okay? Then when you feel an impulse or distraction, 10 breath, box breathing. So you inhale for 5 seconds, you hold for 5 seconds, you exhale for 5 seconds, and then you hold for 5 seconds, okay? That is, for example, box breathing. 4 or 5 seconds, doesn't matter, more or less, okay? So when you feel the impulse for a distraction, for watching YouTube, for down scrolling, for going on Slack, try to do this exercise instead, okay? It's the same way how when you're on a diet and you feel the impulse, first just take a lot of liquid and then you feel yourself full and then you think again, do you really want to eat right now? No, I kind of feel full right now, and it's just that I understand that it's just a distraction. Okay, and it's not something that I really want, because then after I eat that ice cream, I feel like shit, and I don't want to feel like shit, right? So that is the thing. You need to put yourself in the middle and have that consciousness of like, I'm making an action just from a habit, right? Because that habit, it's created by the dopamine cycle. Because I know if I do that action, then I feel a reward, then I feel like shit, and I want to do it again. Okay, so you need to put yourself in the middle of the equation and stop yourself from that impulse. Write down distraction. So we talked about this. If you would have a list of, if you would put yourself in the middle of the equation, you would understand what's going on. So take a note for what pops in your mind instead of switching tasks. So if you're working and you have an idea, use a fucking block notice, okay? I always have something, I don't know if you can see it, okay? I always have something in front of me that I can write on and understand, okay, what is the thing that I need to do today? And if there is something that is popping into my mind, I always have a little block notice. I always have a pen, beautiful pen from Hilton, okay, that I can write down. And I know that little thing, I can keep it for the afternoon. I can keep it for when I have a second, I will check it out, okay? Instead of like, oh, let me just check a second. You know, that thing is going to take you up to 23 minutes and you lost literally 23 minutes. And if you want to be somebody that earns 100K per month, that 20 minutes is going to be thousands. That's how you need to think, okay? So, very, very important. Develop your monk discipline. What are you going to eliminate? Write it down. Try to get yourself into the position of doing these things. Execute them, okay? There is a lot of information here, I know, but if you can just point down what is your constraint, what is your bottleneck, and if you can understand that, and you absolutely can, because you know most probably deep inside what is the thing that is stopping you to go towards your goals, to achieve that specific thing, and you can put it down and you understand like, okay, that is the thing that I may need. I know it's difficult, but I'm gonna select it and I'm gonna do it, because here is all about execution. Okay. Perfect. So this was everything around dopamine, and I hope now the ideology of dopamine, how much is important, and what can you do if you can just control dopamine instead of letting you control by dopamine and by the action, by our brain, by how are we wired, by how our attention is. You get the attention from you want the attention from others, and the attention gets you, okay, if it's clear. So try to really get that attention back, because you need to start to ignore most of the things that are out there, so you can control your action, and control you to your goal. Okay, hope that was clear and hope that was helpful. Now we're gonna pass through overwhelm and understand how to pass from being overwhelmed, what creates us to be overwhelmed, and then how to not be overwhelmed anymore. Okay, see you in the next lesson. Welcome to this lesson about being overwhelmed. And if you're feeling like everything is on your shoulder, you're wearing too many hats, and a lot is asking your attention, most probably you're overwhelmed. So if you are in a business where you have a team, if you have multiple things, you're maybe in the starting point, or you're later on with having a multi-billion-dollar company that everybody's asking your attention and how to pinpoint something, most probably you're overwhelmed. Most business owners are, and now I'm gonna tell you what to do to fix it completely forever. Okay, so first we need to understand what exactly is. So the easiest way to combat being overwhelmed is understanding what happens. What happens to make you overwhelmed? So simply, there are too many information, and there is this new disorder in the 21st century that is called ADT. So what is ADT? It's simply attention deficit trait. We talked about this in dopamine, right? Everybody's asking your attention, everybody's asking your opinion, everybody wants your attention from the ads, from the company, from the people around you, okay? So you're always in a rush, multitasking, jumping to task to task, texting frantically, okay? So you always continue, okay, doing multiple things at the same time. And ADT is very similar to ADD, but ADT comes from all the environment. So society, environment, they ask for speed, becoming addicted to speed. So you want to answer quickly to the email, quickly to the WhatsApp, quickly to the Slack, because for some reason, if I don't answer quickly to Slack on a partner or for somebody on the team, it's a disaster that is just made up, okay? So what happens is that the brain is overloaded, is distracted, impatient, there is no organization. And neurobiologically, ADT, okay, it's created by, there is this area of the frontal lobe that is called executive function. So this remains in charge when everything is okay. So for planning, time management, etc. This is what it's used for, okay? So when you're interrupted, many tasks, search for one piece of information, search for one file in a cluttered desktop, send a signal of alert, stress signal, overloaded, right? So when you're searching for something in your desktop and it's maybe full of app and you cannot find yourself anything, what the brain does is that it sends a signal to the brain, become overloaded, and psychologically, let me go through here. So, practically, it gives you this signal to shut off the frontal lobe, so the part of what you're planning, time management, and you're searching for the stuff. And then it activates the hypothalamus, the olfactory bulb, the amygdala, hippocampus, and the survival, hunger, sleep, sexual desire, breath, heart rate, positive, negative emotion. What I'm trying to give you here, and let me just finish it here. So psychologically, cardiovascular, respiratory, peripheral nervous system, and ADT, capability of thinking clearly. There are 10 symptoms. So what I'm trying to give you here is that every time you are overloaded by information, you feel overwhelmed just simply because there is the thing of the brain called frontal lobe, okay? That is the executive function that is for planning, time management, and everything. But when you're interrupted, you have so many things, okay? Everybody's asking your attention. And imagine you searching on a desktop one single file and you cannot find it. And this happens very often probably. It's because when you are overloaded, when there are too much information, the part that asking you for that specific information, the executive function, is shut off. It doesn't work. And that's why you don't find the file, okay? Because there are so many things that your brain cannot find the things that you're looking for, okay? It literally shut off. And what happens is that you start to feel more the survival instinct because the amygdala is turned on. If you remember, we talked about the amygdala, fight or flight, so fight or flight, you return back to a reptile brain, and therefore you feel that sensation of a reptile. So how do the animal work? Okay, what they do, hunger, they think about food, they think about sex, because there is reproduction and everything around it, okay? So you change your physiology, you start to have more cardiovascular, different way of breathing, so on and so forth. And the interesting part here is that if you have too much information, that's how you work. That's how the brain works. That's how the body works. And therefore you have the trigger. And once the trigger comes, you cannot find the things that you would like to, okay? Because literally there is this part of the brain that gets this signal of being shut off, okay? So you get stuck. Now, practically with ADT, with this attention disorder trait, they reduce the capability of thinking clearly, and there are 10 symptoms of this. So you may find yourself in one of these symptoms, so try to look at them and try to answer it to yourself. A heightened distractibility and persistent feeling of being rushed in a hurry. Inability to sustain lengthy and full attention to a thought, conversation, an image, a paragraph, diagram, sunset, or anything else you even try to. So if you have that attention that, goes away after practically very few, and you cannot continue to read something, most probably it's because of this, okay? A growing tendency towards impatience, boredom, dissatisfaction, restlessness, irritability, frustration. If you're feeling somebody that cannot, sorry, I have the highlight to put, I will put it later as soon as I finish. So if you have that inability of proceeding towards something and you feel boredom and you get irritated when you feel boredom, most probably it's because of this. Tendency to hop from task to task, idea to idea, even to place. Tendency to be impulsive decision rather than reflective and taking time to think them through. A tendency to put off difficult work or conversation, coupled with a tendency to overfill your day with useless, busy work just because you want to fill the hours. Most probably it's because of this. Tendency to feel overwhelmed even when in reality you're not. So you feel overwhelmed, you feel like, oh my God, it's so busy, oh my God, so many things, when in reality it's not very true, right? Difficulty in fully enjoying pleasant moment and genuine achievement. A feeling of loss of control over your own life, nagging feeling of, what am I missing? Okay. You feel FOMO, fear of missing out, right? A recurring thought that someday, sometimes in the future, I will make time for what really matters. I don't have time to do that today. Typical phrase, okay? A growing compulsive need for frequent electric hits, the phone, social media, okay? The small instant gratification. Tendency to overcommit, make yourself too available for the others, so saying yes every time, and allowing too many interruptions, saying yes too quickly, okay? And this could be checking your email, speaking on your phone, sending, receiving messages, Googling random stuff, okay? Visiting favorite apps, websites, playing video games, and more. Consistently switching between one thing and another. So if you find yourself in one of these, most probably you are having ADT, so you're having this problem. So ADT at the same time blocks flow. So if you're trying to go into flow when you have ADT, very, very difficult, right? Because you're consistently switching between one thing and another. So this practically destroy flow triggers, bring challenge skill balance out of the rack, too much norepinephrine, too much cortisol in the system. You cannot proceed into flow and you stay stuck into the struggle phase, okay? So to fix ADT, you need to reduce the resources and reduce the demand, okay? Think about it. To reduce being overwhelmed, to reduce being in this condition, to reduce having those triggers that I just mentioned you need to reduce the resources and you need to reduce the demand, okay? So I'm gonna tell you what to do. So attacking overwhelm checklist, what you need to do here. Annihilating cognitive load via elimination, simplification, automation. Once again, is an hour-matic decision. Try to understand what you need to delete. We talked about the lesson about elimination. You need to start to tackle each one of them. Prioritizing sleep. This is essential, okay? Because when you don't sleep well, we talked about this too, the mood swing, okay? You go up and down, and you tend to feel a difficulty in a bigger way, okay? Developing active recovery. We talked about this, the differentiation between passive recovery and active recovery. Deploying mindfulness. We're going to talk this about in the next chapter. Practicing gratitude in the next chapter. Saying no and setting boundaries is going to be the next lesson. Working with biorhythm. So you work when you have energy rather than when you have time. And this is going to help you not just to proceed better, but not to be frustrated working in a moment where you're not having energy. Okay, I was forcing myself in the past working in the afternoon, but I'm not that good in working in the afternoon as much as I'm in the morning, and I get frustrated. I hate doing it, right? And if you hate yourself working when you shouldn't be working, it's probably because of this, and you feel overwhelmed, right? Exercising. This helps you a lot because it helps you to not just raise the bar, because at first we talked about this, you raise the bar. So if you are at level 3, you go at level 7, and then in the middle you are at level 4. So you feel less or you feel even less, okay? Because exercising gets you to push, to release. You don't have as much cortisol, and therefore you feel much better later. Eat well, eat rotating. 9 steps. So what you need to do here, you need to qualify urgency, okay? I'm giving you here all the steps, but of course you need to execute on them. Not everything is urgent. Okay, ask, what's the urgency doing this now? Is this really urgent? Blanket ban to fixed date. So I cannot do this until X date. Okay, so no phone checking ban, no email, etc. And if you cannot do that, force yourself with apps, okay, with stuff that are blocking you. Okay, so I cut off the head of the snake very quickly, just simply using apps, using stuff that are blocking the distraction that I was having, and it completely deleted them, and I can just work all morning and actually all the day. Okay, so I have some days where my first 4 to let's say 5 hours in the day, I do my biggest work, and this is my schedule, and it's awesome because you know that is when you are performing, okay? That is when you have your deep work. And it's awesome because it's manageable. 4 hours in your mind, 5 hours in your mind, it's manageable. When you start to think about 8+ hours, then you start to be, oh, it's going to be maybe a little bit more, okay? But if you then do some shallow work, if you want to do it, you can do it here, okay? And I personally use the second part of my time for small stuff, for shallow work, for stuff that don't ask too much, okay? Admin, I learn, okay? Linear processing, okay, I do one thing at a time, linear, not confusionary. So we talked about this. I first do problem 1, and this is linear. Then when I finish this, I pass to the next one until I finish it, and so on and so forth. Go dark, okay, missing 2 weeks, 3 months, unavailable. I have my second phone that is here, that I tuned it on yesterday, okay, after 2 weeks that was off. And that phone is where I have all my relatives, all the people, all the friends, and so on and so forth. I'm not using it because it was very important for me to develop this specific course, actually, until a certain point where I could feel like, okay, now I feel a little bit better. I'm at this point. I'm almost finishing. It took me a while. It was heavy. And I hope you're going to recognize the effort. And hopefully it's going to help you. I truly hope. It should help you, by the way, because if you're in this position, this is exactly what you need to do. Okay, so you go dark, you're not available, and you just do the thing. Okay, change explanation style. So change the way you explain stuff. So instead of doing negative talk to yourself that is permanent, pervasive, and personal, you become permanent. Okay, so for example, one wrong way. How do you perceive the overwhelming thing like permanent? 2, correct the way. Can it change? Pervasive. One wrong way, everything looks negative, okay? Or the other, one failure seems a bad line of bad things. So something happens, and then that leads to another thing that happens bad, and because you're connecting it to the first one, so on and so forth. The correct way of thinking in this way it's just a bad performance, like a passing thing, a bad sleep, or else. Instead of thinking like, oh my God, I slept bad today, therefore I'm gonna work like shit and I am not gonna produce, I'm not gonna be productive all the day shit. And the same thing goes for the diet, okay? This is very often happening. You're eating something that you should be eating, and then because you ate that thing, all the diet got disrupted. Instead of doing that, just think, it's just a way, okay? It's just something that passed, okay? It's just something that one time, and it's not gonna happen, okay? It's disconnected. Personal. So do you see a cause of something because of you or rooted in somebody else? Okay, the key point here is just ban all language, I can't or else. This is like the key kind of rule of what you should be doing here. Okay, so this is kind of like the way how a negative person talk, that every time think it's permanent. So one thing happen is going to be permanent, it's going to be forever like this. One thing gets wrong, so everything else gets wrong. And then the language of like, I can't just do it. No, okay. So delete each one of this. Reduce cognitive load. So we talked about this. Every idea that pops up, just put it in a paper. Don't keep it in mind. Keep cognitive load to 0. That is to be your rule. Cut losses with prioritization. Cut off all the costs, demanding, exceeding resources available, also for money. Okay, so it could be for food, it could be for business, it could be for attention. Okay, you need to cut all of this cost, because your attention costs. It's a price, okay? If you, by the end of the month you're making 5K, that time that you're giving to something, that attention, costs you, okay? Let go. Embrace small sacrifice for better being better for the long run. Do you remember that there was easy choice? It's a hard life. And what we need to do is like doing hard choices for an easy life. That's what I mean here, okay? So you need to choose the hard choices, okay? And you embrace the small sacrifice, the hard choice for later on a better life. Recover, walk, breaks, breath work, larger concept, put it all in a larger context and visualize the impact. So instead of like saying, what did with this thing, everything else is gonna fuck it up. Not just try to look at that one thing, but how is it in the bigger picture? How is that little thing in the next 1 year? An example, if you receive a bad comment on YouTube for something that, let's say, you're doing, or a bad comment from somebody else because they don't understand or whatever, instead of focusing on that thing and all of your day is ruined because somebody made you a bad comment, I mean, I'm laughing, but I know it could be very detrimental for you. For everybody, but if you focus on that specific person has power above you, not just that, but at the same time you're disrupting everything from that comment from somebody that just passed through something and then just put a comment. Just be louder, do more, and you're gonna find always more people that are following you rather than haters. Okay, there's always going to be haters, but that's not the point. Okay, you're doing this for somebody, you're moving the life of somebody, you're giving value to somebody. Some other people are not going to find value because that's not what they want, and that's fine. Okay, but if you put it in a larger context, you understand this. If you just focus on the hater, the only thing that you're going to perceive is that, but there is much more actually. Okay, develop habits of the bouncer, and this is an awesome habit of like everything that comes through. Imagine having a bouncer inside your brain. Do I want really this to affect me, or do I just push it out? Okay. So common symptoms of being overloaded is irritability, restlessness, discomfort, urge to cover ears or shield up your eyes from sensory input, feeling overexcited or wound up, stress, fear, or anxiety about your surrounding. Okay. Too much attention is what we don't want. Okay. So this was the whole lesson about being overwhelmed. I hope that was clear. I hope that's going to help you. Once again, if you have even one of these symptoms of ADT, of one of this stuff, that just literally try to reduce the resources, reduce the demand, and start to activate each one of these, the checklist, and the 9 steps are all over here, but you need to do them, okay? Execute on them, and your life is going to change absolutely. Okay, so next lesson, technology and space. We're going to understand how to deal with technology. Because once again, we are in the 21st century, so we need technology to proceed to do stuff. So how we're going to use technology and our space to live together in cohesion, but at the same time with a lower cognitive load, without become overwhelmed, without rushing, etc. So we'll see you in the next lesson. Welcome to this lesson about technology space, where we're going to understand the two sides of like, how do we need to deal with technology? How do we need to deal with our space, our surrounding, workplace, or anything else? Okay, so let's start directly. So just a simple concept first. Once again, I want to drill this inside your mind. It's not tech fault, it's our biology. Okay, it's not just to point the fault, but it's just to give you the idea of what is conflicting here. Because we have modern weapons, iPhone, tech, etc., with a medieval strategy, the brain or the use of it. Okay, so the strategy is to not be slaughtered by tech. These are the stuff that you can do. Ideally, a phone and one laptop. The fewer the tech, the better. Try to not be really overwhelmed. For example, if you see me, if I can show you, okay, with the smartwatch, this is actually more for fitness. I turn off all the notification, and the only thing that I use it is to track my steps. And then I even turn off the sleep because I use it with the ring, and my run. Okay, so I just use it. It's comfortable. I have a timer when I need to have a timer. Very, very comfy. Between, for example, when I go to lunch, I just set up the timer very quickly here. I don't need a phone, so I often don't have it with me. So I just put my timer. I know that I need to pass that much, and then it vibrates. So I go, and it's perfect for me. Okay, so ideally, fewer tech, the better. Smartwatch, really bad because they cause a lot of distraction. If you have one, turn off all the notifications, such as I already told you. Smartwatch, really bad because they can call, okay, this is the same. Let me just turn it off. Okay. It's not okay to respond suddenly to people. It's okay, sorry, it's okay not to respond suddenly to people. So email check once a day, okay? We already talked about this too. And email clearance 2 times a week. So you go through all of them twice a week and you're good to go. And the other thing that you can do is collapsing meeting strategy. What I mean by this is this. If somebody asks you a meeting in person, that requires a lot of time and a lot of effort, right? So what you can do, downgrade it to a video call. If you need to have a video call, downgrade it to a phone call, okay? Because it asks you less effort. If you need to have a phone call, try to get to an email. If you want an email, try to go to a text, or simply eliminate and do nothing, okay? So you always try to downgrade to the next level to ask as much effort as possible and as much fewer time as possible, okay? So async whenever possible, living like with a life like in flight mode, okay? And avoid looking at the phone as much as possible. Once again, I know this can sound a little bit tragic for many people that maybe are a little bit addicted and all of their life is on the phone. But if you want to achieve better results, that's what you need to do. You need to stay doing the things that you need to be doing, okay? So be comfortable to stack up stuff, okay? This is the thing. When you turn off everything, for example, when I turn on my phone after 2 to 3 weeks that I wasn't using it, I had phone calls, I had chat, but the people around me, they know that I'm not available, okay? Some people, they just try to call, they know that I'm not available, and they just simply wait, okay? But there's going to be stuff that are stacking up, okay, on the other side. Of course, there is always a consequence of an action. So keep people happy with fast response or email, impact people through life's work. That's the passage that you want to do. So right now, if you're trying to answer fast to an email, to a text or anything, try to think like what you're trying to do here is impacting people through your work. But you cannot impact people through your work if you're just trying to make everybody happy. You're never going to make everybody happy. You need to make first you happy, going towards the direction, because otherwise you are just simply a self being on earth that is unhappy, and we don't want that most probably. So you proceed with the things that you want to do and how you want to impact others with your value, with your stuff, and then you get the time for the other, okay? So feel productive when responding to messages and cleaning inbox. Measure productivity by output. This is not what you have to do. This is what you need to switch the mentality with, okay? So if you're somebody, once again, that is responding quickly, clearing the inbox and feels productive, that's not an outcome, okay? That's not giving you the outcome that most probably you're looking for, all right? Unless you want to clean the inbox and be super precise and anything, but I don't think that is going to bring you anywhere, right? Distracted and overwhelmed, deep in flow, life in struggle, life in flow state, prices are urgent and trivial, okay? Important and meaningful, okay? Instead of like, oh, that's urgent and I should be doing it now, okay? Not that I just do what is important, what is meaningful, my high value activity. Mess will build up. You lose little, but gain everything, okay? You lose very, very little, okay? There's going to be some opportunity that you miss. You're going to miss some opportunities, but you will gain so much more in the long term, okay? But just doing these things. Now, concept of cleaning this actually wanted to be a room, okay? Cleaning your space, cleaning your environment, okay? Organizing your space so this, I kind of finished this with the part of technology. It's very, very important to reduce it simply to give you a very quick overview. Just downgrade it, try to batch, for example, email, okay? If you have a smartwatch, just turn off all the notification, batch all the meetings if you can, and downgrade them. And then follow this structure. Now I want to pass through all the space. So how do you manage your space and the things that you have around? So managing the space and the clutter and everything that you have, first of all, lower anxiety and tune the challenge skill balance ratio because you can focus more on the thing. You lower cognitive load, of course, facilitate clear goals. So the action that you need to do today, reduce the friction, hassle, stress, agitation. And the workspace satisfying perfect, okay? So how you need to do it, minimize variables. So, for example, you have the same desk, the same setup, the same email setup, okay? When I'm switching between a place to another, I always have the kind of same screen, the kind of same desk, this kind of same chair, okay? Because I want that, okay? I want whatever I am, I kind of return back to the same sort of position. Get pair of noise cancelling headphones if that noise is the problem. Visual distraction elimination, so you need to be clean, simple environment. Do not start to stock up a lot of stuff, okay? Simple place. People distraction. If people is the problem, then you need to do this. Work from home, use noise cancelling headphones, batch communication, minimize engagement while attempting focus. Distraction proof. Temptation, no TV, donut, pizza, close to the fridge. Okay, so if you are close to the kitchen, that is a huge problem because you tend to go there a lot. There are different things that you can do, or if you have a meal prep, you tend to eat a little bit less because the stuff are prepared, so it's maybe your lunch, your snack or anything. If you have instead food in the fridge, a little bit more difficult, you tend to go there, just close yourself in the room, okay? You need to create that distraction. We talked about how to delete it. Visual distraction elimination, clean, simple environment, okay? So clean dirt can create cognitive load. So if you have dust on your desk, if you have dust around, hair, if you have a cat or dog or anything, feather or etc., that can create cognitive load because you don't think consciously about it, but it can disturb you, okay? So clean the workplace, no leftovers. I'm gonna start to give you multiple things here to do. Just follow each one of them. Organize, everything is reachable, order and clean. So if I need water, I have it because I have it there. If I need to I have a a sort of like a drawer place here where I have everything: camera, project, boxes, cables, tools, tech, and pencil case. Okay, so if I need anything, it's literally here. Okay, so I don't need to get up, go in the kitchen, go in somewhere in the house and find for the little thing, okay? What you can do here also, in order to make it reachable, even chargers, okay? All around the house, I have multiple chargers. So everywhere I go, I know where to plug my stuff and I don't need to search for something because that's literally something that makes you more frustrated, more uncomfortable. Just instead buy literally 3, 4, 5 plugs for your phone. It's gonna cost you $50 or something, okay? But that lowers a lot your cognitive load. Minimalist, eliminate clutter, mess that it doesn't serve you, okay? Natural light, important for mood. Temperature, cold, possibly 18 degrees. When it's hot, you start to feel a little bit rosy like this. It's much easier to stay in the cold, okay? Because that makes you more alert. Furniture, invest in good furniture, comfortable, that you like. It's a great, great, great investment. When I'm sitting on this chair, I'm comfortable, okay? I don't want to sit up or I don't want to go away. I'm comfortable. I'm resting. I like this place. I like my desk. I like the fact that if I need, I can stand up. I love this. And that's why I tend to stay in this place more, okay? Hypothetically, the best way to work would be you in your house, you have your studio and it's the best place inside the house. Everything else is shittier, okay? And that is the way where you want to stay the most then. Okay, so that is a process of elimination, everything that doesn't serve you, and you move towards something that serves you. Plants purify, calming effect. So use plants inside the house. Smell, okay, this is important. Smoothing effect in the office helps the amygdala. Okay, some, for example, use incense. Okay, I knew about big entrepreneurs that use incense for calming effect and so on and so forth. Not good for the lungs though. Okay, so just giving you some tips here. You decide what to do. Big, beautiful, expansive view. If you can, out of your window, always choose maybe an apartment, a house or something that have a nice view. Okay, in this case, where I am right now, being practically a small villa / house, whatever we want to call it, I have my garden in front of me. I tend to stay though in an ambient that, as you can see, is dark. I prefer this, and I have my focus on my desktop and my things. Okay, this is how I prefer. When I'm gonna move in the next month though, I'm gonna still have something kind of dark in this way, but in front of me a beautiful view of the city, most probably. Okay, because that soothes your nervous system. I had it in the past though. One high specs PC with laptop, so you have one thing, one iPhone, no other gadgets. It's one computer that is very powerful, that you don't need to be frustrated because it's slow, because it doesn't have memory. If you have memory problem, just take a cloud, take a Google Drive, take something that can just stack up all the stuff that you don't need, and all the rest you have space, because once again, this creates you cognitive load. If you have on a computer that, oh my God, I don't have enough battery, I don't have enough space, frustrates you, right? Phone off, okay, and out of reach. You don't use it, okay? I love this because I need to use my phone to record with this camera, okay? So I'm literally using my phone because I connect it to the thing and I use it like a webcam. Awesome, right? At first I was using the camera. Yes, it's a little bit more quality, but how much do you care quality compared to maybe what I talk to, what I'm explaining you here, right? It's much more important the value rather than how you see me in this little round picture, right? So try to use the phone as few as possible when you work, and you just put it in flight mode, in not disturb. If you tend to check it often, just put it somewhere else. Depends on what is your distraction way of using the phone. Just reflect and react to this, okay? Ability and stand to work. So good for spine, good for flow, because it gives you also urgency. The ideology of working upstairs, not upstairs, but working standing up is it gives you that sensation of like, first of all, it gives you more focus because you're, it's the position itself. It's good for the spine also because sitting too much is not good for the blood, for the there's a lot of constriction, so on and so forth. So if you can afford a standing desk, and nowadays they don't cost so much, absolutely go for it because it's a life changing. Read the music, naturally. Don't change songs, mostly repeat it. Once again, I use Brain FM. I think it's I tried different. Brain FM was the best because it also has the timer, has a tons of music, and it's literally made to make you focus. So awesome way to stay organized while you're producing something. For example, if I, for some reason, need to think about some stuff, I need to prepare a document, need to prepare a document presentation, I absolutely use it. It doesn't distract me. It gets me to the flow. It gets me to the rhythm because it's not disturbing, okay? And avoid coffee shops unless shallow work, sofas, and restaurant. So we talked about this. It gives you novelty, but for the stuff that are shallow work, okay? For the stuff that are reading, okay? I'll make you the example. I could read neuroscience inside the coffee shop just simply for this reason. It doesn't require me for a deep work, for something that I absolutely need to put my attention, okay? So this is all that I want to give you around space. So multiple ways you can do this. And this was everything around technology and space. I will see you in the next lesson that is going to be about the art of saying no. So as we've seen here, your attention is asked, is it required often? if you can say no to most of the thing, you can ignore most of the stuff, and you can just think about you and your goal and where you want to proceed. So we'll see you in the next lesson. Okay, welcome to this lesson about saying no. If you see a little bit different behind, it's simply because I'm standing, okay? So, absolutely important art, because I think it becomes an art when you are able to say no to the person that is asking your attention, or to the software that is asking your attention, or the company that is asking your attention, okay? So, saying no is a necessity, okay? Engrave it in your brain. Saying no is a necessity. So not able to say no, it brings you to get not into flow, not get enough sleep, cannot recover, and can't live your own life because you're giving your life to somebody else. So research says that inability to say no agitates depression, bad relationship, resentment, anxiety, burnout, lack of self-identity, and stress. And most probably you don't want any of this, right? Because if you want to pursue and get to your goal and achieve what most of the other people are not achieving, and if you want to upgrade yourself, you need to say no. So why is it difficult though to say no? Because saying no commands respect, reassurance, and admiration from others. Okay, and it's very, very difficult because if you say no, you have the fear of or being a dick, or simply ruin a relationship or something. So say no for your boss, respect, practically ask for respect and strength, okay? It's difficult to say no, okay? Say no to a colleague or a mutual peer status. Say no to a client, healthy and realistic relationship. Say no to a subordinate, encourage future input, okay? It's difficult because you have the fear of failure, right? In both sides, because it could be a fear of failure for if I say no, then maybe I'm feeling something, and then they face me with the reality of I did it wrong to say no, or fear of success, that if you say no, then you're gonna have resentment or something like that. Okay, so there is always the fear on both sides, but we absolutely need to say no for achieving a lot of stuff. Okay, so saying yes means saying no, and saying no means yes to something else. Okay, so if you say yes to people, it means saying no to everything that is yours. Okay, you do not have control anymore over your stuff. But if you say no, it means yes for all the other stuff. So if you find difficulties saying no to people close to you, that it could be your friend, your wife, your husband, or anything like that, you need to make them understand that you're saying no for something in return. So you're saying no to them for a specific thing, such as maybe we're not going to the next vacation because I prefer to stay focused on this thing. And if I do well this stuff, it can give us a much better vacation, or we can have more time for the vacation. Okay, so it's always a trade-off, right? If you say no, then it's yes to something else. It's yes for you, that you're more happy because maybe you're proceeding towards the direction that you want, and then you can have more possibility later on, okay? So how do you deliver a no? There are 3 ways to do this. First of all, you accommodate. So you say yes when you wanted to say no and regret it after a moment, okay? These are the 3 wrong ways. So for example, somebody's asking your attention out for a dinner, out for a party, whatever it is, and then you regret it after a moment, or you attack. There is no way I'm doing that. Okay, this is the other one way. And then avoid any commitment, neither saying yes or saying no. This is the wrong way of delivering a no. Okay, these are the easy way, right? Easy way, hard life. Instead, we need to do the hard choices, and I'm gonna show it to you right now, to then have an easy life. So every time he's asking your attention somebody, this is not the way, okay? You do not accommodate people, you do not attack people, and you do not avoid an answer, okay? And most of the time, doing a lie, telling a lie, or saying a bullshit, most of the time comes out. It's very clear, so much easier to say it in a different way, and I'm gonna show it to you now. So how to? Different ways. The broadly applicable no. So, step 1, massive politeness via personal acknowledgement. An example, hey, come to a party. Step 1, what you do, massive politeness via personal acknowledgement. Great ideas, it's always fun with you, okay? You agree. Second step, admission of a shortcoming to demonstrate humility. Okay, so how you do this? However, I did it again. I missed a plan. I misworked. I need the full weekend to get it ready, a program or something. Okay, so somebody's asking you for something, instead of saying like, no, it's no way I'm doing that, or avoid, you don't answer to the commitment, so not saying yes nor saying no, or the other one is just lie or anything like that. Okay, so what you do is like, hey, come to the party. Yeah, that's a great idea. It's always fun with you. But the problem is that I miss out again. It's my fault. I couldn't finish the thing that I needed to finish, and I absolutely need to finish it during this weekend. The third step is that I want you to know that doing things with you is cool. So what you do is you state, there is a statement of priorities, but I have this priority. I need to stay with my head down and do the work. And then for step 4, you explain that this thing is your priority. So the detail for creating a sort of like a sympathy with the person. So we are preparing these things for months. So I'm preparing this specific stuff for since month, and I have one shot, a big achievement, big investment, and I cannot hesitate it, and I cannot mess it up. Okay. And step 5, this is of course the most important. You never backtrack. Okay. So, but otherwise it doesn't look legit what you're doing. So once again, everything that you're doing. So very quick recap of all these steps here. So first of all, politeness. Okay, it's always fun with you. I love doing that. The problem is that I miss it out again, and I have to work again because this is my priorities. I need to finish this. I made a commitment and I need to finish it this weekend or whatever. The thing is that I cannot hesitate by doing it because there was a lot of investment and anything else, and then you stay in that position. Okay, so it's very similar to an objection in sale. If somebody says like, I need to talk to my wife, I totally understand that. I think it's an awesome way to see it. It's always good to have somebody that is that you can talk to. So you acknowledge, and they say, well, I wasn't expecting that. And then the next one is like, what do you think your wife is going to say? What if they say no? Okay. And then you try to acknowledge the step and you continue to move forward. Okay. And the person says like, well, if it says no, but I want to do it, yeah, that's going to be a little bit difficult. Okay, then let's talk about this. Because if your wife says no, then you want to do it, that's going to be resentment from the two sides. That's not very good for the marriage in the long term. Okay, so you just go step by step. Okay, so you give the explanation. You totally understand at first, and then you give the reason and you stick to the reason. Very, very important. Okay, now another, leveraging your rule book. So I think this is awesome example. No social meetings during the week because I'm busy. Okay, this is a rule book. Okay, during the weekdays I do nothing because for me it's very important. It's a rule book. It's always like that. Okay, I live by this rule. The power of saying no. So express your yes, then you assert your no, propose a yes, and then advances relationship. Let me explain you. So what you can do is like, we should do a website. And that is express your yes, we should do like somebody is telling you like, we need to do a website, my partner. Okay. And then you say, yes, we should do a website. And then you assert the no. But I feel like a website is at top of a page to achieve revenues. Okay. So a website by itself is not going to give you revenue. Propose a yes. What if we come out with an outsourcing system, just a different approach? Okay, and then you find yes in the no in the yes. So what you're doing here is that I totally understand your direction. Yes, I think we should need that, but what is our priorities? Okay, but I think our priorities could be potentially this one, that is, I don't know, outreaching to people with a LinkedIn way. Okay, because on the other side, the partner may think like a website is the most it's the best way to get clients, get leads, or so on and so forth. Okay, when instead it could be I don't know, cold call more, LinkedIn DM, or etc. etc. Okay, so what you do, express a yes, and then you assert a no, and then you propose a yes. Okay, and this advances the relationship. Okay, because you can trust the other, you understand the other, and the other doesn't feel like he's not even listening to me. Okay. Not a superior. How do you do this? You identify the trade-offs. Okay. So if you have somebody that is kind of like above you, and this could be both a boss, a partner, or even a relative sometimes, for a specific thing. It's not my case, but I'm just saying for other people, there are still maybe parents that are kind of controlling some sort of aspect. So what you do here is you identify the trade-off. This is mostly also if you're young, of course. So you let your superior choose, giving the option. So you propose the option with a clear breakdown of the consequence of each. Okay. Yes, I could do also this operation, but that wouldn't help with focus. Which one should I proceed with? Example. If somebody comes to you and says, and this could work even with the wife, could work with the people that you have around with, if they say to you, I don't know, we need to go to the grocery. Yeah, but if we go to grocery, we could be doing that, but we would lose an hour and a half because there are all of the shelves with full of stuff, and then it's going to be detrimental for our diet because we're going to see X, Y, Z. So do you prefer that, or maybe order online right now and we just have the list, we go through the list and we just click order and we are from the comfort of our home, etc. Which one do you prefer? Okay, so you state the options, and when you state the options, most of the time that works so much better. Okay, and the other person accept the no much easier, because when you say no to somebody, they would, in the wrong way, they would point out that direction as much as possible, and then they will continue to stay on their vision because they want to support their ego. Okay, it's an ego perspective. They want to continue to see the way how they see it. Okay, even if maybe sometimes they know that they're wrong. Okay, so how do you do this? These are the 3 ways. Okay, so these are awesome ways to deliver a no in the correct way. Now, I want to give you also an idea here, because saying no, it really connects to the concepts of business life and personal life, because you clear distraction. There is a clear distinction, and you don't have distraction between the 2 things. Okay, because they do not collide. So there is a clear distinction, and the first stage is the work-life distinct. Okay, this is the first one. Then you have the kind of collision between the 2. So work-life band, love your work, it's just life. And then you find yourself with the 2 that are not even distinct between one another. So this is the say 3. You love your work, but boundaries are helpful or trapped in one. Example, you decide no work in the weekend, even if you would like to. So what I'm trying to express here is that this is most of the time when you start a business, when you start to do something, let me put it here so you can see it better. The 2 things may be distinct at first, and then you over time collapse them. And the problem here is that you need to return back to kind of this sort of view, because the things needs to be divided, and the only way that you keep them divided is by saying no. Okay, because you have distinctive rules of saying like, okay, this is where I stay here, this is where I stay here. And in order to do this, you need to say no here. Okay, because otherwise you are always in that gray zone area. Do you remember? Where you're not active recovery and you're not working. Okay, but you're staying in the middle. You're between recovering and working. Okay, and the thing doesn't work. You're working like 99% of the people. Okay, so very, very important. So if you're working from home, I found this transition the best. Okay, so job, everybody knows you're busy. When you're at the job, you know that you cannot be disturbed because you're 9 to 5 and therefore you stay there. Then there is the environment separation. Okay, so you separate what was your workplace with your home practically. And there is the ambient transition ritual, replace commute with, for example, walk. Okay, so if before you were commuting, just insert the walk. Okay, get dressed for work. So help trigger that on and off. So if you're working from home, instead of staying in your pajama or in your robe, so on and so forth, you dress, okay? You prepare your clothes. You can stay always comfortable. That's not the problem, but you can always trigger the same ideology that you were having when you were at work. Box work hours. So when you start, finish, intensity, low duration. So you still have a structure. You still have a beginning, an end, a pause in the middle. Okay, you can just simply follow the routine that I gave you, absolutely. But just that is to give you an idea of like from before that you were maybe in a job, you were having something structured, people were telling you what to do. When you start to work from home, you're all over the places. You're often a lot distracted. This, of course, works just if you work from home, like myself. The first year for me was the first year, I would say even a year and a half, the two things were colliding the most. Okay, I couldn't separate the two stuff. I was working in the evening at the same time, maybe watching a movie. It was like all over the places. So you need to distinct the practically the steps, and this is a great way to do it. So if before you were commuting, you just simply replace it with walks. If you are all over the place during the day and your work-life balance is shit, you just simply get your focused hour, your recovery hours, and you divide everything into blocks, and you know that when you start, when you finish, the intensity and the low duration. So you know your deep work and you know your shallow work. Okay, this is everything about the art of saying no. I hope that was clear, and I hope that is going to help you a lot. Next lesson is going to be about friction. Friction is an awesome way that we can introduce in order to increase friction or decrease friction. So if you want to do something more, you just decrease friction. If you want to do something less, you increase friction towards something. So we're going to understand this concept in the next lesson. Welcome to friction. So let's understand how to add or reduce friction depending on what you want to achieve. So the thing here is that the real key to behavioral change is automaticity. Okay, so if you want to change your belief, so let's step back. If you want to change something in your life, right, you need to change a habit. And the habit is just a multitude of belief or idea or action, okay? And in order to understand something and passing from knowing something and doing something, so the execution, and just to make you understand, everybody knows how to do a diet, but they're not able to execute it. They do not know how to do it, okay? And the key to swap between knowing and doing is automaticity, okay? It's making it automatic. It's making it like normality, okay? An example here is that if you do not achieve something, you're still disciplined, but you're disciplined for the wrong things, for the wrong actions, okay? So you just need to create that discipline, that automaticity for the right actions, okay? So when you feel lazy, sleepy, went into procrastinate, fatigue, we use behavioral engineering, okay? Our higher self. So we become our own puppet master, designing life from ourselves or our lower self. So let's talk about friction. Let's talk about how to stop being a puppet and that had to be a T, but whatever. And we understand this by doing friction, okay? Adding or decreasing friction. So the meaning is resources we need to spend for an action executed, okay? So how much energy do I need to spend to execute that action? The most is the energy, the less I want to do it. The less is the energy, the more I want to do it, right? We know this. So friction is everywhere. So it's the resistance, is the pain of doing something, okay? An example, let's say that I want to make a YouTube video that is very painful, okay? There is a lot of energy that goes into it because, for example, I need to record the video, I need to maybe edit the video, I need to think about the script, I need to deliver it in the correct way, I need to have a correct tonality, I need to have energy, I need to show myself in a certain way, I need to dress myself in a certain way. So there is a lot of energy, and all of this energy is nothing more than resistance. And for me, resistance is simply friction, okay? I hope it's clear like this. So we want to eliminate this friction as much as possible. So how do we do this? Okay, so friction to live a better life, push harder, and friction to live better, lubricate the surface, okay? These are the two kind of concepts. So you add friction to live a better life. So practically, there is friction to live a better life. You can add friction for stuff that you don't want to continue, you don't want to proceed, and you can push harder. And there is a friction to live better, so you just need to lubricate the surface, so you reduce friction as much as possible to then go smoothly, okay? An example, a blunt axe to cut a tree. We spend time sharpening it instead of trying to cut the tree with it, okay? That is friction, okay? In this case, the friction of trying to cut the tree with spending a lot of time, that is like I added friction for my action, when instead I could reduce the friction, that is simply sharpening the blunt axe, so then with 2 or 3 hits, I can cut the tree, okay? Because there is so much you can push harder, but never enough you can lubricate. So very similar concept of What? Time, right? There is just this much of time, okay? You cannot do so much, but how you can leverage it is with friction. You can lubricate as much as possible. An example, work out more, prepare shoes and clothes, there is less friction, okay? These are simple example. Drink more, keep a bottle next to you, there is less friction, okay? These are all small stuff, but these are the stuff that adds up a lot, okay? So, systemic friction. All invisible system and process that are running your life at any given time. So we are wired for conservation of energy. Don't overestimate the power of friction. So example of eliminating friction, okay? We have also other ideology here, okay? Let's start first with systemic friction, okay? So example of eliminating friction. You get untangling, so charger, plug, I talked about this. Just put them everywhere, okay? You release friction, okay? You always know where to go. Finding, add a laptop, research, sorting, bank account stuff, tidying, house, cooking, etc., okay? This is eliminating friction for stuff like this, okay? You can do multiple stuff here. For example, for house, cooking, and everything. You take a maid, you take meal prep. These are reducing the friction, okay? If you need to go for a grocery, I talked about this. Just do it online. You reduce the friction of taking the stuff, or just give yourself a specific time, or just give yourself a specific amount of money that you want to spend per day, and therefore you don't overseed with the calories, okay? That is another way to what I mean by that is that if you hypothetically would say I want to spend maximum €5 a day, and that reduce my options of calories, for example, and I can just eat a steak a day or no, or just like 2 ground beef in a day, that it's helping you to reduce the calorie with the additional friction of economic, okay? So this is a way. Then friction as a catalyst. So the higher the friction, the less likely we act because there is more energy, because we're wired for concentration, okay? So example of eliminating friction, reading, keep a book or more around the house. So in each angles of the house, I could have a Kindle, I could have a book, okay? I have a book even in the bathroom, because that's practically eliminate the friction of staying with the phone in the bathroom. Instead, I have a good action, okay? I still keep, I kind of still take like 5 minutes or so, but instead of staying with the phone, I stay with the book, working. Have a nice setup, clean desk, a desk to become the best place in the house. We talked about this. If you would have hypothetically your studio like the best place inside the house, you would go and stay there much more. So what you're doing here, you're reducing the friction to go somewhere else, okay? Or you're adding the friction to go somewhere else compared to the studio, okay? Depending how you see it. Exercising, home workout, prop gym equipment, run, okay? So what you can do here is that I chose running because it's really frictionless, okay? You don't need any equipment. You just go out there and then run wherever you are, okay? Compared to maybe like if you need gym, you need the gym close by, because otherwise the more far it is, the less likely you're gonna go there, right? And gym means I need to commute, and that also there is a friction, okay? Bank account, investment account have a friction if you need to access with a customer support and not having the physical card, etc. Let me give you some ideology also here. What I mean by this is that hypothetically, how I love to work is, let's make it simple with just personal account, okay? 2 personal accounts. One is saving and one is checking, okay? And what I do here is that the 2 things are completely separate. This is a bank and this is another bank, okay? What I do here is that whatever comes here, all the money can flow through here or flow through here. It doesn't matter. Let's say that for sake reason, 100% of the money goes to the saving and the saving goes 20% here, okay? So what I'm doing here is that automatically I ask to the bank to pass from that saving account and always send a transfer to the checking account. With this 20%, I leave. So what I'm doing here is that 100% of the money goes to the saving account, and that makes me less friction to save, and at the same time, less friction to have a specific amount of money for the checking account, because it's automated and it's very easy to do from a bank account. That automatically you pass the money through the other one, and you are adding friction in this case of the checking account because you're leaving just off that 20% and you don't have more than that. So you need to stay there, okay? So that is just an ideology. There are so many ways to use the bank account with friction, but I'm not here to make a course about this. So hopefully that was helping you. So all unnecessary tasks that cause you to damage your high leverage activities. You're always pointing there, okay? Where is your goal? What are your clear goals? What are your activities that you need to be doing? With Eisenhower, this is your matrix. You understand what you need to do and decide. Everything else, you add friction, you eliminate, okay? And you use dopamine in the correct manner to achieve all of this. So you create more stress, you agitate more, you distract more, okay? Buy more charger, gym bag packed, food delivery, service, meal prep or so, okay? Depending if you want to add or reduce friction. So if I want to take money from the bank and I don't have a credit card and I need to talk to the customer support to get that money, that is huge friction. If I don't want to stay with my phone and I leave it outside in my car parked outside, I need to dress more, go outside, maybe in the cold or in the extreme hot, open the car, take the phone, and come back inside to maybe scroll for 5 minutes, right? Don't want to do that. There's too much friction, okay? So you play with this as much as possible. It's an awesome concept, the concept of friction, that if you use it well, you can achieve so much more, okay? So this makes you end procrastination. It's a wonderful tool to end procrastination because the neurobiology of procrastination, natural biology phenomena, okay? There is the prefrontal cortex, the dorsal anterocirculate cortex, this part, and the amygdala, it's kind of there in the middle. This is kind of the process of procrastination. So 5 ways to eliminate this. You have clear goals, okay? This is the easiest because we have it already planned. So eliminate micro resistance with hyper clear goals. And you have tasks, 1-2 hours, make goal, micro goals. So if you have difficulties, you just plan it out even more, okay? So what you need to ask yourself, what am I trying to achieve right now? And I know with the clear goals. What are the steps involved in achieving this? And I understand is it impactful? Is it something that is transformative? And it's probably then in your clear goals. What order should I execute this step? So when you put yourself in the clear goals, we talked about this in the goal section, ignite your journey. What is the first step? Okay, if I want to start to work at 8 a.m., what is my first step? What is it? And it could be even clear as much as I need to open my computer. Okay, if you have a lot of friction of doing something and you want to procrastinate. What are the steps to achieve the first step? Be specific, the more the better, okay? And list all of the steps in order. Complete the first of the step, then the second and the third, and watch as you drop into flow. It's automatic, okay? And if procrastination resists, make goals even clearer, okay? As I write it here, you can see it better more now. You can see it better now. You write it down and be more specific. I open my computer, I connect my keyboard, I connect my mouse, and then I open, the Miro board, and I start to collect ideas on a diagram, okay? Step by step, small steps, okay? And the more you become good at this, the less you need, okay? So by the end of the day, practically today I have 4 steps that I want to achieve, such as, for example, activity 5, I needed to send an email first thing in the morning. I need to do a Google Doc. I need to do this recording. And then I need to think about making a video for a marketing campaign. And that's it. And then I have a small thing to do in the evening of watching a productivity Notion template. Okay. That is everything I need to do today. And it's all step by step. These are the macro goals that I need to do today. If I would have friction to do each one of these, I would write next to it all the steps. So if I need to do the recording, I need to explain to myself. I need the tripod. I need to connect the phone to the laptop. I need to open the software recording. Okay, I need to open my motherboard, etc., etc., etc. And then when you do this, you know exactly what you need to be doing, and you're just gonna start, and you're gonna feel into flow. Okay. First step. Second step: balance challenge skill ratio. Okay, so you regulate time allotments to increase or decrease the challenge. So if you remember, if the challenge is higher, you feel more excited. If the challenge is too low, you feel bored. So add artificial dead time in the middle and narrow the task to decrease the challenge. For example, 1 minute of meditation, 1 set of squat, 5 minutes of writing. Okay, if you're not, if you need to work out, you just do 5 minutes. You don't need to do an hour starting out in the beginning. Okay, so if you're somebody that tend to procrastinate a lot in the beginning, just chunk it down, just make it smaller, okay? Just adjust this skill balance challenge, okay? If you feel too much anxiety, if you feel too much overwhelmed, if you feel too much bored, you just swap the two, okay? And then you can achieve a much better way of procrastinate less. And you can use also this 5-second rule. So you just think about it, and in 5 seconds, you act, okay? So there is no thinking. I think it's another quite cool mental framework, okay? Then you can use mental contrasting to reinforce feedback loops. What I mean by this is that you visualize ideal future, and then you visualize present reality blocking the ideal future, okay? So if you don't do that thing, and strengthen the association with present block and ideal future, and you dialed up the desire to execute and go. So what is my situation right now? What will be the situation in the future? What will be in the situation in the future if I don't do this thing right now? And then you just execute it, okay? Because you feel the deadline, you feel the fear of not succeeding in that thing, okay? One of the things that I often think about personally is just like, if I would be 50 or 60 and I wouldn't achieve what I'm trying to achieve now today, where would I be, right? And it scares me to be that guy that had the potential but didn't use it, and it couldn't go nowhere, okay? So that's what makes me do the thing, okay? At the same time, I love what I do, and that's, for example, a huge thing, okay? So use absolutely friction. It's an awesome mental model to adjust yourself, doing more of something or doing less of something, okay? So you can start to combine a lot of concepts that I'm giving you here, and that's why I think everything that I'm showing you is absolutely extraordinary, because it makes you literally powerful with every choice that you do, because you can add friction for something. If you want more dopamine for it, you can reduce friction for something else. So once again, you get more dopamine, you get more attention, okay? You do the things and you move in an easier way towards your goal, okay? So start to combine the things. First of all, understand them. So if something is not quite clear, just ask or just simply watch over and over again. And you're gonna start to, once you have all the knowledge of all of this, start to cross-line them and understand how everything works together. It's gonna be awesome, okay? So next lesson over here is going to be about sabotage. This is going to be a quite long lesson, but it's a clear point, and it's going to be the last point for now about this whole course, about beyond obstacles. So self-sabotage, we know it well. 1 week we do well, and then we fuck it up all, and we return back even at a lower step than we were before. There are some very important stuff that we need to understand here. So we'll see you in the next lesson. Welcome to this last, for now, lesson about self-sabotage. A very important concept for every kind of human, mostly digital entrepreneurs or entrepreneurs that are working, coaches, consultants, have an agency, they have maybe a lesson, they have a course or anything around this. Self-sabotage is a big, big thing, because when you sabotage yourself, not only your results get shittier, okay, you return back, but also you feel more frustrated, you feel more burnout, and all the cascade of stuff that we do not want. There becomes a myriad of other stuff that we do not want, we do not fall into flow. So it's very easy to understand it and very easy to approach self-sabotage in a different way. And I'm going to give you a lot of framework, a lot of ideas to work with it. Okay, so let's start. The average ordinary person, what they do, they procrastinate, they self-medicate, they drug, alcohol, comfort eating, overworking, and self-disrupting relationship. This is what the average, okay? If you think about it, 60 or 70% marriage becomes divorce, okay? So there is a self-destructive relationship. So these are how ordinary people work. This is how ordinary people have results. We don't want that, right? And there is a root in all of this of self-sabotage. And 14 common self-sabotage behavior that I'm going to show you. The thing is that awareness is the cure. If you are able to understand it, as it was for burnout, as it was for dopamine, as it was for everything that you've seen in this entire modules, okay, courses, it's all about like, I need to be aware of what I'm doing, because most of the time I'm not aware, because it's a habit, it's something that comes automatically. But when I become aware of it, I can embrace it and I have control over it, okay? So ask yourself, am I susceptible of this? So let's see what you can potentially be susceptible of, okay? So first one, overwork and under recovery. Keep on executing, creating chaos, underslept, various cycle getting worse. Okay, so if you continue to do that thing, you continue to get worse and worse. Okay, so introduce a walk more often or a cold shower. Okay, so you just add elements that gives you more active recovery. Another, catastrophizing. So something happens. Okay, we've seen this in the previous lessons. When you see something and you're becoming overwhelmed because you're adding on top of it. That is catastrophizing. So you're taking one event, you're blowing it up of proportion, and you're having negative conclusion. And you have a negative life and something that you don't want, okay? So an example, business launch, okay? You're launching your new products, and there are less sales than expected. You sell less, okay? Instantly, your career is done, okay? You suck, and you're not able to do what you thought you could potentially do, okay? Your loved one are gonna leave you, etc. That's the mentality. That's how normally everybody thinks. So the thing here is that there is a selective abstraction, okay? So drawing conclusion on the basis of just one or many element of situation. So there is this personalization. So you're attributing personal responsibility of event which aren't your personal control, and then you're magnifying them. So you're downplaying the portion of positive thoughts, emotional event. There is this thing of minimization. So you're downplaying the importance of positive thoughts, emotional events. Then there is this arbitrary interference, okay, where you're drawing conclusion where there is little or no evidence. Okay, you have maybe some information, you're acting emotionally. Then there is this overgeneralization that making sweeping conclusion based on side event. Just something that you've seen, something that at first you're just reacting to the thing, okay? So this is one of them, okay? One of the way of, I told you a little bit here, okay? These are 14 common self-sabotage behaviors. So if you have one of these already for now, you are probably in that loop of self-sabotaging yourself. Self-limiting belief, okay? This is self-sabotage, okay? Thinking small, limiting your action because of your belief, because you think in a certain way. If you think like cold email is never gonna work, you're never gonna have enough leads from cold emails. A very, 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 very powerful method of getting leads, getting more clients, okay? That is a self-limiting belief. Just because you think I will never answer to a cold email, it doesn't mean that it doesn't work. It's just a self-limiting belief, and you're self-sabotaging yourself. Just an example, okay? So you're taking new action facilitated by your expanded belief. And this is the idea, okay? So belief expanding, what seems possible, you expand the belief because the action here possibly becomes reality, okay? And then there is the feedback, and you experience the result, and you expand the belief. You're doing the thing more because you're expanding. Okay, if I have this thesis, what is the antithesis with this? This is how I always think, okay? If I think in a certain way, what would be the opposite? Is there a truth in the middle? If I do that, I expand my belief and I expand my result because I see other possibilities, okay? Einstein was saying if you continue to do the same thing, you're insane, right? You continue to do the same error, the same mistake. If you're trying to solve a problem, doing the same thing, it's insanity, right? So what you're trying to do here, always put yourself out of the equation. What would be the opposite? What would be maybe the thing in the middle? And I have next results, I strengthening and further expanding my belief, okay? Then this is an awesome concept, impatience and exponential linear gains. So this is a beautiful way, because 1% improvement and 1% slow decline. What is the concept here? If you do an action here, that it could be like small, very, very small, that you're not even aware of it, right? And let's make one, for example. Let's say that you have a very slow internet connection, okay? And you are doing 8 megabytes. I don't know, just saying, okay? So you're doing 8 megabytes. By the short period, you're not gonna be aware of like, okay, it's going a little bit slower than anybody else, but it's fine, okay? But over a long period, how many microseconds and how many in the end days, how many in the end months you waited for a page to load? A lot. And that is that 1% worse than anybody else. I know it sounds stupid, but that thing has a consequence. If you're eating a sandwich full of mayonnaise today, it's never gonna get you overweight today. But every time before going to lunch, you see that sandwich because it's there in the kitchen, or a piece of chocolate, and so on and so forth. That small piece of chocolate over time is going to get you a worse result. So that's how I see it all the time, right? You expand. I talked about this in the previous lesson. So you exaggerate it. If you continue to go that specific thing, what happens? I eat the chocolate. After the chocolate, I feel drowsy. I don't want to work as much. I don't work. I don't proceed towards my goal. And if I don't proceed towards my goal, I don't become the person I wanted to become. I don't become that. I feel frustrated. I feel overwhelmed. I feel stressed. I don't want to proceed in my life, etc., etc., etc. Okay, you got the feeling. Because that 1% over time can make the whole difference between being negative and being positive, being extraordinary and being ordinary. Okay, so people quit when their linear expectation doesn't match the reality. We seen this, do you remember? Because when you expect a linear growth, you expect a fast result in the beginning. But most of the time when you start something, you suck at it and then you become good at it. Okay, so when you build something in the correct way, there is time. Okay, there is a first kind of let's call it a struggle phase. But then you have an exponential result, okay? And it has been said that the best time to plant a tree was 30 years ago. The second best time is today, okay? So don't wait for the result. Just continue towards that thing and proceed. Start from somewhere, and then you're gonna have this a little bit plain result, and then it's the time when you're gonna grow, okay? Remember the regression also to the mean. This is another thing. If you're already proceeding towards something, you're gonna always have a little bit of up and down, and you don't have to take that emotional decision just because we are here or because you are here, because it works with the opposite. Okay, works with the success, works with the failure. We tend to change direction just simply because we had a slightly different success or different behavior when, for example, we seen a regression to the mean by the downside, okay? Other self-sabotage way, okay? Seeking safety and familiarity, okay? Example, America is a scary place, I will never go there, okay? This is something that I had for a long time. It's full of crime, etc. But yeah, I mean, partially it is. But as always, like searching for the stuff that is safe, if you think also about it in business, if you don't use risk, okay, you don't have dopamine, and it's a very powerful neurochemical that gives you the growth, because it gives you the reward, and the reward comes from taking the risk, from taking the action, okay? The reward doesn't come by itself. I don't get motivated out of nowhere. I get motivated because I took a risk, and then I have the dopamine, okay? The same thing goes here for the seeking familiarity. You cannot just act safe, okay? Fear of outshining. So this is the tall poppy syndrome, where a social phenomenon which people of genuine merit are resented, attacked, cut down because of their talent or achievement that elevate them from their peers, okay? This is more common in certain countries compared to others. I found out that in America, mostly peers tends to push the others more, probably because there is a bit this ideology of capitalism and so on and so forth. In Italy, for example, I know also in Australia it's very similar. When you have success, they like literally try to point you down. I don't want to talk about Australia because I'm not from there, but from Italy specifically, it tends to happen a lot. People really are like trying to disrupt your work just because you had success, okay? Or for example, also here in Ireland, the story of Tim, that was this guy practically that I took an Airbnb from the first time I came here in Ireland, and he really got offended because I said to him, I don't drink beer, you know, and for them here, not drinking a beer means a lot. Eventually I found out, because for example, for them is like this phenomenon of like, you need to do this, you know, it's normality, and they take it personally if you don't do it with you, okay? So you can misinterpret also casuality. So task work, accurate work, and outcome. That's what you need to do. Accurate work. Inaccurate work gives you this not precise sort of way. So failing to recognize that X produced Y, but thinking that Z produced Y. Okay, this is the typical mistake of everybody that is starting out with something new, that they always think that they're missing this to achieve that, but most of the time it's not this. That is just the the illusion of thinking that that is the thing that causes you something else. Let's make a clear example. Most of the time, people think that they need a tool, they need a marketing tool, they need more lead generation, they need more clients, when they have a humongous crack in all of their system. And if they would have more clients, they will go down even quicker, okay? Because they're expanding something that is not working. For example, all of this material helps you to get the system in place towards all of your area of your work, and therefore you can implement whatever you want in terms of tool, marketing, sales, etc., that you're prepared to go towards the right direction without any crack, without anything that's going to expand and is going to make you explode, okay? So therefore, in this example, to continue Z, they continue doing Z instead of doing X. An example here, you achieve success, you struggled a lot, and you think that working long hours, eye burning, and that's the thing that caused the level of success. You think you need to continue grinding, struggling to keep success, and maybe that is just like the 20% that actually brought you to the success, okay, that brought you the result, okay? So you can always swap the thing, and most of the time, you need to, once again, put yourself out of the equation, understand all the stuff, and critically thinking about your belief, okay? Because that's the way how you self-sabotage yourself. So misattribute causality, okay? And it is kind of already connected to the regression to the mean. Now, require novel information to act. So insisting that advice needs to be new to apply it. And this is very common between the informational business. People tend to wait for the new, for the 2.0, for the 3.0, for the 4.0 version of something, okay? Because it's their nature to continuously be taught new stuff. When instead, you don't need to be taught of new stuff. It's much easier in reality to get you reminded of something, okay? Because if you think about it, think it in terms of books. If you would have 3 books and you would study the shit out of them, okay? And just stay on them, each phrase continuously, and really apply everything that is on that 3 books. Sometimes that 3 books gives you a much better result than reading 50 books. Okay, because reading the 50 books looks nicer because it looks like, there is new information and I'm gonna know more. But in reality, you know less by those 50 books than just simply taking 3 books and really studying them. Okay, because there is this ideology of always searching for something new. Example, I already heard it. It's basic. It's a normal principle, and this works a lot. For example, with reframing. Okay, the ideology of I need to reframe something because that works to understand that, okay, I suck at that. Let me reframe it. I may not be good now, but this helps me to do X, Y, Z in the future. So I'm going to be good at this. That is, for example, reframing. A lot of people know that, but very few people do it just simply because of this. Well, are you applying it? Are you really doing it? And most of the people, they discard the information as a simple thing, or because it's not new, and they do not act on it. Instead, we should have more humility, I think, and then proceed towards applying that knowledge. Okay. Next one. I know there are a lot, but these are multiple ways, and I want to open your mind a little bit on these 14 ways. Reason by analogy. Okay. So accepting reality and how it's socially presented to you versus asking why things are like that. Okay. And reasoning with first principle. So example, successful people are stressed, work a lot. So you need to be stressed and work a lot to be successful. That is the analogy, okay? That's how you see the people, and therefore you think in this way. And you self-sabotage yourself looking around, and give analogy creates your belief, okay? And you do small actions because you're continually thinking that belief. When instead, if you would think in first principle, success is a function of output. So to maximize output, I need judgment. Rushing frenetic decision clouds my decision to succeed. Therefore, I'm going to become successful working less hours. How cool is that? And I'm the living principle of this. I'm achieving success while literally I'm preparing for a half marathon, and that takes time and effort. I lived in the last 4 or 5 years in 4 or 5 different places. So I'm constantly moving. I'm having vacation. I travel around Europe in the meantime, and I'm moving in like month in another place. So I'm not working 12 hours a day on this task, not at all, right? But I pursue everything that I can towards the outcome that I want in the specific amount of time that I want to give to this specific project, okay? So I'm outcome orientated rather than time orientated or effort orientated, okay? So it's first principle. Another, okay, so there are a little bit more, so stay with me. Believing success brings a burden, okay? This is, for example, the fear of success. So assumption that with success, other problems will arise that you don't want, okay? For example, I get rich, everybody will ask me money, so I will not be able to trust any of my friends, and therefore I'm not going to become rich, okay? And if I build a business, I will be more susceptible for being sued. I don't want to be sued. That stresses me. I don't want to do it. And if I get fit, I will be colder without fat. Okay, that's a very typical one. Okay, these are all self-sabotage. Wait. Okay, let me close this. Feeling fundamentally flawed. Okay, a persuasive, a core sense of unworthiness and underservedness that destroy your life from the inside out. Example: I could never. I'm not good enough. I'm not worth that. These are all ways, okay? Proceeding with the next one, re-regulate the challenge skill balance, okay? The optimal arousal, that's where you need to stay in this area between boredom and stress and anxiety, okay? So if you have insufficient novelty, inspiration, challenge, you feel apathy. And if you have excessive stimulation, excessive novelty, chronic stress, there is too much, okay? These are not ideal for flow. We know this. And then for the last one, we have losing self-control. So the University of Zurich made practically this test where people were subjected to a stressful situation. They were more likely to choose an unhealthy food option. That is very interesting because stress goes to the brain and then the amygdala, and then it makes you, do you remember this? You lose the executive function, the etiology of like prefrontal cortex, all the lobe, so all the part of the brain that are planning, time management, so on and so forth, goes to the amygdala, what it does, reptile brain, what you do, sex, food, and everything that is like instinct, okay? So you lose the idea of self-control over, for example, food choices. So you increase the self-control to increase delayed gratification. This is very interesting. Increase self-control to increase delayed gratification by sleeping, active recovery, mindfulness, building self-control, okay? So these are all step-by-step possible way of feeling self-sabotage or creating self-sabotage on you, okay? So how do we fix this? Very, very simple, okay? How we annihilate self-sabotage forever, sorry, and evolve past our self-imposed limitation. So we are imposing ourselves this limitation. This creates our self-sabotage. How do we fix this forever, okay? So you identify your upper limits, okay? Where do you go, okay? What good things you to scream and begin feeling uncomfortable. Okay, what is the limit? What is the level of the bar? What is the level that you would feel really uncomfortable going to? And you catch yourself bashing your head against your upper limit. And the next time one of these good things happen, catch the feeling of discomfort. So what I mean by this, you have an upper limit, and every time you hit your head against it, okay, there are some good things that happen, and catch the feeling of discomfort, okay? So you need to embrace discomfort and intercept the feeling before it leads to action. You need to understand in the middle of doing the specific thing, what you're doing. Have more consciousness, okay? So breathe, feel the emotion, and notice any self-sabotaging tendency you might feel inclined toward. Then choose not to act on them, instead engage positively, okay? If something happened, I know it. Carry on positive action. So once you recognize the feeling and interrupt the cycle, you've broken the pattern. Now continue with the action that will move you forward. So I will explain you everything in the next one. But very simply here, it's a cycle, right? So you need to intercept the action that makes you self-sabotage. Okay? And this could have multiple reasons. We see them before in the previous part, okay? What is one of these self-sabotage behavior? You put yourself in the middle, okay? This is you. You understand, you actually are aware of what's going on. Remember this, I started the lesson with the idea of like, you need to first be aware that something is happening. And then when you're aware of it, then you can control it and you can change to swap this belief, this action, whatever it is that brings you towards that loop, and cancel that loop. Okay, so break ruts. Here's what you do. Unlock the watchtower effect with a peak state. Okay, so you look at yourself from the high point of view, bird eye view, and you understand what's going on. And you can use this with flow, with meditation. Okay, so you relax yourself and you think clearly with more accuracy. You do dopamine detox. This helps you a lot. We've seen everything that instead of moving your attention towards the stuff, towards the belief, towards the thing that gets you to do without having control, you just cut them all. And therefore, you're not being called to do them and repeat them. So you strip away all stimulation. Burnout assessment. So you understand with the first lesson, the burnout assessment. So you access susceptibility to burnout triggers. Positive psychology basic. Okay. So we understand in the with the active recovery, and even more in the next chapter, how to do this. Okay. You ensure you're applying all positive psychology fundamentals correctly. So it's going to be sent forward practically. Sleep, exercise, and nutrition, okay, with mindfulness. Intrinsic motivational stack. Are you achieving all the intrinsic motivators towards the thing that you want to achieve? So are you intrinsically motivated with what you do? And you can assess your motivational fuel, okay? Pattern interrupt. So schedule a significant pattern interrupt, stimulate yourself if you're understimulated, so skill balance challenge ratio, or calm yourself if you're overstimulated. And you can mix the two things, okay? So let me finish this only. Here I want it. Find a bigger problem and break the ruts by taking on a bigger challenge if you're understimulated. Once again, skill balance challenge. So all of this, if you notice, are all stuff that we've seen previously. Okay, so at this point, I just wanted to make you aware of what is self-sabotage, so you pinpoint exactly what you really need to knock away, okay? Because you have all the potential with all the information that we accumulated in the previous modules to absolutely annihilate all everything that is overwhelm, self-sabotage, and everything that is beyond your obstacles. So at this point, you have literally all the power in the world to proceed towards your goals and do the stuff that helps you and achieve whatever you want to achieve. There's going to be just one lasting part that is going to be the next chapter that is all going to be about the path to wellness, because I think the two things are very connected. How you move towards your business and all of the information that you have until now makes you move towards the business in the correct way, the correct path, without having a crack, without having something that you're scaling with a problem. But at the same time, I would love if you could also fix your persona, okay? If you have some problem with sleep, nutrition, or exercise and mindfulness, and by mindfulness, I mean you're kind of still all over the places. Mindfulness is still another way of fixing this. As you can see here, positive psychology basic is very important, because if you apply all the stuff correctly, it's also another power, it's another control that you have in your hand to be a peak performer, okay? To move to a higher level, okay? So I hope this last lesson was clear about self-sabotage. I'm gonna see you in the next whole module, where we're gonna start a very quick but very fundamental part of ourselves, our persona, how we move towards everything that is sleep, exercise, nutrition. Okay, so see you in the next one, and I'm truly delightful that you stay with me until now and you watch everything before this point. And right now you accumulated a lot of potential, a lot of awesome information, and you know how to execute them. You have a protocol between the routine, between the dopamine, the detox, between the intrinsic motivators, between the flow, the achieve full concentration, between the leverage, and you know how to leverage yourself. So awesome information until now. I'm gonna see you just in the last ultimate step. Okay, so see you in the next module. Okay, awesome device here I'm having in front of me. I'm gonna leave a link in the description. It's an affiliate, but it gets you a very huge discount off. plus some codes or some additional credits or so on and so forth. So this is very cool because you can see how it works. Practically, you can adjust the temperature. This is the 4th version, I think. I had the 3rd. So practically, you can adjust everything around the... it's a simple cover, but at the same time, it's connected practically to this device. And it's awesome because it literally connects the whole temperature. You have these little veins inside. You can have a cold or a more warmth condition inside the bed. You control everything from the app. So it's absolutely cool, mostly also when you're in 2 people. So one side of the bed can be warmth, one side of the bed could be a little bit more cooler. And yeah, it works perfect. As you can see, these are practically the veins. It goes practically from the pod itself. And yeah, I think it's absolutely cool because it gives you a report. It kind of vibrates when you wake up. I don't know. I never found anything so cool as much as this. So yeah, also this, it's kind of expensive though. For some people, it could be. It's around 3K, 4K. Depends also where you're taking it. There is also the Pod 3, it costs much less. It works very, very well still. And then it depends on the size of the bed, how you're taking it. Absolutely a game changer for me. So yeah, just give it a try. In this case, it costs more also because there is the regulation and so on and so forth. Okay, just check it out because it's absolutely amazing. So another awesome device is Pulsetto because it's practically this arch and has an electrode that goes on the vagus nerve. We talked about this, to start from the brain stem to all the way down to the abdominal and so on and so forth. Huge nerve that helps the relaxation, helps to the activation of the parasympathetic nervous system. And I think this works really, really well, has a lot of reviews, a lot of people find it useful. I think it's an awesome device that simply it gets you that activation. Very, very simple. Like you literally insert on it, you have the app, you control everything. You will find, I don't know if there's going to be still this specific offer. In any case, I will leave you in the description. It's going to be also another affiliate link. It's an awesome way, I think, to support this free project. But at the same time, you're going to find very, very useful. So if you're somebody that maybe is not sleeping so well, would like to be more calmer, more relaxed, and take off a little bit that anxiety, maybe that overwhelm, this is an awesome, awesome product to do that because it literally goes to stimulate this part of the body that gets you to the relaxation. So once again, we use physiology to change our state, and this is one of the devices that does it best. Okay, so hope it's helpful and go to check it out because it's going to be amazing. How I track my sleep? Simply with Rincon. So the ring that I use is Rincon Gen 2. It's awesome because compared to any other device, you have this amazing thing that practically recharge it. And this practically the battery stays for 6 months. And this the battery stays for 10 to 12 days practically. So all the other, I think are bullshit a little bit, the other rings, because you have Aura that is the most popular one. It's chunky, it's thick. And when you close the fingers, super uncomfortable. I hated it. And it doesn't give you so much more than simply this. That is lighter, still in titanium. The battery is so much longer. It gives you better data, I think, because yeah, Aura wasn't very regulated. There is also the other one. I think it's Ultra Human, if I'm not mistaken. Also very, very chunky. This is the thinnest practically ring there is for now. So you feel it like nothing. Okay, different colors. Choose whatever you want. I think this is the best kind of deal. Also because you don't have any subscription, so you don't need to regulate the subscription. Once again, additional cognitive load subscription, I think they are, because you need to take care of them. Not just bank-wise, finance-wise, but also it's true, I need to pay that, blah, blah. Okay, so you don't have any subscription. It costs nothing compared to the others, and it gives you exactly the same thing. So I don't remember how much it cost. Oh my God, I don't know what's going on, but I think it's around $200 or $300. Yeah, $300. There's the Gen 1, but I think it's chunkier. This is so much better, the Gen 2. Different colors, choose whatever you want. And this is going to give you not just the comfort, but literally data. There is AI version, so it practically tells you week by week. If you want to have like 10,000 steps, you want to sleep this much, and you want to feel this much stress, etc. It gives you how much you're performing compared to the week. There is an insane amount of data, so just check it out. Plus there is the apnea, so practically it's the first device on a ring that was giving also apnea, and that is awesome because you also understand how you're breathing during the night. So if you have any problem or anything, this detect it. This is the general point of view. Once again, if you're not somebody that would like to use a watch during sleep, and I can absolutely understand it's a bit uncomfortable, I found so many people switching to the ring, and when they've tried the Rincon, was absolutely interesting. As you can see here, the power case keeps the battery practically forever. So that's the comfort. Like, I literally have it on my desk. Whenever I need to use it, I just place it there while I'm working, while I'm doing something. In 1 or 2 hours, it's charged, and I return back to have the ring, and I don't need to think about it for the next 1 or 2 weeks. Okay. Does the step, does everything. So also this is another awesome thing too. As you can see, it's very thin, super lightweight, and it's there are awards design. Yeah, very, very cool. So just check it out. I think it's an awesome device to use compared to, for example, even Whoop. I thought about Whoop, but once again, there is subscription, costs so much more, gives you exactly the same thing, and this is, I think, much more comfortable than having something on your wrist. All right. So check it out and let me know if you find it helpful. Welcome to Path to Wellness. This module, as you can imagine from the title, is all about wellness. So wellness, in my personal point of view, is the connection with your persona. So what you do during your day, how you treat yourself, how you cure yourself, and how you are. It really reflects on how you manage your business. Because if you're somebody that is always kind of all over the places, eats bad, doesn't sleep, it's not grateful for the things that he's doing, most probably that is going to be reflected on the business. So this could be reflected on the team, could be reflected on the image of the business, on the brand of the business. So it's very important, I think, as a founder, as somebody that is creating something, that creation comes also from something that is as clean, as pure as possible. Let's call it like that. Okay, so I'm gonna give you step by step multiple things that you can do to not just push your psychology, so to be more positive rather than optimistic, rather than maybe negative, pessimistic, and see always the thing in the wrong way. Not just that, but it's going to be very interesting to see also how you create happiness. So it's not just going to be about that. That of course it's already enough, because if you think about it, the more optimistic you are, the more positive sort of view you have around your business, around your life, the best, because you get more innovation, you get more creativity, you can get more into flow. So it's all going to be a system, okay, to go into flow easily and to feel much better, okay? Because if you remember, flow was born with the idea of like, what is the research of happiness? Okay, Mihaly Csikszentmihalyi started that research, searching for the meaning of happiness, how you create happiness, and the result was flow. So in order to achieve all of this, we need also some basic stuff that we kind of already tapped into it in previous videos, but here I'm going to talk about more deeply, such as positive psychology. So in this lesson specifically, we're going to talk about that. So it's not going to be a huge module, as you can see, but there are some basics that needs to be done in order to achieve what we want to achieve. Okay, so 6 positive psychology basics. So there are actually more. I added more because by the end of everything, you're gonna see a protocol. Okay, so that is going to be the protocol. Right now, I just want to give you some ideas of what these things are. So 3 can be physical. So do you have enough energy? And enough energy comes from sleep, nutrition, social support. So if you sleep, we talked about this, 7 to 9 hours, very important for flow. Nutrition, we need a lot of water, so always keep water next to you, always continues to drink. Remember, 1 or 2% of dehydration can bring you to 20% of brain fog. So very, very easy way to stay more on focus. Social support, example, again, against you, or have a group that follows the same idea of you. Meaningful conversation, some hours a week, okay? So what I mean by this is that you need to find people like you, okay? And that's the reason simply we have this community. We have a possibility to have more people similar to us that share the same idea. Sometimes it's even different ideas, but it's good to have that social support and have that thesis, antithesis. So this is very important. You can screw one day, and that's fine. It happens, okay? But if you start to screw up 2 days forward, things get serious, okay? So one day you can sleep badly. It happens. You can fuck up a little bit with nutrition or hydration, possibly not. But when you start to get to 2 days, sometimes 3 days, that starts to be a huge problem for your business, for you, and everything you do in that specific day, okay? And this permeates also in other areas of your life, and it continues, okay? So always try to see it like an expanding. If you do that thing, what is the expansion? What is the consequences of that, okay? And then I have 5 mental sides to prepare. So the first one, this is just actually an overview. So if you remember, anxiety blocks performance, okay? Because when you get into anxiety, it's this sort of area, okay? And it comes most probably from a challenge that is too high compared to the skill. If we want to stay in the flow area and not in boredom, okay? So what happens when you're in anxiety? You have too much cortisol and norepinephrine. A bit of norepinephrine increase focus. This helps with brain to focus. But too much norepinephrine, we talked about this, creates you anxiety. So it blocks performance. So less anxiety, more possibilities. And the modern world, anxiety is always more, right? We talked about this, that we have all of this technology, all of this stuff. We become overwhelmed, and that comes anxiety. So more anxiety, less linear thought process you have. Example, facing hard challenge, not time to look at all the options. Brain goes flight or flee option, so it frees, okay? So before, what was happening thousands of years ago, there is a tiger and anxiety is on, okay? Tiger is not there, anxiety is off. Okay, that was the simple binary way of how the ancient brain was working thousands of years ago. But now, until the problem persists, the brain keeps vigilant all the time. Okay, so if you have a problem in the business, in something around it, the problem stays there continuously. Okay, so before you would having a predator, somebody that was giving you anxiety, and then we're getting off of the anxiety. This is constant. Okay, the more you keep stuff at you, okay, you keep getting the stuff on you, the more you're gonna have this problem. So it's very important to find time to calm down, and that's the reason why we have active recovery. Very, very important, because otherwise we're constantly there with the alert. Okay, other point, 5 minutes of gratitude each day. This helps a lot because you can do it in 2 ways, by the way. 10 things you're grateful for, and then you just bullet point them, or three things you're grateful for, and you just bullet point them, and then you create a paragraph. So you expand one full point. And gratitude works because you're thanking for something that you have already. So I'm happy and grateful that, I don't know, there is a great weather and can go for a nice hike. Okay, that is for me, for example, what I would say often. Because affirmation don't work. We kind of have a lie detector inside of our brain that demotivate us, because it says like, oh, shut up, you idiot, you don't work. You work at Lidl, you know, like it kind of reframe you to the level where you're at. And this is very bad, because a lot of coaches, consultants, they continue to say, just go with affirmation. And I passed through that too, because I spent almost 20K in a mentorship that were completely lost with this person that was just saying like, continue to do affirmation. This was years ago, and was saying like, oh, just write down that you're rich and then you want to achieve this specific goal, and so on and so forth. But the problem with affirmation is that it leveled down with the level where you are at right now, and it says like, shut up, because this is the reality. Okay, this is like where we are right now, and that's not where we are. Okay, so it kind of says like, it's a counter effect, okay? So we have a negative bias. So every 9 bits of information are negative for every couple of bits of positive that get through. So there is also this, that naturally, because we are looking always for a way of survival, it's much easier to concentrate on something that scares us, something that is negative, something that could be a problem, right? Because it helps us to survive. So you need to understand that for every information that comes, 9 are negative, okay, bias. So you tend to see it in a more negative way. That's totally normal compared to some that are positive, okay? So gratitude practically helps you to get as many positive as possible, because gratitude lower anxiety and increase creativity. So if naturally negative stuff comes to you, you have a negative bias, try to push a little bit more the positive with gratitude, because you also get more innovation, okay? It's always a consequence, and it doesn't take so much time. It's literally 5 minutes a day. Other respiration and mindfulness, absolutely important, because this regulates the nervous system with breath. We talked about this with the reverse engineering of the physiology. So you can change the nervous system just simply changing the way how you breathe. And this could be done literally 10 minutes per day. It's already enough. You can also combine this with maybe meditation, or when you are in the sauna, or when you are in the steam room, etc. Okay. Other exercise is essential. This is like help the mental side, because the front lobe goes quiet. Okay. So you don't continue to think and activate. So 20 to 40 minutes per day until the mind is quiet practically. So this release nitric oxide and practically flush out all the stress hormones. So the cortisol, that's why when you do the exercise, you feel better. Okay, you get more serotonin, serotonin and endorphin. Okay. So then the other one is exposure in nature. This I use it a lot. Every time I go out, I go around the park. This helps a lot with the idea of calming the mind and soothing a little bit the nervous system. Okay, so minimum once a day, possibly 2, 3, 4 times per day when you are more stressed. I know that sounds a lot maybe for some of you, but once again, even a 5 to 10 minutes walk, that instead of staying there and scrolling, you absolutely find that time, to just go out and have a quick walk. So these are the let's say the general point of view. Now I want to give you exactly the 6 points that I was saying to you. So you can use the PERMA model for creating a positive experience focused on well-being. Okay, so this is all taken from Martin Seligman, if you want to know. So you have positive emotion, activities, you have practice gratitude, savor joyful moments, reflect on good experiences. The goal here is to cultivate happiness and satisfaction by focusing on positive experiences. Okay, so that is the thing. Remember the bias, so you're trying to push the positive. Then you have engagement. Okay, so activities, you need to create this activity that creates flow. Okay, you have this intense focus where you lose track of time and you practice mindfulness. Goal, immerse in activity that absorbs your attention and use your strength. So we are putting together intrinsic motivators, and that's how we become engaged with the stuff that we're doing. Relationship, activities, build and nurture meaningful connections. We are here in a community. Everybody can talk to each other. Cultivate that. Okay, we are here for a reason. Express appreciation to the loved ones. Okay, so if you have somebody, just look at them straight in the eyes and say thank you, just even out of nowhere. Okay, and if somebody gives you, instead of saying, oh, thank you, like this, look at them in the eyes and make it more meaningful. Okay, goal, this is to strengthen the social ties to enhance well-being through authentic connections. We are social beings, we need to do this. Okay, then we need to have meaning, so pursue causes larger than oneself, and that is the meaning that passed into purpose, right? Because we are engaging to a larger view. We are not selfish anymore. We are putting ourselves outside. Okay, we talked about this in Ignite the Journey. So align your daily task with personal values, volunteer or engage in community service. Okay, this is not essential, but I did some volunteering in the past, and it really makes you feel the cause. So it really makes you feel the mission. So if you're somebody that kind of don't feel so much the mission, try to join kind of this group, and you will feel how much the mission it could be felt, and therefore you can pass it through your business. Goal here is to find purpose by committing to meaningful pursuits. Okay, so always engage this sort of mission, engage always in this sort of like vision, because it helps you. Accomplishment. This is the very, very important, activities set and achieve clear goals. Okay, we need to know exactly what we need to do each day. Otherwise, we pass the day between boredom and anxiety within these two, and we don't know what to do, where to go, and which button to press to proceed. Okay, so we need to celebrate small wins, learn from past success, and the goal here is to foster a sense of achievement and pride through goal attainment. So we feel that progress, we feel that we are advancing. Okay, and that is how we get the reward, because by doing that action, brain reward system, at this point you should know it, dopamine, and you get the reward, you get the achievement. Plus, so the other elements, okay, activities like physical exercise, good sleep, and balanced nutrition support overall well-being. These elements enhance the core PERMA factors. So follow just these, okay, and you're gonna be fine, more than fine, all right? So other thoughts that I want to give you here is that positive emotion, 20% of experience bring you 80% emotions, learning, sport, selling, okay? And stick to them, okay? Because if you can make your day more of this positive, you're gonna feel so much better, because that's what makes you move, right? If you're doing a lot of stuff that you hate, that you don't like, that you feel just frustrated, that is when you start to hate your life, right? But if you always try to push yourself, that doesn't always have to be comfortable. We talked about this. You need to pass through the struggle phase, but at the same time, like, for example, making this video, it's very effort consuming. So it takes a lot of energy. But when I finish them, I really feel the progress, because I made this amount of lessons. I hope that I explain myself as clearly as possible. And I gave you as much value as possible, so you can get this material and go out there and apply to your business and start to see a development, okay? So that is what the pride for what I do comes from, okay? To see the progress, to see that I'm moving towards something, that gives me positive emotion. Engagement, 1 or 2 activities in deep flow state, selling, sport, okay, just making some here, okay. Community, okay, relationship, 20% relationship bring you 80% of connectivity. What is this relationship that you need to cultivate even more? Meaning, learning, flow, peak performance, accelerate results, okay? That is a way to give you meaning, okay? That is a way to push yourself and go out there. So this could be totally different for you, of course, but it's just an idea to what you could do, okay? Accomplishment. 2 accomplishments bring me maximum satisfaction over the 12 months. What are these, okay? Having 20 clients a month, consistency, progress towards a goal. Could be diet, work, schedule, exercise, relationships, whatever it is. Just fix to a couple of them, and those are the accomplishments that you want to focus on, okay? The other plus elements, this could be activities that high yield activities, experience people accelerate to flourish, okay? Flourish is another book. I put it there if you want to read it. Very interesting book, how you can expand yourself, and it comes all of this material also from that book, okay? So next one, since it's not a crazy long video, I want to talk also about relationships, so I accumulate the two. Peak performance is positive, but can be obsessive, okay? Because it could be too much self-oriented, because you always want to perform better, and it could become a little bit too much egocentric, okay? So we are becoming more and more alone, and less natural entertainment, less guests at home, more isolation, less happiness and well-being. Think about it. 20, 30 years ago, there wasn't so much the internet or so on and so forth, and people were meeting. There was more that ideology of community. Nowadays, we are much more isolated, and that's why there is the Minister of Loneliness even. So you need to remember that man is a social animal. And I know that many of you can be introvert, and I'm one of them, and I'm not so much a person that couple of years ago would have ever thought to have a community, to have people, because I'm literally the opposite of it. I like to, stay on my own and do my stuff. But at the same time, I understood and I touched the pleasure of communicating with others, of like expanding something, having a community, some people that have the same mission, that they want to achieve better, they want to upgrade themselves, elevate themselves, make more money, okay, create a very good business. And that's what I like, right? So if you can find what you like and you can share it with other people and at the same time help them, and maybe who knows, they will help you at the same time. And that is the connection that you can create, okay? So don't be too much isolated, even though you're introverted. And I know it can be a little bit difficult at first, but it doesn't mean that if you're introverted, you cannot be extroverted. You can be extroverted in your own community with less people, okay? So 20 to 30% people have symptoms of loneliness. That's the turn off on in unhappiness. That is the Minister of Loneliness. We can have a look at it here. So it's this guy, okay, in Japan. Now, in rats, isolation brings increasing cancer and disease. So imagine that. What could be also for human? So we need people, okay? And then there is this phrase that you're the sum of the 5 people. Let me explain to you a little bit better. So neurobiologically, this is true because the neural basis for our personal beliefs overlaps significantly with brain region responsible for processing social information and allowing other people's belief to influence our own. Specifically, areas like the medial prefrontal cortex, so in the medial, are involved in both self-referential thinking and understanding others' perspective. So when other people think, we are thinking also on the other perspective. And this overlaps facilitates the integration of social influence into our own belief system. What I like to think about is this. You don't have forcefully to be like the people that you have around, but you can also think about like who are the 5 people that you're aiming at, okay, that would make you. What I mean by that is that if you don't have the 5 people that you have around like you would like to be, okay, who are the people that you associate with? Okay, and this starts to become a very good framework to understand, okay, I don't want to associate with these people, so why should I decide to, see myself as them? I can continue to stay with them. The problem is always the same, like the more time you pass with somebody, the more you get involved and influenced by their decision, their kind of way of living, etc. But if you can disattach yourself and disengage yourself and associate yourself with the people that you want to become, then you put yourself a completely different level, right? Because if you see somebody and you want to be associated with somebody, maybe you cannot spend so much time with them, but you can always or find a mentor or ask somebody to help you, okay? So you give them maybe something in return of something else. Or you can simply like consume as much content as possible of these people, okay? If you want to perform, if you want to become good at the thing that you're looking for, then you need to follow that person. And I think it's the best way to see this specific topic. So your brain sucks up the belief that are around you. Okay, so if you have limited possibility, limited actions, limited belief, you're gonna be a limited thinker. If you have expanded possibility, huge actions, big expanded belief, then you're gonna be a big thinker. So once again, if you're around you, so you stay around the people that have bigger belief. Okay, let me continue in a sec. If you have around you people that have a small belief, maybe your parents, maybe the friends, maybe your wife, your husband, doesn't matter, okay? Because it happened also to me when maybe I had a little bit of a broader vision about working online and doing this sort of thing. When, for example, my girlfriend was more like, not so sure about that, but then not that she understood, but she got more the idea of like what was possible, and then she joined to the direction, right? So the other people around, you cannot convince them. They need to come on their own. But the only thing that you can do is that, who do I want to follow? What belief do I want to believe, right? Because if somebody gives their opinion, you can just say like, yeah, okay, like that is your belief. I totally agree with your belief, but that's not what I want to believe, right? Like, I want to believe my stuff. So let me proceed. So expand your view. Proximity is power. So ensure your belonging needs are met. Make sure your attitudinal influence is positive. So how to find optimal connection? We're going to see it in a second. Okay. So this is like the two kind of ways. So more introvert needs more belonging, so it sucks energy, so you need to feel the people around you more connected. The extrovert normally needs more interaction, even from strangers. They literally take energy by talking to people, This doesn't mean that introverts cannot find energy by talking to people. It could, but from a lower kind of, a more filtered, okay, kind of people. maybe the people that talk, they know more, or in a situation of specific, like for example, they're very, very good at something, and then they can show it to a stranger easier, okay, but not a random thing. So generally, okay, if we need to generalize, more introvert, they kind of like sucks energy when they have the social interaction. The extrovert, they kind of provide and they get energy from the social interaction, okay? So tips for better belonging. So how can you associate yourself more? You can leverage intentionally, so you can calendar it, okay? If you find it a little bit difficult, you can just place time and stick to it. Discard social norms, so reach out and say hello, say yes. It's like a workout, okay? You will feel better. Just a small note here. Say yes, it doesn't mean that it needs to eat up your time. So if you're somebody that right now is not able to pursue towards the direction, towards the thing that needs to do, say no, absolutely. But for social belonging, always take a little bit of time and say yes to the people. And this works a lot for the introverts, okay? The extrovert try to say more no, but the introvert needs to say a little bit more yes, okay? If there is a social event, something you have time, it doesn't, collide with your stuff, just go. Becoming a connector, so make connectivity a habit. Okay, this wanted to be a B, and increase belonging. Get high on helping, add emotional value, helping, support, increase endorphin, almost like morphine. So you always have to, as a business owner, give value and provide value, and you can even find the connection within your clients, within the people that you have around, within the people that you help. And karma is biology, okay? So trust the law of reciprocity. The more positive action, the more positive in your life. That is the law of reciprocity. It always works. Like, think about it. If you go in a bakery, they give you a biscuit, they try to make you try a piece of bread or something, automatically you feel more involved, more wanting to buy something from these people because they gave you something for free, okay? So tips for proximity is power. Build your own, this is about network and the people who you want around. Build your own dream network. You literally need to build it. And even if it takes a decade, that is the direction that you want to go. So take your time and really, it's like a side job, okay? It's just like a side hustle. Try to engage with other people, engage with other community, engage with other people that are similar point of view, sometimes even different point of view, and you ask them, how do you think about this, okay? So focus on the positive. So distort the coming negative and anchor the positive. What do I mean by this is that if somebody bites you, okay, like bite harder, or just simply like be louder than them. If somebody gets your comment, give you something that is negative, two possibilities. First, if it's negative and constructive, absolutely take it. So if, for example, even somebody has a kind of an attitude maybe of explaining you something, always don't react, but try to take it like, what can I learn from this? And the people that can learn from this are always the people that can increase, because it's always the same thing of like, if I have a thesis and then there is somebody that has an antithesis, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe my thesis is not completely perfect, but there is a kind of a little truth inside my antithesis that I can add in my thesis and get more support from my point of view. Okay, but if you're continually, shielding yourself and not taking the other point of view because you're just focusing on your point of view and not on the negative that is coming, that is detrimental because you're not going to grow. On the other side, for the stupid things like literally useless negativity that comes to you, then just leave it off the plate, okay? So be aware of the influence. So very careful where your normality goes, because this is very important. You are a multitude of habits. And if those habits are not what you want and is not creating you the belief to go towards the direction, to go towards the goal, that influence needs to get less, okay? What I mean by this is that if you have toxic friends, if you have people that you're like going around and going with that you don't even know why, be very careful, because you're becoming their normality. You're becoming like them, most probably. So always good to, and sometimes it's very a lonely path, and I passed it too. In the last 4 years, I left Italy almost 5 years ago, and it was a very lonely path, and it still is today. Luckily, I'm building this community for also this reason, because I literally don't have anymore the friends. I have some people that I talk to, absolutely yes, because I still have connection over there, but it's not the same of like having really somebody that I can, like the best friend that you can have the same vision, you have the same thing, you can help each other every time. I have absolutely people that I love and they're still in Italy, etc. But it's not that connection that I'm looking for. So it could be a very lonely path, the idea of like digital entrepreneur. Mostly when you're trying to build something very big, sometimes you absolutely feel lonely. And it's very important to get that sort of community, okay? So guard up your belief, increase the locus of control via feedback. So always try to get the control of what you're doing, internal control. Separate loyalty, support time, be fully loyal to a negative friend, but reduce the time with them. So if you have a negative friend, a toxic friend, and once again, this happens to me because when you kind of level up, you have a different vision, the people that you were staying before with, they don't tend to all come there. And therefore, like, you kind of feel yourself like they have a different vision. They have a different ideology of what they want to do in life. And that is the disconnection that it creates. Once again, I have people that I love, for example, but I cannot stay too much with them because they have a different vision. They have a different liking right now compared to me, okay? But really try to separate the loyalty, like the people that really would do everything for you and they don't comment on you, whatever you want to do. So if you say no to, and that is a very good way, when you say no to them, how do they react, right? And the real friend, the real people that you have connected is that when they take a no, it's fine for them, okay? And when you have something in contrast, it's fine for them. Support and time, very important. You always give yourself a support and time. What I mean by this is that you need to give time to the supportive people and then time to understand how to delete the time from the toxic, okay? Neutralize negativity, being pushed down, put yourself up, shock them with good vibes. Once again, if a negative comment arrives, just be louder than that negative comment. And what I mean by negative comment in this case is that negative comment that is useless, okay? When these things are coming, for example, I don't know, a competitor is attacking your business and is putting some negative comment on Trustpilot, for example. I don't know, just an idea. What can you do in this case? Probably nothing, okay? And it's not in your control, so it's useless to just cry for it. You just become louder. You just produce much more content and you're louder than that negative little comment. So you have much more people that comes to you and says like, your business is great, is awesome, I achieved X, Y, Z. So that little comment is still a negative comment, but it can still stay there. At the same time, look at it like a positive. Okay, it looks more real. There is always going to be somebody that is complaining, right? But if you have all just positive, it looks like they're all bought or anything like that, okay? So always try to look at it in this way. At least it's going to help you a lot, okay? So this was the combination between the 6 positive, remember the PERMA, and then the relationship. Very, very important for social. Then the next lesson, I'm going to show you the power of feedback and then the fueling your system with flow. And then if you have time, I'm going to show you also the high performance mindfulness and gratitude. So I will see you in the next lesson. So let's see how to fuel your system with flow, okay, for flow. So everything that is around you needs to become a funnel towards flow because we've seen how flow is important to achieve not just progress, but also happiness in life. So let's try to fuel it with all the combination as possible. So very important, nutrition, hydration, and supplements. So in this correct order, these are sleep, nutrition, and exercise, okay? Sleep, I'm putting it aside because I already talked about it a lot. Let's look at it very quickly about nutrition first and then exercise. So nutrition 101, micronutrient intake, micronutrient ratio, micronutrient intake, right amount of calories in this case, and avoid intolerance. So avoid make you feel bad, intolerances. So practically, you need to check the macronutrient that you take, the macronutrient that you take, so carbs, fat, and protein, then the right amount of calories. So if you don't know any of this, just go to the dietitian. If you know what I mean by this, just really stick to this. And possibly, like, depending on what you want to do, if this is your base calorie, okay? So let's say that it's 2000 calories. Okay. So this is more or less what you need to do. You want to increase your muscle, just stay 200, 300 above. Okay. And then you stick to this. And then if you want to lose anything between 200 up to 1,000, if you want to really be aggressive, but this depends a lot on what you do. I'm not here to give you an advice, but this is generally what I follow myself when I need to increase weight, if I want to get the muscle, and if I want to lose weight. Okay, so this is like kind of the balance, and you need to avoid the intolerance. So if you have something that you kind of drink, maybe let's say you drink coffee after breakfast, it makes you feel a little bit bad, just leave it off. Okay, sometimes because it's just a habit of taking the coffee or something, and I'm just saying coffee for an idea of a nutrient or anything that you take, but sometimes we really just for like literally